The air in the cramped room was stifling, the dim candlelight flickering unsteadily. The redwood table once laid out with wine and dishes was now a complete mess, shards of broken porcelain scattered across the floor and reeking of strong alcohol. Muyang leaned against the corner of the wall. His head felt unbearably heavy. He tried to lift a hand to rub his temples, only to realize his body was drained of strength, and even raising his arm was a struggle. Drunk? No, he realized. He had been drugged. Soft tendon powder for those who have not yet entered the ranks of martial cultivation. Consuming it brings dizziness and weakness throughout the body. Forget walking. Even getting to one's feet becomes a problem. Though his mind was still clouded, Muyang forced himself to stay alert and began to sort through his current situation. He had been reborn into this ancient chaotic era where demons and monsters roamed for a full 20 years. After the elderly constable who had taken him and passed away, Muyang inherited his role. 3 months ago, he donned the uniform of a government constable. Today, as usual, he had come to patrol Huangjia village. On his previous 2 inspections, village head Huang Changgui had slaughtered chickens and prepared wine for him, his hospitality almost excessive, and this time was no different. Who would have thought that shortly after a single cup of wine, he would lose consciousness? Even his vision had begun to shimmer with illusions. Illusory text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Equipable item: dried pork. Grade non-ranked. Equipment effect: 1 muscle growth, grants a slight increase in strength. Permanent fixation condition: equip this item for 1 full shurchen, or while it is equipped, slay any non-ranked wild beast or ranked demon beast. Current number of empty equipment slots: 1. The illusion looked exactly like a game interface from his previous life. Wait, a game interface? Muyang's spirit jolted. Could it be that the golden cheat he had waited 20 years for had finally arrived? He carefully examined the panel's information, his heart filled with shock and delight. In this world where demons existed, anyone who wished to live in peace naturally needed a way to defend themselves. That way was the practice of martial arts. Having just become a constable, he had been granted a lower-tier martial art called Fuhu Daofa, the tiger-subduing blade technique. Though it was only a lower-tier technique, once trained to minor mastery, it could generate chi and blood within the body, allowing one to become a genuine first-rank martial artist. The head of his constable squad was a martial artist who had already entered the ranks. His monthly salary was 5 taels of silver, roughly equal to a modern small-town income that exceeded 10,000 a month in Muyang's former life. Compared to ordinary constables like Muyang, that income was fully 5 times higher. Unfortunately, after 3 full months of practice, he had only managed to make his blade flowers more fluent and his strength slightly greater. He was still far from true entry into the art, let alone the minor mastery needed to cultivate chi and blood. Outside the paper window of the room, 2 silhouettes, one tall, one short, had appeared at some unknown time. A faintly ingratiating voice came from beyond the window. In the deep quiet of night, Muyang immediately recognized it as Huang Changgui's. From outside came the phrase, Kai Han, to start eating meat, and he understood the implication. Eating people, demons. In an instant, Muyang grasped why Huang Changgui had targeted him. The old man was trading with demonic beings. A coarse, grating voice followed, threatening Huang Changgui to prepare more blood food for its king's upcoming birthday feast, or else his wife and daughters would be taken as payment. The voice was not something a human throat could produce. It clearly belonged to the demon Huang Changgui had allied himself with. After that voice faded, a pair of footsteps, one light, one heavy, approached quickly. Muyang's expression changed slightly, but his gaze stayed calm as he rapidly swept his surroundings. Poisoned by soft tendon powder as he was, he knew that even a bloated, unfit Huang Changgui could probably kill him with a single stroke, let alone a demon of unknown strength. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was the golden cheat that had just awakened. He swept his gaze around, and first noticed the long blade resting on the wooden table. Illusory text appeared again. Equipable item: standard long blade. Grade non-ranked. Equipment effect: 1. A sharpness slightly increases the blade's cutting power when you... Permanent fixation condition: equip this item for 1 full shurchen, or while it is equipped, slay any non-ranked wild beast or ranked demon beast. The blade was 2 chi long, its scabbard unadorned, and its hilt wrapped in coarse cloth. Plain and unremarkable at first glance. It was the standard constable blade issued to him when he took up the role, sharp enough, but clearly not enough to solve the crisis he now faced. Just then a slightly curled yellowed book beside the blade drew Muyang's attention. He recognized it at once. It was Fuhu Daofa, the tiger-subduing blade technique manual. Because he had never managed to enter its gate, he carried the manual with him wherever he went, hoping that frequent reading would spark inspiration. He wondered now if such a thing could be equipped. Muyang focused his mind, and a new panel suddenly surfaced over the book's cover. Equipable item: Fuhu Daofa, lower-tier martial art. Grade first rank. Equipment effect: 1. I perfection grants mastery of Fuhu Daofa at the level of perfection. Equipment effect: 2. Blade technique affinity slightly increases affinity with blade-based martial arts, speeding up training in such arts. Permanent fixation condition equip this item for 10 full shurchen, or while it is equipped slay any demon beast of first rank or higher. Perfection. A sharp light flashed in Mu Yang's eyes. This blade technique, once trained to minor mastery, could already generate chi and blood and make one a first-rank martial art. Across all the constables in Qingxi County, only a handful had ever trained Fuhu Daofa to minor mastery. As for perfection, his own squad leader had not yet reached that level. Mu Yang made it. Thinking this, Mu Yang drew a deep breath and, using all the strength he had pushed against the wall behind him. Borrowing the recoil, he staggered toward the wooden table. The familiar rasp of paper against his fingertips greeted him. Fuhu Daofa was in his hand. At that exact moment, a brutal crash sounded as the door was flung open. A towering figure like a small hill stepped over the threshold. Its muscles were solid, its whole body covered in thick yellow fur, and atop its shoulders the mouth stretched into a grin beneath a massive rat. The rat demon swept its green vertical pupils across the room. When its gaze fell on Mu Yang, its long nose twitched, as if sniffing out the scent of food. Mu Yang stood at the table in the candlelight, the plates, and wine before him. The rat demon chuckled over his abundant chi and blood, licking the corners of its mouth with a thick tongue, clearly treating him as precious prey. At the table, Mu Yang remained calm-faced. One hand rested on the table, while the other quietly pressed down on the creased manual beneath his palm as he silently intoned. Equip Fuhu Daofa. A chime rang in his mind. Fuhu Daofa equipped. Entry level. Minor mastery. Major mastery. Perfection. In that instant, countless insights into Fuhu Daofa flooded his mind. The breakdown of each move, the methods of exerting force, the pathways of chi and blood. It felt as if he had wielded a blade and practiced the technique for over 10 years, each move etched into his very bones. Under his constable uniform, his previously unremarkable muscles began to tremble and swell. A surge of power unlike anything he had ever felt erupted from within him like a volcano, that unique force possessed only by those who had entered the ranks of martial artists. Chi and blood. His once weak body was suddenly filled by this warm current. The perfection-level Fuhu Daofa carried its own method of tempering the skin and flesh, guiding chi and blood to race swiftly along his meridians. In a heartbeat, the strength that soft tendon powder had locked away was swept aside. He had become first rank. Oh, it can still move. It appears that next time we must add a larger dose. At the doorway, the short and stout Huang Changwei, standing by the rat demon, Hui Jiao exclaimed in surprise, yet paid it little mind. Had it been before Hui Jiao's arrival, fear might have gripped him. But now a mere low-ranked constable is not even a match for the mighty grasp of Lord Hui Jiao. Mu Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on Hui Jiao's neck as he quietly drew the long knife from the table. In the moments between life and death, too many words hasten one's demise. These were the words the old constable often spoke before his death. No matter, only pray that moves carries the freshest flavor. Hui Jiao shifted his broad shoulders, his tone laden with the eager anticipation of an imminent feast. Yet just as it bent its lower limbs poised to pounce upon succulent flesh, Mu Yang moved. Within the mocking gleam of the rat demon's unchanging eyes, and under the astonished gaze of Huang Laoding, suddenly the candlelight flickered out and was replaced by a burst of silvery brilliance. Night fell in a heavy gloom dense with dark clouds. Inside the courtyard house, silence reigned. Before one could tell when a gentle breeze passed, allowing pristine moonlight to bathe the inner chamber once more. Only moments ago by the table, Mu Yang now carried his long knife at an angle as he approached Huang Changwei. Tick-tock. Blood droplets began to cascade from the... Along with the blood droplets, a large rat head tumbled to the ground. Bang! The robust body of the rat demon, unwilling and defiant, crashed down with a resounding thud. The rat head that rolled into the wall's corner seemed to defy its fate, emitting guttural, discordant sounds. Plop! Another heavy, muffled thud resounded. It was the sound of Huang Changwei collapsing in fright. He stared at the decapitated Hui Jiao, then at Mu Yang, who held his knife with one hand, his eyes cold and impassive, leaving Huang Changwei utterly horrified. No, little brother, if you were so strong, you should have declared it sooner. I'd never have dared to spike your drink. Little no. Big. Master, spare me. Master. Even I, an old man, was forced by this demon to commit such disgraceful acts. I have an aging mother and a wife and daughter. Swish! Before Huang Changwei could finish speaking, another streak of silvery light flashed by and another droplet of blood rolled down. However, this time what fell alongside the droplet of blood was not a rat head, but a plump arm clad in ornate robes. Oh. Ah. A mournful, tragic wail echoed throughout the room. Huang Changwei clutched the severed limb in agony, rolling on the floor in excruciating pain. Were it not for the secluded locale, the very sacrifice chamber Huang Changwei had prepared, such a scream alone could awaken half a village. However, in the very next instant the room fell silent, and the wailing abruptly ceased. It wasn't that Huang Changwei had numbed to the pain, but rather that the very long knife, which had slain the rat demon, now rested upon his neck. I ask, you answer. Mu Yang spoke slowly, his voice calm, Yet Huang Changui shuddered, as though plunging into an icy dungeon. He quickly assented, terrified that a single tremor might cost him his life. How many times has it happened? The first, seventh time, the seventh time. Where does this rat demon come from? From Huangfeng Mountain, 100 miles east of the village. Lord Huijiao is the progeny of the great Huangfeng king. How many wives does he have? Mu Yang grilled Huang Changui with many questions, and beneath the ominous presence of the long knife the latter answered almost everything. From his responses, Mu Yang gradually discerned that the poisoning was not born of having offended anyone, but simply occurred because these days coincided with his inspection of Huangjia village. But how could a mere village chief lacking even the cultivation to advance dare collusion with demons? On what grounds? Amidst swirling thoughts, Mu Yang continued expressionless. Who is behind you? It is Wang Dianshi Wangda. Before he could finish uttering the word, Huang Changui suddenly shuddered as he registered the implication. It was all over. He had let it slip. Huang Changui closed his eyes in despair. Offending Mu Yang would surely cost him his life, but to offend the Wang family might condemn his entire lineage. Yet with the words out, he dared not withhold any further, recounting every detail he knew without reservation. From half a year ago, when emissaries from the Wang family ordered him to supply blood for the rat demon of Huangfeng Mountain, to today, when he risked poisoning Mu Yang to provide premium blood for the freshly transcended Huijiao. Wang Dianshi, Mu Yang murmured to himself. Dianshi, what a most peculiar position this is. Though not holding an office like a county magistrate or assistant, the position nonetheless bespeaks tremendous prestige, with duties including apprehending thieves, maintaining order, and managing prisons. In smaller counties lacking an assistant or registrar, this role may even assume additional administrative duties, akin to a fusion of the old police and detention center. Moreover, because this position is often held by locals, it sometimes commands even greater respect than that of an outsider county magistrate. For instance, in Qingxi County, the position of Dianshi is held by none other than Wang Rudong, the patriarch of one of the illustrious Wang families. Yet this was not what troubled Mu Yang the most. What troubled him most was that this very Dianshi was the superior of their entire band of constables. His superior's superior. No wonder Huang Changui dared to target a mere constable. It appears he has potent backers. Such is the small temple beset by great demonic winds that the Wang family would stoop to colluding with demons and turning people into food. Master, I have told you everything I know. I beg you to show mercy and spare this humble old man. I truly acknowledge my wrongdoing. Huang Changui endured the pain, prostrating with one hand on the ground, thumping repeatedly. Yet before he could finish his plea, another streak of silvery light flashed by. You do not merely know you are wrong, you know that you are about to die. Mu Yang sheathed his knife, murmuring to himself. Not to mention that Huang Laoding's collusion with demons to harm the innocent simply by his very existence could be linked to Wang Dianshi. A grave liability indeed. Speaking of liabilities, one wonders whether Huang Laoding's actions today were his own initiative or under orders from above. The former might be tolerable, but the latter undoubtedly portends danger. In that moment, a cold glint ignited in Mu Yang's eyes. One must see blood to kill and eradicate the root entirely. These were the parting words the old constable often imparted. The Wang family, traitors, enemies, not friends, must be slain. But before that, Mu Yang directed his attention to the freshly activated equipment slot. Ding. Detected. The host has slain a first-tier demon beast. The equipment Fu Hu Dao Fa now meets the conditions for permanent integration. This equipment is permanently solidified. Current available equipment, slots 02. This prompt appeared when he just slew that rat demon. Indeed, 3 months of martial training cannot compare to one night of miraculous fortune. How real this is. Mu Yang gazed at the newly freed equipment, slots, his heart full of deep emotion. 20 years, merely 20 years. The golden finger has finally been granted. Too bad the old man passed away too soon, or he too could have savored a life of it. That old man was the elderly constable who had taken Mu Yang in, a lifelong bachelor who adopted him in his twilight years. Alas, his age overtook him. His martial prowess never soared. Though he fought valiantly in youth, his frail body betrayed him, and before 50 he was gone. Shaking his head, Mu Yang gathered his swirling thoughts and looked at the panel. The available equipment slots increased by 1. He paused in astonishment. Wasn't it just 1 before? How did it increase by 1? Could it be that upon advancing in martial cultivation, an extra equipment slot is granted? An unexpected delight. After the initial surge of surprise, Mu Yang steadied his emotions and looked at the rat demon's head. When the golden finger first awakened, the very first equipable item he saw was dried pork, a boon to increase strength. Could a demon far stronger than an ordinary beast truly be equipped? In Mu Yang's expectant gaze, the rat demon's head lay silently. For a long moment, nothing appeared amiss. Aside from droplets of fresh blood slowly spreading, nothing changed. Mu Yang furrowed his brows. Had he merely imagined? Or perhaps the rat demon's corpse must be processed further to be deemed equipped. As he pondered, Mu Yang's eyes swept over the headless rat carcass. In Mu Yang's astonished gaze, a translucent panel tinted with a faint ink wash hue gradually emerged from the headless corpse of Huijiao. Equipable item: Rat Demon Corpse Complete Rank First Tier Equipment Effect. 1. Enhance Physical Vigor. A modest boost to Strength, Constitution, and Agility. 2. Abundant Vitality. A modest increase in overall Qi and Blood Reserves. Permanent integration requirement: equip this item for a full 10 Shuriken, or kill any first tier or higher demon beast while equipped. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. In the moment he turned his head, Mu Yang was still contemplating whether to directly set up a grill outside to roast the corpse of the rat demon. To his surprise, it could be used directly. After the surprise, Mu Yang immediately began to inspect the corpse of the rat demon, which was an keepable item. It's complete, which means a larger body is needed to be used. That's not quite right. The dried pork he just had was only a small piece, so according to this logic, it couldn't be made into equipment. Mu Yang pondered slightly. After thinking for a while, and not being able to make sense of it, he simply gave up. Sometimes it's better to put things aside. Inspiration might strike when he's not actively thinking about it. This was also something the old constable had told him. Mu Yang found it very reasonable. Rather than daydreaming, it was better to first test the effects of the two pieces of equipment. Mu Yang strode to the rosewood table holding the piece of dried pork that was the size of an adult's forearm and silently chanted in his heart. Equip dried pork. Ding. Dried pork has been equipped. White text: muscle growth activated. Muscle growth strength is increased by a slight margin. As the dried pork disappeared from Mu Yang's hand, a familiar warm sensation flowed through his limbs once again. However, compared to the previously equipped tiger subduing blade technique, the warmth brought by the dried pork was quite weak. If the former was a surging volcano, the latter was merely a hot spring. Mu Yang clenched his fist. His strength had indeed increased. But as the description said, it was truly a slight margin, maybe just 20 to 30 pounds. If it were before his breakthrough, the effect might have been decent, but for him now, it was nearly negligible. The body refinement stage was the first realm a martial artist must cultivate, and it was also his current realm. Under normal circumstances, one would continuously temper their body, refine their flesh, and supplement with meat, until their internal blood essence was born, thereby entering the realm. This realm is not divided into early, middle, and late stages, but rather by the degree to which the blood essence fills the flesh. From low to high, they are divided into 1/10 to up to the highest 10/10. For every 10th of flesh filled, one's arm could gain 100 pounds of strength. When the body refinement stage is complete, one's arm strength could exceed 1,000 pounds. In ordinary situations, a muscular man who has not yet entered the realm, even if fully armored, would be as insignificant as a chicken in front of such experts, easily dismissed with. And now, with the full-level tiger subduing blade technique enhancing him, Mu Yang's blood essence was robust, having filled his flesh to 70%, and his arm strength had already exceeded 700 pounds. A mere increase of 20 to 30 pounds was indeed trivial. However small as it was still a permanent increase. This non-breach item of dried pork only needed to be equipped for an hour to transform into a permanent piece of equipment. Calculating based on 12 hours a day, that's around 200 pounds of strength, equivalent to the boost from filling 2/10 of flesh. While others toil for 1 to 2 years needing continuous meat to reap benefits, Mu Yang only needed to wait a day in peace. Comparatively, the effect of the dried pork seemed quite good. Let's use it for now. Mu Yang placed the dried pork in the first empty equipment slot, then quickly walked to the headless corpse of the rat demon, placing his hand on it. The dried pork, which only increased strength by a slight margin, was merely 20 to 30 pounds. He wondered how much the rat demon's corpse would augment. If it was less than 100 pounds, then the dried pork would be more cost-effective. With that in mind, Mu Yang silently chanted, "Equip Rat Demon Corpse." Ding! Rat Demon Corpse has been equipped. Boom! A sudden burst of intense heat erupted within Mu Yang's body. His muscles swelled, and his blood essence surged. This was the combined effect of the robust physique and blood essence filling attributes. Originally having filled 70% of his flesh, the nearly depleted blood essence reappeared, filling his flesh through the refining method of the tiger subduing blade technique. 75%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Once the new blood essence fully integrated into his flesh, Mu Yang squeezed his arm. The texture was tight and solid with a resilient and fine touch resembling high-quality leather. The flesh being as firm as leather was a characteristic of the complete body refinement stage. Is this the complete body refinement stage? Mu Yang was somewhat dazed. Wasn't it supposed to be a slight increase in blood essence? This increase was already half of what he had before. Was this really slow? No wonder this golden finger took 20 years to launch. It packs quite a punch. Mu Yang was very happy. What made him even happier was that besides the immense power gained from the blood essence filling the flesh, the robust physique attribute of the rat demon corpse also provided an additional strength boost. 300 pounds. A full 300 pounds. The effect was 20 times that of the dried pork. The permanent solidification time of the rat demon corpse was only 10 times that of the dried pork, but its effect reached 20 times. The difference is glaring. Dried meat is indeed too weak. And this is only concerning strength. In addition to the increase in physical power, the attribute also enhanced reaction speed and other effects. However, the effects of this attribute are not as intuitive as the increase in strength, so Muyang couldn't assess it for now. All he could think of was slay demons. Slay demons. Still slay demons. The conditions for the permanent solidification of equipped items are to equip them for a certain amount of time, or to slay demon beasts while they are equipped. The former is certainly safe and convenient, but the latter clearly yields higher rewards. Slay demons, solidify equipment, harvest new demon corpses, equip again, continue slaying demons, and finalize solidification. A perfect positive cycle, becoming stronger infinitely. With such a speed of progress, the Wang family is nothing. Demon beasts, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Should I take the rat's head back? After calming his excitement, Muyang suddenly thought of a very practical issue. That is whether to take the rat's head back to the office to exchange for merits. The Daijing dynasty states that no matter who or where, as long as one slays a demon and brings its head to the local government, they can receive a reward. External people usually receive silver or medicine as a reward, while internal people, like Muyang, receive merit points. These can be exchanged for silver or martial arts. Muyang wasn't very concerned about silver. Although the old constable passed away early, aside from a house, he didn't leave much inheritance. However, with the constable's salary, as long as he avoids gold, silk, and does not frequent entertainment venues, he can manage just fine. What he lacked most now was martial arts that would allow him to continue his cultivation. The tiger subduing blade technique was only a low-grade martial art, recording only the method of blood essence filling the flesh, without any techniques for refining blood essence into bones. Not having martial arts doesn't mean he couldn't continue cultivating, but the efficiency is absolutely incomparable. If refining blood essence into bones is likened to walking, then having a systematic martial art is equivalent to walking on a smooth asphalt road, whereas the lack thereof is akin to forging a path in a wilderness filled with weeds. The difference in speed is obvious. I remember that a demon beast that has entered the realm is at least worth 100 merit points, equivalent to 100 taels of silver, enough to exchange for a mid-grade martial art. As for whether the rat's head would attract the attention of the Wang Dianshi, it's not that he looks down on himself, he's just a small constable, while the other party is a prominent figure in Qingxi County. How could they have time to keep an eye on him? What he needed to do was to develop to the fullest during this period and then annihilate their entire family. The next day in the morning, a mist gently enveloped the sky above Qingxi County, illuminated by the morning light, creating a faint glow. Some walked hurriedly, others enthusiastically peddled goods, and some brought children to enjoy freshly made pancakes. If it weren't for killing a monster last night, Muyang would not have believed that the world inside and outside the city could be so different. After a brief pause, he lifted a dark red burlap bag with one hand and walked into the city. Ordinary people would inevitably be stopped and questioned by the guards at the city gate, subjected to some scrutiny. However, Muyang was a patrolling constable, and the gatekeeper assumed he was simply carrying a freshly slaughtered hen, so he paid him no mind. Inside the county's constabulary, a faint smell of tobacco lingered in the air. Several constables dressed in black were gathered together, holding yellowed, playing cards, and engrossed in the popular game of Yeji. Old Fong, stop dawdling, play your card. I must win back the silver I lost today. You can forget it, old Yi. You say that every time, and you always end up losing your shirt. Watch out for the day when your wife won't let you through the door. Just then, amidst the laughter, Muyang walked in with a burlap bag in hand and a pancake in his mouth. Muyang is back. What did you bring, an old hen? Old Yi, who had just lost a round, indignantly tossed the playing cards onto the table, his gaze drawn to the bag in Muyang's hand. In this day and age, being a constable was not exactly a prestigious profession. However, it was still a job in the government office, and it was quite normal to gain some benefits from patrolling outside. But this smell, why does it not seem like chicken blood? Old Yi took a puff of his cigarette and pondered. On the other hand, old Fong, who had just won a round, twitched his nose and suddenly exclaimed, "Little Mu, you don't mean this is—" Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned, and Muyang was equally taken aback. He knew that old Fong had a keen nose, always detecting things that ordinary people could not. He never expected old Fong could even smell the monster's blood through the burlap. So Muyang did not hide it, and directly opened the burlap bag. The matter of slaying a monster to exchange for merits couldn't be concealed, nor was there any need to. Under the watchful eyes of everyone as the bag was opened, a large rat demon's head suddenly appeared, its green vertical pupils half open, and its fangs bared, looking quite terrifying. Wow, it really is a monster. Look at its size, it can't be a low-level one, right? Muyang, this. Did you kill this? The entire constabulary erupted in astonishment, as several constables familiar with Muyang surrounded him, their faces filled with disbelief. In Qingxi County, there were not a few constables with low-level cultivation, but those who had slain monsters were few and far between. They were either current squad leaders or retired ones. Yet Muyang just 3 months ago was still a rookie who hadn't even begun to learn the tiger subduing blade technique. And now he had actually slain a monster. Muyang, did you really do this? Just then a loud voice came from the door. A burly man over 7 feet tall strode over. Wu Kai Muyang's superior, one of the 4 squad leaders in Qingxi County, and one of the few constables who practiced a family martial art and did not specialize in the tiger subduing blade technique. I encountered it while patrolling Huangjia village last night, and just happened to slay it, Muyang said. Just happened. That casual tone akin to killing a chicken made Wu Kai's eyelid twitch. Based on his years of experience, this rat demon was likely a low-level beast, and given his strength, killing it should be no problem. But Muyang. Wu Kai scrutinized Muyang carefully. He remembered that Muyang had only been employed for 3 months, and was only practicing the standard, tiger-subduing blade technique for constables. He never expected that he had already cultivated enough vitality to reach a low-level stage. Looking at how clean his clothes were, he estimated that he hadn't been in a tough battle. In 3 months, from someone who hadn't even entered the door to stepping into the physical realm and personally slaying a low-level rat demon. Our Qingxi County has produced a martial arts genius. Good lad, you're truly one of my Wu Kai's men. Wu Kai grinned and patted Muyang on the shoulder. Come on, Lu Shuli is on duty now. He'll take you to claim your merit points. With the performance of slaying this low-level rat demon, getting you a squad leader position should— Wu Kai excitedly pulled Muyang out. Personally bringing up a squad leader made Wu Kai feel quite proud. Under Wu Kai's lead, Muyang quickly brought the rat demon's head to Lu Shuli's office. Lu Shuli was a middle-aged man with a slender build and a short beard at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was bent over a mahogany desk, frowning as he annotated something. As the one in charge of logistics, he usually had a stern expression, rarely smiling. However, upon learning of Muyang's demon-slaying feat, so soon after his employment, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his calm face. After verifying and confirming that the rat demon had indeed reached a low-level stage, he waved his pen, and Muyang's account immediately gained 150 merit points, 50 more than he had anticipated. This is the redemption catalog. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, but I recommend you check the martial arts section first. Lu Shuli specifically added a remark, likely noticing Muyang. Thank you for the advice, Lu Shuli. Although Muyang had already planned to do this, he still expressed his gratitude. He then immediately began to browse the martial arts available for redemption in the county office. There were many low-grade martial arts, but the quality varied. The tiger subduing blade technique he practiced was already the best among low-grade martial arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be used as the standard martial art for all constables. In the middle-grade martial arts section, there were more than 10 options covering various styles, such as blade techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, movement techniques, capture techniques, and fist techniques. Prices ranged from 80 merit points to 60 merit points. This was much cheaper than Muyang had previously thought. After some consideration, Muyang chose the middle-grade blade technique, Dragon Subduing Blade, valued at 80 merit points, and the middle-grade movement technique, Light Body 3 Breaths, valued at 70 merit points. The former was an upgraded version of the low-grade, Tiger Subduing Blade technique, equally powerful, but even more so. The latter was a martial art that enhanced movement speed by altering breathing frequency. Unlike the Dragon Subduing Blade and the Tiger Subduing Blade technique, the proficiency levels of Light Body 3 Breaths were not divided into beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfect. Instead, it was divided into 3 breaths. The first breath is light body, the second breath is momentum accumulation, and the third breath is fullness. The so-called light body refers to after achieving success in cultivation, utilizing one's vitality and adjusting breathing to increase speed, significantly reducing physical fatigue while traveling. The higher the proficiency, the better the light body effect. When perfected, one could even walk on snow without leaving a trace. The second breath of momentum accumulation builds upon the first breath of light body by accelerating the breathing rate to reach maximum speed, maintaining that extreme speed until one's vitality is nearly depleted. As for the third breath of fullness, it is the most challenging technique in Light Body 3 Breaths. It requires forcibly accelerating the breathing frequency and rapidly circulating vitality to unleash speed beyond the limit. Thus, this technique can cause some harm to the body, and only those with strong physiques can use it for extended periods. It can be said that Light Body 3 Breaths is a powerful martial art that combines long-distance travel and short-distance bursts. If it weren't for its harsh training requirements, it wouldn't be valued at only 70 merit points. However, all of this had nothing to do with Muyang. He never judged martial arts based on difficulty, but solely on strength. Inventory, let me see your limits. Once a martial art is exchanged, no returns or replacements are permitted. Constable Mu, are you certain you wish to select the dragon-slaying saber art and the 3-breath lightness technique? Clerk Lu took the exchange catalog and kindly asked once more. As overseer of logistics, he well understood the relative difficulty levels of all martial arts. If the tiger subduing saber art ranked at difficulty level 1, then the dragon slaying saber art stood at 3, whereas the 3-breath lightness technique likely reached 30. Even its first tier, lightness breath, would not fall below 10 in difficulty. After all, maintaining steady respiration amid fierce combat was already arduous, coordinating breath rhythm precisely, with Qi-blood circulation elevated the challenge to staggering heights. Wu Kai standing nearby likewise frowned upon seeing Mu Yang's selection. Yet weighing Mu Yang's youth and exceptional talent, he chose not to intervene. After all, confidence in the young was admirable. Should matters falter, he could always step in personally and impart several family line martial techniques. Such a prodigy surely possessed an extraordinary building goodwill was enough. Many thanks for your counsel, Clerk Liu. I am certain. Mu Yang clasped his hands in salute. Very well, so long as you understand the implications. Clerk Liu gave a slight nod, then swept his brush across the register, deducting Mu Yang's merit points before turning toward the armory. After roughly half a quarter, he returned bearing two yellowed thread. They were precisely the mid-tier martial arts, the dragon-slaying saber art, and the three-breath lightness technique. As Mu Yang accepted the volumes, two translucent panels silently materialized before him. A keepable item, dragon-slaying saber art, mid-tier martial art. Rank second tier. Effects upon equipping. Perfection proficiency in the dragon-slaying saber art reaches its pinnacle. Saber affinity slightly enhances innate affinity towards saber-based martial arts, accelerating their cultivation. Sinyan bone tempering slightly increases the efficiency of tempering sinews and bones through Qi-blood circulation. Permanent integration conditions equip this item continuously for 10 hours, or slay any beast of second tier or higher while equipped. Perfection and saber affinity required no elaboration. Mu Yang had already encountered both traits in the tiger-subduing saber art. Yet the third trait, Sinyan bone tempering, delighted him. Following the skin and muscle realm, the second stage of martial cultivation was the Sinyan bone realm. At this stage, practitioners refined their sinews and bones using dense surging Qi-blood. Progress within this realm was divided into two phases, sinew forging and bone tempering. Typically successful sinew forging conferred a 500 strength increase, equivalent to half the enhancement granted by perfected skin and muscle cultivation, while bone tempering further amplified strength by 1500 gene. Combined with prior gains, a single arm's power would easily surpass 3000 gene. Truly the Sinyan bone realm dwarfed the skin and muscle realm in sheer might. Across the entire Yamen, only two constables had attained it. One was the elusive senior squad leader, the most senior among the 4 squad leaders, whom Mu Yang had never even glimpsed. The other was his own superior squad leader, Wu Kai of the 4th squad. Though Wu Kai's saber techniques left much to be desired, his family's inherited body-hardening art had long propelled him into the bone-tempering phase of the Sinyan bone realm, his prowess second only to that of the senior squad leader. Having finished reviewing the dragon-slaying saber art, Mu Yang turned his gaze to the three-breath lightness technique. At first glance, he was captivated by a vivid sapphire hue shimmering against a field of pure white light. A keepable item, three-breath lightness technique, mid-tier martial art. Rank second tier. Effects upon equipping. Perfection proficiency in the three-breath lightness technique reaches its pinnacle. First breath, lightness slightly enhances lightness effects. Second breath, gathering momentum slightly accelerates momentum accumulation. Third breath, full resonance azure. While in full resonance, bodily damage incurred from rapid Qi-blood redirection is substantially reduced. Additionally, resistance to deleterious physical states is slightly enhanced. Permanent integration conditions equip this item continuously for 10 days, or slay any beast of second tier or higher while equipped. The three-breath lightness technique truly lived up to its reputation as the most demanding mid-tier martial art, boasting no fewer than 4 distinct traits. One of them even manifested in azure, a rarity Mu Yang had never before witnessed beyond the common white-tiger traits. Its effects proved equally impressive, drastically mitigating injury during full resonance, while conferring modest resilience against harmful conditions. Yet its integration period was unusually long, 10 days, 12 times that of the dragon-slaying saber art. Fortunately, the beast-slaying condition remained unchanged. Any second tier or higher beast would suffice. So azure tier traits extend the integration period? Mu Yang mused inwardly. After handing over the 2 manuals, Clerk Liu added, by county decree, any constable who slays a first tier or higher beast is promoted directly to squad leader. Here is your certification. You may proceed immediately to the armory to collect your saber and 2 sets of uniforms. With that, Clerk Liu presented Mu Yang a square wooden token, the standard insignia for newly appointed squad leaders. The front bore the character arrest while the reverse displayed the numeral 5. From this day forward, he became the 5th squad leader of Qingxi County, and his monthly stipend surged from 1 tael of silver to 5. After bidding farewell to Clerk Liu, Wu Kai cheerfully escorted Mu Yang to the armory. Qingxi County, after all, was but a small town. The armory was compact, its arsenal modest. Mu Yang harbored little expectation, yet upon scanning the shelves his gaze locked onto a saber over a meter long tucked away in a corner. A keepable item, Yuling Broadblade Saber. Rank 3rd tier. Effects upon equipping. Keen edge slightly enhances the weapon's cutting sharpness. Armor piercing slightly augments penetration power. Heavy blade, when wielded as a heavy broadsword, slashing effectiveness receives a slight boost. Permanent integration conditions equip this item continuously for 10 hours, or slay any beast of 3rd tier or higher while equipped. The Yuling Broadblade Saber measured 4 Qi and 7 Cun. Its blade slightly wider than ordinary sabers by one finger's breadth. Forged entirely from refined iron, its spine was thick and robust, its edge honed to a single razor-sharp line of glacial brilliance. A saber of this style. This blade was awarded to the senior squad leader for assisting in investigations at the prefectural capital. Though it appears merely half again as long as standard sabers, its weight is formidable, over 300 Jin. Even a 2nd-tier Xinyan Bone Realm cultivator would struggle to wield it fluidly, Wu Kai remarked, noticing Mu Yang's fixed gaze upon the Yuling Broadblade Saber. Most saber practitioners emphasized speed, precision, and ferocity, favoring blades that were both keen and lightweight. Sabers like the Yuling Broadblade Saber weighted for sheer impact rarely found favor. Wu Kai himself could wield it, but preferred not to. Squad leader Wu Mei claimed this blade. Mu Yang understood Wu Kai's implication, yet he had already fallen irrevocably for the saber's gleaming silver form. As for its weight, after dispatching a few more beasts, 300 Jin would become negligible. Unfailingly, weapons would grow lighter in his hands with time. You may indeed take it. It has lain idle in the armory gathering dust. With that, Wu Kai strode to the corner and retrieved the Yuling Broadblade Saber from Mu Yang. Mu Yang accepted the saber and executed several simple swings. With his perfected skin and muscle realm foundation and the residual strength drawn from the rat demon's corpse, he could move it, but compared to standard issue sabers, the motion felt distinctly sluggish. Yet this was trivial. Once he equipped the dragon-slaying saber art, such resistance would vanish. As for the 3-breath lightness technique, he would need to wait several more hours. After all, only 8 hours had passed since last night, still over an hour short of fulfilling the rat demon corpse's 10-hour integration requirement. After leaving the armory with the Yuling Broadblade and 2 sets of uniforms, Mu Yang soon changed his clothes and appeared before Wu Kai. The standard uniform was entirely dark black with dark red cloud patterns embroidered on the collar, lapels, and waist. The cuffs were neatly tailored and a wide black leather belt cinched the waist, adorned with a matte copper buckle. The fit of the clothing accentuated his broad shoulders and straight posture, making him stand tall, combined with Mu Yang's inherently heroic and rugged features with sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples and eyes bright as cold stars. He exuded a commanding presence just by standing. Although he still fell short compared to the esteemed readers, he still appeared quite manly and valiant. It's true what they say, the attire makes the man. This outfit almost makes me feel like I'm back to my youth. Wu Kai patted Mu Yang's shoulder, his tone full of admiration. Hearing this, Mu Yang glanced at Wu Kai, who was robust and imposing with thick brows and big eyes, his hair and beard resembling the head. Do you have a misperception about your appearance? Well, let's not dwell on that. Remember to find me after your shift tonight, so we can celebrate your promotion to head. Sure, head, Mu Yang replied. The constables have to clock in and out. Clocking in is called Dian Miao, while clocking out is called Sanji. Alright, now that you've been promoted to head, we are equals. I'm older by a few years, so just call me Wu Go. Wu Kai waved his hand and then turned to leave. As one of the top heads in Qingxi County, now 5 in total, he had plenty to attend to each day. After all, he managed so many brothers. If it weren't for Mu Yang's recent promotion and he hadn't had the time to assign people, he wouldn't be so free right now. After parting with Wu Kai, Mu Yang casually rested his left hand on the handle of the Yuling Broadblade, giving it a slight grip and raising it slightly, as if unconsciously. A heavy object weighing over 300 pounds strapped to his waist was indeed a bit cumbersome. He needed to quickly equip the Dragon Subduing Blade Technique. Equip Dragon Subduing Blade Technique. Ding. Dragon Subduing Blade Technique has been equipped. Dragon Subduing Blade Technique, entry minor success, major success, perfection. In an instant, countless memories of practicing the Dragon Subduing Blade Technique flooded Mu Yang's mind, as if he had personally trained for 20 years, mastering every move and technique flawlessly. At the same time, a familiar burning sensation erupted from his limbs and bones. This was the abundant vitality derived from perfecting the Dragon Subduing Blade Technique. Under his skilled control, the vitality quickly spread to all his tendons, continuously refining them. In just a moment, the tendons were perfected. Strength increased by 500 pounds. And it wasn't over. The remaining abundant vitality continued to envelop his entire skeletal structure, gradually penetrating and polishing it, making his bones even harder. The entire process lasted for several breaths, and finally, with the last trace of vitality merging into his bones, he reached the bone refinement realm. Strength increased by 1,500 pounds. Mu Yang clenched his fist and drew the Yuling Broadblade from his waist, swinging it a few times. The heaviness that had once impeded him had completely vanished. With his current single-arm strength approaching 3,500 pounds, swinging a mere 300-pound long blade was effortless. No techniques were needed, just the simple swing of the blade created a whistling wind, causing the surrounding branches to sway wildly, quite terrifying. With this strength, if I encounter that rat demon again, I probably won't even need to draw my blade, while I can crush it to a pulp with my bare hands. Muyang sheathed his blade, inwardly sighing. Then he looked at the equipment panel. Equipped items 1. Rat Demon Corpse 2. Dragon Subduing Blade Technique. Current available equipment slots 1. The originally 0 available equipment slots had somehow become 1. Sure enough, leveling up increases the number of equipment slots. Muyang's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the additional equipment slot. Since one equipment slot had opened up, Muyang didn't hesitate and immediately equipped the Light Body 3 breaths he had just acquired. Unlike the burning sensation brought by the Dragon Subduing Blade technique, once equipped Light Body 3 breaths only made his leg muscles a bit tighter and his body lighter, along with various memories of chi and blood circulation and breathing frequency. Besides that, there were not many changes. Clearly, this skill-oriented martial art had little effect on enhancing vitality. However, Muyang didn't mind, as what he wanted was the combat enhancement effect brought by Light Body 3 breaths. At the same time, in the Qingxi County office at the county lieutenant's office, are you saying that this constable named Muyang has great martial arts talent? County Lieutenant Zhou Heng put down the letter in his hand and looked at Lu Shuli beside him. Lu Shuli nodded. After Muyang and Wu Kai left, Lu Shuli hurried here to inform Zhou Heng of Muyang. Seeing this, Zhou Heng slightly closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on the table. After a long while, Zhou Heng opened his eyes and sighed deeply. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. The Wang Hu and Lu families have controlled Qingxi County for a long time, and in recent years their arrogance has grown. The newly arrived county magistrate is a coward with no support. By the time Muyang matures, it may be too late. In that case, write a letter in my name to the Demon Slaying Division in the prefecture. If his talent is truly as you say, he will surely attract the attention of the Demon Slaying Division. Perhaps we can use their hand to eliminate the 3 families that plague the county. Before that, let's make things easier for him and provide all necessary resources as much as possible. In a 2-story tavern's private room, Muyang put down the bamboo chopsticks in his hand, curiously looking at Wu Kai at the table. Wu Kai, holding a chicken leg, wiped the grease from his mouth and said with a hint of longing, the Demon Slaying Division is the strongest department in our great Jing dynasty, and it is the sharpest knife in the court, capable of slaying demons and eliminating evil externally, while also intimidating nobles and officials internally. They can even slay first and report later. Apprehending people for questioning is as easy as drinking water. Their power knows no bounds. Most importantly, those who can join are all gifted individuals, each with remarkable martial arts talent. It is said that the weakest among them has a 4-realm cultivation level. In martial arts, the 1st realm is flesh, the 2nd is bones, the 3rd is blood marrow, but what the 4th realm entails Muyang did not know. However, just the 2nd realm grants a single arm strength of 3,000 pounds. How strong must a 4th realm martial artist be? And this is just the weakest among the Demon Slaying Division. Wow, indeed, the world is vast and talents abound. Forget about that, let's go. Today, to celebrate your promotion to head, I've specially reserved a private room for you at Qingxiang Tower. After a hearty meal, Wu Kai, with a rosy complexion, enthusiastically pulled Muyang out. Qingxiang Tower sounds elegant, but in reality it is a place for revelry and moreover, due to the high quality of service staff and good attitudes, it is quite popular. The prices are a bit steep, but with his monthly salary of 5 taels, he probably wouldn't be able to drink more than a few cups. It was evident that Wu Kai was truly spending a lot. Notably, although Muyang had traveled back for 20 years, he had never been to such places as Qingxiang Tower. Not because he was particularly upright, but simply due to a lack of money. Now that he had the opportunity, he was quite curious about the marvels of such places that have captivated scholars and poets throughout history. He had to experience it for himself. As night fell, the long street of Qingxi County lit up with a series of lights. The county town, which had been quite lively during the day, became much quieter after dark. Wu Kai led Muyang, enthusiastically talking about the delights of the Qingxiang building, delicious drinks, charming girls, and unforgettable experiences, and so on. In summary, as long as you are willing to spend money here, you are treated like a distinguished guest, enjoying the best of what it has to offer. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Qingxiang building. The vermilion doors stood wide open, adorned with 2 large red lanterns, their warm glow illuminating the 3 gilded characters on the lintel, Qingxiang building. Upon seeing Wu Kai, 2 young girls in water-green dresses immediately approached, smiling warmly as they greeted him, and Muyang, Wu Bantu, you finally made it. Your mother has reserved the best private room, the Listening Rain Pavilion, for you. And this must be Mu Bantu, indeed a young hero, quite handsome. The welcoming girls were clearly well-trained, their voices gentle and fragrant. Combined with the warm lighting inside the building, it truly helped one to relax. Inside was even more lively, with the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, singing and laughter echoing, the warm scent mixed with the aroma of wine enveloping the air, intoxicating to the senses. It must be said, professionals are indeed different. Entering the Listening Rain Pavilion, the round table was already laid with exquisite pastries. Flower cakes, lotus seed pastries, mung bean cakes. It must be said, professionals are indeed different. Entering the Listening Rain pavilion, the round table was already laid with exquisite pastries, flower cakes, lotus seed pastries, mung bean cakes. The leading woman had a slender figure, her waist so delicate it could be grasped with one hand, her skin as white as pure jade, and her face was extraordinarily beautiful, with alluring charm in her brows and eyes seeming capable of bewitching souls. Even Mu Yang, who had experienced the enchantments of makeup in his past life, had to admit that this woman was indeed captivating. Wu Kai was even more entranced. Fortunately, Wu Kai seemed to remember that he was supposed to entertain Mu Yang. After staring blankly for a moment, he came back to himself and said, "So little brother, what do you think? This is the star of Qingxiang Building Humei. If it weren't for my connections, we wouldn't have been able to book her today. Indeed exceptional." Mu Yang took a sip of Huadiao wine and nodded slightly. "In that case, brother won't interrupt your enjoyment. You may indulge freely, and he'll take care of you tomorrow." With that, Wu Kai took one girl in each arm and walked away, leaving only Humei behind. As the door closed, Humei raised her delicate hand, covering her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze resting on Mu Yang. Moments later, she raised a wine glass to Mu Yang, her fingertips lightly brushing against his hand. "Mu Ban Tu, you are young and accomplished. I offer you this drink." Mu Yang did not pretend to be a virtuous gentleman, declining her offer with a cold face, as if he were a reincarnated Lu Xiaohui. He accepted the wine glass and swallowed it in one gulp. The liquor slid down his throat, smooth and rich, combined with the faint fragrance of Humei, easing Mu Yang's tensed muscles. Even the circulation of his qi and blood seemed to slow down. Wait, the qi and blood circulation is slowing down. Something's not right. Perhaps due to being drugged last night, Mu Yang was extremely sensitive to changes in his body. Calmly, he wrapped his arm around Humei's slender, smooth waist, but his mind was entirely focused on his internal condition. After careful observation, he confirmed that this was not a mere illusion, and his qi and blood were indeed slowing down, though it was only a slight delay. Yet with his muscle training at the bone refinement stage, one drink would ordinarily have no effect, even if he consumed an entire jar. Damn it. The things outside are truly risky. After 2 meals I encountered trouble twice. Last time it was that old Bai Deng, and this time who is it? Who made this vixen? Seemingly sensing Mu Yang's distraction, Humei smiled gently, her voluptuous body leaning against him, her voice soft. "My lord, I am weak tonight, please cherish me." Before Humei could finish her sentence, a large hand had already landed on her body. However, it was not on the usual soft spots favored by men, but rather on her delicate neck that was as white as sheep. "What nonsense are you saying? If you're selling, just sell. Why use drugs? Do you know I despise such underhanded tactics?" Mu Yang gripped Humei's neck with one hand, lifting her like a chick, his tone tinged with irritation. Anyone who encounters a slip-up at a critical moment would feel such frustration and impatience. If it weren't for the fear of causing harm, Mu Yang would have wanted to snap her neck. My lord, is there some misunderstanding? If I have done anything wrong, please kindly tell me. Do not frighten me." Seemingly frightened by Mu Yang's actions, Humei's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes, looking pitiful. Almost simultaneously, a rich fragrance surged into Mu Yang's nostrils, seemingly trying to soothe his already tense nerves. This feeling. Mu Yang squinted slightly, and then his eyes lit up with brilliance. A demon, definitely a demon. This seductive fragrance was reminiscent of what the old constable had told him, a fox demon that specifically absorbed male vitality. Light Body 3 Breaths activate. Although Light Body 3 Breaths is a speed-enhancing martial art in a state of fullness, it can significantly resist negative conditions and even add some strength. Not knowing the strength of this suspected fox demon woman, he naturally had to go all out and strike first. 1 breath Light Body. 2 breaths Gathering Power. 3 breaths Fullness. In an instant, Mu Yang's exposed forearm bulged with veins, terrifying strength surging down his arm towards Humei's neck. In a matter of breaths, the qi and blood that had been slightly slowed in Mu Yang began to operate at high speed, like horses charging into battle. His entire aura suddenly changed, like a sharp blade unsheathed, radiating brilliance. Not good. In that very moment of Mu Yang's change in aura, Humei's expression also altered, her previously pitiful and alluring demeanor instantly transforming into. She never imagined that her exquisite body, hidden fox head, tail, and fur, along with her innate alluring fragrance, would also encounter a day of failure. With no time to think further, she immediately summoned all her demonic power. Her watered gauze exploded, her fox tail whipping out from behind her enchanting face, twisting, faint signs of whiskers growing, and her white fingers extending in a sharp fox claws, attempting to counterattack. Unfortunately, Mu Yang acted decisively and seized the initiative. He exerted force with his 5 fingers, and with a crack, the light in Humei's beautiful eyes flickered out, and her arms, which had just been ready to attack, fell powerless to her sides. Ding. Host detected, slaying a second-tier fox demon. Equipment: Dragon Suppressing Blade Technique meets permanent solidification conditions. This equipment has been permanently Ding. Host detected, slaying a second-tier fox demon. Equipment: Light Body 3 Breaths meets permanent solidification conditions. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Permanently solidified. Equipment 1. Tiger Subduing Blade Technique 2. Dry Pork 3. Mouse Demon Corpse 4. Dragon Suppressing Blade Technique 5. Light Body 3 Breaths Equipped Items None Current Available Equipment Slots 3. Permanent Solidified Equipment 2. Available Equipment 1. Oho 1 Fish Multiple Meals. Equipable Item Complete Fox Demon Corpse. Grade Tier 2. Effect 1. Robust Physique Slight Enhancement to Physique Overall Increase in Physical Strength Stamina and Reaction Speed. Equipable Item Complete Fox Demon Corpse. Grade Tier 2. Effect 1. Robust Physique Slight Enhancement to Physique Overall Increase in Physical Strength Stamina and Reaction Speed. Permanent Solidification Condition Equip this item for a full 10 days, or during the equipment period slay any Tier 2 or above beast. Muyang glanced at the fox demon corpse that had transformed into a fox head and human body. Its effects were similar to the mouse demon corpse from yesterday, both having attributes that increased strength and vitality in addition to a resistance to fragrances. Muyang speculated that this might be related to the scent she had just released. After thinking for a moment, he did not rush to equip the fox demon corpse, but instead casually picked up a nearby feathered blade and then kicked open the door while holding the fox demon corpse. Bang! The door frame exploded and the once lively Qingxiang Tower fell silent. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards him. A mighty young man appeared holding a knife in one hand and dragging a fox demon corpse as tall as a person from inside the room. Who is so bold as to cause trouble in the Hu family's Qingxiang Tower? It seems like he came with a new Captain Wu. Is he drunk? Wait, what is that in his hand? What is that? A fox demon. Some of the slightly tipsy patrons upon realizing what Mu Yang was holding were instantly startled and sobered up. Wu Kai, who had just been leaving with two young ladies, also looked bewildered as he stared at the fox demon corpse in Mu Yang's hands. What is going on here? What just happened? Wasn't Brother Mu drinking with Hume? Where did this fox demon's body come from? Just as everyone was astonished, the Madam of Qingxiang Tower led 7 or 8 turtle slaves holding sticks over. Who dares to cause trouble in our Qingxiang Tower? The Madam's voice was sharp, intending to take the initiative. But in the next second, she was left speechless. Because Mu Yang had already stepped in front of her holding the fox demon. Although theoretically Qingxiang Tower, backed by one of the 3 great families of Qingxi County, should not fear a mere constable. For some reason, under Mu Yang's icy gaze, the Madam felt as if she had her throat gripped like a chicken, unable to utter a single word. The Madam was silent, and the turtle slaves around her did not dare to act recklessly. They were merely workers who hadn't practiced martial arts. How could they compare with Mu Yang, who held a knife and a demon corpse? Their silence did not mean Mu Yang would remain silent. He looked down at the Madam, speaking each word clearly and forcefully. Qingxiang Tower, harboring demons and disregarding human lives, and even attempting to assassinate this constable, what punishment should you deserve? His resonant words, bolstered by his robust vitality, echoed throughout the entire Qingxiang Tower. The Madam closest to Mu Yang was so shaken that her mind went blank. Unable to stand, she collapsed to the ground. It's a misunderstanding, Captain Mu. Just as the atmosphere inside the tower grew tense, a middle-aged man in fine clothing rushed over. Hu Deshui, a member of the Hu family's collateral line, and also the manager of Qingxiang Tower. Manager Hu, I brought my brothers here to enjoy, and this is how you treat us. Does your Qingxiang Tower want to keep running? It seems Wu Kai has also caught on, immediately stepping forward aggressively. Tonight he originally intended to treat Mu Yang well, to foster a closer relationship. Unexpectedly, he nearly brought disaster upon himself. In his fury, he spoke rather harshly. I apologize, Captain Wu. Captain Mu, this fox demon was not intentionally hidden by my Hu family. It's just that I am also unskilled in martial arts, and was bewitched by this fox demon. Please forgive us both. Saying this, Hu Deshui took out 2 sizable gold ingots from his pocket, smiling apologetically, as he handed them to Mu Yang and Wu Kai. Both of you captains, I am truly sorry. All expenses for your visit today will be waived. After that, he looked at the patrons inside, cupping his hands in apology, and saying, Today our Qingxiang Tower unexpectedly encountered a demon. Fortunately, Captains Mu and Wu generously took action to subdue this demon, preventing any disaster from occurring, but ultimately disturbed everyone's enjoyment. I will make it right. All expenses tonight are on the house. Thus, under Hu Deshui's humble apologies and generous offer of a free meal, the patrons who had just been bewildered quickly calmed down. Many even took advantage of the free meal to order several more jugs of wine. Hu Deshui wasn't concerned, although the free meal was a bit painful compared to saving the business of Qingxiang Tower. These losses were... Captains, I apologize once again. If you two wish to come to my Qingxiang Tower in the future, it will absolutely be on the house. Hu Deshui said sincerely. Seeing this, Wu Kai's initial anger dissipated, and he turned to Mu Yang. Tonight, I don't have the final say. Listen to my brother here. Manager Hu, remember to keep your eyes peeled when hiring people in the future. At this point, Mu Yang naturally would not continue to press the issue. Firstly, Hu Deshui's apology was sincere, and he even offered a large gold ingot as compensation. Secondly, Qingxiang Tower is after all a property of the Hu family, and the Hu family is on par with the Wang family. As one of the three great families, given his current strength, it would not be wise to escalate the situation. Most importantly, having experienced the incident with Huang Laoding and the Mouse Demon, he did not believe Hu Dishui's words of ignorance at all. If the Wang family could collude with the Mouse Demon, why couldn't the Hu family be involved with the Fox Demon? Had it not been for his currently low strength, he would have directly stormed into the Hu family to uncover the Fox Demon's lair. Captain Mu is right. I will definitely keep my eyes peeled. And Hu Desui smiled apologetically. Brother Wu, let's go. Mu Yang picked up the Fox Demon corpse with one hand and walked out. Seeing this, Hu Desui seemed to want to raise his hand to say something, but looking at the backs of Mu Yang and Wu Kai, he ultimately dared not speak up. It really is a troublesome time. I hope the business of Qingxiang Tower will not be affected. Hu Desui rubbed his forehead in distress. He didn't know what kind of wind the family head was blowing to insist on having this Fox Demon who may stay at Qingxiang Tower. As an ordinary person who had not yet entered the realm, he felt anxious every day in front of Hu Mei, fearing something unexpected might happen. If he hadn't reacted quickly today and spent money, the business of Qingxiang Tower would likely have suffered greatly. Maybe I should pack some things and head to the county city. Earning less isn't a problem, at least it would be safer. Hu Desui muttered softly. What Hu Desui was murmuring, Mu Yang was not sure. After politely declining Wu Kai's invitation for a late night snack, Mu Yang eagerly carried the Fox Demon corpse back to the courtyard left for him by the old constable. This was a small alley near the city wall. Although the place was a bit remote, it was cheap and came with a small courtyard. Given the old constable's financial situation, purchasing this place was already quite difficult. Mu Yang threw the Fox Demon corpse to the ground, then drew his knife to behead it, wrapping the Fox Demon's head in a burlap sack. He needed the demon's head for merit points, so he naturally had to keep it well. Once everything was ready, he immediately approached the headless fox corpse, thinking to himself, let me see what the difference in bonuses is between a Tier 2 demon corpse and a Tier 1 demon corpse. Equip Fox Demon Corpse. A sharp chime echoed in his mind. Fox Spirit Corpse equipped. In with a thunderous boom, a surge of warmth, far more potent than that from the Rat Spirit's corpse, flooded Mu Yang's limbs and meridians. His muscles trembled, his tendons and bones roared. Though his body had already reached the pinnacle of bone forging, its strength surged anew. Strength increased by 1,000 gene. Indeed, even among identical Y-Tire traits, the enhancement conferred by a second-rank Spirit Corpse vastly surpasses that of a first-rank one. The moment the Fox Spirit Corpse activated, Mu Yang distinctly felt his strength skyrocket. His already formidable power, exceeding 3500 gene, leapt upward by an entire tier, surging to 4500 gene. This surpassed the upper limit of second-rank Bone Forging Realm and approached the level of third-rank Blood Marrow Realm. Earlier, during idle conversation with Wu Kai, he'd heard descriptions of this realm. In Blood Marrow Realm, one must guide Kiblood deep into the marrow to nurture it. A cultivation stage divided into early, middle, late, and apex phases. Initial marrow cultivation grants an additional 1,000 gene of strength. Fully nurturing the marrow within all four limbs elevates one to the middle phase and adds another 1,000. When the torso's bones are likewise refined, one enters the late phase, gaining 2,000 gene. And once every bone throughout the body is perfected and sinews, bones, skin, and flesh harmonize as one, strength swells by 3,000 gene. At that apex, the Blood Marrow Realm's culmination, one arm alone can lift 10,000 gene. Yet Mu Yang, still only at second-rank Bone Forging, had already attained 450 gene per arm through the Fox Spirit Corpse's augmentation, surpassing even ordinary cultivators at the early Blood Marrow stage. And this was but a single Fox Spirit. With several more, he might rival, or even eclipse, the Blood Marrow Realm's apex. Truly, slaying spirits remains the swiftest path to advancement. As Mu Yang pondered this, a far more immense wave of searing heat suddenly rose within him. A sensation he recognized instantly: Y-Tire trait Chi Blood Abundance reactivating. This Ki Blood infusion dwarfed even that granted by the Rat Spirit Corpse. Were he armed with a superior martial art, breaking into Blood Marrow Realm would be. Alas, night had fallen, the Yamen had long since closed. Moreover, he possessed no merit points to exchange, rendering acquisition impossible. He could only let this torrential Ki Blood seep slowly into his marrow, cultivating blood marrow inefficiently at great cost for little gain. Just as Mu Yang lamented this wasted opportunity, he froze. The Ki Blood, expected to flow along meridians into the marrow, refused to obey. Instead, like yesterday when he'd equipped Dragon Subduing Saber Art to refine his tendons, it surged along his sinew pathways, reigniting tendon tempering. Snap! Not sound like taut bowstrings straining resonated from within Mu Yang's body. His tendons and bones, already fully tempered, began undergoing renewed forging and refinement under the torrential Ki Blood. Though slower than yesterday's process, Mu Yang clearly sensed his sinews growing denser, tougher. Even his skin shimmered faintly, barely perceptible, with a metallic luster. At first, only his arms glowed, but under the relentless Kiblood current, that silvery sheen swiftly spread across his entire epidermis. When the newly acquired Kiblood finally exhausted itself, his whole body radiated a soft, silver-white luminescence. Bathed in moonlight, it gleamed softly. Fortunately, once the Kiblood subsided, the glow receded entirely. Otherwise, Mu Yang might have needed a full-face mask. My strength has risen again. Yin Yang clenched his fist, then swung the Yuling broad blade several times. 9,000 Jin. Ni's strength had surged once more, reaching 5500 Jin per arm. Enough to match a mid-stage blood marrow realm cultivator. And so, I've undergone Tendon tempering for a second time. Ensheathing his blade, Mu Yang fell into quiet contemplation. If Tendon tempering can be repeated, might bone forging also be repeatable? The first round granted 500 Jin. The first bone forging added 1500 Jin. The second Tendon tempering yielded 1000 Jin. How much might the second bone forging bestow? 2000 Jin. Or 3000. And precisely how many repetitions are possible? Unbidden, Mu Yang recalled a protagonist from a novel he'd read in his past life, whose chi cultivation reportedly ascended to 100,000 layers, absurdly exaggerated. Regrettably, he possessed no more spirit corpses. Tomorrow he'd visit the yamen to inquire about recent disappearances. As he thought, Mu Yang entered his room and casually picked up 2 thick dried pork legs from beside his bed, slotting them into his spare equipment slots. Though their enhancement was modest, even a mosquito's leg was meat. Better to utilize every slot than leave it empty. Small gains accumulated over time yield substantial progress. And that night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Mu Yang arrived punctually at the county yamen for roll call, carrying the burlap sack containing the fox spirit corpse. No sooner had he stepped into the constabulary office than Wu Kai, broad-shouldered and bear-like, grinned broadly and strode forward holding out a gleaming new copper badge. Brother, congratulations. From today onward, you're the 5th squad leader of our constabulary. Here's your official badge. And this copper badge resembled yesterday's wooden one. Both bore the characters Arrest and 5. Yet this copper version possessed markedly superior craftsmanship, cool to the touch, smooth and weighty in hand without any discomfort. Thank you, Brother Wu. Truly you've gone to great trouble, said Mu Yang. And don't mention it. It was nothing. Wu Kai clapped him on the shoulder. Noticing the burlap sack in Mu Yang's hand, he continued, come, I'll take you to Clerk Lu to redeem your merits, and along the way explain some essentials of the bone forging realm. Last night, Wu Kai had witnessed the fox spirit corpse firsthand. A spirit capable of concealing its true form and assuming human guise was unmistakably second rank. Clearly, Mu Yang's talent far exceeded Wu Kai's expectations. Wu Kai now realized Mu Yang was no novice at first-rank cultivation. He had likely already reached first-rank apex, then used yesterday's newly acquired dragon-subduing saber art to break through into bone-forging realm and begin tendon tempering. Only upon sobering up last night did Wu Kai grasp this truth. To advance from an ordinary mortal to second-rank bone-forging realm in just 3 months, such talent defied reason. Then I'm in your debt, Brother Wu. Mu Yang recognized his former superior's genuine goodwill and welcomed it. Wu Kai wasn't merely his superior. He was an old friend of Mu Yang's late father who had often aided the young man. He'd even helped arrange the elder Mu's funeral. En route to Clerk Lu's office, Wu Kai shared practical insights and subtle techniques concerning bone-forging realm cultivation. For instance, before tendon tempering, one should consume ample meat and ensure restful sleep. Herbal tonics or pills that invigorate Kiblood were ideal adjuncts. Also, one must never overextend during tendon tempering. Progress should be incremental lest backlash occur, potentially causing internal injury. Having already reached bone forging stage and undergone second tendon tempering, Mu Yang readily discerned Wu Kai's sincerity. Indeed, having mastered 2 mid-tier martial arts to perfection, Mu Yang already knew every nuance of tendon tempering and bone forging. The sole mystery remaining was yesterday's inexplicable second round of tendon tempering. Mu Yang asked, Brother Wu, last night, while reviewing dragon-subduing saber art, I came across this line. Once tendons and bones are forged, repeated tendon tempering and bone forging may renew vitality and grant extraordinary strength. What does this mean? After refining the muscles and bones, repeatedly tempering them can rejuvenate vitality and enhance one's extraordinary strength. This was a fabrication by Mu Yang. After all, Wu Kai did not practice sword techniques, having barely trained in the tiger-subduing sword technique, let alone its advanced version, the dragon-subduing sword technique. As expected, after hearing his doubts, Wu Kai did not ask further, but paused for a moment before directly explaining this pertains to a unique aspect of the muscle and bone realm, the process of repeated tempering. Mu Yang raised his eyes slightly. Repeated tempering. Yes. Wu Kai nodded. The muscle and bone realm of the second level of martial arts lies between the first level of flesh and skin and the third level of blood and marrow. Not only does it enhance strength, but it also possesses the ability to endure, truly forming the foundation of martial arts, and repeated tempering is its unique characteristic. However, while repeated tempering of the muscles and bones has various miraculous effects, its difficulty is comparable to climbing to the sky. Without exceptional talent, abundant resources, and extraordinary perseverance, it is nearly impossible to achieve. As he spoke, Wu Kai could not help but sigh. Without exceptional talent, abundant resources, and extraordinary perseverance, is it really impossible? Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. Am I that exceptional? Of course this was just a joke. Mu Yang was quite self-aware of his own talent. After 3 months of diligently training in inferior martial arts, he could barely scratch the surface. If it weren't for the timely arrival of a special boon, he suspected he would have already turned into nutrients for the earth, returning to nature. As if thinking Mu Yang had no concept of the difficulty of repeated tempering, Wu Kai continued to explain, the so-called muscle and bone realm is essentially about tempering muscles and bones. Although the process is arduous and challenging, as long as one continues to consume meat and practices diligently grinding away bit by bit, there will eventually be a day of completion. For example, I tempered my muscles for 3 years and refined my bones for 7. Now I am only a step away from reaching the blood and marrow realm. But to say I can achieve repeated tempering would be akin to dreaming. This is not something that can be resolved simply by time. It requires ample resources and exceptional talent, a body strong enough, and the use of various secret medicines to stimulate a large amount of vital energy in a short time, completing the tempering in one go. If there is a break in the process, all previous efforts will be in vain. According to my father, the consumption of vital energy for this step is almost equivalent to the total consumption of the first tempering of muscles and bones, and this is just the second tempering. The consumption for the second refining is even more terrifying. Even the offspring of prominent families in Qinghe County would find it difficult to achieve. Hearing this, Mu Yang understood. No wonder Wu Kai found it so challenging. Judging by the few conditions he described, this was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Fortunately, these issues were not difficult for Mu Yang. His physique, bolstered by the robust physique attribute from various demon corpses, was already impressive. Coupled with the enhancement of vital energy abundance, he lacked nothing in this way what others needed to continuously toil with abundant resources to achieve in the second tempering of muscles and bones. He only needed to hunt a few seconds. It was completely without difficulty. While Mu Yang was pondering, Wu Kai said again, speaking of which, I must remind you, if you ever go out and encounter someone whose body surface emits a silver glow when they strike, you must keep your distance. That is a sign of the second tempering of muscles and bones. According to my father, those who have completed the initial muscle and bone tempering are referred to as ox muscle and tiger bone, while those who have completed the second tempering are called steel muscle and iron bone, boasting astonishing defense and strength comparable to the blood and marrow realm. It is said that those who break through to the blood and marrow realm with this kind of muscle and bone will even have their internal marrow tinted with a shade of silver, strong as a monster. Mu Yang Wuge, your father is right. They indeed become as strong as monsters. Can the practice of steel muscle and iron bone also enhance the blood and marrow realm? Mu Yang felt a surge of joy, and his face showed a look of astonishment. Of course, otherwise those from great families wouldn't invest so much effort in this realm and refer to it as the foundation of martial arts. Wu Kai said, the prominent families are quite astute, who would persist in such a difficult task if the benefits weren't substantial. As the two chatted, they quickly arrived at Lu Shuli's workplace. At this time, he was like yesterday, busy annotating something with a pen. Upon learning of Mu Yang's intentions, he was immediately taken aback. Wait, you didn't leave the city yesterday, so where did the demon corpse come from? It wasn't until Wu Kai clarified the process that Lu Shuli regained his senses and understood the specifics. However, even with yesterday's achievements as a foundation, when he learned that Mu Yang had slain another second-tier fox demon last night, he still could not suppress his astonishment, stroking his beard repeatedly. He had initially thought he had overestimated Mu Yang's talent, but it turned out he had underestimated him. This boy's talent likely far exceeded anything he had seen before. This would undoubtedly attract the attention of the demon-slaying division. As long as the demon-slaying division sends someone, even the lowest-ranking demon-seeking officer, the troubles of the 3 major families in Qingxi County would not be a concern. Thinking of this, Lu Shuli made a big stroke with his pen, directly increasing the original 300 merit points by more than half, awarding Mu Yang a total of 500 merit points. This amount was enough for Mu Yang to exchange for 6 or 7 mid-grade martial arts. Even a high-grade martial art worth 300 merit points could be exchanged for. After some thought, Mu Yang immediately spent 300 merit points to exchange for the advanced version of the Dragon Subduing Sword technique, the high-grade martial art Dragon Subduing and Tiger Subduing Sword. He did not keep the remaining 200 merit points, instead exchanging for a mid-grade martial art called Bone Dislocating Hand, another mid-grade martial art named Iron Cloth Shirt, and a mid-grade martial art known as 100 Shadow Flying Needles. Bone Dislocating Hand costs 60 merit points, while Iron Cloth Shirt and 100 Shadow Flying Needles cost 70 merit points, each totaling exactly 200 merit points for the 3 martial arts. In this way, Mu Yang's melee capabilities were further enhanced, and he gained additional means to deal with enemies from a distance. Although he did not think he would encounter situations requiring the use of hidden weapons given his strength, it was always good to learn an extra means of defense, just in case. It is worth mentioning that both Bone Dislocating Hand and Iron Cloth Shirt share a common feature. With Dragon Subduing Sword technique after mastery, they will generate a large amount of vital energy. Simultaneously cultivating these two arts is equivalent to acquiring enough vital energy to satisfy the requirements for the first tempering of muscles and bones. I wonder if I can complete the second refining after equipping them. Mulauti, although your talent is extraordinary, martial arts are vast and boundless. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. After leaving Lu Shuli, Wu Kai hesitated for a while, and ultimately couldn't help but advise. Every martial art, even if just a mid or low-grade one, requires considerable time to practice. 1 or 2 may not consume much, but like Muyang, exchanging for several at once will take a long time to master. Having many martial arts techniques is undoubtedly a good thing, but it shouldn't be in such excess. Wugo, I understand. Oh, I just want to familiarize myself. Muyang did not elaborate further. After all, his learning ability is in a league of its own. Seeing Muyang say this, Wu Kai did not press further. Wu Kai nodded, then, as if remembering something, continued, let's go, I happen to have some free time now. They'll take you to the constable's office to select some people. Now that you've just become the head of the team, you must have a few capable brothers under you. Head of the team, the head of a group of constables. If there are no brothers under him, how can he be called a head? The two quickly arrived at the backyard of the police station. This was a spacious area located behind the office, featuring a martial arts training ground, as well as dormitory rooms. Inside there were those who had just started their duties as constables, and had not yet moved out, as well as young individuals training to become constables. For instance, Muyang spent his first month training here after replacing the old constable. At this moment, more than a dozen young constables were standing in the yard practicing under the guidance of an elderly instructor with graying hair. This was the chief instructor of the constables, now in his 60s with no descendants. After being injured on a mission, he had remained in the backyard of the police station as a teacher. Old Yu, Muyang and Wu Kai greeted respectfully. It's Little Mu and Little Wu. Have you come to recruit? Old Yu set down the teaching staff in his hand, smiling as he spoke. The young constables practicing the tiger subduing blade technique around them paused to look at Muyang beside Wu Kai with envy. The police station in Qingxi County was not large. The news of Muyang slaying a demon and being promoted to team leader had spread throughout the constables yesterday. As fellow young people, they were naturally envious. The recruitment process went smoothly, with almost everyone eagerly signing up. After all, Muyang had tangible achievements in slaying demons, and he had just become a team leader with no subordinates. It was the perfect time to build connections. For many young constables with average talent, but lively minds, this was undoubtedly a more cost-effective opportunity than toiling away in training. This also aligned perfectly with Muyang's intentions. With his strength, he naturally did not care whether his subordinates had combat prowess. He only hoped they would be clever and adept at gathering information about demons. He would handle any physical confrontations himself. Thus, with Wu Kai and Old Yu's encouragement, Muyang quickly selected 4 newcomers to join the 5th team. Among them, the one who left the deepest impression on Muyang was a not very tall, but bright-eyed youth named Lin Xiaoqi. His martial arts training was not the usual tiger subduing blade technique, but rather a lower-grade movement technique called gecko wall walking. The other 3 were fairly ordinary, all practicing the tiger subduing blade technique. However, this was normal. Most constables in Qingxi County practiced the tiger subduing blade technique, as there was only one opportunity to learn martial arts for free, and most would choose a method for self-defense. Considering that the entire 5th team consisted of newcomers who had been on the job for less than half a year, Wu Kai had specially assigned 2 experienced constables from his 4th team to Muyang. They were also familiar faces to Muyang: Old Yi, who loved playing leaf games, but always lost money, and Old Fong, who always won money from him. Team leader, my brother, and I will be working under you from now on. Please take good care of us. After Wu Kai left, Old Fong cheerfully approached Muyang with Old Yi to greet him. The police station never judged based on tenure, but on strength. Moreover, if they dared to disobey simply because of their age, they wouldn't need Muyang to take action personally. They could be assigned some arduous and dangerous tasks with no rewards, and that would be the end of their days here. No need for pleasantries, we are all old friends. You two take your pairs of newcomers and familiarize them with the patrol areas, paying extra attention to gather information, especially concerning missing persons that might be linked to demons. Muyang stated directly. Demons. Old Fong and Old Yi exchanged glances. Was their team leader actually eager to seek out something that other constables avoided? Was he addicted to killing demons? However, Muyang was strong. While they had practiced for half their lives and barely reached the 3rd level of physical cultivation, facing demons would likely be a struggle for some. If things went wrong, they might lose their lives before they could even settle down. No, for the sake of their lives and families, they had to advise the team leader. Old Fong began brainstorming in his mind. Team leader. Just then a muffled voice suddenly rang out. The group turned to see that the speaker was a robust young man among the 4 new constables. His name was Li Chuang, the one who practiced the tiger-subduing blade technique most diligently among the young constables, having trained hard for just over a month, achieving minor success, and beginning to refine his team leader. I have information about demons. Seemingly unaccustomed to the attention of everyone, Li Chuang instinctively clenched his fists and spoke with a slight stutter. Mu Yang paid little heed to this. He looked at Li Chuang with curiosity. How could someone training in the backyard of the police station have information regarding demons? But adhering to the principle of not missing any demonic beast, Mu Yang still said, "Go ahead." "Yes, team leader." Seeing Mu Yang's calm tone, without rebuke for interrupting, Li Chuang seemed encouraged and spoke with more confidence. "The demons are in Li Family Village." Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. He knew of Li Family Village, a settlement not far from Huang Family Village located about 100 miles from Huang Feng Mountain. Could it be also the rat demon from Huang Feng Mountain? As Mu Yang guessed, Li Chuang quickly divulged all he knew. 2 months ago, while he was out at night stargazing, he accidentally witnessed the village chief of Li Family Village bringing a rat demon into the village, devouring his parents and siblings, and how he managed to escape by hiding in a well overnight without being discovered, and then in order to avenge his family, he secretly left the village with all his savings and resolutely joined the constabulary to learn martial arts. By the end of his tale, Li Chuang's eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. A man does not shed tears lightly, but he hadn't yet reached the point of sorrow. This was also why he practiced martial arts until late into the night, stopping only when he was exhausted. His progress in martial arts was the fastest in the entire station. He wanted revenge. After hearing Li Chuang's story, the 3 young men, who were in the same cohort, all spoke to comfort him. However, Old Fong spoke up after a moment of contemplation. "Li Family Village rat demon, Huang Feng Mountain. Team leader, this rat demon must be the one from Huang Feng Mountain that seduced the village chief of Li Family Village. You know about Huang Feng Mountain?" Mu Yang had heard of Huang Feng Mountain from Old Huang, knowing where Grey 9 originated and that it had connections with the Wang family. Old Fong replied, "I also heard rumors that there is a Huang Feng Mountain outside our Qingxi County where the man-eating Huang Feng King resides. Many have died at the hands of the rat demons. Back then this incident caused quite the uproar, and it was even Wang Jianshi himself who led a large group of constables up the mountain to exterminate demons. They did manage to kill a few rat demons, but they did not find the so-called Huang Feng King. However, since then there have indeed been no more rumors of rat demons eating people." Old Yi added, "I've also heard about that during that period the flow of merchant caravans decreased significantly, and even the prices of food and goods in taverns rose considerably. Perhaps these rat demons managed to evade the hunts of Wang Dianshi and the big team leader thanks to these informants." Lin Shaoqi said angrily from the side. Not to mention the biggest traitor was Wang Dianshi himself. Mu Yang didn't voice this thought until he was sure about the strength of the Huang Feng King, and Wang Dianshi it was prudent to develop quietly. "So does that mean we shouldn't go?" Li Chuang's voice was filled with gloom. He was not the type to act recklessly without thinking, otherwise he wouldn't have managed to hide in the well and avoid the rat demon. Though he was unfamiliar with Huang Feng Mountain, he could tell from the expressions and tones of Old Fong and Old Yi that the rat demon there was formidable. Even the most powerful team leader in the county had to lead a large group of people. How could they, as newcomers who had only been training for a short while, be a match for those rat demons? As Li Chuang finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell into a heavy silence. Old Fong and Old Yi kept their heads down while Lin Shaoqi and the others wanted to say something to comfort Li Chuang, but didn't know what to say. Only Mu Yang remained calm, his tone steady. "Let's go." Seeing that Mu Yang did not mention the rat demons, Old Fong and Old Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shaoqi and the others thought Mu Yang was about to dismiss them, their expressions darkening as they silently prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. "If we move quickly, we should reach Li Family Village before noon." Mu Yang's tone remained calm, as if he were discussing a destination that wasn't a den of lurking demons, but rather a restaurant. "Team leader." Li Chuang looked up, tears in his eyes, his voice raised. Lin Shaoqi and the others also wore expressions of surprise. "What are you shouting for? Wash your face and lead the way." "Yes, team leader." Li Chuang nodded vigorously. As Mu Yang was about to leave the city to slay the demons, Old Yi seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, Old Fong stepped in and shook his head at him. "Do not question or challenge your superior's decisions, especially in front of so many people. If there is something you do not understand or feel is wrong, it is best to discuss it privately. This is Old Fang's survival tactic in the office." Mu Yang observed the small gestures of the two. Both Old Fong and Old Yi are seasoned veterans within the precinct. Their strength is not particularly outstanding, and their work abilities are average, but they have survived long enough to gain rich experience, especially when dealing with various trivial matters. Old Fong, go find Lu Shuli about the application to leave the city, and also request 3 good horses. Mu Yang said. Previously he was just a junior constable, and had no mount for traveling, relying solely on his legs. But times have changed. He has now been promoted to one of the 5 squad leaders of Qingxi County, and requesting a few horses for travel is no problem. Old Yi take Lin Xiaoqi and the others to familiarize themselves with the patrol tasks. Li Chuang go to the kitchen of the precinct and get some provisions. We'll meet at the south gate in 15 minutes. Mu Yang instructed. He did not plan to take everyone out of the city. Firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, having too many people would complicate travel. Taking Li Chuang was for guidance, and bringing Old Fong was purely to have him run errands and handle trivial matters. Yes, squad leader. After Old Fong and the others left, Mu Yang did not rush to leave the room, but instead laid the 4 martial arts manuals he had just received flat on the wooden table. Medium-grade martial arts dividing tendons and dislocating bones, iron cloth, shirt 100 shadows, flying needles. High-grade martial arts, dragon subduing and tiger taming blade technique. His current realm is the muscle and bone realm, having undergone the second tempering of his muscles. He has 3 equipment slots in total. 1 slot holds the corpse of a fox demon, while the other 2 slots contain dried pork, which has already been converted into permanent equipment. This means he currently has 2 empty equipment slots left. After some thought, Mu Yang stored dragon subduing and tiger taming blade technique and 100 shadows flying needles close to him. Since the second stage is the foundation of martial arts, it is naturally better to solidify it as much as possible. Dragon subduing and tiger taming blade technique is a high-grade martial art that can directly break through to the 3rd stage blood marrow realm once equipped, but he has already completed the second tempering of his muscles, only needing a final push to reach the second bone tempering. Instead of rushing to break through, it is better to complete the second bone tempering of the muscle and bone realm first. Moreover, with his current strength, he is not afraid of 3rd stage monsters at all. Furthermore, the second bone tempering may even provide additional strength. With this thought in mind, Mu Yang reached for the 2 medium-grade martial arts manuals dividing tendons and dislocating bones and iron cloth shirt, and silently recited in his heart. Equip dividing tendons and dislocating bones, iron cloth shirt. Ding. Dividing tendons and dislocating bones, iron cloth shirt have been equipped. In an instant, 2 sensations of intense heat similar in magnitude but originating from entirely different places exploded within his body. One force came from dividing tendons and dislocating bones, originating from the meridians of his arms, circulating throughout his body, with countless techniques concerning dislocating bones, capturing and severing tendons etched into his mind. The other force came from iron cloth shirt, emerging from the surface muscles of his skin, continuously honing his exterior like a smelting armor, making it increasingly tough. Mu Yang felt that with his current defensive power, let alone that standard constable's knife from the beginning, even the claws of a first-stage monster like Grey 9 would probably not be able to break through his defense. Crack! As the 2 medium-grade martial arts settled in, the powerful vitality began to wash over Mu Yang's already incredibly hard bones, producing a series of dull and crisp sounds. This was a sign of the second bone tempering. Having experienced the second muscle tempering before, Mu Yang did not show any surprise on his face this time. He simply closed his eyes and silently felt the changes within his body. The originally shimmering silver light on his surface gradually darkened, becoming closer to a metallic hue resembling a finely polished iron ingot. In just a moment, the vitality settled and the silver light dissipated. The second bone tempering was complete. Mu Yang opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and the sound from his knuckles was no longer a crisp crack, but a muffled roar akin to the clash of metal. 3,000 pounds. Completing the second bone tempering actually increased my strength by 3,000 pounds. Mu Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. This increase in strength is almost comparable to the change experienced when breaking through from the late blood marrow realm to the perfected blood marrow realm. His current single-arm strength has reached 8,500 pounds, with only 1,500 pounds left to reach the 10,000 pounds of perfected 3rd stage blood. I really wonder what kind of genius could achieve the second muscle and bone tempering on their own. Reflecting on the immense vitality required for the recent second bone tempering, Mu Yang secretly marveled. If it weren't for the unique effects of the equipment slots, he would never have imagined how to accumulate such an overwhelming amount of vitality. How much silver would that take, and how many medicinal herbs for replenishing vitality would be needed? However, on the other hand, if the boost from the second muscle and bone tempering is so terrifying, what about the third? The third muscle and bone tempering and the third bone tempering would probably easily surpass the 10,000 pounds of perfected blood marrow realm without the aid of monster corpses. But the second bone tempering already consumed all the vitality generated by the 2 medium-grade martial arts, and the third would require even more terrifying amounts of vitality. With his current number of equipment slots, he might not be able to handle it. It is likely that high-grade martial arts, or even higher-level monster corpses will be needed. Beef tendons, tiger bones, and what comes after that? Mu Yang murmured inwardly. After a moment, he finally strapped the Yuling broad blade to his waist and pushed the door open. At the south gate of the city, Old Fong, who had completed the application to leave the city early, was currently holding 3 tall horses waiting with Li Chuan. Squad leader, the application to leave the city has been completed. These 3 are the best relay horses from the precinct with excellent speed and endurance. Old Fong handed over the reins. Li Chuang has also squad leader. The application to leave the city has been completed. These three are the best relay horses from the precinct with excellent speed and endurance. Old Fong handed over the reins. Li Chuang has also prepared food and water. I checked, and there is enough for our round trip. Old Fong was very efficient handling all the paperwork for leaving the city and preparing supplies. Squad leader. Li Chuang also called out loudly, his voice trembling slightly. For a full 2 months he had been thinking about the arrival of this day and night. Mu Yang took the reins and mounted the horse. Let's set off. The three of them spurred their horses and galloped along the official road towards Li family village. The hooves of the horses kicked up dust as the trees on both sides rushed past. The road was sparsely populated, and occasionally a few travelers could be seen with bundles on their backs, all hurrying along, their faces filled with vigilance and unease. The three of them said nothing as they focused on their journey. With the assistance of the relay horses, they saw the outline of Li family village before noon. Like most villages surrounding Qingxi County, Li family village mainly focused on farming with mud and tile houses covered in thatch. From time to time a few old men could be seen working the fields with hoes. Strangely, not a single child was seen playing by the roadside. The speaker is a middle-aged man with a thin frame and dark skin. He wore an expression of disbelief on his face, and even rubbed his eyes vigorously with his rough hands. "It's me, Uncle Qi." Li Chuang dismounted, his voice trembling with excitement. "You can't be." The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Qi, seemed somewhat taken aback, stumbling over his words. He distinctly remembered that 2 months ago the village chief said that Li Chuang's family had perished at the hands of a beast with no survivors. That night Li Chuang recounted the events of that night, and when he mentioned the despicable actions of village chief, Li's eyes reddened slightly. Mu Yang silently watched the reunion between the uncle and nephew. However, he found it strange that when Li Chuang spoke of village chief, Uncle Qi showed little emotional reaction, merely sighing. This was quite unusual. The next moment, when Uncle Qi opened his mouth, Mu Yang understood. The whole village knows about Li Shoucai colluding with the beasts. On the day your family met with misfortune, your third uncle even said he would report to the authorities, but that very night his entire family was lost. Alas! Uncle Qi sighed deeply, his face filled with a numb despair. Those beasts. Li Chuang trembled with anger, his fists cracking from the pressure. In the midst of Li Chuang's fury, the old man beside Mu Yang, Old Fong, slightly twitched his nose and said in a low, serious voice, "Bantu, something's not right. There are Mu Yang nodded slightly. He also felt the presence of eyes watching them, but he couldn't pinpoint where. It seemed he would need to quickly arrange the 100 shadows flying needle after returning. This martial arts technique, besides using flying needles as a hidden weapon, also includes skills for concealment and reconnaissance, aiding him in combat in complex terrains like the wild. Oh, isn't that Li Chuang? Where have you been for the past 2 months? Why are you only returning today?" Just then a sinister voice came from afar. A middle-aged man dressed in a brocade jacket with a fat face and big ears was leisurely walking over with 2 sturdy men in coarse clothing. "Li Shoucai, you beast. Colluding with the monsters and harming the village, you won't die a good death." Seeing his enemy, Li Chuang's eyes blazed with fury. As soon as he recognized Li Shoucai approaching, Li Chuang immediately cursed loudly. If Old Fong hadn't given the order, he would have drawn his knife to kill the scoundrel on the spot. "You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly," Li Shoucai replied with a mocking smile, casually rebutting before directly bypassing Li Chuang to face Mu Yang, who wore a black uniform with red patterns. As the village head, he had some knowledge. He knew what this outfit represented. A Bantu of the capture team, clearly a martial artist of solid standing. "I am Li Shoucai, honored to be appointed as the village chief of Li family village by the Wang family. I did not expect your esteemed presence, and I apologize for the lack of proper greeting." Li Shoucai slightly cupped his hands, his words polite, but his expression was not very courteous. The underlying meaning was clear. "I am with the Wang family, so you better scram." Wang family. As soon as Li Shoucai spoke, Li Chuang and Old Feng's expressions changed at once. The name of the 3 major families in Qingxi County was well known, even to a rookie like Li Chuang, let alone an experienced man like Old Fong. Especially after seeing Li Shoucai's fearless demeanor, Old Fong secretly regretted. Had he known this matter would involve the Wang family, he would never have come along. It would have been much better to stay quietly in the capture team, playing cards and boasting while winning against Old Yi. He wondered what Bantu would do. The 3 major families are not entities that even Wu Kai and the big Bantu dare to provoke. A newly appointed Bantu, like Mu Yang, would probably have to swallow this dilemma. Swish! Just as Old Feng's thoughts were racing, the sound of a blade being unsheathed cut through the air, snapping him back to reality. As a silver light suddenly flashed by in the incredulous eyes of Old Fong, Li Chuang and Uncle Qi, Li Shoucai, who had just been boasting and feeling proud, was now suddenly decapitated, his head severed from his body. Warm blood splattered everywhere. "Stop babbling." Mu Yang casually shook off the blood droplets from the tip of his blade and sheathed his knife. "What strength do you have to pretend to be tough in front of me? Just a dog? Does he really think he is a person?" Gulpy. Li Chuang looked at the corpse of Li Shoucai, then glanced at the calm Mu Yang beside him, swallowing hard. Indeed, he hated Li Shoucai immensely, but when he heard that the man was backed by the Wang family, he had to admit that he felt fear and hesitation in his heart, even considering whether to endure for the time being and retreat to cultivate for a few more years before addressing it later. Unexpectedly, his own band too was ruthless and spoke little, directly executing the traitor. It was simply magnificent. At that moment, the midday sun shone down, seemingly casting a golden glow upon Mu Yang. Li Chuang felt that if there were really deities in this world, they would surely be as dazzling as this band. You killed someone. It wasn't until Li Shikai's head rolled on the ground that the two sturdy men standing behind him finally reacted. The two thugs who had followed Li Shoucai in oppressing the villagers had never seen someone like Mu Yang who could kill without a second thought, and they panicked, shrinking back and wanting to turn and flee. Mu Yang couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance, simply waving his hand casually. You two handle them. Li Chuang nodded. Old Fang also regained his senses and approached helplessly. At this point, he could only follow orders. He hoped that Li Shoucai was just boasting and did not truly have ties to the Wang family. He wasn't ready to die yet. However, just as Old Fang and Li Chuang were about to move forward to subdue the two sturdy men, a chilling sensation suddenly washed over them. Boy, you dare to kill my man. You've got some guts. A cold voice echoed. Old Fang and Li Chuang stiffened and turned to look. They saw a huge rat demon, its fur sleek and oily, squatting on a thick old tree. Its massive body, strong arms, and a pair of claws glinting with dark cold light. Its mouth curled into a grin revealing sharp fangs, and its green eyes fixated intently on Mu Yang. Just one glance, and Li Chuang recognized the identity of this rat demon. It was the very enemy that had devoured his entire family that night. A second-tier rat demon. Old Fang looked at the rat demon, whose height was nearly 1.5 times that of an ordinary man, and his face turned pale, in an instant, his voice trembling. It's over, this is completely over. If offending the Wang family still offered a glimmer of hope, encountering a second-tier rat demon was absolutely a death sentence. Had he known that the monster in Li family village was a second-tier rat demon, even if Mu Yang had set him up, he would have never come along. My life is over. Not only was Old Fang scared, but Li Chuang was also trembling all over, his legs somewhat weak. Clearly the enemy was his foe, yet facing its ferocious aura, he felt shamefully fearful once again. What made him even more anxious was Old Fang's earlier words. A second-tier rat demon. This rat demon was actually a second tier. Li Chuang was unclear about the relationship between the size of a monster and its strength. He only knew that the monster Mu Yang had slain yesterday was a first tier, while this rat demon was a second tier. In terms of martial arts levels, it was the difference between the flesh realm and the bone realm, a difference between someone like him, a rookie, and Wu Kai, the head of the class. There was simply no comparison. It was all because of his eagerness for revenge that he had implicated the exceptionally talented Mu Ban too. Watching the rat demon slowly jump down from the tree and step toward Mu Yang, Li Chuang gritted his teeth, and until the pain brought him back to reality, he fiercely gripped his long knife and stood in front. Bantu, you must run or I'll hold it off. His voice trembled, fear etched on his face, yet his steps were resolute. Even knowing he was walking to his own death, he could not bear to watch Mu Bantu die here, because of his recklessness and personal grudge. This kid, looking at Li Chuang standing in front of him, Mu Yang was initially taken aback, then the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. This foolish child, yet so kind-hearted. Ha ha ha, run. Where can you run to? Observing the pretense of deep feelings before death, the rat demon Grey 5 looked even more mocking. However, the next second his smile abruptly ceased. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted suddenly. Just moments before, Mu Yang, who had been protected by Li Chuang, suddenly gripped the hilt of the Yuling wide blade with great force and stepped forward at a speed that was nearly imperceptible. The complete dragon-slaying blade technique was unleashed with all its might. The broad blade, carrying immense force, sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound. The blade's light, like a silken thread, surged forward with an unstoppable ferocity, striking fiercely at Grey 5. The blade was blinding, and the mockery on Grey 5's face instantly transformed into terror. It never expected that this seemingly young law enforcer possessed such terrifying strength. It attempted to dodge, but realized it was utterly unable to evade, hastily raising its arms to block with its sturdy rat claws. Crack! With a crisp sound, as Li Chuang looked on with the realization of his impending death, the blade past the claws broke, and the head flew. The scorching demon blood sprayed everywhere as the massive demon body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a second-tier rat demon. Equipping the fox demon corpse meets the conditions for permanent fixation. This equipment has been permanently fixed. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a second-tier rat demon. Equipping flesh-splitting hand meets the conditions for permanent fixation. This equipment has been permanently fixed. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a second-tier rat demon. Equipping iron cloth shirt meets the conditions for permanent fixation. This equipment has been permanently fixed. Current number of available equipment slots 3. The sound of equipment fixation echoed in Mu Yang's mind, but he paid little heed, merely shaking his wrist and flicking the blood off his blade, as he had done after slaying Li Shoutsai. Then he strolled over to Li Chuang, patted his shoulder, which was stiff from excessive tension and fear, and spoke in a calm tone. "You have great spirit, I have faith in you." The midday sun poured down on the village entrance, which should have been a scene of bustling harmony, yet at this moment, it was eerily silent, with the sound of a falling pin audible. A few farmers stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. Old Fong looked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place with his eyes wide open. Moments ago his heart was filled with despair, thoughts of regret for the past. My life is over and my wife is in danger. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the situation underwent a complete turn of 360 degrees. A terrifying second-tier rat demon just collapsed like that. It seemed that the head of the herding team had only taken one strike. Truly frightening. The drastic ups and downs of emotions made one's body weaken instantly, and that was exactly how Li Chuang felt. The long knife, tightly gripped in his hand, fell to the ground, and after being patted on the shoulder by Mu Yang, he lost his balance and sat down on the ground. He stared at Mu Yang's tall figure, then glanced at the decapitated rat demon on the ground, completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been thinking of desperately holding back the demon to buy time for Mu Yang to escape. As it turned out, the head of the herding team hadn't even needed a second strike. Under the sunlight, a gentle breeze brushed by, causing Mu Yang's dark black constable attire to flutter in the wind. For a brief moment, Li Chuang truly felt that the legendary immortals must look just clean up and return to the city. Mu Yang's voice rang out, and only then did Li Chuang and Old Fong awaken from their daze and regain their senses. Equipable item: Rat Demon Corpse, complete rank, second tier. Equipment effect: strengthened physique, gains a slight enhancement, overall improvements in physical strength, stamina, and reaction speed. Vitality Surge, total vitality, gains a slight enhancement. Keen sense of smell, blue sense of smell, gains a slight enhancement, allowing clear distinction of various surrounding scents. When she condenses at the tip of the nose, the sense of smell can gain a more significant permanent solidification condition. Equip this item for 10 days, or during the time this item is equipped, kill any second tier or above beast. As Li Chuang and Old Fong used a large burlap bag to gather the corpse, Mu Yang glanced at the panel information of the rat demon. To his surprise, besides the standard entries for strengthened physique and vitality surge, there was actually a quality entry that reached blue. Keen sense of smell, an entry that can enhance the sense of smell. No wonder this rat demon appeared at the village entrance so quickly. It must have sensed the smell, and once he returned to equip the rat demon corpse and acquired this ability along with equipping the 100 Shadows flying needle, he would be able to face the lurking enemies with greater composure. After the two packed up the corpses of Li Shoutsai, and the rat demon, Mu Yang did not linger. In the grateful and awed gazes of Li Chuang's Uncle Qi and others, he rode the courier horse towards the city. When the three arrived outside the city, the sky had already been tinted with a fiery red. This twilight, neither fully dark nor light, was the busiest time inside the city. After a day of toil, the townsfolk would call on a few friends during this time, have a drink, or buy some food, rushing home to reunite with their wives and children. Wang Erniu was one of them. Though he hailed from one of the three prominent families, he was merely a descendant of a marginal branch lacking anything substantial beyond his surname. Fortunately, relying on the Wang family's reputation, he barely managed to secure a job as a city gate guard. He earned little, but thanks to the Wang family's status, he still managed to line his pockets. "Brother Wang, after our shift ends, do you want to go to the Yihong courtyard for a drink? I heard there are new girls tonight." A guard beside Wang Erniu laughed. The Yihong courtyard is similar to the Qingxiang building, but compared to the extravagant Qingxiang building, the Yihong courtyard is much more down to earth. Drinking, enjoying dances, and spending a night there costs. New girls. That's splendid. I love new girls the most, they have such a fragrant scent. Ugh. Wang Erniu chuckled, reminiscing about something, only to be suddenly hit by a foul, rotten smell in his nostrils. Who dares to defile the streets in front of the city guards? Damn. Wang Erniu intended to show off, but when he looked up, he couldn't help but shudder. A demon's head. A massive rat demon head, far larger than a normal human head, was now glaring at him with its green, gleaming eyes. A demon. The guard next to Wang Erniu was equally startled by this scene, instinctively tightening his grip on the wooden spear. Although they had often heard rumors of demons outside the city, it was their first time witnessing one. Had it not been for the rat demon's corpse on a courier horse, they would have likely been too terrified to crawl back into the city. Mu Constable. The other guards nearby were also startled, looking at Mu Yang and his companions riding towards them, revealing expressions of disbelief. Many among them recognized Mu Yang. A newcomer who had only recently become a constable had actually slain a demon. From the looks of it, he was the leader. "Did you do this?" someone cautiously asked. Mu Yang slightly nodded, while Old Fong with keen insight remarked, "A rat demon appeared in Li's village, and fortunately our head constable Mu arrived in time, preventing disaster and saving the lives of the entire village." Old Fong, though lacking in strength and courage, was skilled in reading the atmosphere. He naturally would not miss this opportunity to flatter Mu Yang and boost his reputation. Wow, it really was Constable Mu who killed it. Head Constable Mu is amazing. Such a large rat demon must have been terrifying while alive. The guards around and the nearby merchants all displayed astonished expressions, murmuring among themselves. Seeing the awe and admiration on their faces, Li Chuang puffed out his chest with the guards around and the nearby merchants all displayed astonished expressions, murmuring among themselves. Seeing the awe and Mu Yang, however, showed little reaction. He simply dismounted calmly, then led Li Chuang and Old Fong towards the city. Brother Yang, great hero, have a pancake. Just a short distance away, a chubby little boy ran over with a freshly baked pancake in his hands. Not far behind him was a slightly hunched old man with a wrinkled face. This was the boy's grandfather, also Mu Yang's neighbor, surnamed Fong, who specialized in selling pancakes that Mu Yang had eaten since childhood. Thank you, Mu Yang smiled as he accepted the pancake from the boy and ruffled his hair. Brother Yang, I also want to become a powerful constable like you in the future. The little boy with his bright sparkling eyes said cheerfully, even tiptoeing to curiously glance at the rat demon's corpse a few times. After taking a look, he didn't even give Mu Yang a chance to pull out a coin and quickly dashed back to his grandfather. Mu Yang was taken aback and then smiled and nodded at the pancake vendor. A pancake isn't worth much, but this feeling is quite unique. After sharing one pancake each with Old Fong and Li Chuang, Mu Yang said, Old Fong, you and Li Chuang take Li Shikai's corpse to the constabulary first. Head, should we tell the truth? Li Shikai's collusion with the rat demon was minor, but it involved the Wang family, which was significant. Old Fong was uncertain about Mu Yang's intentions and could only ask. Just tell the truth, Mu Yang replied. Times have changed. After completing the second round of muscle and bone strengthening, and with a second-tier demon corpse in hand, he had nearly achieved the strength comparable to a perfected blood marrow realm. Though the Wang family had a great reputation, it was ultimately limited to Qingxi County. According to what Wu Kai said, neither the government office nor the three prominent families had any fourth-tier warriors. In other words, he was now one of the top combat forces in the county and had no fear of the Wang family. He could use Li Shoucai as an excuse to test the Wang family's reaction. It would be best if they took the initiative. This way he could reluctantly retaliate in self-defense. By the time he returned to the small courtyard, the dark sky had completely turned black. Mu Yang threw the bound corpse of the rat demon onto the ground and closed the courtyard door behind him. The silvery moonlight spilled down, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Mu Yang did not rush to light the lamp, but instead walked over to the headless corpse of the rat demon using the moonlight. Equip rat demon corpse. Ding. Rat demon corpse has been equipped. White text, robust physique loading. Arm strength, 1,000 pounds. His total strength reached 9,500 pounds. At the same time, the white text vitality surging activated simultaneously. In an instant, a familiar warm current surged from his limbs. Mu Yang closed his eyes, skillfully guiding this newly born vitality towards his already toughened veins. Indeed, Mu Yang was preparing to attempt the third, although Wu Kai only mentioned that there were 2 attempts at muscle tempering. Since there was a second attempt, there could be a third. After all, it wouldn't hurt to try. Soon, under Mu Yang's guidance, the vitality began to gradually wrap around the veins, attempting to polish them. The good news was that the third muscle tempering could indeed be performed. The bad news was that the vitality provided by the mere second-tier demon corpse was merely a drop in the bucket compared to what was needed for the third muscle tempering. The overwhelming vitality that could allow an average martial artist new to the muscle and bone realm to directly break through to the bone tempering stage after surging into the veins seemed to disappear without a trace. After just a few breaths, all the vitality brought by the rat demon corpse was completely consumed. It was evident that the vitality required for the third muscle tempering was exorbitantly high. If the total amount of vitality required for the first muscle tempering was 1, and for the second muscle tempering was 3, then the vitality needed for the third muscle tempering alone would be at least 4. The vitality required for the third bone tempering would be even greater. Relying solely on a second-tier demon corpse would be quite challenging. After all, his equipment slots could only hold 3 items. Even with 2 more second-tier demon corpses, the total vitality would still be insufficient. Unless it was a third-tier demon corpse or a superior martial art. With this in mind, Mu Yang did not hesitate to take out the superior martial art dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique he had equipable item dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique, superior martial art rank, 3rd tier equipment, effect perfect mastery of the dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique reaches perfection. Blade technique affinity blue slightly increases affinity for blade type martial arts and accelerates the training speed of blade type martial arts. Equipable item dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique, superior martial art rank, 3rd tier equipment, effect perfect mastery of the entries for the dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique were not many, only 2, and the effects were quite standard. However, Mu Yang did not care. All he needed was the vitality boost that came from equipping this martial art. Equip dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique. Ding. Dragon subduing tiger suppressing blade technique has been equipped. Boom. As various exquisite blade techniques appeared in his mind, a hot torrent far exceeding any previous experience erupted from Mu Yang's limbs like a volcanic explosion. This time it was no longer a gentle stream, but a powerful river bursting its banks. It was several times stronger than the vitality gained from the dragon's subduing blade technique and the iron cloth shirt combined. Without any hesitation, Mu Yang immediately controlled the vitality to begin muscle tempering. Under the repeated refining of large amounts of vitality, every inch of his veins trembled, contracted, and expanded, becoming more resilient and elastic than before. The veins, which had originally emitted a dark silver sheen, turned even deeper in color, until a low bowstring-like sound resonated. The dark silver hue completely faded, revealing a faint golden glow. The third muscle tempering success. Mu Yang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed across his starkly contrasting black and white eyes. The third muscle tempering, which consumed a large amount of vitality, indeed yielded a strength increase that was double that of the second muscle tempering, adding a solid 2,000 pounds. This caused Mu Yang's one-arm strength to directly exceed 10,000 pounds, reaching 11,500 pounds. His strength was even more formidable than that of a third-tier martial artist at peak blood marrow realm. One could only wonder how much the strength increase would be upon completing the third bone tempering. To complete 3 muscle temperings required a superior martial art and the vitality from a second-tier demon corpse. Hence the vitality needed for 3 bone temperings would certainly be even greater. Mu Yang silently sighed in his heart. The vitality consumed for the second bone tempering was double that for the second muscle tempering, so the third bone tempering would likely be double that of the third muscle tempering. In other words, to complete the 3 bone temperings, he would need at least 2 superior martial arts along with 2 second-tier demon corpses or 2 medium-tier martial arts. No, considering he only had 3 equipment slots, he would need 3 superior martial arts or 3 third-tier demon corpses. The demand was a bit overwhelming. It's a pity that the same martial art cannot be equipped multiple times, Mu Yang thought regretfully. The same martial art, or rather the same type of equipment, cannot be equipped more than once. It's a pity that the same martial art cannot be equipped multiple times, Mu Yang thought regretfully. The same martial art, or rather the same type of equipment, cannot be equipped more than once. He thought he could take advantage of a loophole, but when he mentally equipped it, there was no response at all. Clearly the same type of equipment, at least the same martial art, can only be equipped once. For this, Mu Yang felt a twinge of regret, but did not dwell on it. It was just a martial art. At worst, he could exchange it directly after completing his achievements tomorrow. Returning to his thoughts, Mu Yang took out the book 100 Shadows Flying Needles and equipped it. Countless notes on selecting flying needles, techniques for launching flying needles, concealing breath before action, and reconnaissance tracking flooded into his mind. Coupled with the keen sense of smell entry gained from the rat demon corpse, Mu Yang felt that he had complete mastery over the slightest movements within 100 meters. If he were to return to the entrance of Li Village now, he would not need to wait for the rat demon to strike. He could directly locate its position and take the initiative. At this point, all 3 of Mu Yang's equipment slots were filled. To equip anything further, he would either need to slay a demon or wait for time to pass. If only a third-tier demon appeared in my courtyard right now, Mu Yang thought greedily after neatly storing the rat demon's head. Such an outrageous thing was of course impossible. Meanwhile, outside Qingxi County, in the Huangfeng Mountain 100 miles away from Huangjia Village and Lijia Village, lush trees covered the hills, and at one cave entrance a century-old ancient tree was rooted. Strangely, the ancient tree was flourishing, yet there were few signs of animal activity around. Under the chilling moonlight, the lush, ancient trees appeared particularly eerie. If Mu Yang, who had loaded the keen sense of smell, were here, he would surely detect the pungent scent of demon beasts wafting from within the cave. This was the lair of the ruler of Huangfeng Mountain, King Huangfeng. At this moment, several tall figures resembling the 2 rat demons Mu Yang had slain were conversing at the cave entrance. Second brother, it's been 2 days and nights, and there's still no news from little Gio. Old 5 seems to have been down the mountain for several days as well. These 2 troublesome ones, it's almost time for father's birthday, yet they're running around everywhere. The rat demon referred to as the second brother frowned slightly. Forget it'll go down the mountain to inquire at the Wang family. These 2 fools are probably addicted to meat and forgot to come home. After saying this, he slipped into the darkness and vanished from sight. The next day in the morning, Mu Yang arrived punctually at the county office carrying a burlap bag containing the head of a rat demon. As he entered the capture room, he saw Lao Feng and Li Chuang among others guarding the place. After the battle at Li Family Village yesterday, both men were thoroughly convinced of Mu Yang's abilities, especially Li Chuang, who now looked at Mu Yang as if he were a deity. Upon hearing about Mu Yang's achievements, Lao Yi and Lin Shaoqi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Head, you're here. Good morning, head. Mu Yang nodded. Has the matter with Li Shoucai been resolved? It's been taken care of as per your instructions. We reported it truthfully. Lao Feng quickly added. However, Lu Shuli mentioned that it involves the Wang family, and he specifically asked me to tell you to visit him today if you have time. Mu Yang nodded and carrying the rat demon's head walked towards Lu Shuli's office. Today Lu Shuli was not hunched over his desk as usual, but was standing at the office door looking around. Upon seeing Mu Yang with a burlap bag, a smile immediately spread across Lu Shuli's face as he hurried over. Head Mu, have you slain another demon? Yes, I dispatched a second-tier rat demon that I encountered in Li Family Village yesterday. Mu Yang's tone was calm as if he were discussing the slaughter of a mere chick rather than a man-eating demon. Seeing Mu Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Shuli's smile broadened. Wonderful, wonderful. Head Mu is young and accomplished, truly a blessing for Qingxi County. Saying this, he warmly pulled Mu Yang inside and quickly filled out a reward of 600 merit points for him. According to the rules, slaying a second-tier demon earns 500 merit points, but since you've guarded Li Family Village, I'm giving you an extra 100. There was nothing to say about the merit points for slaying demons. However, Mu Yang was surprised to receive merit points for guarding Li Family Village. But he was not being modest. The more merit points, the better. 600 points were enough for him to exchange for 2 high-grade martial arts. This immediately resolved 2/3 of the energy blood needed for his third bone tempering. Congratulations. The merit has already been recorded, Head Mu. Do you have time next? Yesterday, Lord Zhou Heng, our county constable, wanted to meet this young talent of ours. Zhou Heng, the county constable. Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. The county magistrate, county deputy, and county constable are the 3 highest positions in Qingxi. Among them, except for the county magistrate, who is an outsider, the county deputy and county constable are both locals of Qingxi County. The county deputy's position is held by the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the 3 prominent families. As for county constable Zhou Heng, he is not one of the 3 prominent families, but is still a powerful local force. But why would he seek me out? Is it simply because he appreciates me and wants to win me over? Mu Yang was uncertain, but didn't dwell on it. With his current strength, he was confident in protecting himself in Qingxi County. Before I go, may I first exchange for some martial arts? After a moment's thought, Mu Yang asked. If Zhou Heng harbored any hostility towards him, he could simply take his exchanged martial arts and leave, returning after mastering them for revenge. If he did not, then it would save him another trip. Exchange for martial arts. Lu Shuli was taken aback. Didn't you exchange for several martial arts just the day before yesterday? Why would you need to exchange again? Is this some kind of obsession with collecting martial arts? You can't possibly learn several martial arts in a day and then want to learn new ones, can you? That would be absurd. Of course you can. Lu Shuli was puzzled but did not think too much of it. He simply smiled and handed Mu Yang the martial arts exchange catalog. Mu Yang took the catalog and went straight to the section on high-grade martial arts. Even in Qingxi County's inventory, the number of high-grade martial arts was limited. Including the dragon subduing and tiger suppressing blade technique he had already exchanged, there were only 5 in total. They were the high-grade spear technique, coiling snake spear, the high-grade sword technique, clear breeze sword, the high-grade fist and foot technique, iron sand palm, and 1 high-grade horizontal practice martial art cup. Each of these techniques not only has skill, but also enhances energy blood. After some thought, Mu Yang directly exchanged for the most expensive copper skin technique and the cheapest iron sand palm. The former was worth 330 merit points, 30 more than dragon subduing and tiger suppressing blade technique, while the latter only required 260 merit points, making it the cheapest. The other 2 techniques were comparable to dragon subduing and tiger suppressing blade technique, each costing 300 merit points. Seeing that Mu Yang had completed his selection, Lu Shuli immediately turned to fetch the books from the storeroom. After a moment, he handed 2 yellowed stitched books to Mu Yang. Mu Yang carefully examined the panels of information for the 2 martial arts. Iron Sand Palm, being the cheapest high-grade martial art, had only 2 entries, both of which were white, one for perfection and the other for increased speed of training in palm techniques. On the other hand, Copper Skin technique had quite decent entries. In addition to perfection and compatibility with horizontal practice, increased speed of martial arts training, it also had an extra force release effect. Copper Skin Blue significantly enhances the force release effect, reducing the impact of attacks on internal organs. It's a pity that there is no space in the equipment bar right now, otherwise Mu Yang would have liked to see how much defensive enhancement the high-grade horizontal practice martial art would provide, and whether it could withstand attacks from second-tier or even third-tier demons. Head Mu, please follow me. After obtaining the martial arts, Lu Shuli led Mu Yang deeper into the county office. The county office of Qingxi was not very large, and soon the 2 arrived at the county constable's office. Zhou Heng was a middle-aged man with a short beard, dressed in a deep blue official robe. His thick eyebrows were knitted together, creating deep furrows on his forehead, giving him a faintly troubled and weary expression. Lord Zhou, this is the Mu Yang you wanted to see, Head Mu, Lu Shuli stepped forward to say. Hearing Mu Yang's name, Zhou Heng's tightly knitted brows instantly relaxed as he looked up. Wonderful, wonderful. No doubt a person of Qingxi County, so spirited and remarkably talented. Zhou Heng stood up and walked over, praising him as he approached. You're too kind, Lord Zhou. Mu Yang was quite humble. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Heng enthusiastically pulled Mu Yang to sit aside and instructed Lu Shuli to serve tea, preparing the best tea. When Lu Shuli brought over the tea tray, Mu Yang merely accepted it, placing it gently on the table, without drinking. After being poisoned several times in succession, he no longer touched anything from strangers. If Lord Zhou has something to say, please feel free to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Heng did not mind. After sipping his tea, he began, Head Mu, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know about the demon-slaying division of our great Jing? I have heard of it. That's good. I've also heard about your achievements, Head Mu. Your martial arts talent is exceptional, and your sense of justice in slaying demons for the people makes you a pillar of strength. I wonder if you have any thoughts on joining the demon-slaying division. Of course I do, Mu Yang nodded. Qingxi County is too small. Even the highest-tier martial arts stored there are only of the high grade. To acquire higher-tier martial arts, he certainly needed to venture out. Given the circumstances of the Great Jing Dynasty, there were not many ways to escape from a small county. One could either study to take the imperial examination, join the government, and wait for recommendations from superiors, or enlist in the military to guard the borders and gain promotions through combat. Studying was too difficult, and the military was not convenient for utilizing equipment. Thus, seeking recommendations from superiors was one of Mu Yang's few options. He originally thought of slaying demons to enhance his cultivation and build a reputation before applying to be transferred to the county office in the prefecture, and then finding a chance to see if he could join the demon-slaying division. Unexpectedly, there was an opportunity to jump straight into it. The demon-slaying division, a department named for slaying demons, would ensure that he would never lack for demons to hunt once he joined. Excellent. Head Mu is truly a prodigy of Qingxi County, possessing extraordinary courage. Zhou Heng exclaimed. Lu Shuli immediately draft a letter in my name accurately detailing Head Mu's situation and send it to the demon-slaying division in the prefecture. Previously, he had already asked Lu Shuli to write a recommendation letter. But at that time, Mu Yang had only slain a first-tier demon, which could not compare to the shock brought by his killing 2 second-tier demons now. Moreover, the better the achievements, the more it demonstrated Mu Yang's high talent, which would attract the attention of the demon-slaying division, and the sooner they would come addressing the hidden dangers posed by the 3 prominent families. Yes, Lord Zhou. Lu Shuli bowed and stepped back. The room was left with only Mu Yang and Zhou Heng. Thank you for the recommendation, Lord Zhou. Mu Yang was unsure why Zhou Heng wanted to help him, but it didn't matter. Being able to join the demon-slaying division directly was much faster than his own struggles. Zhou Heng waved his hand, his smile receding, replaced by a serious expression. Head Mu, you need not be polite. What I do today is also for my own benefit. As he spoke, Zhou Heng sighed. Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. This posture seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't this a classic tactic of first giving benefits, and then lamenting to make someone willingly work? Zhou Heng did not know that Mu Yang had seen through his tactic. He just continued in a deep voice, regarding the matter of you slaying the village chief of Li family village yesterday, although it was done properly, and justly he did ally with the Wang family, and if you had already joined the demon-slaying division, they would naturally not dare to act. But now the letter is still on its way, so for the time being you should be cautious, and try not to leave the city easily, just in case. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang understood. Zhou Heng's intention was to draw the enmity of the Wang family towards him. He did not know what enmity Zhou Heng had with the Wang family, but he certainly had his own. Perhaps he could use Zhou Heng's influence to strike against the Wang family justifiably. After some thought, Mu Yang did not make it explicit, but instead fell silent for a moment before suddenly looking up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lord Zhou, if the Wang family attempts to make a move against me within the city, can I retaliate? After some thought, Mu Yang did not make it explicit, but instead fell silent for a moment before suddenly looking up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lord Zhou, if the Wang family attempts to make a move against me within the... As for retaliating, that would definitely be possible. Ideally, they could wipe out the entire Wang family. Of course, Zhou Heng was merely thinking this. After all, the Wang family was a prominent family in Qingxi County, and if they were to be exterminated in one night, it would certainly be a significant event that could stir the prefecture, implicating the entire upper echelons of Qingxi County. Head Mu can rest assured and take action. Even if 1 or 2 of the Wang family members are lost, I can still handle it, Zhou Heng said with a smile. He merely thought that Mu Yang, being young and vigorous, could not tolerate the Wang family's tyranny. Upon further reflection, it was actually quite beneficial for Mu Yang to take action. The bigger the commotion, the more flaws the Wang family would expose, making it easier to attract the attention of the demon-slaying division. With Lord Zhou's words, I can rest assured, Mu Yang smiled subtly. Since the county constable had said so, the following matters would be easier to handle. He had been contemplating how to find a legitimate reason to trouble the Wang family. Now it was all set. He had both a reason to act and a powerful ally to back him. What he needed to do next was to complete the 3rd bone tempering and ensure that when the time came to act, not a single one would escape. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Wang family manor, within a sealed underground chamber, thick stone doors remained tightly shut, and the air hung heavy with the pungent stench of blood and a faint, eerie aura of... At the chamber's center sat an elderly man with snow-white hair, cross-legged in meditation. The patriarch of the Wang clan, one of Qingxi County's 3 great families, and concurrently serving as the county's Jinshi magistrate Wang Rudong. At that moment crimson chi surged violently around him, entwined with wisps of jet black, Yao energy merging into a grotesque, ominous maroon hue, sinister beyond measure. Huff. After a long silence, Wang Rudong exhaled a thick, turbid breath. The churning blood chi and faint Yao energy withdrew entirely into his body. He opened his eyes, briefly flashing a streak of scarlet before it vanished like smoke. Still not quite there? Breaking through to the fourth tier chi condensation realm truly proves arduous. Alas, the blood pills are exhausted. He murmured softly, his voice thick with regret at standing on the threshold, yet failing to cross. Just then the shadows in the chamber rippled unnaturally. From the gloom emerged a rat Yao, taller even than Grey 9 and Grey 5, stepping forth without a whisper. "Ah, Lord Grey 2 graces us in person. What business brings you to my humble abode?" Wang Rudong rose, recognizing the visitor. Grey 2, the second son of Huangfeng Mountain's Lord Huangfeng and one of only 2 third-tier offspring under his father's banner, excelled in stealth and served as the sole messenger between Lord Huangfeng and his allies. Indeed, all blood pills required for Wang Rudong's cultivation of the Yao blood external art had been delivered by Grey 2. "My 2 younger brothers have vanished without trace. Find them." His voice, coarse and gravelly, carried the weight of command, not request, laced with palpable irritation. Wang Rudong's brows flickered slightly. Saying nothing, he simply acquiesced, and led Grey 2 out of the chamber into his study, summoning the venerable steward, lately absorbed in digesting the blood pills, and striving to break through to the fourth-tier chi condensation realm. Wang Rudong had remained in seclusion. All external affairs fell under steward Wang Fu's careful oversight. "Master." Lord Grey 2, clad in brocaded robes, the aged steward bowed deeply, face reverent. "Old Fu, investigate recent developments both inside and outside the county, especially any signs of Yao activity. 3 nights ago, under cover of darkness, a first-tier rat Yao attacked Huang Chungawe village, head of Huang village. Huang perished, yet the Yao was slain by Magistrate's Constable Mu Yang." Wang Rudong merely waved his hand dismissively. "No need to hand them over. Recite them aloud." At first the reports were trivial, mere trifles, until the timeline reached the past 3 days when the tone shifted abruptly. 3 nights ago, under cover of darkness, a first-tier rat Yao attacked Huang Chungawe village, head of Huang village. Huang perished, yet the Yao was slain by Magistrate's Constable Mu Yang. His merit points have been duly recorded. The next day, he was promoted to squad leader. 2 nights ago, squad leader Mu Yang of the magistrate's office slew a second-tier fox Yao at Xiangqing Pavilion. Merit points registered. Yesterday at noon, a squad leader Mu Yang of the 5th squad slew a second-tier rat Yao in Li village. Casualties included village head Li Shouzai and 2 of his tenant farmers. Merit points logged this morning. As steward Wang Fu spoke, Grey 2's expression darkened, layer upon layer. Until unable to contain himself, he slammed his fist onto the lacquered desk before him. Crack! The desk splintered, shards flew in all directions. Even Wang Rudong's composure wavered, astonishment flickering deep within his gaze. He had secluded himself for barely a week. How had so much transpired? Who is this Mu Yang? Before Wang Rudong could speak, Grey 2 had already blurred forward, appearing before steward Wang Fu, his emerald eyes locked onto the old man with lethal intensity. He is a newly appointed constable. Only joined 3 months ago. Wang Fu stammered, terrified of sharing the desk's fate. A new constable. Both Grey 2 and Wang Rudong froze, momentarily stunned. No wonder the name rang no bells. Yet, how could a novice possibly slay second-tier Yao? "Old Fu, can these reports be verified? Is there any possibility of merit fraud?" Wang Rudong asked. Merit fraud referred to falsely claiming another's deeds. Since merit points could not be transferred, signs of influential families sometimes assigned credit to their heirs, paving their way upward. "Master, this is absolutely certain. This young man is the adopted son of a veteran constable in the county, now utterly alone with no kin or patronage. Moreover, yesterday when Mu Yang returned from Li village, he dragged the corpses of Lord Grey 2's brothers through the city gate. Guards and merchants alike witnessed it, and incidentally the gate sentries were our own Wang clansmen." Wang Fu said, "Go." Wang Rudong began, but Grey 2 roared, "Bring him here, now." Wang Fu stole a glance at Wang Rudong's impassive face. Receiving a slight nod, he withdrew. Moments later, a young man clad in the uniform of a city gate guard entered, trembling, escorted by steward Wang Fu. It was Wang Erniu, the very guard who had stood watch at the gate yesterday. Upon entering the study, he glimpsed Wang Rudong seated solemnly, and before he could utter a greeting, the world blurred. A hulking frame, thick coarse fur, eyes glowing with sickly green light, and, rising like a tide, a familiar nauseating stench. "Yao Bing!" Wang Erniu shrieked, his soul fleeing his body, as his knees buckled, and he collapsed prostrate on the floor. "Wang Erniu, compose yourself. This is our honored guest, Lord Grey 2. He has questions for you. Answer truthfully without hesitation." Steward Wang Fu barked sharply. Hearing this, Wang Erniu shakily rose. Gray 2 stepped forward, looming over him, voice glacial. The rat Yao you saw yesterday. Did he resemble me? Wang Erniu nodded frantically. Eyes, identical, green eyes, sharp fangs, and yellow fur. Excellent. A cruel, ravenous smile split Gray 2's muzzle. Then in a flash he lunged, claws extended. Schlick. His talons pierced Wang Erniu's chest, ripping through flesh and bone, and tore out his still-beating heart. Steward Wang Fu recoiled in shock, unprepared for such sudden violence. Wang Rudong remained utterly still, face unreadable, neither angered nor startled. Fewer souls privy to our alliance is always better. Consider this a favor. No thanks necessary. Gray 2 shoved the pulsing organ into his mouth and chewed slowly, juices glistening on his fangs. Without awaiting Wang Rudong's reply, he tossed over his shoulder, that boy. I'll deal with him tonight. See to it the whispers die quietly, then dissolved into shadow, gone. Silence descended upon the study, thick, suffocating. Old Fu, dispose of this. Yes, master. Once Wang Fu departed, Wang Rudong rose slowly, and turned his gaze toward the window. A pack of uncouth, bestial fools. A mist of blood-tinged Yao energy coiled around him like a living storm. He understood perfectly, the warning embedded in Gray 2's brutality. Yet for now Lord Huangfeng still served a purpose. Once Wang Rudong shattered through to the fourth-tier Qi condensation realm, he would personally wrench that ancient fiend's skull from his shoulders. Elsewhere, blissfully unaware he had drawn Gray 2's murderous attention, Mu Yang had just taken his leave from Zhou. Thereafter he assembled his 6 subordinates, some patrolled assigned routes, others gathered intelligence. Reports of Yao sightings were exceedingly rare. By day's end, aside from minor neighborhood disputes, nothing noteworthy occurred. Such quiet was in fact expected. Had Yao appearances been common, Mu Yang would not have served as a constable for so long before encountering his first. Squad leader, shall we drink at Yihong Pavilion tonight? Old Feng asked. Men of their station couldn't afford Xiangqing Pavilion, so they settled for Yihong's modest pleasures. You go ahead. After the incident with Humei at Xiangqing Pavilion, Mu Yang had no desire, however fleeting, to return to such places. After duty ended, Mu Yang left the yamen, bought a fragrant roasted chicken, and strolled leisurely down the alley toward his small courtyard. Suddenly, a faint, acrid scent of blood laced with decay drifted into his nostrils. Yao! A spark of keen anticipation flared in Mu Yang's eye. Truly, seeking high and low yielded naught, yet fortune arrived unbidden. Yesterday he'd wondered if any Yao might wander into his net. Today, left hand holding the roasted chicken, right hand resting lightly on the hilt of his Yuling broadblade, Mu Yang strode forward, resolute. Come, you shall not leave. On a dark and windy night the narrow alley lay silent. As Mu Yang approached his yard, a faint sound resembling the gnawing of a beast came from within. Is that creature eating something? But what could there possibly be to eat in his yard? Mu Yang furrowed his brows, yet his steps showed no hesitation as he adjusted his qi and blood, employing the technique of light body 3 breaths to move lightly towards the low wall of his yard. With a gentle leap, he quietly reached the top of the wall. The sight that met his eyes made his pupils constrict. In the center of the yard, a robust rat demon, even larger than the one he killed yesterday, faced him, squatting on the ground and gnawing at a small object, as if it were a quail. On the ground lay a small corpse with missing limbs. It was the little boy from next door who had brought him pancakes yesterday, expressing his admiration and desire to become a constable. At this moment the boy's face wore no longer the brilliant smile from before, but instead was tainted with terror and helplessness, his blood pooling on the bluestone slabs into a blinding red. Watching Mu Yang leap onto the wall, the rat demon Gray 2 leisurely stuffed the last piece of small arm into its bloodied mouth, its green eyes glinting with a cruel light under the moon. The main character has finally returned. I've been waiting for you. Gray 2 grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. This little thing has too little meat to satisfy me. Now that you're here, it's just enough for a hearty meal. Mu Yang's expression darkened his silence, reflecting the absence of joy that had sparkled in his eyes when he first sensed the demon's aura. The old constable once told him that being able to recognize others' suffering is a sign of a meticulous heart. Being able to feel others' pain indicates a kind heart, while selfishly suffering for others is sheer foolishness. In this cannibalistic world where suffering isn't something he caused, what was the point of his distress? Instead of lamenting, he should spend the earned silver to help the struggling artisans by charcoal. Mu Yang understood these truths. Yet he was currently restless and dissatisfied. Therefore all he wanted was to smash this beast to find some relief. Mu Yang discarded the roasted chicken in his hand and drew out the wide blade knife from his waist. You deserve to die. His voice was icy and devoid of I deserve to die. Gray 2 rose from the bluestone slab, towering over Mu Yang, standing a full 10 feet tall. The terrifying demonic aura surged as he stood up. I think it is you who should die. Tonight, I will use your head to honor my 2 deceased brothers. With that, Gray 2's powerful legs propelled him forward, and the surrounding shadows seemed to come alive, converging with his swift form into lethal claws attacking fiercely. Demonic blood technique, shadow strangulation. When a human cultivator reaches the third tier, they can nurture their blood marrow, refining their entire body to its limits. When a demon reaches the third tier, it can similarly channel its demonic energy into blood. However, unlike human warriors who simply enhance their strength, these inherently strong demons have a small chance of awakening latent powers within their bloodline. This power is known as the demonic blood technique. Gray 2 was among the fortunate few demons to possess the ability to manipulate shadows. Die for me. Gray 2 extended his shadow-wrapped claws directly towards Mu Yang's chest. The terrifying murder intent killing aura and demonic energy surged towards him. If it were anyone else, they would have been paralyzed by the stench of death, but Mu Yang remained calm. Just as its claws were about to touch Mu Yang's chest, he moved. Using light body 3 breaths, he activated the third breath, full bloom. The flow of qi and blood surged rapidly, and his once light breathing transformed into a heavy, forceful rhythm. In an instant, Mu Yang transitioned from stillness to rapid motion. His figure vanished from the wall in an instant so swiftly that even Gray 2 felt a blur before his eyes, finding Mu Yang at his side, the wide blade knife raised high. Tiger subduing dragon slashing technique. Tiger subduing and dragon descending style. Swish. The blade gleamed like a galaxy falling from the heavens, imbued with tremendous force, and came crashing down towards Gray 2. The fierce blade wind sent a chill down Gray 2's spine. This speed, this power, is he a rookie constable? Despite his doubts, Gray 2 had no time to think further, and instinctively activated the demonic power within him to delve into the shadows. Unfortunately, even as he pushed his demonic power to its limits, he could not avoid being slashed by the blade's light. The thick hide that could withstand ordinary blades and spears felt as fragile as paper in front of the massive force wielded by the third-tier wide blade knife, and in an instant it was cut through. Under the moonlight, a cry of pain erupted, accompanied by a severed arm flying through the air. Third tier. Not just an ordinary third tier, at least late third tier, possibly even perfected. How is this possible? Gray 2 emerged from the shadows in the corner of the yard, clutching the bloodied stump of his arm, his tone filled with horror. He could never have imagined that an unknown little constable could possess third-tier strength. Furthermore, in both power and speed, he was even more formidable than Gray 2 in the mid-third tier. That old rascal Wang Ruzhong dared to deceive him. This guy is definitely not a rookie. No, I can't fight him. It's impossible to win. I need to retreat immediately. With that thought, Gray 2 ignored the pain from his severed arm, forcibly suppressing the demonic energy that surged due to his injuries, and fully activated the shadow escape technique. The dark shadows beneath his feet surged once more like boiling water about to overflow, gradually spreading from his feet. However, just then a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly cut through the still night, ringing in his ears. He instinctively raised his head, looking towards the direction from which the sound came. He saw the long knife that had just severed his arm shooting towards him like a silver flash, accompanied by a howling wind. Final form of 100 Shadows Flying Needle, Yamas summoning. Indeed, to prevent his escape, Mu Yang directly employed the 100 Shadows Flying Needle technique to throw the wide blade knife in his hand. With the power of one arm, the 300-pound wide blade knife flew as lightly as a needle. Bang! The wide blade knife pierced through Gray 2's abdomen, pinning him firmly to the ground, cracks spreading like a spider's web beneath. Gray 2 let out another heartbreaking scream. The shadow escape he had just activated was forced to break apart. The strength of this knife was so great that it nearly shattered his organs, causing him excruciating pain, making it nearly impossible to open his eyes. Please spare me. As if truly grasping the fear of death, Gray 2 tried to plead for mercy. But at this moment, Mu Yang had no intention of listening. He stepped forward, his broad shoulders expanded, and with a powerful grip, seized Gray 2's thick neck. Then with his other hand, he tightened his fist. No martial arts, no techniques, just relying on his immense physical strength, he struck down fiercely. Bang! With one punch, Gray 2's right arm shattered, howling in pain, begging for survival. Bang! Another punch caved in Gray 2's chest, his eyes losing focus, his breath faint. Bang! A third punch caused Gray 2's body to convulse, his eyes dimming, life fading. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a third-tier rat demon, fulfilling the permanent solidification condition for the tiger subduing dragon slashing technique. This equipment has been permanently solidified. 3 rounds of bone forging. An extreme challenge. Upon returning home, Old Feng discovered his yard in disarray, and his eldest grandson was nowhere to be found. He immediately picked up a lantern and hurried out to search. Hearing the earth-shattering sounds from Mu Yang's courtyard, he somehow walked over. It was only after the noise subsided that he forced himself to suppress his fear and unease, pushing open the courtyard gate. Moonlight and lamplight illuminated the blood and severed limbs. With just one glance, Old Feng saw his grandson's mangled body. He did not cry or shout. He merely held the lantern and trembled step by step towards him, crouching down to gently stroke his grandson's face with his frail, thin hands. Mu Yang stood by the well. He wanted to say something, but at that moment any word seemed utterly powerless. Old Feng had lost his wife when he was young, his son in middle age, and now in his old age he had lost. Thank you, Constable Mu, for avenging my grandson. Old Feng did not look at the bloodied corpse of the rat demon, but simply expressed his gratitude towards Mu Yang. His voice was dry and hoarse, much like his withered hands. After speaking, Old Feng showed no intention of further conversation with Mu Yang. He simply took off his outer garment, carefully wrapped his grandson, and held him close, his aged cheek pressed against the blood-stained face, softly murmuring, "Little treasure, Grandpa has come to take you home." He hunched over, speaking as he disappeared into the courtyard. Mu Yang stood there silent for a long time. After a while he walked to the courtyard gate and raised his hand to close the not-so-heavy wooden door. Bathed in moonlight, he fixed his gaze on the pitiful corpse of the rat demon. He initially thought that the corpse he had crushed to pieces was of no use, but as he looked, a translucent panel infused with ink-like hues quietly appeared. A keepable item, rat demon corpse intact. Grade Tier 3. Equipment effect: strengthened physique, a slight increase in physique, enhancing physical strength, total stamina, and reaction speed in all aspects. Vitality Surge Blue, a significant increase in total vitality. Shadow Veil Blue can consume vitality to gain a brief ability to conceal oneself in shadows, during which movement speed is greatly increased. Permanent condition: equip this item for 10 days, or slay any Tier 3 or higher beast during the time it is equipped. A Blue Vitality Surge attribute. If the rat demon's corpse was an unexpected joy, then the Blue Vitality Surge attribute was a double blessing. Had it not been for the recent tragic events concerning the Feng grandfather and grandson, Mu Yang might have felt great joy. Strengthened physique speaks for itself, a standard enhancement of physical power. He had also just witnessed the effect of the Shadow Veil ability. With his burst of speed using the light body technique in 3 breaths, even the rat demon could avoid the vital points, which spoke volumes of its efficacy. He couldn't help but wonder how fast he would be if he used Shadow Veil in the 3rd breath, full capacity. Coming back to his senses, Mu Yang approached the rat demon's corpse, placing his hand on the mangled body and silently reciting in his heart, "Equip rat demon corpse." Ding. Rat demon corpse equipped. Vitality surged within Mu Yang's body like a volcanic eruption. The blue quality vitality surge brought more vitality than Mu Yang had imagined. The tremendous amount of vitality was so overwhelming that his body began to feel hot and flushed. 3 times this blue attribute provided a vitality boost equivalent to 3 times that of a high-quality martial art. In other words, what originally required 3 high-quality martial arts to complete the 3rd round of bone forging could now be achieved with just this Tier 3 demon corpse. The effects of high-quality attributes are indeed formidable. After silently marveling in his heart, Mu Yang cleared his thoughts and began to mobilize his vitality to pound his bones. Crack, crack, crack. A series of dense metallic resonances echoed from within Mu Yang's body. The originally pale golden bones had now transformed into a dazzling gold. The 3rd round of bone forging was complete. Single arm strength, 6,000 pounds. It is known that an ordinary muscle and bone realm warrior, even upon completing both the softening and bone forging stages, would only gain a strength increase of 2,000 pounds. The strength increase effect from the 3rd round of bone forging was directly 3 times that of an ordinary muscle and bone realm warrior. And this was not even Mu Yang's limit. Let's not forget the Tier 3 rat demon corpse also had the strengthened physique white attribute. The strengthened physique attribute of a Tier 1 rat demon corpse grants a strength increase of 300 pounds, or roughly a third of the strength of a perfected Tier 1 flesh realm warrior. The strengthened physique attribute of a Tier 2 rat demon corpse grants a strength increase of 1,000 pounds, or roughly a third of the strength of a perfected Tier 2 muscle and bone realm warrior. And the strengthened physique attribute of a Tier 3 rat demon corpse has the same effect as a perfected Tier 3 blood marrow realm warrior, providing a strength increase of a full 3,000 pounds. In other words, Mu Yang's current total strength in one arm has already reached 2,000 pounds. That is twice the strength of an ordinary perfected blood marrow realm, and Mu Yang's current realm is only Tier 2 muscle and bone realm. This is just the 3rd round of softening and bone forging. If I were to go for a 4th or 5th round, I might surpass even the strength of a chi condensation realm warrior. Thinking this, Mu Yang took out 2 high-quality martial arts stored in his chest. Now he had 2 vacant equipment slots, just enough to test the total vitality needed for the 4th round of softening. Equip Copper Skin Technique and Iron Sand Palm. Ding. Copper Skin Technique and Iron Sand Palm equipped. 2 streams of vitality surged from within Mu Yang's body. Although the total amount was considerable, it still fell short compared to the blue quality vitality surge attribute. Can't endure it. Feeling the changes in his muscles and bones, Mu Yang frowned slightly. He realized that his veins, now golden, seemed to have reached a certain limit, like a bottle filled to the brim with water. Unless the bottle's volume increased, no more water could be poured in. It seems that the 3rd round of softening and bone forging is indeed the limit for the muscle and bone realm. Mu Yang felt a tinge of regret. If he could endlessly soften and forge bones, he wouldn't mind staying in this realm a little longer. Since he couldn't continue, he would have to break through. With that thought, Mu Yang began to mobilize his vitality, following the path of the dragon's subduing and tiger felling blade technique to nurture his blood marrow. The blood marrow realm is the third realm of martial arts. Unlike the skin and flesh realm, which hones the flesh, and the muscle and bone realm, which tempers the bones, the key to this realm is to allow the vital blood to penetrate deep into the marrow, using one's own flesh and bones as a furnace, and the surging blood as fire, gradually refining the ordinary marrow into a denser and more powerful blood marrow. Blood marrow is the source of vital blood. A martial artist's future achievements are largely determined the moment the blood marrow takes shape. The quality of the blood marrow is determined by the foundation laid during the muscle and bone realm. This is something Wu Kai had once told him. For instance, an ordinary martial artist who has completed the tempering of muscles and bones once will produce a thick crimson blood marrow upon breaking through to the blood marrow realm. When they reach the perfection of the blood marrow realm, they can have skin as tough as a drum, with strength reaching 10,000 pounds. In contrast, a talent who has undergone the tempering of muscles and bones twice can refine a special silver-white blood marrow, which is denser and stronger, and when they fully mobilize their vital blood, a faint silver light may even shimmer on their skin. This is why Wu Kai advised him to steer clear of those who exhibit a silver light on their skin. As for the third round of tempering, Mu Yang was not clear about it. Wu Kai had only heard of the steel-like bones formed from the second round of tempering. He probably hadn't even heard of the radiant golden bones produced from the third round. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yang slowly closed his eyes. The surging vital blood within him was guided by him, flowing like countless scalding crimson rivers, gradually permeating every inch of his bones. As the vital blood continually flowed in, the blood marrow inside the bones began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The originally dark red marrow did not turn crimson or shiny silver. Instead, it took on a faint golden hue under the illumination of the golden bones. The gold grew increasingly rich and bright. Eventually, it transformed into drops of viscous liquid akin to liquid gold, slowly flowing within the marrow cavity. At the moment the faint golden blood marrow took shape, Mu Yang's entire body erupted with a sound like a dragon's roar. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the faint golden blood marrow began to circulate within Mu Yang's bones, nourishing and reinforcing the flesh and bones it passed. Every inch of muscle, every tendon, every bone developed a wondrous connection with the newly formed blood marrow. Even the speed of the vital blood circulation was several times faster than before. This is the hallmark of officially stepping into the blood marrow realm. 4,000 pounds. Just by entering the initial stage of the blood marrow realm, I can increase my strength by 4,000 pounds. Truly, the golden blood marrow formed from 3 rounds of muscle and bone tempering is incredibly potent. Mu Yang opened his eyes and clenched his fist. An ordinary martial artist in the initial stage of the blood marrow realm would merely increase their strength by 1,000 pounds, totaling just over 4,000 pounds. However, now Mu Yang, having just entered the initial stage, could directly increase his strength by 4,000 pounds, with his total strength nearing 25,000 pounds with one arm. No wonder those aristocratic families insist on having their talented offspring repeatedly temper their muscles and bones. The difference is indeed astonishing. Of course, the cost is equally staggering. The vital blood Mu Yang consumed could easily cultivate 3 to 5 martial artists to the perfection of the blood marrow realm. Not to mention, after breaking through with 3 rounds of muscle and bone tempering, the amount of vital blood required for each minor realm increase is considerable. The total amount of vital blood from the 2 high-grade martial arts is merely enough to condense a portion of golden blood marrow, just barely breaking through to the initial stage of the blood. If he wanted to complete the blood marrow refinement for the bones in all 4 limbs and break through to the mid-stage of the blood marrow realm, he would probably need at least 3 or 4 high-grade martial arts. Or perhaps acquire a demon corpse of similar quality to Grade 2. Indeed, if one desires horsepower, the fuel consumption will not be low. However, Mu Yang didn't mind. He had an equipment slot, and as long as the martial arts and demon corpses were in place, leveling up would be a breeze. Bringing his thoughts back, Mu Yang looked at the equipment slot. Equipped items: 1. Mouse Demon Corpse Tier 3-2. Copper Skin Technique High Grade Martial Art 3. Iron Sand Palm High Grade Martial Art 4. None current available equipment. Slot 1. After breaking through to the blood marrow realm, the number of slots unexpectedly. Looking at the available equipment slot, Mu Yang thought for a moment and directly pulled down a piece of dried pork hanging at the edge of the eaves. Equipped items: 1. Mouse Demon Corpse Tier 3-2. Copper Skin Technique High Grade Martial Art 3. Iron Sand Palm High Grade Martial Art 4. Dried pork nantier. Looking at the full equipment slot, Mu Yang satisfiedly wiped his hands. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed appeared behind all the equipment, not knowing when it had shown up. What is this? A new feature. Deep blue enhancements. Mu Yang observed for a while and couldn't discern much. After some thought, he decided to click on the plus sign beside the dried pork. This equipment is purely supplementary. Even if something goes wrong, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the other 3 pieces of equipment malfunction, his realm might plummet back to the muscle and bone realm. As Muyang focused his thoughts, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has chosen to enhance the main item dried pork. Please select enhancement materials. A small semi-transparent black panel, much smaller than the normal panel, appeared above the 4th equipment slot along with the prompt sound. Enhancement main item. A Furanone. Muyang tried to select the copper skin technique and 3 material slots immediately showed a yellowed threadbound book. During this period, the vital blood within him had not changed. Clearly there would be no effect while selecting. With that in mind, Muyang focused again and cancelled the copper skin technique. It can't be that only items in the equipment slot can be used. That would be too useless. Muyang thought to himself. Enhancing an item required 3 pieces of equipment, and he only had 4 equipment slots. This meant that if that were the case, he would need to empty all the equipment slots to use the enhancement function. If that were true, then this new feature could only be considered optional. In the next second, Muyang found his hand empty. The enhancement materials slot suddenly filled with a piece of dried pork. In the next second, Muyang found his hand empty. The enhancement materials slot suddenly filled with a piece of dried pork. Seeing this, Muyang felt a surge of joy. With a wave of his hand, he directly filled the empty material slot with 2 pieces of dried pork. Ding. Detected that the host has chosen dried pork as enhancement materials. Do you want to enhance the main item dried pork? Yes. Muyang thought inwardly. Ding. Detected that the enhancement main item is of non-tier quality with the lowest attribute quality being white. The material grade is non-tier with the lowest attribute quality being white, meeting enhancement conditions. 1 attribute quality of the main item will be enhanced. As another prompt sound echoed, the dark panel showed the 3 pieces of dried pork seemingly disintegrate into tiny white particles, merging into the dried pork in the enhancement slot. As the white particles fully merged, a faint blue light flashed across the surface of the dried pork. Ding. Enhancement of the main item dried pork is complete. The attribute quality has been enhanced. Item dried pork 1 grade non-tier equipped effect muscle growth blue strength receives a slight increase. Permanent solidification conditions equip this item for a full hour or during the period of equipping this item kill any ungraded wild beast or graded demon beast. The item's grade hasn't changed, the solidification conditions haven't changed, the only thing enhanced is the attribute quality. Muyang looked at the description of dried pork 1, analyzing inwardly. It seems that this new enhancement feature requires 3 items of the same grade as enhancement materials to upgrade the attribute quality of the main item. I wonder what the effect will be. Muyang took the enhanced 1 dried pork out of the enhancement main item slot and placed it into the 4th equipment slot. In the next second, a very faint warm current surged. If Muyang hadn't just broken through to the blood marrow realm, making his perception of his body more acute, he would have hardly noticed this almost imperceptible warmth. Only 50 pounds. Muyang frowned slightly. For ordinary pieces of dried pork could increase strength by about 60 or 70 pounds, while now a 1 version of dried pork that consumed 3 pieces of ordinary dried pork could only increase by 50 pounds. It was roughly equivalent to losing 1 piece. But upon further thought, it seemed like exchanging resources for time. After all, 4 pieces of dried pork would need to be equipped for 4 hours, while 1 piece of enhanced 1 dried pork only needed 1 hour. Moreover, Muyang couldn't possibly carry a large number of dried pork pieces with him, nor could he not sleep and equip 1 every hour. In this light, enhancement actually turned out to be quite cost-effective. Most importantly, resources are infinite, but the equipment slots on him are limited. Just like before, if the vitality attribute of Grey 2's corpse had not been of blue quality, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the blood marrow realm, and would have been stuck at the 3rd level of the muscle and bone realm. Thus, the higher the quality attributes of the equipment, the more important they become as one progresses. Speaking of which, how many times can this thing be enhanced? Curiously, Muyang took out the dried pork enhanced with 1 and grabbed 4 ordinary pieces of dried pork. Soon another piece of dried pork enhanced with 1 was created. The result was the same, with the quality of the muscle growth attribute rising from white to blue. Muyang repeated the process and quickly produced 4 pieces of dried pork enhanced with 1. It is worth mentioning that the materials used for enhancement do not necessarily have to be dried pork. During the enhancement of the 3rd piece, Muyang had a sudden idea and used the roast chicken he bought for a late-night snack as the enhancement material, and the result was just as successful. Unfortunately, everything was ready, but the favorable wind had not yet arrived. Ding. The quality of the main item for enhancement has reached its limit, unable to continue enhancement. Reached its limit. Muyang thought to himself. Is it the inherent potential of the dried pork that is limited, or is it restricted by my martial arts cultivation? Considering that with each advancement in his martial arts cultivation, he gains an additional equipment slot, Muyang believed that the latter was more likely. Unfortunately, he didn't have any good equipment on hand, otherwise he could verify whether it was the former situation. However, since enhancement was not possible, Mu Yang decided not to continue experimenting. After equipping one of the dried pork enhanced with one, he returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's mansion in the study, the flickering candlelight cast a shadow of Wang Ruzhong that appeared almost demonic with claws outstretched. For some reason, after Grey 2 left, he started to feel a vague sense of unease in his heart, though he couldn't pinpoint the cause, leading him to remain seated in the study. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside the door, and soon Wang Fu rushed in with a look of panic on his face. Master, something has happened. Grey 2 is dead. Killed in the courtyard of that bounty hunter Mu Yang. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ruzhong's expression changed slightly. Grey 2 was a mid-stage third-tier creature second only to the Yellow Wind King and his brother Grey Big. Moreover, he possessed a rare blood technique that could control shadows. Even he, who was at the peak of the blood marrow stage and on the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier of chi condensation, couldn't claim he could definitely keep Grey 2 alive. And now Grey 2 was actually dead. Killed by a newcomer who had just become a bounty hunter 3 months ago. This was too bizarre and completely defied logic. Could it be that someone in the county deliberately set a trap? Wang Ruzhong lightly tapped the table with his finger. The county magistrate was incompetent, having served for several years without stirring up trouble. County Constable Zhou Heng has always harbored animosity towards the Wang family, but his strength was inadequate, so it shouldn't be him. If anyone had the strength, it would only be the elusive gang leader, as well as the Liu and Hu families, who are among the 3 great families. Indeed, while there is a relationship of alliance among the 3 great families, they are not a tight-knit group. If any family shows signs of decline or obvious flaws, the other 2 will be the quickest and most ruthless. Regardless, we must first root out those who are secretly laying an ambush. Wang Ruzhong firmly believed that Mu Yang could not have been the one to kill Grey 2. A newly appointed bounty hunter with a clean record for the past 20 years, how could he possibly possess such strength? It must be that someone saw his potential and wanted to use him as bait to fish for bigger prey. And the Wang family happened to be near the bait because of Huangfeng Mountain. A Fu quickly write a letter ride fast to Huangfeng Mountain overnight. Inform them of Grey 2's death and that Grey 5 and Grey 9 also died at the hands of Mu Yang. A cold light flashed in Wang Ruzhong's eyes. Although that Huangfeng old monster is only at the peak of the 3rd tier, once he unleashes his demonic powers, even a 4th tier warrior must be on high alert. Since the other party wants to use Mu Yang as bait, he will call in a big fish to see the skill of the one holding the rod. Yes, master. The next day in the morning, after sleeping for 4 hours, Mu Yang, as usual, carried the head of the rat demon wrapped in a burlap sack and headed to the county office for roll call. As soon as he entered, Lao Yi and the others were drawn to the burlap sack in Mu Yang's hand. The dark red stains on the sack and a faint fishy smell clearly indicated that what was inside was certainly not— Captain, what have you? Killed another demon. Lao Fong rubbed his nose and exclaimed. What's going on these days? Why is the captain killing demons every day? How many has it been? Is this demon like the cabbages in the field, growing one after another? The most crucial part is that they had followed Mu Yang around the streets all day yesterday, and there were no signs of demons at all. How did they wake up to find another demon head? I encountered one after my patrol yesterday and killed it on the spot. Mu Yang maintained his usual calm demeanor. For him, killing demons was not a difficult task. It was simply about locating, drawing the knife, slashing, and packaging. But for Lao Fong, Lao Yi, and Li Chuang, as well as Lin Shaoqi, this news was too shocking. After all, let alone fighting with demons, just surviving when encountering them would already be a huge stroke of luck. If only I could be half as powerful as the captain. Li Chuang looked at Mu Yang's departing figure after roll call and muttered to himself. Decided he'll practice extra today. On the other side, after completing roll call, Mu Yang skillfully carried the burlap sack to Lu Shuli's office. Seemingly accustomed to seeing Mu Yang come with a burlap sack every morning, Lu Shuli was not overly surprised. He just smiled and took the sack to open it. Then he realized he had smiled too early. This size. Lu Shuli took a soft ruler to measure the head of the rat demon. Looking at the circumference that far exceeded that of the previous 2nd-tier rat demon, he was instantly stunned. No, why does this size resemble that of a 3rd-tier rat demon? Could I be mistaken? Lu Shuli opened a nearby book measuring the dimensions of common demons and carefully flipped through. Then, gulpy. Lu Shuli swallowed hard, looked up at Mu Yang, his voice trembling slightly. Captain Mu, this rat demon, is it really a 3rd-tier demon? Yes. Mu Yang nodded. Lu Shuli fell silent. He remembered that when Mu Yang first came to exchange merits, he used a 1st-tier rat demon, then a 2nd-tier fox demon, followed by another 2nd-tier rat demon, and now he had brought a 3rd-tier rat. Does this make sense? The most critical part is that a newcomer can slay 3rd-tier demons. Lu Shuli scrutinized Mu Yang, who was dressed neatly, his exposed skin fair and unscathed. In other words, Mu Yang hadn't even been injured. Lu Shuli felt somewhat dazed, suddenly feeling that the world he was familiar with had become strange. 3rd-tier demons across the entire Qingxi County, there are probably only a handful of people who can confront them, and only a handful who can slay them. And being unscathed. Lu Shuli, with all his ignorance, genuinely did not know who else could achieve that. This is not just a precious gem. This is simply gold refined to— Sir Zhou, do we really need the demon-slaying division? Captain Mu, please take care. Soon Mu Yang left Lu Shuli's office with the exchanged martial arts. The merit points earned from slaying a third-tier demon were substantial, but unfortunately, the office's martial arts reserve was limited. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Wang family manor within a sealed underground chamber, thick stone doors remained tightly shut, and the air hung heavy with the pungent stench of blood. Thus all the middle and upper-grade martial arts in the Qingxi County office were completely exchanged by him. After parting ways with clerk Lu, Mu Yang made his way toward the constabulary office. The moment he stepped inside, he found Old Fong sighing wistfully as he chatted with Old Yi. Upon seeing Mu Yang enter, the others instantly composed their expressions. No need to stand on ceremony. What were you discussing? Mu Yang waved a hand dismissively. Chief, do you recall the elderly man and his grandson who brought you steamed buns 2 days ago? Old Fong. A hunched puppet-like figure flickered across Mu Yang's mind. The same frail silhouette he had seen last night, and an ominous premonition settled deep within his chest. He's dead, Old Fong said. This morning his bun stall never opened. A few regular customers grew suspicious and went to check his home, only to find his body already stiffened. He likely passed away last night. They also discovered a freshly dug grave in his courtyard inscribed with his grandson's name. No one knows how the boy died, but Old Fong, having lost his only heir in old age, surely could not bear it. Within a single night, both grandfather and grandson had perished, a tragedy that left even strangers shaken. Old Fong barely knew the pair, had it not been for that complimentary bun they once gave him, and the fact that they knew Mu Yang. He would never have taken notice at all. Dead? Mu Yang murmured softly. Old Fong was older than even the veteran constable in his household. His passing, though sorrowful, could at least be called a peaceful end. Yet the loss of that little boy gnawed at him. Though Mu Yang himself had slain the rat demon yesterday, a heavy hollow ache lingered in his chest. His thirst for blood stirred anew. Chief, why don't you rest a while? Old Yi and I will take the patrol shift today, Old Fong offered, gently, sensing Mu Yang's somber mood. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Mu Yang opened his mouth to reply, frantic footsteps echoed from outside. A constable burst through the door, disheveled, drenched in blood. He was the officer who had patrolled the villages beyond the city walls last night, a man surnamed Chun, assigned to the 4th Squad under Wu Kai. Disaster. Something terrible has happened. Li family village has been attacked by demonic beasts. Chun cried out. At those words, every face paled. Li Chuang shot upright, eyes wide with alarm. Catch your breath. Speak slowly. Mu Yang stepped forward, steadying the wounded constable and speaking with quiet authority. Once his breathing steadied, Chun recounted the full sequence of events. Yesterday he had carried out his routine patrol of Li family village. Everything had seemed perfectly ordinary. This morning he'd even begun preparing to ride his mule back home. But no sooner had he left the village than 5 or 6 towering rat demons erupted from the forest, rampaging through the fields as if unopposed, slaughtering with. He tried to intervene, only to be swatted aside by a single claw strike from one of them. Had he not landed precisely beside his mule, he would not have survived. 5 or 6 rat demons. Old Fong and the others instinctively drew sharp breaths. A single rat demon would normally require several constables whose bodies had cultivated vital chi to confront. 5 or 6. That would demand the combined strength of multiple squads, barely enough to hold their ground. When had Qingxi County ever harbored so many rat demons? Mu Yang narrowed his brows, slightly mentally reviewing Chen's account, then studied the constable himself head to toe. It wasn't that he doubted Chen's courage. With only level 1 flesh and sinew cultivation, barely 3 layers of reinforced dermis, surviving even 1 rat demon was sheer luck. Escaping 5 or 6, nearly impossible. After all, an ordinary mule's speed could never match that of a rampaging rat demon. In other words, Chun was likely spared deliberately to deliver a message. But whom did these demons wish to lure? Mu Yang had only one thought now: leave the city and slay the demons. Old Fong Li Chuang, saddle 6 horses. Old Yi, go to Clerk Lu and report the attack on Li family village. Have him requisition medicinal supplies and assemble them swiftly. Then bring everything here. Lin Xiaoqi, take Constable Chun to the rear courtyard to see Elder Yu. His injuries are severe and demand immediate treatment. Mu Yang spoke calmly, his orders precise and decisive. Old Yi, go to Clerk Lu and report the attack on Li family village. Have him requisition medicinal supplies and assemble them. Mu Yang's right hand closed firmly around the hilt of his sword. Standing tall, he turned back to face them. I go to kill demons. His voice remained steady, utterly unruffled, as if he were merely stepping out for a routine patrol down a quiet lane, not marching into a village overrun by feral. Hearing this, concern shadowed every face. Mu Yang's strength was undeniable. How else could he return daily bearing the severed head of some monstrous beast? Yet even such power had its limits. Facing 5 or 6 demons at once, even he might falter. especially when they possessed far more than 4 hands. Chief, perhaps we should summon squad leader Wu and his men first. Old Fong ventured cautiously. Mu Yang offered no reply, only a slight wave of his hand, before turning to leave. Cough cough. Just then the weakened Constable Chen coughed twice, then ignoring his own pain shouted desperately, as Mu Yang moved toward the door. Chief Mu. Wait. All eyes snapped toward him. Mu Yang paused, glancing back over his shoulder. Actually, I withheld one crucial detail earlier. I wasn't merely lucky to land beside my mule after being struck. The rat demon let me live, deliberately, so I could carry their message. At those words Old Fong and the others recoiled in shock. Yet Mu Yang's expression remained unchanged. Chen paid no heed to their reactions. Cracking his pale lips, he pressed on. The lead rat demon demanded that you Chief Mu go to Li family village yourself, or they would slaughter the entire village. I feared you'd rush and blinded by duty and walk straight into their trap. That's why I stayed silent. Originally Chun had resolved not to reveal this truth. After all, Mu Yang was still young. Should he fall to rashness, Qingxi County would lose a future master of martial cultivation, and Chun would carry that guilt for life. But now seeing Mu Yang determined to go alone, he cast aside all hesitation, choosing instead to plead to dissuade. Their earlier worry had sharpened into profound dread. This was no random assault. It was a calculated ambush aimed squarely at Mu Yang. Even Li Chuang, who cherished the village's safety above all, clenched his jaw and fist, speechless. Mu Yang felt no surge of fear or doubt. Chen's confession merely confirmed the suspicion that had already taken root in his mind. So they sought him, and yet not a trace of fear stirred within him. If they wished to draw him out, and gathered in force, then perfect. He'd no longer need to hunt them down, one by one. Understood. With a final wave, Mu Yang strode out without pause. Only a parting sentence drifting back to them. Proceed exactly as I instructed. The rest is mine to handle. Mu Yang departed, clean, decisive, and without a trace. His departure stirred both concern and deep admiration among Constable Chun and the others. Though he knew tigers lurked upon the mountain, he strode straight toward their lair. Such courage and audacity foretold greatness. This man would surely transcend mediocrity in time. Let's go. Chaozi, fetch the horses. Lao Yi Xiaoqi. You too. Act swiftly as the squad leader commanded. Lao Fong reacted first, issuing the order without hesitation. The others snapped back to awareness and sprang into action. The rear courtyard of the constabulary. Wu Kai stood bare-chested, each hand gripping a massive stone lock, swinging them with thunderous force, the gale howling so fiercely that nearby branches bent low beneath its pressure. The young onlookers wore expressions of awe and reverence. Today was Wu Kai's day off, yet he had come to the courtyard to train the novices alongside Master Yu. Master Yu! Squad leader Wu! A sharp cry pierced the air. Wu Kai lowered the stone locks and turned toward the voice. Lao Chun, Xiaoqi, what's happened? Have you been injured? The speaker was Constable Chun himself, just treated with wound-sealing ointment and steadied by Lin Xiaoqi. Lin Xiaoqi had merely come at Mu Yang's instruction to seek out Master Yu, unaware Wu Kai would also be present. Constable Chun, quick-witted and composed, seized the moment. Seeing Wu Kai there, he launched immediately into a concise, urgent account of all that had transpired. What? 5 or 6 rat demons, and Brother Mu went alone. Wu Kai slammed his palm onto a stone lock, his tiger-like eyes blazing wide, his voice booming like thunder. Master Yu beside him, and the novices gathered around, felt shock ripple through them, swiftly followed by profound respect. They recoiled at the horror of the rat demons' assault upon the village, yet they honored Mu Yang's unwavering righteousness and chivalrous valor. That boy truly embodies the fearless spirit of a calf unacquainted with tigers. No time to waste. I must summon aid at once. His talent is extraordinary. He must not fall to misfortune. Without another word, Wu Kai snatched up his discarded tunic, gave Master Yu a curt nod, and strode swiftly from the courtyard. The wounded Constable Chun remained behind, tended to by Master Yu. Meanwhile, elsewhere, within the magistrate's compound in the county magistrate's office, Zhou Heng sat unlike his usual self. No furrowed brow, bent over paperwork, no weary stoop at the desk. Instead, his brows were relaxed, his posture easy as he shared tea with a middle-aged man seated before him. The man wore sleek black martial attire, a 4-foot-long treasured sword sheathed at his waist. His frame stood tall and unbending as a pine, his gaze sharp and piercing as an eagle's. He was Xue Shi, the chief constable of Qingxi County's constabulary and the county's foremost martial expert. He was also Zhou Heng's brother-in-law, his elder sister's husband. Brother-in-law, how stands the matter? I have delivered your letter to the Demon-Slaying Bureau, but lately they are preoccupied with the Blessed Land affair. Unless I journey personally to the prefectural capital, the recruitment process will inevitably be delayed. Xueshi replied. Then we must wait. Zhou Heng's true aim had been to draw Demon-Slaying Bureau envoys to the county, and perhaps in passing enlist their aid in investigating the 3 great clans. If Mu Yang were sent instead, all his careful maneuvering would amount to nothing. Xueshi, well aware of his young brother-in-law's stratagem, said nothing further, merely sat sipping tea in quiet contemplation. Magistrate Zhou, urgent news. At that very moment Clerk Liu burst through the door, breathless, accompanied by Old Yi. What is it, so frantic? Zhou Heng set down his teacup, a faint crease forming between his brows. Liu, normally a model of composure, seemed strangely agitated today. Why could he not cultivate the same depth of reserve? Remaining unmoved, even as mountains crumbled before him, eyes unblinking though deer leapt beside him. Yet in the next breath his calm shattered entirely. Magistrate Zhou, its squad leader Mu. He has gone alone to Li family village, to face the demonic horde single-handedly. Clerk Liu blurted out everything Old Yi had just relayed to him. What? Zhou Heng's expression contorted instantly. He rose sharply, unaware that tea spilled from his cup onto the desk. Foolish. How could one man possibly contend with 5 or 6 rat demons? Why did none of you restrain him? Mu Yang was Zhou Heng's sole hope for drawing the demon-slaying bureau's attention. If he fell, all would be lost. Brother-in-law, please hurry. Whether the rat demons live or die matters little, but Mu Yang must not perish. Zhou Heng turned urgently to Xueshi. Xueshi, the chief constable of the county and the only third-rank martial cultivator within the constabulary, had long since refined his limbs, torso, bones, and marrow to perfection, a genuine latest-stage marrow blood realm expert. His strength was such that even the patriarchs of the 3 great clans treated him with deference. Ah, this ceaseless toil. I've barely dismounted, barely tasted my tea. Fine. I am your brother-in-law after all. But when I bring him back, see that he learns restraint, lest his recklessness claim him next time when I may not stand beside him. Xueshi rose, offered this admonishment, then vanished, his figure flashing past the doorway in an instant. I pray my brother-in-law arrives in time. Zhou Heng paid no heed to Xueshi's parting words, only whispered inwardly fervently, Mu Yang, stay alive. Meanwhile, back with Mu Yang. Leaving the constabulary, he did not wait for Lao Feng and the others to fetch horses. With his early-stage golden marrow blood realm cultivation, and a physique amplified by multiple innate traits, his speed and stamina far surpassed any ordinary steed. And with the light body 3 breaths technique activated, his movements became ethereal, his velocity astonishing. In less than half an hour the silhouette of Li family village appeared upon the horizon. In just 2 days' time this once peaceful, tranquil hamlet had become a living hellscape. Ruins lay scattered everywhere. The clear river ran thick with blood. Muddy paths were strewn with broken farming tools and garments stained crimson. Mangled corpses sprawled haphazardly along the roadside, faces frozen in despair and terror. No, please, don't eat my child. Mother, I'm so afraid. Desperate wails and agonized cries echoed through every corner of the village. Kneeling and sobbing was a middle-aged woman, her legs severed, leaving a long, dark trail of blood as she dragged herself forward with desperate, trembling hands. A few meters away loomed a broad-shouldered rat demon, its body covered in coarse yellow fur. Its height matched that of the gray rat demon Mu Yang had slain earlier, clearly a second-rank rat demon. TSK. Humans truly are weak, sentimental creatures. Hui Si held aloft a tiny infant, smaller than his own forearm, and mocked the crawling woman with cruel delight. This unrestrained slaughter, this sportive torment, was a pleasure he hadn't savored in ages. Normally, to avoid alerting outsiders, he dispatched victims swiftly, leaving no joy in the act. But now, food, drink, and play all awaited. Oh, a lone human approaches. Hui Si suddenly lifted his head, as if sensing something new. Before him stood a young man clad in sleek black constabulary attire, a broad-bladed saber strapped at his waist. His youthful, smooth face betrayed raw inexperience, barely more than how odd, a stray survivor. I must have missed him earlier. Hui Si muttered idly upon spotting Mu Yang's uniform, then twisted his lips into a savage grin, his emerald eyes gleaming with mockery. No matter. I let one slip away to sound the alarm. This one shall be my feast. With that his lower body coiled and exploded forward, his mid-second rank frame surging ahead at terrifying speed. He charged, one hand clutching the infant, the other thrusting a razor-sharp claw toward Mu Yang. The claw's serrated edge gleamed coldly in sunlight, malevolent, lethal. Facing Hui Si's onslaught, Mu Yang remained serene, his breathing steady, his expression unshaken. Without uttering a word, he raised his right hand and gripped the hilt. No earth-shaking battle cry, no superfluous motion. Mu Yang stepped forward, lowered his center, and swung his great blade upward in a diagonal arc, bearing the weight of 1,000 jin. Dragon subduing, tiger taming, saber art. Tiger taming, dragon subduing. Shua. His blade flashed like a silver river, brighter than the sun itself. The broad blade of the Yu Ling Kor Rindao cleaved through Hui Si's arm as effortlessly as a sharp knife slicing tofu. His thick, child-clutching limbs slid cleanly from his before the rat demon could scream in pain. Mu Yang's left hand shot forth, catching the infant with flawless precision, while his right wrist spun, redirecting the blade in a horizontal sweep, swift as lightning, fluid as a dragon's coil, across the demon's throat. With a dull thud, the demon's head rolled free, its emerald eyes wide with bewilderment and bitter disbelief. The headless corpse swayed momentarily in the glare of reflected sunlight, then crashed stiffly to the ground, releasing a torrent of thick, viscous demon blood that merged seamlessly with the earth's crimson stains. Indistinguishable, inseparable. Huisi died, still bewildered, never grasping how or why he fell. At that moment, a fierce wind swept across the field, whipping Mu Yang's black constabulary coat into a wild, flapping banner. Mu Yang stood, child cradled in one arm, black eyes scanning the distance, saber hanging low, blood dripping steadily from its tip. 5 rat demons remained. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving my child." Mu Yang cradled the now silent infant as he approached the woman whose leg had been severed. She clutched her child tightly, her voice choked with tears, repeating her gratitude without pause. Mu Yang said nothing more, merely retrieving a vial of golden wound-sealing ointment from his robe and placing it before the woman. "Apply it to the wound. It will staunch the bleeding." With that, he departed without lingering, his toes barely brushing the ground before he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, vanishing toward the village's heart. The woman held her child close, gazing after him until his figure dissolved into the distance. Then, summoning all her strength, she bowed deeply 3 times, her forehead striking the earth with resounding force. Lijia Village, its center. Once the residence of the village elder, and the largest, most opulent dwelling in the hamlet. It now lay in utter ruin. Roof beams snapped, courtyard walls collapsed, and atop the sole remaining half-roof of the tallest house sat a monstrous rat demon, broader and more massive even than Grey 2. His body bristled with coarse tawny fur, his muscles coiled like forged iron. In one clawed hand, he gripped a gory, blood-drenched human thigh, tearing into it with savage, ravenous bites. He was De Grey, the eldest son of Huangfeng Mountain's Lord Huangfeng, and the commander of this assault upon Lijia Village. Before him, several smaller rat demons lingered nearby. "Brother, do you truly believe that brat will come? We've nearly slaughtered everyone." Lu Six licked the last traces of blood from his fingertips, then idly kicked a lifeless villager's corpse aside, bored and restless. He had feasted for over an hour, and long since lost his appetite. San Grey, leaning against a shattered wall, while assembling a grotesque mosaic from scattered remains, darted forward in a blur, catching the corpse Lu Six had kicked. Without glancing up, he compared limb lengths, then remarked indifferently, "Does it matter whether he comes or not? If he comes, we slaughter him to avenge second brother and ninth brother. If he does not, we gorge ourselves, pack these fresh offerings, and return to report. After all, Father demands only that we deliver a lesson to the county magistrate, and perhaps remind that old man Wang Rudong of his place." Having seemingly finalized his arrangement, San Grey slashed his claw across the air, seamlessly grafting a dripping severed arm onto the incomplete figure's missing limb. A macabre humanoid mosaic, stitched together from mismatched limbs, stood complete. "Third brother speaks wisely." Chi Grey and Ba Grey chorused. De Grey remained silent, finishing the last morsel of flesh before calmly wiping his mouth. A flicker of quiet calculation gleamed deep within his eyes. Last night they'd received Wang Rudong's urgent missive. Wu Grey and Zhou Grey slain by a constable named Mu Yang. Air Grey likewise killed, ambushed by unknown accomplices. Their father erupted in fury and ordered the massacre. The purpose was twofold, as San Grey had stated: vengeance for their fallen brothers and intimidation of Wang Rudong. Air Grey possessed rare demonic blood arts, his shadow weave technique elusive and inscrutable. How could such a prodigy fall so easily to treachery? De Grey harbored grave suspicion. Something was amiss. Yet their father's decree was absolute. His younger brothers clamored eagerly to descend the mountain and feast on human flesh. Reluctantly, De Grey led them down himself, unwilling to entrust such a mission to reckless hands. "Enough. Cease your games." De Grey's low, commanding voice rolled forth thick with unassailable authority. "We wait 1 more hour. If Mu Yang fails to appear, pack the remaining flesh and return to Huangfeng Mountain. Regardless of deception or truth, this bounty would sustain them for months. Should danger arise, they could vanish deep into the mountains, beyond mortal reach, beyond human pursuit." "Understood, elder brother." The rat demons answered in unison. "Since elder brother has spoken, you die now." Ba Grey's lips curled into a vicious grin as he toyed with a peasant. With sudden brutal force, his clawed thick foot slammed down upon the man's throat. A sickening crack echoed, then silence. Old Tian, nearby, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, his arms severed, watched eyes blazing with helpless fury, veins bulging at his temples. Had Li Chuang stood there, he would have instantly recognized the one-armed man as his 7th uncle. He had believed peace restored to Lijia Village after Mu Yang slew the rat demons entrenched there, and the corrupt Li Shoutsai. Instead, at dawn, the village descended into hell: wife, son, daughter-in-law, neighbors. Nearly every soul he knew slaughtered by rat demons. He seized his hoe and fought desperately for vengeance, only to have his arm shattered by Ba Grey's single strike. If Constable Mu were here. Despair flooded 7th uncle's heart like a rising tide. until abruptly a familiar figure clad in somber black materialized within his field of vision. Mu. Constable Mu. Seventh Uncle's clouded eyes flared with sudden, desperate light, as if grasping the final thread of salvation. But then his gaze swept across the 5 rat demons scattered through the village, and lingered upon de Grey seated atop the ruined roof like a living mountain. That fragile spark of hope got 5 rat demons. How could even a formidable constable prevail against such odds? Constable Mu. Run, run. Seventh Uncle roared with every shred of strength left in his broken body. Run. San Grey had already noticed Mu Yang's arrival. His emerald eyes locked onto him, lips stretching into a cruel, predatory smile. Where exactly would you— So you actually dared come. Excellent. Spares us the trouble of hunting you down. He recognized Mu Yang instantly, the very constable sketched in Wang Rudong's letter. He looked even younger than the portrait suggested, smooth-skinned, delicate. Could this youth truly have slain 5th and 9th brothers? No matter. Pondering served no purpose. Oh boy, your life is forfeit. San Grey bellowed, launching himself like a cannonball, claws wreathed in foul, stinking demonic wind, aimed straight at Mu Yang's face. With his late second rank cultivation, dispatching this youth would require no more effort than raising a hand. Constable Mu. 7th Uncle's heart sank. Mu Yang stood motionless, offering no defense. Just as 7th Uncle's vision dimmed in despair, a flash of silver pierced his sight. Chua. The long blade slung at Mu Yang's waist had slipped free. No one saw when. Its speed denied San Grey even the chance to blink. All witnessed only a blur, then a dull, heavy thud. The sound of San Grey's skull striking the earth. His face still twisted in the rictus of a triumphant snarl. Ba Grey's raised foot froze midair. Chi Grey and Lu Six's mocking grins locked in place. Even de Grey, who had sat serene as mist, jolted upright, pupils contracting sharply. Late second rank San Grey, dead, in a single stroke. Just one stroke. The letter claimed Mu Yang was merely a gifted constable, not some peerless swordsman. This was not mere talent. De Grey's pulse hammered, a chilling, unprecedented thought erupting in his mind. Second brother hadn't fallen to ambush, nor to Wang Rudong's scheming. He'd been slain by this young constable standing before them. Stunned by Mu Yang's overwhelming display, the rat demons faltered, but Mu Yang showed no mercy. The light body 3-breath art surged through his meridian. Third breath, full resonance. Mu Yang's form blurred, dissolving into phantom afterimages. Danger! 8th brother, watch out. De Grey roared, but it was already too late. A flash of steel. Ba Grey, who had moments earlier intended to crush 7th Uncle, was decapitated, head soaring skyward, crimson spray painting the air. Ba Grey dead. Mu Yang didn't pause. Spinning mid-stride, he lunged toward Chi Grey. Chi Grey hadn't even raised his claws in defense before the blade sliced cleanly across his neck. Chi Grey dead. Witnessing 2 brothers slain in succession, Lu Six panicked, turning to flee. But his speed was glacial beside Mu Yang's. A mere shimmer, and Mu Yang stood behind him. Hand rose. Blade fell. Head severed. Blood fountained. Lu Six dead. From Mu Yang's arrival to this moment, barely 3 breaths had passed. 4 rat demons, beheaded one after another. Only de Grey remained, standing alone atop the broken roof. Witnessing his brother's death before him, Huda let out a thunderous roar, and a terrifying demonic aura erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The overwhelming power of the latest stage 3rd tier swept across the entire area. The surviving villagers, including Li Chuang's 7th uncle, could not withstand such terrifying pressure, and with their injuries they immediately blacked out. I want you dead. Huida's eyes turned crimson, and the coarse hairs all over his body stood on end. At this moment, he could only think of avenging his fallen brothers. He stomped his foot fiercely and swung his massive claws as large as grinding wheels down fiercely toward Mu Yang. The power of this strike was so terrifying that even a human warrior of the same 3rd tier blood essence realm would not dare to take it heed. After all, everyone knew that in the same tier the physical strength of demons far exceeded that of human warriors. However, in the face of this vengeful strike, Mu Yang remained calm. He raised the Yuling Broadblade, pouring over 25,000 pounds of strength entirely into the blade. Under the enhancement of 2.5 times the strength of an ordinary blood essence realm perfect warrior, the Yuling Broadblade moved like lightning, slicing through the air with a series of buzzing sounds. Clang! Hiss! The 2 sounds followed one after the other. The Yuling Broadblade effortlessly shattered Huida's claws as hard as steel, tearing through its tough fur, and with one clean cut split it neatly in half from shoulder to waist. Huida's expression froze. Looking down at his severed body, his eyes filled with disbelief. But he was a latest stage 3rd tier. Only a step away from perfect 3rd tier. How could this happen? How could he be killed by a single strike? It was over. My Huangfeng Mountain Rat Demon Clan is in grave danger. This was Huida's final thought. His eyes dimmed, and his body crashed to the ground, split into 2 with innards and blood spraying everywhere. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd tier rat demon. Equipping the Rat Demon Corpse 3rd tier meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd tier rat demon. Equipping Copper Skin Technique meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd tier rat demon. Equipping Iron Sand Palm meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently Current available equipment slots for. With the notification sound, Mu Yang sheathed his blade. Suddenly a strong wind blew, stirring up a sky of blood mist. He stood amidst the corpses of demons, his dark black outfit untainted by a trace of blood, with a calm and unwavering gaze. Thus all 6 rat demons that terrorized Li Family Village were eradicated. At the entrance of Li Family Village, a dark figure sped towards them like an arrow, the gust of wind rustling the branches along the road. Xueshi halted his steps, gazing at the dead silence of the village, his heart sinking. Ruined walls, blood-drenched scraps of cloth, and severed limbs. There were no cries, no wails, not even the sounds of battle. Am I too late? Xueshi thought to himself. He had already been rushing at full speed. Mu Yang couldn't possibly have collapsed in such a short time. Xueshi dared not think further, pushing himself to sprint toward the village center. The deeper he went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Having sensed some demonic aura, he had already placed his hand on the sword hilt, ready for battle at any moment. However, when he quietly arrived at the village center, the sight before him left him stunned. There in the blood-soaked clearing, 6 massive rat heads were stacked neatly together, resembling a small tower. The lower heads were slightly smaller. She only needed a glance to know these were low-tier rat demons. But when he looked at the topmost head, his breath caught for a moment. Third-tier rat demon. The enormous head with hair as hard as steel needles, and the faintly frightening demonic aura still lingering after death, all indicated that this was a genuine 3rd-tier rat demon head. Hiss. After confirming, Xueshi's pupils constricted sharply, and he inhaled sharply. From the moment Mu Yang set off to when he arrived, it had at most been 15 minutes. In such a short time, Mu Yang single-handedly killed all 6 rat demons. And among them was even a 3rd-tier demon. Furthermore, judging by the clean cut of the head, it was a perfectly executed decapitation. He couldn't be dreaming, could he? It's no wonder Xueshi doubted himself. He was the head constable from Qingxi County, having practiced martial arts for over 30 years, his strength already reaching the late stage of the Blood Essence realm. His skills in movement and swordplay had reached perfection, but even so, facing 6 demon beasts, one of which was a latest stage 3rd tier, he couldn't claim he could slay them all within 15 minutes. He asked us the direction to Huangfeng Mountain, and then he left. Huangfeng Mountain. Xueshi's expression changed drastically. This was bad. Once he confirmed Mu Yang was unharmed, he felt relieved, and began searching for Mu Yang's figure, curious to see what kind of prowess this young man possessed. But after searching around, he did not see the figure clad in the constable's attire. Instead, he saw several villagers who were injured applying medicine to one another. Where is he? Xueshi frowned slightly, and approached a lightly injured villager nearby. Fellow villager, have you seen a young man in constable attire? The villager raised his head, and upon seeing Xueshi's familiar official attire, he trembled, and said, Sir, are you talking about Constable Mu? He asked us the direction to Huangfeng Mountain, and then he left. Huangfeng Mountain. Xueshi's expression changed drastically. This was bad. That brat wouldn't be so bloodthirsty as to charge into Huangfeng Mountain alone, would he? The old monster of Huangfeng Mountain is not a common rat demon. Though that old fellow only had the strength of a perfect 3rd tier, he had mastered the demonic bloody wind to perfection, and when the demonic aura surged, it could whip up a black wind that corroded flesh and blood. Even a 4th tier Qi Condensation Realm warrior could be easily injured if caught in that bloody wind, and prolonged exposure could even be life-threatening. Moreover, Mu Yang had just finished a fierce battle, and was not at his peak while the opponent was waiting in ambush. With such odds, the chances of winning were slim. No, this promising talent must not fall at Huangfeng Mountain. Just then a series of urgent hoofbeats sounded from afar. Xueshi turned around to see over 20 constables galloping toward him from the village entrance. Leading them was Wu Kai, the 4th head from Qingxi County, a perfect 2nd-tier bone, refinement realm warrior. Xue head. Upon seeing Xueshi standing in the clearing, Wu Kai was momentarily taken aback, but then his worry turned into joy. With head Xue here, Constable Mu must be fine. The other constables following Wu Kai also spotted Xueshi and the 6 large rat heads stacked behind him. Oh my goodness, 6 rat heads. The one on top is so big, could it be a 3rd-tier rat demon? So many rat heads. Did the head constable really kill them all? Everyone looked at Xueshi, their eyes filled with admiration. After all, in their eyes, only the head constable Xue, she possessed such terrifying strength in all of Qingxi County. Wu Kai also pulled on the reins, dismounted, and exclaimed in admiration, head Xue is indeed formidable, taking on 6 without a scratch. But Xueshi merely shook his head, his tone complex as he replied, it wasn't me who killed them, I just arrived. Not you. Wu Kai was stunned. The surrounding constables were also taken aback, exchanging glances. If it wasn't the head constable, then who was it? Could it be? They suddenly remembered their purpose for coming to Li Family Village to slay demons and rescue Muyang. An incredible thought simultaneously emerged in everyone's minds. Could it be? All of these were slain by Head Mu. In the group, the old Fong carrying medicine swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Xueshi nodded. It should be him. I've asked the villagers, and besides him no one else has come. Hiss! The entire area was suddenly filled with the sound of gasps. Wu Kai's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. He knew Mu Yang was powerful and had twice slain second-tier demons. But he never expected that Mu Yang could single-handedly take on 6 rat demons, one of which was a 3rd tier, and kill them all. I knew it. My brother Mu is definitely not an ordinary person. Wu Kai reacted, a smile breaking across his face as he slapped his thigh, and said no wonder he dared to come alone, he must have been confident all along. I said brother Mu must not be the type to act recklessly out of a moment's impulse. Seeing Wu Kai's sudden change of attitude, he couldn't help but mutter, Head Wu, you didn't say this on the way here. You kept saying Constable Mu was too young and impulsive, and once we saved him you were going to teach him a lesson, making sure he knew his limits. Cough cough. Wu Kai's face flushed at being exposed, and he coughed twice, saying that's not important. By the way, Head Xue, where's brother Mu? I haven't seen him. Upon hearing this, Xuexi's expression darkened. Mu Yang. He went to Huangfeng Mountain. What? Wu Kai exclaimed, his voice booming. We'll discuss details later. You take care of the injured, I need to hurry and persuade Mu Yang to come back. Xuexi said. Upon hearing this, Wu Kai gritted his teeth. Head Xue, let the brothers stay behind. He'll go with you, the more people the better. Alright. Xuexi glanced at the steed beside Wu Kai and nodded. With a mount, Wu Kai should be able to keep up with his speed. At the foot of Huangfeng Mountain, towering ancient trees obscure the sky and block the sun, casting dappled shadows as sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves. What should have been a vibrant scene is now eerily silent. Not a single bird chirps, and even the sound of insects is absent, creating a terrifying stillness. Mu Yang, carrying the Yuling broad blade, walks slowly along the forest path. Ever since he entered the woods, a faint aura of demonic energy has lingered in it. Ordinary people would never notice this scent, let alone follow it. But with the blue special trait of keen sense of smell, Mu Yang easily tracks the demonic energy. His footsteps are light, barely making any sound, and his eyes scan the surroundings with calmness and speed. Suddenly, he pauses, looking up at a massive ancient tree not far away. The ancient tree is lush with foliage and has a thick trunk. However, what is peculiar is that beneath the ancient tree lies a futon. Sitting cross-legged on the futon is a rat. Its body is covered with dark yellow bristles, and its aged face is wrinkled with a pair of murky eyes half open and half closed, seemingly meditating. Its size is not particularly large. Compared to the gray demon he just slayed, even when compared to the second gray demon, it is noticeably smaller. At first glance it seems unremarkable, but Mu Yang can sense that the aura it exudes is even more formidable than that of the gray demon. Without a doubt, this is his target, the ruler of Huangfeng Mountain, Huangfeng. As Mu Yang observes Huangfeng, it seems to have sensed his presence, its large nostrils suddenly twitching. Then its eyes widen and a hoarse voice erupts, the scent of my son. Why is it on you? You killed my son. What audacity to dare kill the son of Huangfeng. Not only did I kill your son, but now I will also kill you. Mu Yang grins, his white teeth glinting. Ah, you bastard, die. Huangfeng has lived for so many years and has never faced such provocation. With a sudden clap of its hands on the ground, its robust form leaps from the futon, and a terrifying aura of demonic energy sweeps through the area, violently shaking the surrounding trees. As the demonic energy rages, Huangfeng's figure transforms into a shadow, pouncing fiercely towards Mu Yang. Holding the blade in one hand, Mu Yang squints slightly to observe closely. This speed is too slow. Mu Yang thinks to himself. In reality, Huangfeng's speed is not slow, even a bit faster than the Gray Demon, but it can't compare to the second Gray Demon using the Blood Demon technique. However, it does carry a substantial momentum, exuding the feeling of a colossal demon. Unfortunately, momentum alone is useless. Mu Yang grips the blade with one hand, circulating his vitality throughout his body, his leg muscles swelling as he suddenly leaps from the ground, arriving before what? Huangfeng seems taken aback by Mu Yang's speed, its heart jolting in surprise upon seeing him charging towards it. Fortunately, it is an experienced old demon. Almost instinctively it channels its demonic energy and unleashes the Blood Demon technique. Demonic. A jet-black gale suddenly erupts from Huangfeng's mouth, the wind speed, not particularly fast, but filled with the stench of blood, causing nausea upon inhalation. With a keen sense of smell, Mu Yang detects the danger, immediately exerting all his strength to alter his trajectory in midair, narrowly avoiding the black wind. This wind has corrosive effects. After landing, Mu Yang glances at the area where the demonic gale passed. The vegetation is withered and the ground is pocked with craters. Ha! Even though you are nimble and possess some strength, without true energy, how can you withstand my demonic gale? Seeing Mu Yang forced back, Huangfeng laughs triumphantly. Once I unleash this demonic gale, unless you are a 4th-tier chi refinement warrior with true energy to protect yourself, ordinary warriors cannot withstand it. You killed my son, and now seek to kill me. Come let me see how you plan to kill me, ha ha ha. Huang Feng laughs to the sky, black, demonic winds billowing from its foul mouth. The terrifying demonic gale slowly spreads towards Mu Yang, almost enveloping him entirely. Huang Feng is quite pleased, a smile of revenge curling at the corners of its mouth. However, just then a sound of a blade piercing flesh suddenly rings in Huang Feng's ears. Its smile freezes, and its body seems to solidify like wax. It looks at the blade tip that has inexplicably pierced its heart, confusion flooding its mind. Why is there a blade protruding from its chest? Huang Feng is bewildered, yet as it feels the life force draining away, fear overtakes it. Spare me. I will not seek revenge for my son. Huang Feng is terrified. It has not lived enough, it does not want to die. However, the only response to it is a cold, glinting blade, and the dull sound of its head rolling on the ground. It is only then that Huang Feng notices a shadow flowing like water appearing beneath its feet. Very much like the ability of its second son. With Huang Feng's demonic powers waning, the terrifying demonic gale dissipates, leaving only a ground strewn with wounds and the decapitated corpse of the rat demon. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd-tier rat demon, the equipment snake staff meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd-tier rat demon, the equipment clear wind sword meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd-tier rat demon, the equipment. Current available equipment slots 4. On the way here, Mu Yang casually placed the snake staff and clear wind sword, both high-tier martial arts along with 2 middle-tier martial arts, into his equipment slots. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of many, he cannot collect the demon corpse from Li family village, otherwise he would have already broken through to the mid-stage of blood essence. But that's okay. Mu Yang looks at Huang Feng's corpse, and a translucent panel with an ink wash appearance slowly materializes. Available equipment: rat demon corpse complete, tier 3rd equipment effects, strong body blue, significantly enhances physical health, overall enhancement of physical strength, stamina, and reaction speed. Vital energy surge blue, significantly increases total vitality. Demonic gale purple can consume vitality to release a demonic gale with corrosive effects on flesh and blood. The higher the quality of vitality, the better the corrosive effect. Permanent solidification conditions: equip this item for 70 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any 3rd-tier or above demon beast. 2 blue and 1 purple, 3 trade entries. This is the highest quality set of entries Mu Yang has ever seen. Among them, he is very familiar with the blue vital energy surge entry, which provides vitality comparable to 3 high-tier martial arts. The blue strong body entry is his first encounter. Its effects are likely to be excellent. What excites Mu Yang the most is the purple quality demonic gale entry. He just witnessed its effects firsthand. Even with his current physical strength, he felt a slight sting when approaching it. If he touched it, he would likely be injured. Its power is beyond imagination. More importantly, the power of this ability depends on the quality of the vitality. After undergoing 3 rounds of sinew and bone tempering the golden blood essence, he has possesses exceptionally high vitality quality. When he uses it, its power will likely surpass that of Huang Feng. With this in mind, he silently thinks: equip, rat demon corpse. Ding. The corpse of the rat demon has been equipped. As the yellow wind corpse before him vanished, a warm current of growing power surged through Mu Yang's limbs and bones. This is the effect of the blue attribute strong body. Under the influence of the warm current, every inch of his muscles underwent subtle changes, becoming denser and firmer, and stronger. 10,000 gene. It actually increases strength by 10,000 gene. Feeling the changes in his body, Mu Yang's heart was filled with. As a fellow 3rd-tier rat demon, the white strong body attribute from the corpse of Grey 2 only increased Mu Yang's strength by 30,000 gene. Unexpectedly, the blue attribute of the yellow wind had an effect more than 3 times that of the white attribute, boosting his strength by a full 10,000. This caused Mu Yang's single-arm strength to surge once again, now reaching 35,000 gene. After the effect of strong body took place, the blue attribute of blood vitality quietly activated. Blood vitality surged like a roaring tide within Mu Yang, dense blood essence emitting dazzling golden light as it condensed within his bones, continuously nourishing his limbs and bones. Crack, crack. A series of fine metallic sounds resonated from within Mu Yang's body. The limbs' bones, which had been just a tenth away from being fully nourished, now gleamed with a brilliant golden hue at a visibly rapid pace under the wash of this blood vitality. Mid-stage of blood essence realm achieved. His single-arm strength increased by another 4,000 gene, bringing his total strength directly to 3900 gene, just a little short of a formidable 4000 gene. This was already nearly 4 times the strength of an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the blood essence realm. The blue blood vitality attribute is indeed used. After silently praising in his heart, Mu Yang continued to guide the almost unspent flow of blood vitality along his limbs and into his torso. Sternum, ribs, vertebrae. Each piece of the torso's bones as hard as iron began to slowly take on a faint golden hue under the infusion of blood vitality. If a martial artist of the same blood essence realm were to witness Mu Yang nourishing half of his torso bones at such a rapid rate, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. Still half to go. After a moment, as the newly added blood vitality was exhausted, Mu Yang silently estimated. One blue blood vitality attribute had nourished nearly half of the torso's bones. In other words, he was about 3 high-grade martial arts books away from breaking through to the late stage of the blood essence realm, where he needed a corpse of a third-tier demon with a blue blood vitality attribute. The path of martial arts was temporarily blocked. He had already packed all the mid to high-grade martial arts from the Qingxi County government and could only hope for the attribute effect from Grados Corp. To break through to the late stage of the blood essence realm requires 2 corpses of third-tier demons with blue attributes. I wonder how many resources are needed to reach the peak of the blood essence realm. The requirements for this golden quality blood essence realm are indeed high. After a moment of reflection, Mu Yang slowly stood up, focusing his attention on the highest quality attribute he had encountered so far, the demon wind of blood. Let me see how powerful this purple quality ability truly is. Mu Yang slightly closed his eyes, recalling the sudden memories of using the demon wind of blood that appeared in his mind. Soon he instinctively gathered his blood vitality at his throat. Whoosh! A pitch-black storm suddenly erupted from Mu Yang's mouth. Wherever the black wind passed, the grass and trees instantly wilted and turned yellow. The soil on the ground sizzled, and even a large piece of bluestone in front of him was corroded away by a thick layer. The originally flat stone surface became pockmarked as if it had been gnawed upon by countless insects. This power is impressive. Mu Yang stared at his own handiwork, a glint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The yellow wind's demon wind of blood could only slightly corrode the surface soil, while his own could directly erode solid bluestone. If it landed on flesh, the effect would definitely be even greater. After all, this ability was specifically aimed at flesh. After testing the power of the demon wind of blood, Mu Yang began to experiment with other means of release. Indeed, the demon wind of blood could be emitted not only from the mouth, but also from the nose, ears, and other body orifices. However, due to the size of the orifices, the total amount of demon wind of blood emitted at one time varied, but the power remained unchanged. It was merely a matter of coverage. Theoretically, as long as he was skilled enough in controlling his blood vitality, he could even expel the demon wind of blood from the pores of his skin. With this in mind, Mu Yang began to manipulate his blood vitality. After some attempts, he suddenly raised his palm, aiming the center of his hand at the ancient tree where the yellow wind had just leaned against. Sizzle. Dozens of fine black wind threads shot out simultaneously from the pores on the back of his hand like needles of steel. They drilled tiny black holes into the trunk. The edges of the holes continuously corroded and expanded. The speed of the demon wind of blood expelled from skin pores is surprisingly fast. Mu Yang looked in amazement at the ancient tree, which was beginning to show signs of wilting not far away. With this speed, unless he had prepared in advance, there was simply no way to dodge at close range. If the yellow wind had this move just now, he might have really been injured. After experimenting with the demon wind of blood, Mu Yang picked up the remaining head of the yellow wind, casually took a thick green vine from the side, tied the yellow wind's head securely, and held it in his hand. He stood still, gazing into the distance. That was the direction of Qingxi County. With the yellow wind dead, it was time to settle the score with the Wang family. Mu Yang withdrew his gaze and walked down the mountain. Halfway up Huangfeng Mountain, 2 figures were hurrying upward. One rode a tall horse, galloping fiercely, while the other relied solely on his legs, moving even faster than the horse. They were Wu Kai and Xue Shi, who were in a rush to find Mu Yang. Just as the two were anxious, a familiar figure appeared on the path ahead. The person had a broad-bladed long knife inserted at his waist, and was holding something tied with green vines, casually walking down. Mu Yang. Wu Kai recognized him at a glance. It was indeed Mu Yang who had gone up the mountain before them. Wu Gui. Mu Yang was momentarily stunned. What was Wu Kai doing here? He then glanced at the unfamiliar middle-aged man beside Wu Kai. Who was this? Although Mu Yang had been on the job for 3 months, he had never met this elusive big head of the catcher's room, because Xue Shi had been absent from the office for so long. This is the big head of our catcher's room, Xue Shi. You really made a search for you for a long time. Fortunately, you haven't gone deep into Huangfeng Mountain. I must tell you that Yellow Wind Old Demon is very powerful. You're still young, don't rush things. Wu Kai babbled on, his tone filled with concern. He didn't notice that Xue Shi beside him was already wide-eyed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Mu Yang, this isn't the head of the Yellow Wind Old Demon, right? Xue Shi spoke up, and Wu Kai's voice suddenly stopped. He then noticed that Mu Yang was still holding a head tied with green vines. He had been too excited to notice just now. But, the Yellow Wind Old Demon. Wait, it couldn't be that Yellow Wind Old Demon, could it? Wu Kai found it hard to believe. Yes, it took quite a bit of effort to find it, but luckily I was fortunate enough to stumble upon it, and took it down. Mu Yang nodded. Hiss. Both of them gasped in surprise. What do you mean stumbled upon it, and took it down? Wu Kai opened his mouth, unable to utter a word for a long time. Xueshi was no better off. If the two weren't so unfamiliar, he really wanted to ask how Mu Yang had done it. After all, this was the Yellow-Wind Old Demon, a third-tier peak demon who mastered the Blood Demon technique. He and Wang Jianshi had teamed up in the past, but could do nothing against it, only allowing it to retreat into the mountains unscathed. How could a rookie like Mu Yang directly take its head? Just moments ago he had been worried about Mu Yang's safety, yet the other had casually beheaded the Yellow-Wind. Xueshi felt a wave of embarrassment. However, being an experienced big head, after a brief moment of confusion, he couldn't help but praise Mu Yang. Thus the three of them, along with a horse, slowly descended the mountain. At the southern city gate of Qingxi County, Zhou Heng paced back and forth at the gate tower with his hands behind his back, occasionally stopping to gaze into the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Lord Zhou, please don't be anxious, Lu Shuli softly comforted beside him. Head Mu is destined for good fortune. He possesses extraordinary talent and strength, so he will surely be fine. Moreover, Head Shui is also there. Can you not trust his strength? Although Lu Shuli's words were reasonable, Zhou Heng couldn't help but feel worried deep down. Alas, I hope so. Zhou Heng sighed. Suddenly, as he furrowed his brows, a series of crisp hoofbeats echoed from the distant official road. He instinctively looked up, and several tall horses came into view, followed by a rather crude wooden cart. The driver of the cart was very familiar to Zhou Heng. It was an old constable under Mu Yang, Old Fang. Beside him was none other than Mu Yang, whom Zhou Heng had been worried about for a long time. Seeing Mu Yang appear safe and sound, Zhou Heng's worried expression instantly vanished, replaced by a smile, as he prepared to step forward to greet him. Suddenly his footsteps froze. As the distance closed, he finally noticed what was loaded on that wooden cart, something resembling a small mountain. Heads, 7 rat demon heads neatly stacked together, along with 6 enormous demon corpses headless. The still damp, dark red demon blood dripped from the gaps in the wooden boards, and a gentle breeze brought a faint, blood-stained smell. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhou Heng's smile froze, his eyes filled with shock. Lu Shuli beside him rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not seeing things. The guards at the city gate, along with the nearby vendors and passers-by, all halted their actions, stretching their necks and widening their eyes like copper bells. The entire southern city gate fell into a dead silence. Only that wooden cart slowly approached amidst the clattering of horse hooves. Lord Zhou. Mu Yang dismounted and slightly cupped his hands in greeting, his tone as calm as ever, as if the terrifying and grotesque demon heads and corpses behind him were merely ordinary goods. Seeing Mu Yang come over, Zhou Heng finally snapped back to reality. He pointed at the cart and instinctively swallowed hard. Head Mu, did you really kill all of these? Mu Yang nodded. Beside him, Wu Kai interjected, it wasn't us who killed them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng instinctively glanced at Xueshi. Could it be that his brother-in-law's strength had increased? While Zhou Heng's thoughts raced, Wu Kai continued, when we arrived, all these rat demons had already been killed by Brother Mu. He did it all by himself. By himself? Zhou Heng exclaimed in surprise. It was no wonder he was so agitated, or after all these years he had never seen such an impressive constable. He felt that even his brother-in-law, who was a head constable, might not be able to achieve such feats. However, it wasn't over yet. Wu Kai excitedly pointed at the oldest-looking rat head on the cart. Oh, and this? What is this? Zhou Heng asked, instinctively still in a daze. Wu Kai grinned proudly, and said, this is the Yellow-Wind Old Monster from Huangfeng Mountain, and my brother killed it all by himself. The Yellow-Wind Old Monster. Zhou Heng's voice rose several notches. Xueshi couldn't help but smile at his usually calm brother-in-law's display of emotion. When he first saw Mu Yang holding the head of the Yellow-Wind Old Monster, he had the same reaction. But that was to be expected. After all, who could have imagined that a young lad, barely 20, could achieve such an impressive feat alone? Head Mu is truly gifted and extraordinarily powerful. Zhou Heng looked at Mu Yang with fiery eyes, his voice trembling slightly. To have someone like Head Mu emerge from Qingxi County is indeed a blessing for the common people. It is indeed a blessing for the great Jing. You flatter me, Lord Zhou. Mu Yang smiled slightly, and said killing demons is simply part of a constable's duty. Seeing Mu Yang's humble attitude after accomplishing such an impressive feat, Zhou Heng nodded in his heart. No wonder he could achieve such accomplishments. With this mindset, he farted. If it were him at 20 killing the Yellow-Wind Old Monster, he would have proudly ridden on his father's back, and his father would have praised him for riding well and painting beautifully, calling him the pride of the Zhou family. Let's go Head Mu. Today your demon-slaying achievement is a momentous occasion, we must celebrate with 3 big jugs of wine. Zhou Heng's face glowed with excitement as he invited Mu Yang to his home for a drink. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Zhou. Mu Yang, who had something to ask, did not refuse. The matter he wanted to discuss was naturally related to the Wang family. The Wang family was different from the rat demons of Huangfeng Mountain. The rat demons were monsters. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could kill them however he pleased, regardless of how many he killed. But the Wang family was different. After all, killing a person is still somewhat different from killing a demon. He was currently wearing his constable's uniform and did not want to become an outlaw. Old Feng Yu and the brothers take these demon corpses and heads to my small courtyard and let the brothers drink some warm wine and listen to some music to dispel the killing. Mu Yang turned to Old Feng and the others, giving them a brief instruction. After that, he reached into his pocket preparing to take out some silver. For drinking, there's no need to trouble my younger brother. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll pay for the wine. Wu Kai stepped forward with a smile, saying, no need to trouble yourself today, I'm happy, so I'll cover the cost. Seeing Wu Kai insist on treating Mu Yang, did not refuse. After tonight, he would not be short of silver. He had exchanged all the martial arts points in the county, and the remaining points could only be exchanged for silver. Wow, our head constable is truly amazing. At such a young age, he's probably on par with the head constable. Looking at Mu Yang following Zhou Heng and Xue Shi old, he couldn't help but I just hope the head constable can stay in our county a bit longer. Old Feng chimed in. What do you mean? Is the head constable leaving? Old Yi asked, puzzled. Otherwise, do you think the head constable is like you with no ambitions, always playing cards? A person like the head constable cannot remain in our small county. Old Feng retorted. That's true. Old Yi nodded unconsciously, but soon reacted. Wait, what do you mean by thinking the head constable is me? Are you really that impressive? Just wait until we drink. Oh, let's see if I can't get you drunk. On the other side, at the Zhou family residence in the banquet hall, exquisite dishes filled the entire redwood round table, and the fragrant aroma of aged Hua Jiao wine intoxicated the senses. There were not many people in the hall, aside from the maid responsible for pouring wine and serving dishes. There were only Mu Yang, Zhou Heng, and Xue Shi at the table. To say nothing of it, the Zhou family was indeed a well-known family in the county. Although not as renowned as the three major families, their provisions and expenses were quite decent. The dishes were lavish, and the flavors were excellent, indicating that Zhou Heng had put in considerable effort for this meal. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, with his face slightly flushed, Zhou Heng suddenly dismissed the maid, and then stood up holding his wine glass and looking at Mu Yang with a complex expression. Head Mu, I owe you an apology. Upon hearing this, Xue Shi silently put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhou Heng. Mu Yang also looked over, unsure of what he was trying to do. Master Zhou, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Mu Yang said slowly. I recommended you to the demon-slaying bureau not solely for your benefit. Zhou Heng sighed, holding his wine cup, and began explaining gently. The 3 great families of Qingxi County have conspired with demons to plague the local populace. With insufficient authority and influence, I was powerless to oppose them. So I sought to draw the demon-slaying bureau's attention through your extraordinary talent, hoping they would eradicate this menace. He bowed deeply to Mu Yang and drained his cup in one go. Watching Zhou Heng's remorseful expression, Mu Yang replied calmly, there is no need for such humility, Master Zhou. Writing to the demon-slaying bureau was precisely what I desired. Moreover, in this matter we each gained what we sought. So where is the question of exploitation? Mu Yang spoke truthfully. An elder constable had once told him, in this world hatred never arises without cause, and neither does love. Zhou Heng's assistance surely carried expectations. Mu Yang had known this all along, and he bore no resentment. To accept payment and fulfill one's duty was neither deceit nor manipulation, it was simply the natural order of things. Besides, with Zhou Heng's recommendation, he could more swiftly establish a connection with the demon-slaying bureau, thereby gaining access to martial arts manuals and growing stronger through demon slaying. By any reckoning, this arrangement favored him. Zhou Heng, astonished by Mu Yang's clarity of insight, paused momentarily before his face softened into sincere gratitude. Senior Constable Mu, your profound wisdom commands my deepest respect. Xue Shi, standing nearby, was equally surprised upon hearing Zhou Heng's confession. Mu Yang showed neither anger nor cold detachment, but remained composed and unruffled as ever. Such equanimity was rare among 20-year-olds. Still, may I ask, do you possess irrefutable evidence of the 3 families' collusion with demons? Mu Yang first learned of the Wang family's alliance with rat demons from Huang Chunggui village, head of Huangjia village, and later received corroboration from Li Shoucai, head of Lijia village. Yet both men were now dead, and their testimonies, unverified and solitary, could hardly constitute evidence. Collusion with demons is a capital offense. Given the family's secrecy, I possess only scattered leads, not a single concrete proof. Zhou Heng let out a long, weary sigh. Had evidence existed, he would have filed a formal petition directly with the prefectural capital. No need to seek the demon-slaying bureau's intervention. Then, if evidence were obtained, could we act against them openly within the city? Mu Yang asked. Zhou Heng blinked in surprise, then answered promptly, with conclusive proof, certainly. The Dajing dynasty maintained absolute zero tolerance toward demonic collusion, hence the very establishment of the demon-slaying bureau. That settles it. A plan crystallized in Mu Yang's mind. Though unaware of Mu Yang's thoughts, Zhou Heng offered earnest counsel. The 3 families have entrenched themselves in Qingxi County for generations. Without irrefutable evidence, striking prematurely would not only fail to uproot them entirely, but risk alerting them, inviting slander, and provoking unnecessary complications. After all, these are prominent clans. They maintain ties, however tenuous, with the prefectural capital. Muyang nodded and raised his wine cup. Rest assured, Master Zhou. I shall act with utmost prudence. Excellent, excellent. Zhou Heng smiled and lifted his cup in return. Leaving the Zhou residence, Muyang simultaneously circulated his qi to dispel the wine's lingering effects as he walked toward his modest courtyard. Senior Constable. The moment he stepped inside the gate, a voice called out. Li Chuang. Indeed, it was Li Chuang, one of his subordinates waiting within the courtyard. After assisting Elder Fong and others in transporting the demon's corpse to Muyang's home, Li Chuang had volunteered to remain behind as guard, fearing petty thieves might steal Muyang's spoils. Though Elder Fong and the others doubted any foolhardy burglar would dare target Muyang in Qingxi County, Li Chuang insisted, and they made no further protest. Why haven't you rested yet? Muyang approached the well and scooped a ladle of water, intending to rinse his face. At that instant, thud. Li Chuang dropped to his knees and struck the ground 3 times with resounding force, startling Muyang's normally placid expression into open astonishment. I thank you, Senior Constable, for avenging my entire family, and for delivering justice to my village, Lijia village. Li Chuang's voice rang clear and unwavering. Muyang remained silent for a moment, then asked quietly, Do you hold no grudge against me? Constable Chun stated clearly, The rat demon lured me there deliberately. I am no man of ignorance or ingratitude. Demons devour people. How could one blame a human being? You need not have gone. Yet you ventured alone, for Lijia village. In my heart you are a true hero, and my gratitude knows no bounds. His words were sincere, each syllable drawn from the depths of his heart. Though uncertain whether Muyang harbored guilt over Lijia village's massacre, Li Chuang fervently hoped this gifted righteous young man would never let his Dao heart grow dimmed by sorrow. A figure like Muyang should soar as a celestial dragon, roaming heaven and earth, slaying 10,000 demons, blessing all living beings. Muyang knew not how he appeared in Li Chuang's eyes, but seeing such maturity and integrity stirred warmth within him. In his past life, he had witnessed countless monsters online. Ungrateful, venomous, and scrupulous creatures who bit the hand that fed them. Never did he imagine he'd encounter someone so upright in this life. No thanks are necessary. I bear no such weight. And hero suits me even less. My actions have always served only myself. Muyang waved dismissively. Li Chuang misunderstood, assuming humility. After all, if truly self-serving, why risk life and limb to slay demons? With Muyang's innate talent, steady cultivation would surely yield greater rewards. Wait, Muyang suddenly interjected. As Li Chuang looked on puzzled, he stepped into his room, and returned moments later holding a newly bound thread-stitched manual. Emblazoned across its cover in bold characters were the words Subduing Dragon Saber Art, a martial art Muyang had transcribed earlier while testing his equipment interface. Since duplicate manuals were unusable, it had lain idle. Senior Constable, this. Li Chuang instantly recognized it as a mid-tier martial art, and the advanced successor to his own Taming Tiger Saber art. Bureau regulations forbade private instruction of martial arts acquired through official exchange. Violators forfeited triple the merit points required for acquisition, or an equivalent month's salary. The penalty seemed mild, yet in practice those wealthy enough to afford external training had no need for bureau manuals, while those who needed them lacked the funds to pay fines. Thus the penalty stung sharply indeed. It matters not. I have ample merit points. Muyang gestured toward the demon's corpse lying in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior Constable. Li Chuang uttered nothing more, merely tucked the manual close to his chest and nodded solemnly. Go now? It grows late. Rest well. This time Muyang made no effort to detain him. After Li Chuang departed, Muyang sat beside the well, as he had the previous night, bathed in the gentle breeze, gazing upward at the moon's luminous, serene disk. Filth stained the courtyard floor, yet moonlight fell pure and snow-bright. The bright moonlight hung in the sky. After sitting quietly for a while, Muyang stood up and approached the neatly arranged corpses of the mouse demons in the courtyard. I hope this mouse demon's attributes are impressive. Muyang focused his attention on the largest corpse among them, which was a third-grade mouse demon, its gray body. Available equipment: mouse demon corpse complete. Grade 3rd grade. Equipment effect: strengthened physique, blue, significant enhancement of physical body, overall improvements in physical strength, stamina, and reaction speed. Vitality surge, blue, significant increase in total vitality. Permanent solidification condition: equip this item for 10 full days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any 3rd grade or higher demon beasts. Double blue attributes. A glint of excitement flashed in Muyang's eyes. Initially he only hoped for 1 blue quality vitality surge attribute, but unexpectedly there was an extra surprise. Not only was the vitality surge attribute blue, but the strengthened physique attribute also reached blue quality. A double blessing. Muyang stepped forward, placing his hand on the cold demon corpse, and silently chanted in his heart. Equip the mouse demon corpse. Ding. The mouse demon corpse has been equipped. as the strengthened physique attribute activated a familiar sensation of explosive power filled his body. His single-arm strength increased by another 10,000 pounds. But it didn't stop there. The blue quality Vitality Surge attribute also began to activate simultaneously. Vitality surged into his skeletal structure with drops of golden-hued marrow rapidly condensing within his bones. The previously half-nurtured skeletal structure was visibly coated in a layer of dazzling golden light. Until the new vitality was completely consumed, Mu Yang's entire skeletal structure was perfectly nurtured. Late-stage blood marrow realm achieved. This time the single-arm strength increase far exceeded the previous 2 times, boosting by a full 8,000 pounds. The strength was so formidable that it nearly rivaled that of a fully fledged warrior at the peak of the blood marrow realm. 57,000 pounds in one arm. With this strength in my past life, I could probably lift a steel roll with my bare hands. Mu Yang's lips curled slightly upward. It was said that in the steel roll industry, there was a rule: whoever carried away the steel roll owned it. With his strength, becoming a wealthy tycoon would be a piece of cake. Of course, Mu Yang believed that the greater possibility was being recruited into a department or entering a laboratory for investigation. After some idle thoughts, he turned his attention back to the remaining mouse demon corpses. Besides the gray large third-grade demon corpse, there were 2 second-grade demon corpses and 3 first-grade demon corpses. Their attribute qualities were quite ordinary, all merely white. Of course, Mu Yang wasn't picky about these. However, his equipment slots were limited. Otherwise he would have equipped them all without a second thought. After some contemplation, Mu Yang opened the equipment panel and selected one of the second-grade mouse demon corpses. Ding. Detected that the host has selected the enhancement subject item mouse demon corpse second grade. Please select the materials needed for enhancement. That's right, Mu Yang planned to use the enhancement function to raise the attribute quality of the mouse demon. An ordinary second-grade demon corpse had limited enhancement effects for him. If the attribute quality could be improved a bit, it might be useful. Soon Mu Yang picked 3 books of mid-level martial arts that he had exchanged earlier in the county as enhancement materials. Ding. Detected that the enhancement subject's grade is second grade, the lowest attribute quality is white, the material grade is second grade, and the lowest attribute quality is white. Meeting the enhancement conditions, any attribute quality of the enhancement subject will be raised. With the prompt sound ringing, the 3 martial arts books began to gradually shatter, turning into faint white particles that merged into the mouse demon corpse in the enhancement panel. As all the white particles merged in, a faint blue glow quietly emerged. Ding. Enhancement of the subject item mouse demon corpse second grade completed. Attribute quality has been raised. Vitality Surge blue. Available equipment: mouse demon corpse complete 1. Grade second grade. Equipment effect: strengthened physique, minor enhancement of physique, overall improvements in physical strength, stamina, and reaction speed. Vitality Surge blue, significant increase in total vitality. Permanent solidification condition: equip this item for 10 full days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any second grade or higher demon beasts. Can only 1 attribute's quality be raised? Mu Yang looked at the enhanced 1 mouse demon corpse panel and muttered to himself. Previously he had only enhanced dried pork, which had only 1 attribute, and he thought that each enhancement would raise the quality of all attributes. If only 1 attribute is randomly enhanced, he would have to be careful when selecting materials in the future, to choose equipment with attributes that are not very useful as enhancement consumables. I wonder how many times a second-grade equipment can be enhanced. Mu Yang suddenly recalled the previous incident where the dried pork could not be enhanced a second time. At that time he speculated that the upper limit of enhancement might be related to martial arts cultivation level or the quality of the item itself. But unfortunately he didn't have enough high-quality items at the time, so he couldn't verify it. Now was just the right moment. Thinking of this, Mu Yang placed the enhanced 1 second-grade mouse demon corpse back into the subject item slot, then took out 3 mid-level martial arts books again. Ding. Detected that the host has selected Iron Line Fist Spring Leg Shadowless Sword as enhancement materials. Do you wish to use them to enhance the subject item mouse demon corpse 1 second grade? It can actually be done, eh? Mu Yang was pleasantly surprised and immediately shouted yes in his heart. The next moment the 3 mid-level martial arts books instantly transformed into faint white particles and merged into the enhanced mouse demon corpse. Ding. The enhancement of the subject item mouse demon corpse 1 second grade has been completed and the attribute quality has been raised. Strengthened physique blue. This time the attribute that was enhanced was the other white attribute of the mouse demon corpse. Mu Yang looked at the enhanced 2 mouse demon corpse and understood. It seemed that the upper limit of enhancement times might be related to the number of attributes the item possessed. He just didn't know if it was possible to raise the blue quality attributes to purple. Thinking this, Mu Yang took out 3 mid-level martial arts books again. Ding. Detected that the enhancement subject's grade is second grade, the lowest attribute quality is blue, the material grade is second grade, and the lowest attribute quality is white. Enhancement conditions not met, unable to continue enhancement. Upon seeing the prompt, Muyang finally remembered that only items of the same grade and quality could be used as materials for enhancement. I don't have enough martial arts left. With the 6 he just used removed, Muyang only had 6 mid-level martial arts books left, and 1 second-grade Mouse Demon Corpse that had yet to be enhanced. Clearly, he couldn't gather 3 second-grade enhanced 1 items. Reluctantly, Muyang had to give up the plan to continue enhancing, and instead invested the remaining 6 martial arts books into another second-grade Mouse Demon Corpse. Soon another enhanced 2 Mouse Demon Corpse was born. Equip. Muyang placed his hands on the 2 enhanced 2 demon corpses, thinking inwardly. The corpse of a second-tier rat demon of white quality enhanced physical strength by 1,000 gene. Previously the Fox Demons and Grey 5's corpses had yielded identical effects. After enhancement, the 2 brothers Grey 3 and Grey 4 each gained 3,000 gene of strength, nearly matching the boost conferred by Grey 2. My single-arm strength has reached 63,000 gene. Muyang clenched his fist, then drew the long saber at his waist, and swung it several times across. Just days earlier the blade had felt unwieldy in his hands. Now it moved, as if weightless. The Yuling Broadblade, merely 300 gene in weight, felt no heavier to Muyang than a slender willow branch wielded by an ordinary adult man. Alas, the County Yaman's armory held limited resources and no replacement was available. He would have to wait until reaching the prefectural capital. I wonder what treasures the Wang family possesses. Murmuring softly, Muyang stored 2 first-tier demonic corpses in the cellar, then casually hoisted the remaining one, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. Night descended like ink, a chill wind swept across his jet-black robes, and a piercing aura of slaughter surged abruptly through the courtyard. To wield a lethal weapon is to awaken the urge to kill. It was time to settle accounts with the Wang family. Though night reigned outside, the study blazed with light, brighter than day, courtesy of countless luminous oil lamps. Even tung oil too costly for common folk never graced Wang Rudong's study. Instead, only premium lamb oil candles perfumed with delicate fragrance illuminated his chamber. Yet tonight, within this extravagantly maintained study, Wang Rudong felt no pleasure. Only deep furrows etching his brow and gravity darkening his face. Is it confirmed? Was the Yellow-Wind Elder truly among those slain rat demons? His voice rasped, laced with disbelief. That formidable figure, both revered and feared, long a source of dread, was dead. Even now reality felt elusive. Yes, master. Utterly certain. Wang Fu trembled. This afternoon nearly every guard stationed at the city gate, and all nearby vendors, saw the wooden cart piled high with demonic corpses. Atop them all rested the Yellow-Wind Elder's severed head. And according to vendors at the gate, every single corpse was slain by Muyang alone. At that, Wang Fu shuddered involuntarily. As steward and trusted confidant of the Wang family, he understood full well the tangled history between Muyang and their house. From Grey 9 and Grey 5 to Grey 2's assault and the rat demon massacre of the village, all bore the Wang family shadow. Fortunately, their operations had remained discreet, leaving no incriminating evidence exposed. Otherwise, should this ruthless man fix his gaze upon them, the Wang family would face slain by one man. Wang Rudong closed his eyes, murmuring faintly. The master strategist, long famed for impassivity, could no longer suppress the shock churning within him. He could comprehend the deaths of the Yellow-Wind Elder's offspring. But the Elder himself. He had witnessed his power firsthand. His demonic miasma-wind technique required a 4th-rank martial cultivator. How then had a fledgling constable, barely out of adolescence, accomplished such a feat? Worse still, with the Elder gone, his steady supply of blood pills vanished, and his newly adopted demonic blood external cultivation path collapsed entirely. Breaking through to the 4th-rank chi condensation realm now seemed impossibly distant. Master, what shall we do? Wang Fu ventured cautiously. Wang Rudong inhaled deeply, forcing his mind back to the present. The Yellow-Wind Elder was dead. Securing blood pills would take time. His immediate priority was ensuring no trace remained of his correspondence with the Elder, or of the messenger dispatched. Should that young man uncover even a single thread of evidence, the Wang family would bleed heavily, and Zhou Heng might seize the opening to dismantle their century-old legacy. After a moment's silence, Wang Rudong commanded, voice low and resolute, issue orders immediately. From this moment onward, every member of the Wang family shall remain obedient and silent. No provocations, no disturbances. His eyes flared crimson as dark red blood chi swirled around him, and eliminate everyone who knew of the Yellow-Wind Mountain affair. All of them. Wang Fu's heart lurched. These were the Wang family's most loyal elite. Yet confronted with his master's predatory, murderous aura, he dared not protest, bowing deeply instead. Understood, master. I shall act swiftly. Wang Rudong, sensing his own emotional volatility, slowly reined in the surging blood chi and waved dismissively. Go. Wang Fu hastened to nod, when suddenly, Wang Rudong, come out this instant, you constable. A thunderous bellow erupted from beyond the courtyard walls. Wang Rudong's eyes flashed crimson once more, the suppressed blood chi roiled anew. In Qingxi County, who dared storm the Wang estate at midnight and utter his name so brazenly, truly courting death. Had it been so long since he last acted that fools had forgotten his former renown. Perfect. He'd vent his fury on this reckless fool. Meanwhile, before the main gate of the Wang estate, who dares bark like a stray dog before our gates? A booming shout shattered the silence as a hulking man strode forth from the Vermilion Gate. This was Wang Shijun, eldest son of the Wang clan's mainline Wang Rudong's own flesh and blood, and the most gifted youth of the entire Wang generation. Just past 30, he had already transcended the Tindananbone realm and entered the early stage of the blood marrow realm, cultivating his marrow essence. Flanking him were 5 or 6 household retainers, each gripping black gold iron cudgels, faces twisted with menace. By their aura alone, they were all ranked first-tier martial artists, having attained the skin and muscle realm. Each possessed single-arm strength exceeding 500 jin, the elite core of the Wang household. A constable, Wang Shijun eyed the challenger, a tall, broad-shouldered man clad in jet-black combat attire, cinched at the waist with a copper-buckled belt, his features sharp, handsome, and fiercely noble. His left hand rested lightly on the hilt of an elegant broadsword, his right gripped a gory rat demon corpse. None other than Mu Yang, just departed from his own courtyard. Who are you and why do you disturb us at this hour? Noting the demonic corpse, Wang Shijun withheld his retainer's assault, for now, frowning sternly instead. In these times, slaying demons marked extraordinary prowess. He dared not act rashly, provoking trouble for his father might jeopardize his succession as clan patriarch. Who am I? Mu Yang scoffed, hurling the corpse hard before Wang Shijun with a metallic clang. Your Wang family conspired with rat demons, terrorized the countryside, and plotted against imperial officers. Were I not skilled enough, today would be my funeral anniversary. And yet you dare question me. Shameless wretches. Wang Shijun's face paled. Collusion with demons warranted total annihilation. A mere constable dares call himself an imperial officer and slander the Wang family with baseless accusations. Seize him, Wang Shijun roared. Seeing Wang Shijun give the order, Mu Yang wasted no time. His hand snapped to the hilt, drawing the blade in one fluid motion. This was precisely the moment he had awaited. Once the Wang family struck first, he could legitimately storm their estate, avenging past wrongs while searching for irrefutable proof of their demonic collusion. Should evidence surface, jubilation would reign. Demonic collusion was unquestionably a crime warranting clan-wide extermination. Killing a few retainers, or even the entire Wang lineage, would be lawful righteous enforcement. Should no proof emerge, at worst he'd be fined 3 taels of silver for wrongful accusation, a trivial warning. Beyond that, Prefect Zhou Heng stood firmly behind him, at most a month's salary. Privately, the Wang family couldn't match his strength. What recourse did they truly possess? In the Zhou family's mansion in the study room, Zhou Heng and She were casually chatting over tea. Brother-in-law, you said that Mu Yang has practiced martial arts for less than 3 months and can already slay the old monster Huang Feng. With his talent, isn't he a leading figure among the younger generation in the county? Zhou Heng sighed. She leaned back in his chair, took a sip of tea, and said, Lei Jiao Jiao, the legitimate daughter of the Lei family in Qinghe County, has been bathed in medicinal liquids since childhood. At 6, she began to strengthen her foundation with various demonic meats and precious medicines. When she started practicing martial arts at 12, she had already reached the peak of the flesh realm, and the following year, she completed her first bone tempering. 3 years later, she tempered her bones again and achieved an iron bone state. That same year, she broke through to the blood marrow realm, and 2 years later, she reached the peak of the blood marrow realm. Now at the age of 23, she is already at the peak of the 4th stage of the Qi condensation realm, and is ready to enter the 5th stage of the meridian opening realm at any time. And this among the younger generation in Qinghe County is only barely within the top 5. Shueshi said with a face full of regret. He spent half a lifetime cultivating to reach the late stage of the blood marrow realm, while others had already far surpassed him by the age of 18. Is his talent inferior? Perhaps so, but more importantly, it's the gap in resources. The precious medicines that are hard to find in Qingxi County for 10 years, Lei Jiao Jiao has been consuming since childhood. The 3rd-grade demonic meat that takes him a long time to obtain, she can have almost every meal, and even of higher quality. Now the other party is not even half his age, yet her strength far exceeds his. This is the disparity of background and resources. In this respect, he is vastly inferior. Even the exceptionally talented Mu Yang is no different. In the path of martial arts, the further one goes, the higher the demands for resources. Without precious medicines and demonic meats, it is difficult to maintain one's own strength, let alone make further progress. Even with outstanding talent, unless one relies on the favor of the powerful and clings to the nobility, the road ahead is fraught with obstacles. Sigh. After hearing Shueshi's words, Zhou Heng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although he is not proficient in martial arts, he understands the difficulty of practicing. He also realizes that to reach higher realms in the future, a large amount of resources will undoubtedly be required. From what he has learned about Mu Yang in recent days, it is clear that he is not the kind of person who clings to the powerful. I hope Mu Yang has a bright future. Zhou Heng sighed. Knock knock knock. Just as Zhou Heng and Xue were lamenting, a sudden urgent knocking on the door rang out. Come in. After Zhou Heng spoke, a servant from the Zhou family immediately pushed the door open and reported anxiously, Master, something bad has happened. Mu Yang has brought a demon corpse to the entrance of the Wang family's mansion. Zhou Heng and Xue. The two looked at each other, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. What happened? Didn't Mu Yang just return home? Why has he gone to the Wang family's mansion again? And you went there bringing a demon corpse for what? Wait, a demon corpse? Zhou Heng's mind flashed, suddenly recalling what Mu Yang had said while drinking. If there is evidence, can we take action against them directly in the city, eh? After thinking for a while, Mu Yang must be using false evidence. They had never considered that evidence could come about this way. But upon closer thought, it seems there is no problem. Mu Yang is now the great hero of Qingxi County, known throughout the city for continuously slaying demons, and his reputation is at its peak. Meanwhile, the Wang family is notorious for bullying the weak and acting lawlessly. If Mu Yang says there is something wrong with the Wang family, the common people will truly believe him. Moreover, the fact that the Wang family colludes with demons is already a fact. As long as Mu Yang firmly asserts it and takes the opportunity to find some clues from the Wang family tonight, it would be enough to convict them. With this in mind, Zhou Heng immediately spoke. Quickly notify the catchers of each squad to gather at the Wang family's mansion. Brother-in-law, let's go ahead and make sure to solidify the Wang family's charges. On the other side, in front of the Wang family's mansion, the night was as dark as ink, thick and unyielding. The bright full moon was completely covered by heavy dark clouds. Only a few faint rays of light leaked through, barely illuminating the bluestone path in front of the Wang family mansion. The crimson doors stood wide open with lights bright inside and outside, yet there was a chilling and oppressive atmosphere. 6 Wang family servants armed with black gold iron rods immediately surrounded Mu Yang fiercely upon receiving the order from Wang Shijun. Wang Shijun's expression turned cold as he sternly reprimanded. My Wang family has stood in Qingxi County for 100 years. How can a mere catcher like you act recklessly here? Now immediately put down your weapons and surrender. For the sake of the officials, I can spare your life. Mu Yang had an expressionless face and didn't even bother to open it. He had no habit of wasting words on the dead. He simply scanned his surroundings with his eyes to confirm the positions of the 6 servants. Seeing that Mu Yang ignored him, Wang Shijun waved his hand, charge. However, just as his words fell, whoosh, a silver flash streaked by so fast that one couldn't even see its trajectory. The wicked smiles on the faces of the servants had yet to fade, and the iron rods in their hands had already snapped in two. Following that, dull thuds echoed. 6 heads fell to the ground, their hot blood staining the long street. In an instant, the entrance of the Wang family mansion was plunged into silence. Such a fast... Wang Shijun's pupils constricted, his heart gripped with shock. He never expected that this seemingly young catcher could strike so swiftly. So fast that even he, a practitioner in the early stage of the blood marrow realm, could barely see it clearly. No wonder he dared to cause trouble at my Wang family. It turns out he really has some skill. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wang Shijun suddenly drew his long sword from his waist. While distracting Mu Yang with words, he revolved his chi and blood stomping his legs and shot towards Mu Yang, who had just completed his strike like an arrow. The sword gleamed with a cold light, its tip sharp and menacing, slicing through the air as it aimed directly at Mu Yang's heart. Mu Yang's blade was fast, but his sword was not slow. However, Wang Shijun's confidently struck sword appeared as slow as a snail in Mu Yang's eyes. He simply tilted his body slightly to evade the incoming attack, then raised his wrist, and the feather's blade swept upward. Uft! The sound of the blade entering flesh suddenly rang out. Following that, a metallic clanging echoed as a sword fell to the ground. The heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky. Wang Shijun's face instantly turned as pale as paper as he clutched at his smooth, severed arm, stumbling backward, and fell heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain made him convulse all over. The arrogance in his eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fear. Mu Yang remained silent, merely gripping his blade, stepping closer to Wang Shijun. Stop! A furious shout suddenly erupted from not far away. A figure like a ghost dashed out from the mansion, instantly appearing at the entrance. The newcomer, whose hair was all white, was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Rudong. Wang Rudong stared at the corpse sprawled upon the ground, and at the severed arm still clutching its long sword, his eyes instantly flooding with crimson veins. The blood chi he had forcibly suppressed moments earlier now surged uncontrollably through his meridians, thickening the very air around him until it felt viscous and suffocating. Young master, Wang Fu, who had rushed out behind him, froze at the sight, his heart hammering violently as his gaze swept across Mu Yang, clad in sleek, jet-black martial attire. He hurriedly leaned close to Wang Rudong's ear and whispered urgently, Master, it's Mu Yang, the constable who slew Huang Feng. Wang Rudong shuddered violently, Half the fury blazing in his eyes flickered and died. He turned his gaze upon Mu Yang. Complexity etched deep into his expression, wrath, murderous intent, and beneath it all an unmistakable undercurrent of dread. As Wang Rudong observed Mu Yang studied the patriarch of the Wang clan, the man whose name echoed throughout Qingxi County. White hair, white beard, towering stature, and robust vital energy. Yet, Mu Yang's nostrils flared faintly, his eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. How could Wang Rudong emit the faint, unmistakable aura of a demonic entity? It even bore a subtle resemblance to the scent of the rat demon dwelling on Huangfeng Mountain. Strange indeed. Sensing Mu Yang's scrutiny, Wang Rudong drew a deep breath, clamping down hard on the roiling fury and killing intent within him, drawing his unruly blood chi back under. He fixed Mu Yang with a strained, brittle smile. Constable Mu, what brings you to the Wang residence so late? Has some misunderstanding occurred? Should any ill-mannered junior of our clan have inadvertently offended you, I, Wang Mao, offer my sincere apologies on his behalf. With that, Wang Rudong shot a sharp glance toward Wang Fu at his side. Afu, hurry to my study and fetch 100 taels of gold for Constable Mu to soothe his temper. 100 taels of gold equaled 1,000 taels of silver, a sum no ordinary constable in Qingxi County could amass in a lifetime. Even a squad leader earning 5 taels monthly would need over a decade of frugal austerity to save such an amount. Yet he uttered not a word about the slain household guard, or his own son's severed arm, opting instead to buy silence, with wealth extinguishing the matter before it could ignite. Father, Wang Shijun could not comprehend it. Their family ranked among Qingxi County's 3 great houses, yet they bowed so low before a mere constable. Silence! Wang Rudong barked sharply, halting Wang Shijun mid-protest. Wang Shijun flinched, shoulders hunching as he lowered his head in mute submission. After rebuking his son, Wang Rudong forced another conciliatory smile toward Mu Yang. Constable Mu, how does this sit with you? He inhaled deeply, his smile tightening ever so slightly. You're absolutely right, Constable Mu. Mere 100 taels hardly reflect the Wang clan since. He inhaled deeply, his smile tightening ever so slightly. You're absolutely right, Constable Mu. Mere 100 taels hardly reflect the Wang clan's sincerity. Very well, I'll double it. How is that? Mu Yang stood motionless, blade held steady, voice flat and unyielding. Not enough. At those 2 words the air itself turned glacial. Wang Rudong's smile vanished entirely, his ancient eyes locked onto Mu Yang, icy and unblinking. Constable Mu, greed unchecked seldom ends well. Is it? I find it rather auspicious. A sardonic curve lifted the corner of Mu Yang's mouth. Gold and silver meant nothing to him. He sought only one truth, whether the demonic aura he'd sensed had been illusion or reality. And how best to confirm it? Schwa. Before Wang Rudong could register shock, Mu Yang's blade flashed downward. Wang Shijun's head soared skyward. Scalding blood splattered across Wang Rudong's face. Shijun. His cry tore from his throat, a raw, soul-rending wail. He had never imagined Mu Yang would so brazenly flout decorum, slaying his most cherished son, the Wang clan's ancient century prodigy, right before his very eyes. I will see you dead. Wang Rudong could no longer contain his apocalyptic fury. Torrents of dark crimson blood chi erupted from his body, like rampaging tigers descend. Coiling within that churning blood chi were faint tendrils of black, demonic energy, exuding an aura that chilled the marrow. This old Wang must be tainted. With that unrestrained surge of dark crimson blood chi, Mu Yang finally confirmed it. The demonic scent he detected earlier was no illusion. It emanated unmistakably from Wang Rudong himself. Such dense demonic aura implied prolonged proximity to demonic entities, or worse, cultivation of martial arts intrinsically bound to them. Now it was settled, no further investigation required. Evidence lay bare before him. Demon blood external art. You, Wang Rudong, have cultivated this forbidden art, and fallen into demonic cultivation. A startled cry rang out from the street. Xueshi and Zhou Hong had arrived in haste. Gazing upon Wang Rudong, white hair whipping wildly, eyes stained crimson blood, chi pulsing with ominous darkness, Xueshi's face paled. He had suspected collusion with demons, but never dared imagine Wang Rudong would dare cultivate a heretical art expressly banned by imperial decree. This secret art demands the blood of at least a third-rank demonic entity as catalyst refined with human blood pills. Its cultivation is grotesquely cruel, requiring regular consumption of raw flesh and blood to sustain demonic essence. Yet once perfected, its power is staggering, physical resilience rivaling that of a blood marrow realm master who has undergone dual tendonanbone forging, single-arm strength exceeding 20,000 jin. Xueshi spoke rapidly, his expression grave, revealing the full nature of Wang Rudong's forbidden art to Mu Yang. What did 20,000 jin of single-arm strength truly mean? Without exaggeration, even Huang Feng, the demon lord, unarmed and bereft of demonic sorcery, would fall before Wang Rudong. 20,000 jin. It's over, we're doomed. Zhou Heng's face drained of color upon hearing Xueshi's words. A Blood Marrow Realm Master at peak cultivation wielded only 10,000 gene per arm. 20,000 gene was twice that beyond mortal reckoning. How could they possibly prevail? Since you've come you'll all stay, forever. Wang Rudong's eyes, now streaked with scarlet, swept over Xue Shi, and Zhou Heng lips curling into a savage grin. The charade was over. He would slay these three then relocate the Wang clan beyond Qingxi County, so long as he lived their legacy endured. Muyang, take Zhou Heng and flee. I'll hold him off. Xue Shi yanked his sword free voice urgent. My courtyard holds a first-rank warhorse. Mount it, and ride immediately to the prefecture city to report to the demon-slaying bureau. Think you can escape? Too late. Wang Rudong roared, his dark crimson blood chi exploding outward as he lunged like a ravenous beast toward Muyang nearest of the three. His speed was blinding. Cracks spiderwebbed across the cobblestones beneath his feet. Yet facing this terrifying apparition, Muyang's handsome features betrayed no fear. Only the faintest, almost imperceptible upward tilt of his lips. He stepped forward, not back, his broadsword Yuling slashing straight into the churning crimson miasma. Though insubstantial, the blood chi yielded like thick mud beneath the blade. An ordinary martial artist, however skilled, would find such chi utterly impervious. But the wielder of this blade was no ordinary man. This was Muyang. Hop. Muyang unleashed his full might. Over 60,000 gene of single-arm force surging through the blade into the blood chi. Wang Rudong's expression contorted in disbelief. Before his disbelieving eyes the Yuling broadsword cleaved onward, unstoppable, descending directly upon his skull. His vaunted demon blood chi. How could it fail to halt Muyang's blade? Impossible. No time for thought. He channeled every ounce of blood chi, unleashing a guttural and human roar. Ruwar. Instantly his frame swelled, coarse blackened yellow bristles erupting across his skin, rigid as steel needles tearing his silk robes asunder. This was the hallmark of demon blood external art. Bodily demonic transformation, granting immense defensive fortitude. He crossed his arms before his chest, bracing to absorb Muyang's blood. Crack! The sickening snap of breaking bone pierced the silent night. His bristled arms, like brittle twigs, were severed clean at the shoulders by the Yuling broadsword. Ah! Wang Rudong shrieked. A shrill, agonized wail, as the colossal force of the strike hurled him backward in staggering retreat. He simply could not fathom it after years of arduous cultivation, wielding 20,000 gene per arm, armored by demonic resilience rivaling a third-rank demon. Yet before this young constable, he crumbled like rotten wood. I cannot win. I must flee. 1,000 questions burned within him, yet instinct dictated immediate flight. His gaze darted sideways, to Wang Fu already paralyzed with terror, and a flash of ruthless calculation lit his eyes. In one brutal motion, he kicked Wang Fu squarely into Muyang's path. Muyang didn't even blink. His hand flicked, and Wang Fu's body split cleanly into midair. In that fleeting instant Wang Rudong whirled and fled, dashing headlong into the depths of the Wang estate. Nothing mattered now. Not his clan's legacy, not vengeance. Only survival. Think you can run? Muyang drove power from his legs, launching forward like lightning, closing the distance in a single breath. Wang Rudong felt the wind howl behind him, his spine prickling with... He twisted desperately, seeking one last chance, but met only a searing flash of cold light. Shhhgay. The Yuling broadsword parted his bristles, effortlessly cleaving from shoulder to waist in a single seamless stroke. The swirling blood chi dissipated into mist, the crimson haze receded from his eyes, fading like dying embers. In his final moment, bitter regret flooded his mind. If only I'd had more time, more blood pills. If I'd reached 4th rank chi condensation realm, gaining another 10,000 gene of strength, would everything have unfolded differently? Had Muyang heard those final thoughts, he would have answered with absolute certainty no. It would not have changed a thing. The fleeting change left both Xue Shi and Zhou Heng completely dumbfounded. They stood still, gazing at Wang Rudong, whose eyes remained wide open in death, and then at Muyang, who was leisurely shaking off the blood from the blade. Their minds went blank. Just moments ago they thought a disaster was imminent, fearing another bloodbath in Qingxi County that night. Xue Shi had even prepared to sacrifice himself to cover for the two of them. And then, Muyang killed Wang Rudong. He killed that Wang Rudong who had cultivated the blood demon art and possessed a strength of over 20,000 pounds. This is too contrary to martial principles. Zhou Heng swallowed hard, slowly turning to Xue Shi, who was equally stunned, his voice trembling. Brother-in-law. Do you think those geniuses in the prefectural city had such combat power when they were in the blood essence realm? Xue Shi regained his senses, his tone mixed with an indescribable shock. No way, they only progressed quickly in their cultivation. They are not invincible monsters in the same realm. Someone like Muyang. Xue Shi looked at Muyang's broad back, his mouth twitching. He doesn't even look human. Muyang, who was not even considered human at the moment, was curiously looking at the panel notification that had just appeared. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a 3rd-tier demon human. Equipping the corpse of the rat demon 3rd tier meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a third-tier demon human. Equipping the corpse of the rat demon 2 second tier meets the conditions for permanent solidification. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. Detected that the host has slain a third-tier demon human. Equipping. Current available equipment slots for consecutive notifications left. Mu Yang's recently filled equipment slots suddenly empty. Third-tier demon human. Mu Yang carefully examined the notification's wording. He understood the third tier, but what on earth is a demon human? A series of troubling and rare scenes suddenly floated in Mu Yang's mind. Clearly this concept of demon human was different from what he had known, and is it because of that blood demon art? Mu Yang recalled the secret technique Shui she had hurriedly described earlier. Using demon blood as a catalyst transforming into a demon human. That seems reasonable. Mu Yang retracted his thoughts and focused on the corpse of Wang Rudong, cleaved in half. Since the opponent is a demon, does that mean it can also be transformed into equipment? While pondering this, a translucent panel with an ink-like hue suddenly appeared. Available equipment item: Demon Human Corpse, complete grade 3rd tier equipment effects. Demon Human Bloodline Blue transforms the host's human blood into a unique Demon Human hybrid, significantly increasing the efficiency of absorbing blood pills unaffected by the desire to consume flesh and blood due to demon blood boiling. Demon Power Blood Chi Blue transforms the host's blood chi into a special blood chi tainted by demon energy, capable of being released from the body and adhering to the surrounding air. Physical Demonization Blue, agitating the demon power blood chi within the body, reveals the demonized body hidden beneath the flesh, providing defensive capabilities comparable to a perfected 3rd-tier rat demon. Permanent solidification conditions: equip this item for 10 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any 3rd-tier or higher demon beast. 3 blue attributes. To be honest, the equipment transformed from Wang Rudong after his death has remarkably high attribute quality. However, each attribute effect is more useless than the last. Either it converts human blood into demon human blood, or it transforms internal blood chi into demon power blood chi, or it demonizes the physical body, becoming half human half demon. What bad luck. Mu Yang cursed inwardly, having no intention to equip it. Why become a beast when one can be a decent person? However, after today's incident, he also realized that aside from regular demon creatures, there are also demon humans considered as demon creatures in the equipment slot. This broadened the path for permanent solidification of equipment. With Wang Rudong's death, the Wang family, which had been rampant for a time, had effectively fallen by. Before long, Wu Kai and other leaders rushed over with a large number of personnel. Upon hearing that Mu Yang had single-handedly fought and slain Wang Rudong, they were all astonished. Wu Kai was somewhat better. After all, he had seen Mu Yang's achievements left in the family village and witnessed him bringing down the head of Huang Feng. The expressions of the other two leaders were far more dramatic. They never imagined that a new constable could one day shatter the heavens of Qingxi County. Then, under the command of Xue Shi and Zhou Heng, the Wang family was quickly cleaned up. Those who dared to resist were killed on the spot, while those who did not resist were imprisoned, and the remaining resources were naturally seized. Among them, Mu Yang had no interest in gold, silver, or items like banknotes and land deeds. What satisfied him more was that many martial arts and medicinal treasures were found in the Wang family's treasury. Not to mention the lower-grade martial arts, there were 3 upper-grade martial arts books he had never seen before. Additionally, there were 2nd-tier dragon saliva grass, 2nd-tier Hisho Wu, and 3rd-tier ginseng treasures. The grades of these treasures matched the realm of martial cultivation, starting from low to high, beginning with the 1st tier. For example, the 3rd-tier ginseng is a treasure that can aid in the 2nd round of muscle refining and bone forging. It can be said that the Wang family, which had occupied Qingxi County for over a century, was indeed wealthy, far richer than the county's armory. Head Constable Mu, this Wang family treasury is truly barren. Besides a few martial arts, there isn't a single treasure in sight. It seems everything has been privately used by Wang Rudong. Zhou Heng said mindlessly after counting the treasures. Xueshi beside him echoed, what a pity. I thought the Wang family would at least store some treasures to boost blood vitality, but it turns out there's not a single one. I see. Mu Yang understood. These two were hinting to him that he could take whatever he wanted from the treasury. Mu Yang was not polite, sweeping his gaze across the treasury. Panels slowly appeared. 2nd-tier dragon saliva grass, the attribute is muscle protection, which aids in muscle refining and is of no use to him. 2nd-tier Hisho Wu has 2 attributes, one for promoting black hair growth, and the other for relieving constipation. It's mainly for body conditioning, and is also of little use to him. However, the only 3rd-tier treasure, the century-old ginseng, has pretty good attribute effects. Available equipment items: century-old ginseng grade 3rd-tier equipment effects. Blood enhancement blue significantly increases blood circulation speed and recovery rate. Organ nourishment gently nourishes the 5 internal organs, slightly increasing their strength. Detoxification slightly increases resistance to common toxins. Non-lethal toxins below 3rd tier can be quickly metabolized. Permanent solidification conditions: equip this item for 10 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any third tier or higher demon beast. Blood enhancement, organ nourishment, and detoxification, though none directly increase combat power, all have quite good effects. Especially the effects of organ nourishment and detoxification, which are most suitable for guarding against some underhanded tactics. After reviewing the treasures, Mu Yang decisively chose to take this century-old ginseng. As for other second-tier and lower treasures, Mu Yang did not take them. Firstly, he was not greedy and did not feel the need to claim everything for himself. Secondly, those treasures were indeed of no use to him. It would be better to send them to the county armory for the other constables to use. Aside from the third-tier ginseng, Mu Yang only selected a few upper-grade martial arts he had not yet equipped. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar faint smell of blood suddenly surged into his nostrils, somewhat similar to the scent on Wang Rudong. Mu Yang turned to look and saw Shui, who had pulled out a purple sandalwood box lined with red cloth from an unknown corner. The copper lock hanging on the box had already broken, and after opening it, a jet-black, undetectable material-bound book lay quietly inside. The cover of the book bore no words, only an unintelligible blood-colored pattern imprinted within. In a daze, that blood-red pattern seemed to shimmer with a strange luster. Mu Yang looked curiously as a watering panel quietly emerged. Blood Demon Art. Equipable item: Demon Blood External Technique, Special Martial Art Grade, no fixed grade. Effect: Absorb Demon. Ignore the side effects of the Demon Blood External Technique, perfectly absorbing the essence blood of demon entities. Depending on the grade of the absorbed demon blood, this entry will derive different effects. Absorb Spirit. Ignore the side effects of the Demon Blood External Technique, perfectly absorbing the essence blood of spirit beasts. Depending on the grade of the absorbed spirit blood, this entry will derive transformation. Depending on the absorbed blood, gain special form changes. During this transformation, one can perfectly inherit all the abilities of the transformed demon beast. Permanent solidification condition: equip this item for a full day, or during the period of equipping this item, slay any grade of demon beast. Absorb Demon. Absorb Spirit Transformation. Mu Yang gazed at the entries of the Demon Blood External Technique, murmuring to himself. He understood that the essence blood required for Absorb Demon was the heart blood located in the heart of the demon, and even extracting a single drop would cause great weakness. But what is this spirit beast? A type of demon. Is this the Demon Blood External Technique? Truly wicked. Shueshi exclaimed as he looked at the book that seemed to shimmer with a dark red glow. He had only heard of the secret technique deemed forbidden by the court, and this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. To his surprise, it was not only sinister in appearance after cultivation, the book itself was quite extraordinary. Shuigu, can you elaborate on this Demon Blood External Technique? Mu Yang approached, asking curiously. Of course. Shueshi closed the Zeton wooden box and said the so-called Demon Blood External Technique is actually a crooked path devised by those who believe their future is hopeless and willingly choose to fall. Although the path is improper, its effects are immediate. A warrior of only the first level of the flesh realm merely needs a drop of high-grade demon heart blood combined with a blood pill refined using secret methods to effortlessly elevate themselves to a realm comparable to high-grade demon entities. However, this method is quick but has significant drawbacks. The higher the grade of the demon blood, the lower the probability of successful absorption, and even if successful, it will be accompanied by emotions such as irritability, bloodthirst, cannibalism, and even bloodlust. It is said that there once was a high-level warrior who, in order to break through, practiced this method and ultimately lost his sanity, slaughtering an entire city. As a result, warriors practicing this method are classified as demonic cultivators by the Great Jing Dynasty. Shueshi explained. Mu Yang nodded. No wonder the court does not allow the cultivation of the Demon Blood External Technique. It turns out the negative effects are so numerous. Looking at it this way, the entries for Absorb Demon and Absorb Spirit are quite powerful, able to directly ignore side effects. It's just a pity that they are of no use to him. He had no intention of becoming a demon. But what exactly is this so-called spirit beast? Mu Yang pondered as she continued, speaking of demonic cultivators, have you heard of the 4 wonders of demon magic, spirit, and monster? Demon magic, spirit, and monster. Mu Yang shook his head. He knew demons were demon entities and magic likely referred to the demonic cultivators just mentioned. But what about spirit and monster? Shueshi replied, the so-called demon refers to demon entities like the mouse demons of Huangfeng Mountain or the fox demon you previously slew. These are demons, and they share a common trait: they love to eat humans, especially those with high martial cultivation and robust life force. And magic refers to the demonic cultivators I just spoke of. All warriors practicing the Demon Blood External Technique are collectively referred to as demonic cultivators. As for spirit, it refers to the spirit beasts of heaven and earth. Unlike demons that consume human, spirit beasts do not eat earthly things. They are born with the ability to absorb spiritual energy, and most have gentle natures, rarely participating in slaughter. Of course, the information I have about spirit beasts is only hearsay, though I don't know much about the specifics. As for monsters, it refers to the spirits of plants and trees, most of which are aged medicinal herbs that have gained intelligence through fortuitous circumstances. It is said that consuming such plant spirits can prolong life and maintain youth, making them quite rare. Unfortunately, plant spirits are far rarer than medicinal herbs. Not to mention, having seen one with my own eyes, I have not even heard of any sightings. Shueshi sighed at the end. As for monsters, it refers to the spirits of plants and trees, most of which are aged medicinal herbs that have gained intelligence through fortuitous circumstances. It is said that consuming spirit beasts are born with the ability to absorb spiritual energy, so don't they inherently possess martial cultivation above the fourth stage? During dinner, she took the time to explain the situation of the fourth stage of martial cultivation to Mu Yang. The fourth realm of martial arts is called Qi condensation. One must practice specialized Qi condensation martial arts, constructing a Qi Si in the Dantian, and then transform the life force into stronger true Qi within the Dantian. Unlike the life force that can only operate within the body, the true Qi condensed in the Dantian can be applied to the surface of the body and even the surface of weapons. It possesses both protective capabilities and enhances strength. Even the most rudimentary and simple application method, such as merely applying true Qi to the fist, can increase strength by hundreds of pounds with each strand of true Qi. This effect is comparable to nurturing a layer of flesh in the flesh realm. According to Shueshi, even with the most ordinary Qi condensation martial arts as a foundation, a newly breakthrough Qi condensation realm warrior's Dantian can accommodate 100 strands of true Qi. With the full support of true Qi, the power of a single punch or kick easily exceeds 20,000 pounds. As for high-quality Qi condensation martial arts, not only is the initial Dantian larger, accommodating more true Qi, but some even have special effects. For instance, techniques like Flying Fire Sword or Ice Condensation Wave possess powers that far exceed what can be measured by mere strength, making them quite extraordinary. Are you interested in this thing? Seeing Mu Yang staring intently at the Zeton wooden box in his hand, Shueshi asked. Mu Yang nodded. I am a bit curious, particularly about the operational principles of this secret technique. Upon hearing this, she directly handed the wooden box to Mu Yang. He did not advise Mu Yang against cultivating the secret technique. With Mu Yang's talent, what orthodox martial arts could he not cultivate? Why choose to fall? He estimated that Mu Yang was just purely curious about this secret technique. After all, it is a method that can turn humans into half-demons, or anyone would be curious. If he didn't consider himself untalented and lacking in intelligence, Shueshi himself would be inclined to study it. Remember to dispose of it after you finish looking. Keeping this thing is ultimately a nuisance. I understand, Shuego, Mu Yang replied. Soon after exploring the Wang family's treasury, Mu Yang wrapped the Zeton wooden box, the 3-grade ginseng, and the 3 superior martial arts in silk cloth before leaving the Wang family. Watching Mu Yang's departing figure, Zhou Heng couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that in just one night the Wang family, which had dominated for 100 years, would be gone. Truly the world is Clearly the Wang family has fallen, and a heavy stone that had weighed on his heart for years has been lifted, yet he did not feel any lighter, but rather felt a multitude of emotions within. All my years of effort seemed to pale in comparison to a single strike from this young man. It is quite lamentable. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. Shueshi also sighed nearby. If he had the strength of a 4th-stage Qi condensation warrior, how could he allow the Wang family to act so recklessly? His strengths are not just in his fists. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Heng said, Mu Yang's formidable strength certainly astonished him. However, it was his boldness, meticulousness, calm rationality, and decisive nature in killing that truly earned his admiration. Zhou Heng even felt that if his brother-in-law possessed such strength, he likely wouldn't behave like Mu Yang, directly visiting at night, without giving the Wang family a chance. Shueshi, I always feel like someone is speaking ill of me. As Mu Yang returned to his courtyard, it was already deep into the night. He casually pulled down a few strips of dried pork hanging from the eaves, brushed off the dust, and began to eat heartily. After satiating his hunger a bit, he finally took out the spoils from the Wang family. 3 volumes of high-grade martial arts, a 100-year-old ginseng, and a special secret technique. After some thought, Mu Yang first opened the Zeton wooden box containing the secret technique. The demon blood external technique was after all a forbidden art, and keeping it around was not safe. He planned to directly equip it. Although he did not intend to use the secret technique, he was still quite curious. Equip Demon Blood External Technique. Mu Yang silently recited in his heart. Ding. Demon Blood External Technique has been equipped. The sinister-looking book of secret techniques instantly vanished, and a stream of not overly complex knowledge surged into Mu Yang's mind. Soon he organized the effects of the secret technique. This technique only required the essence blood of demon beasts, monsters, and spirit beasts to easily reach the power of the blood provider. With the enhancement of the terms demon absorption and spirit absorption, he did not even need the blood pill mentioned by Shueshi to cultivate. The reason was simple. Ordinary demonic cultivators needed blood pills because they could not perfectly integrate the essence blood of demon beasts, which required human blood to refine blood pills for suppression and auxiliary absorption. Besides blood pills, consuming human blood raw also had suppression and auxiliary absorption effects, though the efficacy was slightly inferior, and each time one consumed it could deepen the effects. This was also why there were demonic cultivators who lost their sanity to the point of slaughtering cities. It is worth mentioning that if one did not use the essence blood of demon beasts, but instead used the essence blood of spirit beast, blood pills would not be needed. However, due to the unique nature of spirit beast cultivators, who could not perfectly integrate their essence blood, would have an extreme craving for spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Ordinary martial artists clearly did not possess this ability. At least the Qi condensation realm martial artists that Mu Yang knew could only transform their vital blood into true Qi and completely lacked the ability to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Those unable to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and unable to perfectly integrate the essence blood of spirit beasts, would not face the peril of losing their sanity, but they would be slowly drained of their essence blood from within, ultimately turning to ash. This secret technique is indeed quite sinister, Mu Yang remarked, pulling back his thoughts. Soon he picked up the 100-year-old ginseng and the 2 volumes of high-grade martial arts to place in his equipment. A surge of vital blood immediately manifested. Although the total amount was not small for Mu Yang, who was already in the late stage of the blood marrow realm, it was indeed not much. According to his calculations, he would need 8 volumes of high-grade martial arts or 3 demon corpses filled with blue vital blood to break through to the perfection of the blood marrow realm. Including the volume of high-grade martial arts he currently possessed, he still needed 7 more. Should I go check out the other 2 families? This thought suddenly popped into Mu Yang's mind. There was no hope for the county office now. He could either set out for the county city to see if he could exchange for martial arts there, or scour the Hu family and Lu family, who were also part of the 3 great families. Clearly the latter option was noticeably easier. But what excuse should he use? At the same time, Qingxi County, Hu family mansion. The courtyard, which should have fallen into silence at this late hour, was now ablaze with lights. A middle-aged man dressed as a steward was hurrying toward the courtyard where the family head, Hu Wanshan, was located. As he entered the main bedroom of the courtyard, he immediately lowered his head. Opposite him, the corpulent Hu Wanshan was reclining in a grand chair. Beside him was a stunning beauty with skin fairer than snow, exquisite features draped in thin gauze exuding an alluring charm. This was Hu Wanshan's new concubine from last year, Hu Xian. In just 1 year since entering the Hu family mansion, she had caused more than half of Hu Wanshan's wives and children to die, yet Hu Wanshan not only did not blame her, but instead fully supported her. Occasionally, even a servant who looked at Hu Xian a few more times would be ordered by Hu Wanshan to be beaten to death. Thus everyone in the Hu family regarded Hu Xian with a mixture of respect and fear. Even Hu Wanshan's loyal old steward Hu Lu, after entering the room, kept his head down and did not dare to look at Hu Xian. Report to Madame the Master. Just now a spy conveyed news that the Wang family's patriarch Wang Rudong has died, and the Wang family has been raided by County Lieutenant Zhou Hong. The steward Hu Lu said respectfully. Hu Wanshan seemed to have not heard. His eyes squinted into a narrow slit, enjoying the grapes that Hu Xian was teasing him with. It was Hu Xian who spoke up. Wang Rudong is dead. Who did it? That new constable Mu Yang. Her voice was lazy yet carried a hint of seduction, making one feel weak in the bones just listening to it, wanting nothing more than to press her down. However, Hu Lu did not dare to have any improper thoughts, only lightly biting his tongue, then deeply lowering his head, replying, Madam has keen insight. It was indeed that Constable Mu Yang who did it. I remember that little girl Hu Mei was killed by him, wasn't she? Hu Xian continued to ask. Yes, madam, Hu Lu replied. A few days ago, the appearance of a fox demon at the Qingxiang Tower, although it did not cause a citywide uproar, was naturally known to Hu Lu, the steward of the Hu family, and was reported to Hu Xian and Hu Wanshan. However, what puzzled him was that such a significant event was ignored by both Hu Wanshan and the capricious Madame Hu. Now that Hu Xian suddenly mentioned it, he was unsure why. As he pondered, Hu Xin's lazy and enchanting voice came again. Hu Lu prepare a generous gift to personally deliver to Mu Yang's home, stating that tomorrow at the hour of the rooster my family Wanshan invites him to the mansion for a meeting to express gratitude for the extermination of the demon that day. Yes, madam. Hu Lu immediately nodded. All right, off you go. Then, madam, I shall take my leave. Hu Lu promptly bowed, keeping his head down as he quickly exited. Throughout the entire time, Hu Wanshan, sitting in the grand chair, had not spoken a word. But Hu Lu seemed to have long been accustomed to it, not asking any further question. After Hu Lu left, the bedroom was left with the silent Hu Wanshan and the voluptuous Hu Xian. She extended her delicate jade hand, as if admiring a treasure, gently caressing Hu Wanshan's corpulent face, her alluring peach blossom eyes shimmering. Wanshan, whether I can eat my fill tomorrow, all depends on you. Hu Wanshan still squinted, silent as a statue. In contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the Hu family, the Lu family, one of the 3 great families, appeared somewhat relaxed at this moment. Lu Qingke, the patriarch of the Lu family, was currently seated in the hall chatting leisurely with several clan elders. I never expected that the illustrious Wang family would fall to a junior. It's truly laughable. Who says otherwise? That Wang family colluded with demons and practiced evil arts. They deserve to die. It's just a pity we discovered it too late, otherwise we could have shared in the esteemed elders. While the Wang family indeed deserve their fate, we must also be wary of that Mu Yang. He dared to come to the Wang family to slaughter them today. Tomorrow he might find an excuse to act against the Hu family and us, the Lu family. Some elders laughed, some regretted, and others looked worried. The Wang family certainly had significant issues, but Mu Yang's behavior, which was completely uncharacteristic of ordinary people, genuinely made people feel alarmed. You all need not worry, Lu Chinka said slowly, putting down his teacup. Our Lu family has neither colluded with demons, nor harmed the locals, only engaged in lawful trade, so why should we fear others coming to our door? Upon hearing this, several elders felt reassured. In fact, after hearing about the Wang family's incident, they had also been concerned that their patriarch might have done something unspeakable in secret. Now it seemed that Lu Chinka was still quite open. As long as their family had no issues, they naturally would not fear Mu Yang. What remained was to properly restrain their clan members, ensuring they did not provoke Mu Yang. No matter how strong he was, he could not randomly come to their door to kill without reason. They need not worry about being annihilated like the Wang family overnight. The next day in the morning, in the misty alley, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air even before the fog had lifted. As usual, Mu Yang donned his dark black attire and strode out confidently. On the way, he casually bought a stack of freshly made pancakes, eating while listening to the gossip of street vendors. Have you heard? The Wang family was raided last night, and even the head of the Wang family, that old man, has died. Is that true? The Wang family is one of the 3 great families, just like that. Is there any doubt? My brother's cousin works at the Yamen and saw it with his own eyes last night. It is said that the head of the Wang family transformed into a towering demon in the street, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. Thankfully, our Mu Ban too is valiant. It is said that with a single swing of his knife shining like the galaxy, he dimmed even the moonlight by 3 parts and swiftly defeated that old demon. No wonder he is Mu Ban too, so young yet so formidable. From now on, Qingxi County will be peaceful. The discussions rose and fell, with most people celebrating the downfall of the Wang family, and they admired Mu Yang even more. As for why Mu Yang targeted the Wang family, they didn't care. After all, the Wang family was not a good bunch. Listening to the chatter by the street, Mu Yang kept walking, and as he finished the last of his pancake, he arrived punctually at the county yamen. As soon as he entered the entrance of the police station, he saw a stocky figure approaching. Brother Mu, good morning. Wu Kai laughed heartily as he approached, patting Mu Yang on the shoulder. You were truly impressive last night, charging into the Wang family alone and slaying that old man Wang Ruzhong. Now the entire Qingxi County is talking about it. You are the guardian spirit of our county. Brother Wu overestimates me. The peace of Qingxi County is not solely due to my efforts. Mu Yang smiled faintly. As expected of Brother Mu, humble and composed your demeanor is true. Wu Kai sighed and said, by the way, County Lieutenant Zhou asked me to let you know that he wants to see you this morning if you have time. All right. Mu Yang nodded and soon arrived at Zhou Heng's office. At that moment, Zhou Heng was standing by the window gazing at the parasol tree in the courtyard, lost in thought until he heard footsteps. Upon seeing Mu Yang, a warm smile spread across his face. Mu Ban too is here, please sit down. As he spoke, he pulled out a heavy cloth bag from under the table and placed it on the desk in front of Mu Yang with a thud. The bag rustled as if it contained gold and silver clinking together. Lord Zhou, what is this? Mu Yang asked. This is the reward for all the heads and constables after the Wang family's assets were confiscated yesterday. Everyone has received theirs. This is your share. Zhou Heng explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang took the bag. Thank you, Lord Zhou. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Zhou Heng smiled and continued, by the way, do you remember what I mentioned earlier about the demon-slaying division? Yes, but has something happened? Mu Yang inquired. Zhou Heng shook his head. It's not that a big problem, it's just that it seems the county city is busy with something lately, so they might not be able to send people to Qingxi County for a while. We can only go to the county city ourselves. Mu Yang understood upon hearing this. Zhou Heng had previously mentioned that in small places like Qingxi County, recruitment was generally done by writing to the demon-slaying division in the county city, and they would send someone to check. One purpose was to recruit, and the other was to check if there were any demonic calamities in the county town. Since the demon-slaying division was busy, he could just go directly, as there was nothing to obtain in terms of martial arts in the county, nor were there any demons for him to slay. Going to the county city earlier not only allows him to access deeper martial arts, but perhaps he might encounter more demons to aid in his cultivation. When do we depart? Mu Yang asked. Zhou Heng replied, Head Shui will report on the situation regarding the Wang family at the county city 3 days later. If you are free, you can go with him then. As he spoke, Zhou Heng took out a letter and handed it to Mu Yang. This is a letter of recommendation I wrote for you. If the demon-slaying division is busy and you can't get a position right away, you can take this letter to work at the police station in the county city, which will give you a place to stay. Thank you, Lord Zhou. Mu Yang took the letter with gratitude. No need to be polite, for me this is just a small effort. Instead, I should thank you for eliminating the Wang family. 3 days later head Shui will wait for you at the east gate of the city. You can set off directly then, and I will help you arrange your 5th squad. Then I will trouble you, Lord Zhou. After the conversation, Mu Yang took the bag filled with gold and silver and the letter back to the police station. Just as he arrived at the police station and placed the bag down, he saw Lin Qiqi running over. Bantu, there is a person outside claiming to be the steward of the Hu family looking for you. He says he has urgent matters to discuss. The Hu family. Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. He had no ties with the Hu family. The only interaction was when he killed a fox demon at the Qingxiang Tower a few days ago. So why was the Hu family looking for him? Mu Yang was unsure and decided to see what it was about first. Let him in. Yes, Bantu. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe and slightly plump followed Lin Qiqi in. He was indeed the steward of the Hu family, Hu Lu. I am Hu Lu. I have come to see Bantu. He wore a smile on his face, bowing politely, his tone filled with respect. I come on behalf of my master Hu Wanshan to thank you, Bantu, for slaying the demon fox at Qingxiang Tower some time ago, ridding my Hu family. As he spoke, he reached into his sleeve with one hand and pulled out an exquisite wooden box embedded with red jade, presenting it to Mu Yang. Inside lay neatly stacked gold bars and several pieces of fine jade. This is a small token of appreciation from my master. I hope Bantu will accept it. Hu Lu smiled and said, additionally, my master has prepared some light wine and hopes Bantu will come to our residence at the hour of the rooster today to express his gratitude in person. Mu Yang glanced at the gold bars and jade in the wooden box, then at Hu Lu's overly enthusiastic demeanor, offering gifts of thanks and inviting him for a banquet. Is this He had every reason to suspect that this banquet was not a good one, likely a Hongmen feast. Of course, it could also be because he had destroyed the Wang. He had every reason to suspect that this banquet was not a good one, likely a Hongmen feast. Of course, it could also be because he had destroyed the Wang family last night, prompting the Hu family to seek reconciliation. Regardless of which situation it was, Mu Yang was indifferent. If it were the former, he would not hesitate to kill. Even if it were the latter, he would still kill. Why, you ask? If the Hu family was not colluding with demons, why seek reconciliation? Since they sought reconciliation, they must be colluding with demons, and thus they deserve to die. Moreover, if he did not eliminate the Hu family, where would his martial arts come from? Where would his precious medicines come from? Where would the corpses of the demon beasts come from? For the sake of his martial arts path, he could only make the Hu family suffer first. Alright, I understand, Mu Yang said with a smile. Though he was smiling, Hu Lu felt a chill in his heart, as if facing Hu Xian somewhat frightening. However, as a steward of the Hu family, he naturally would not show any inappropriate expression and maintained his smile, saying, thank you, Bantu, for your grace. I will not disturb Bantu work any longer. I will take my leave. At the hour of the rooster, I will be waiting for you at the front of the residence. After saying this, Hu Lu bowed deeply to Mu Yang before slowly backing away. Hu family, I hope you will not disappoint me. Time flew like a galloping horse, fleeting in an instant. After an ordinary patrol, it was the time for Mu Yang's shift to end and to attend the banquet at the Hu family. Mu Yang was still dressed in his dark black attire with a wide-bladed sword at his waist, walking towards the Hu family residence with large strides, his hands empty. As one of the 3 prominent families in Qingxi County, the Hu family residence was vast, with its red door wide enough to span several feet, looking even more imposing than the county government. At this moment, Hu Lu was waiting in front of the stone carvings of the door. Upon seeing Mu Yang approach, he immediately ran over with a smile, saying, Head Mu, you're here. My master and mistress have prepared the banquet, just waiting for your esteemed presence. Upon entering the Hu family residence, it was filled with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters, exotic flowers, and rare herbs, and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Upon entering the Hu family residence, it was filled with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams, and painted rafters, exotic flowers, and rare herbs, and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Judging by the decor, it was far superior to the Wang family residence. However, Mu Yang glanced around and noticed the surrounding maids either hurriedly bowing their heads too afraid to speak, or the servants with tense bodies and racing hearts. Why did the atmosphere in the Hu family residence feel so off? It was overwhelmingly tense. Even if there were 500 armed guards hidden in the estate, it shouldn't be this nerve-wracking. Could Hu Wanshan really be preparing a banquet to trap him? If that were the case, that would be excellent. Just as Mu Yang pondered, Hu Lu quickly brought him to a delicate small courtyard behind the residence. Could Hu Wanshan really be preparing a banquet to trap him? If that were the case, that would be excellent. Just as Mu Yang pondered, Hu Lu quickly brought him to a delicate small courtyard behind the residence. Is Hu Wanshan really that afraid of his wife? He had never heard rumors of the Hu family mistress being particularly formidable. With that thought, Mu Yang stepped into the small courtyard. The courtyard's furnishings were rather unremarkable except for a large redwood round table in the center adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wine. At the main seat of the table sat a middle-aged man whose size could only be described as rotund. Though he wore an extravagant robe, his overly large belly, short limbs, and round head made him appear quite comical. In contrast, the woman sitting to his right was strikingly beautiful. Wearing a tight-fitting bright red dress that accentuated her curves, she was tall with skin as pale as snow, eyebrows resembling green mountains and fingers like green onions. A touch of red vermilion on her forehead added to her allure. It's not an exaggeration to say that this Hu mistress was even more stunning and enticing than Hu Mei, whom he had crushed the throat of at the Qingxiang building. But could anyone truly be this remarkable? Mu Yang felt some doubt. Perhaps it was due to his unease or simply a desire to find fault, but he noticed that Hu Wanxin's aura was quite unusual. Xueshi had once told him that among the 3 prominent families in Qingxi County, besides Lu Qingke of the Lu family, who served as the county magistrate, both the Wang and Hu family leaders were perfected warriors at the 3rd stage of Blood Marrow realm. In the Blood Marrow realm, unless one intentionally suppressed their aura, they would radiate vitality like a furnace. However, Hu Wanshan gave him a feeling that was not only devoid of vitality, but even calmer than a pool of stagnant water like a marionette. Wait a minute, a marionette. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, and his keen sense triggered suddenly. A waft of fragrance filled his nostrils, delicate, yet possessing a calming effect. However, in addition to that, he also keenly detected a hint of fragrance that seemed to stir desires. It was reminiscent of Hu Mei, whose throat he had crushed that day at Qingxiang building. Excellent, it wasn't in vain. This woman is also a fox demon. In an instant, a brilliant light sparkled in Mu Yang's eyes, and even his previously indifferent face was graced with a genuine smile. Seeing Mu Yang staring at her intently with no attempt to conceal his joy, Hu Xian smiled sweetly and said, "I am Hu Xian, it's a pleasure to meet you, head Mu." As she spoke, she casually picked up a cup of wine from the table and gracefully walked towards Mu Yang in front of Hu Wanshan, her voice sultry. Head Mu is young and accomplished, so masculine and handsome, truly a talent of the world. I toast you, head Mu. Her steps were light like a fluttering butterfly, with each step intensifying the enticing fragrance around her. Noticing how close she was, Mu Yang showed no reaction, prompting Hu Xian to feel a mix of pride and slight disdain. Originally, she thought that Mu Yang, a well-known genius, would be aloof and indifferent to women, but unexpectedly, just a hint of her beauty was enough to easily sway him. Indeed, what genius could come from such a small place? Well, at least he was a 3rd-stage warrior capable of guarding the house after absorbing some Yang energy. However, just as she was thinking this, and moving closer to Mu Yang, he suddenly moved. Without any warning or preamble, Mu Yang swiftly drew his wide-bladed sword from his waist, his vibrant qi surging within him like a torrential river. 3rd breath of lightness technique, fullness. Dragon subduing tiger, slaying blade technique, tiger subduing dragon. The blade's light shone like a fast-moving ribbon, too swift for the eye to follow. Hu Mei only felt a high-pitched dragon's roar in her ears, and before her stood the fierce presence of a tiger. The next moment, a beautiful head marked with astonishment soared into. With a thud, it fell onto the redwood round table. The entire table was thrown into chaos, food and wine scattering everywhere. A gentle breeze swept across the small courtyard, leaving the rotund man motionless at the table where the head had fallen, while not far away the headless female corpse in the red dress stood still. The scene was oddly eerie. Mu Yang did not sheath his sword. Instead, he stood with it lowered, watching the still-standing Hu Xian with a frown. Something was off. There was no prompt indicating equipment was bound. Was Hu Xian too weak, or was she not truly dead? Soon he had his answer. Hu Zin's head, which had rolled onto the redwood table, was now contorted in a grotesque manner, completely devoid of the enchanting aura it had just moments before. Her captivating peach blossom eyes transformed into vertical pupils, and her neat small teeth became sharp and jagged, resembling a frenzied fox. Ah! The piercing shriek erupted from her mouth, causing Mu Yang's eardrums to throb painfully. At the same time, Hu Zin's headless body underwent a strange transformation, with pale, pink flesh rapidly wriggling from her severed neck. In just a few breaths, a beautiful head with long hair regrew. However, her complexion was a few shades paler than before, the charm on her face completely replaced by boundless resentment. When Hu Zin's head fully restored, the severed head that had fallen to the table became silent, eventually transforming into the face of an ordinary man. Mu Yang, I will slice you into 1,000 pieces, peel your skin, drink your blood, and ensure you never escape this life. Hu Zin's voice was sharp and piercing, her murderous intent almost tangible. If she had not awakened the rare innate spell of the Fox Demon clan, Soul Link. With that last blow, she would have truly died. Now she had completely lost any thought of playfulness with Mu Yang. All she wanted was for him to die, to be torn apart before her eyes. The Heartlink sacrifice is an extremely rare blood magic of the Huixin Fox clan. Only a Huixin Fox with a pure bloodline and exceptional luck can awaken this blood magic. Once awakened, an additional heart can grow within the body when the individual's strength breaks through. The additional heart itself does not have the effect of sacrificing a life, but if it is replaced with the heart of a person completely enchanted by the Huixin technique, the Heartlink sacrifice effect can be achieved. Moreover, when combined with the Huixin technique, the Heartlink sacrifice can transform a completely enchanted person into a puppet with their original full strength, obedient to commands. Now Hu Xian, possessing a complete third-stage power, not only has 3 additional hearts, but also 3 Huoxin puppets each with third-stage full strength. This means that the blow Mu Yang just dealt not only cost her a life, but also deprived her of a perfectly controllable third-stage puppet. It was equivalent to a permanent reduction of a quarter of her combat power. Thus Hu Xian was infuriated, wishing to immediately devour his flesh, consume his bones, and tear his... There are actually means of substitution for death. Mu Yang glanced at the head on the table, transformed into that of a stranger, and whispered softly. Indeed, the demon was cunning, hiding such tricks for death. He just wondered how many of his strikes this death-warding blood magic could withstand. Hu Wanshan, kill him for me. At this moment, Hu Xian, already driven to extreme rage, roared. As her voice fell, Hu Wanshan, who had sat motionless like a statue, suddenly reacted. His eyes, squished into a slit by his flesh, suddenly sparkled with a crimson light, and his corpulent body, resembling a small mountain, thunderously stood up. His luxurious robe rippled under the quaking of his flesh. Kill, kill, kill. Hu Wanshan seemed to mutter to himself as he let out a low growl. To Mu Yang's astonishment, the extremely corpulent Hu Wanshan erupted with astonishing speed, charging forward like a battering ram. His arms, thicker than Mu Yang's thigh, whipped up a gale, and his palm, as large as a fan, came crashing down from above. Mu Yang's gaze sharpened, and he slashed his feathered blade sideways. PFF. The blade landed solidly on Hu Wanshan's arm, but the anticipated scene of the arm flying off did not occur. The soft flesh surprisingly sank 3 inches like the finest rubber, dissipating much of the force from the blade. This was the superior martial art, Jixiang. This martial art has been passed down in the Hu family for generations, taught only to the head of the family and their successors. Practitioners must consume an exaggeratedly inhuman amount of food daily, digesting a vast quantity of meat to transform it into fat, storing it throughout their bodies. Initially, the fat is no different from ordinary fat and feels heavy and cumbersome, but over time it becomes increasingly thick and resilient through the tempering of qi and blood, ultimately forming a remarkably defensive and elastic tough skin armor. This is known as Jipai. Interesting. Mu Yang was not aware of the martial art Hu Wanshan practiced. He was simply amazed that such immense flesh could have such remarkable effects. Even his third-stage feathered blade could not penetrate it. Kill. At this moment, Hu Wanshan continued to exert force, his other thick arm surging with a fierce wind. Meanwhile, not far away, Hu Xian also joined the battle. Her originally cherry-sized red lips stretched into an exaggerated arc, and a piercing shriek suddenly erupted from her. Screech. That sound was sharp and piercing, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into Mu Yang's eardrum. Mu Yang frowned slightly, stepping aside to evade Hu Wanshan's attack, while redirecting his qi and blood to protect his ears. This was not a martial skill, but merely a mimicry of a heightened sensibility, providing temporary protection to his ears. In that instant, another shadow, like a hidden weapon, suddenly shot out from the shadows of the courtyard wall. It was a middle-aged man, thin and wiry, with hands gleaming in a dark golden hue. His fingers curled like eagle claws, his nails glimmering with a cold light, aiming directly at Mu Yang's feathered blade. This man was Zhao Kuei, the last remaining puppet of Hu Xian, possessing the full strength of the third-stage blood marrow realm. He simultaneously practiced the horizontal training technique, Tai Shin Gong, and the finger technique, Eagle Claw Gong. With the enhancement of these 2 martial arts, his iron claws reached perfection, capable of splitting stone and tearing iron apart, making ordinary third-stage weapons feel like paper. If Hu Wanshan was Hu Xin's most solid shield, then Zhao Kuei was her sharpest spear. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted in the courtyard. Mu Yang held the knife in one hand, intercepting Zhao Kuei's eagle claws with speed. Crack! To Mu Yang's astonishment, the feathered blade, which had slain many third-stage monsters, actually developed a crack. In contrast, Zhao Kuei's palm only bore a slightly deeper white mark. As Zhao Kuei exerted force, suddenly the crack began to widen, and several more crisp sounds echoed, the blade tip breaking and shattering all over the ground. Ha! As she watched Mu Yang's long knife shatter completely, Hu Xian let out a maniacal and triumphant laugh. Mu Yang, you destroyed my heart, so I will shatter your long knife. Now that you've lost your weapon and stand empty-handed, what will you use to fight me? Zhao Kuei attacked, tear off his limbs for me. Hu Xian immediately issued the command. The fierce light in Zhao Kuei's crimson eyes surged, and his sharp claws, capable of crushing the feathered blade, unleashed a flurry of afterimages, targeting the vital points of Mu Yang's. However, Mu Yang merely raised his hand slightly. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of metal striking metal echoed from Zhao Kuei's hands, and that attack, strong enough to rip through steel, landed on Mu Yang's palm, yet achieved nothing. Not a single sign of flesh flying, not even a scratch. Hu Xian, Zhao Kuei, transformed into a puppet, naturally showed no expression of doubt, but the one controlling him, Hu Xian, had a much richer expression on her face. Not a single sign of flesh flying, not even a scratch. Hu Xian, Zhao Kuei, transformed into a puppet, naturally showed no expression of doubt, but the one controlling him, Mu Yang, paid no mind to Hu Xin's astonishment, He sees Zhao Kuei's hands gripping them tightly, like iron pincers. But what of it? Mu Yang let out a cold laugh as over 60,000 pounds of immense strength surged through his arms into Zhao Kuei's hands. Though the feathered blade was useful, it could not bear Mu Yang's full strength due to its material limitations. After all, his power was too overwhelming. Crack! In the face of Hu Xin's wide-open eyes, Zhao Kuei's eagle claws capable of tearing third-stage weapons apart broke like fragile dry wood, crumbling into flesh and blood. This was not a display of flashy techniques, but a pure and extreme power crushing down. Following this, Mu Yang, with a delighted smile on his face, spread his arms wide and exerted force once more. A force as mighty as a dragon or elephant pulled Zhao Kuei's arms straight. Rip! The tough body trained in Tai Shin Gong was torn apart in the middle like a paper kite. His insides shattered and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Blood sprayed, splattering across Hu Xin's face. Though it felt warm, it sent chills down her spine, raising the hairs on her body. An absurd thought involuntarily surged in her heart. Who exactly is this guy, human or demon? Make your move, Hu Wanshan. Use all your strength and kill him. Hu Xian shouted in terror. The smug expression on her face was now replaced by sheer fear. The emotionless Hu Wanshan was unaffected. Upon hearing the command, he began to change. He let out a low, hoarse growl that didn't sound human, and then his massive body began to shimmer with a faint red glow. Like burning charcoal, he radiated a bright red light. As the glow intensified, the surrounding air became hot and dry. Strangely, the mountain-like figure of Hu Wanshan began to shrink gradually. This was the strongest move in the Zhixiang Gong, Burning Elephant. By burning the special fat accumulated over his lifetime, he exchanged it for a violent surge of blood and power far beyond his limits. However, using it carries risks such as reduced cultivation and permanent damage to his bones. Yet the power he gained was enough for an ordinary blood marrow realm full-stage warrior to acquire nearly 3 times his own strength in a short period. Kill! With his size shrinking, Hu Wanshan's speed increased. As the stone slabs underfoot cracked, he charged toward Mu Yang like a burning meteor wrapped in a fierce wind. With a single arm exceeding 30,000 pounds of tremendous force, the gust under Hu Wanshan's palm created a deafening sonic boom. Facing such a terrifying attack, Mu Yang nearly stood still, looking up. As the giant hand approached, he stepped forward like lightning, raising his hand with fingers spread wide. Bang! In Hu Xin's expectant gaze, the giant palm collided with his hand, producing a thunderous sound. However, the scene Hu Xian had envisioned where Mu Yang was sent flying did not occur. The force capable of shattering city walls struck Mu Yang's hand, and he didn't even take a step back. Instead, the violent blood energy within Hu Wanshan momentarily stagnated, and his outstretched palm was firmly held by Mu Yang. Is this all your strength? Mu Yang spoke in a calm tone, as if he were not stopping the frenzied Hu Wanshan, but merely a mischievous fat orange cat. Hu Xian even detected a hint of disappointment in his voice. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you block Hu Wanshan's palm? This is fake. All fake. You can't fool me. Hu Xian shrieked. Hu Wanshan, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Yet no matter how much Hu Xian screamed, Hu Wanshan could not break free from Mu Yang's grip. Instead, Mu Yang raised his other hand, his long fingers clenched, and the knuckles of his fist cut through the air, delivering a heavy blow to Hu Wanshan's shrinking elephant skin. Bang! The elephant skin, capable of withstanding the strikes of a blade, was easily torn apart under Mu Yang's fist, as if it were mere cloth. Fat and blood exploded everywhere. Hu Wanshan's massive body trembled violently, and he emitted a strange raspy sound from his throat, as if trying to struggle. But Mu Yang did not give him a chance. The second punch, the third punch, the fourth punch. One punch after another struck Hu Wanshan's body. Each punch opened a large hole in Hu Wanshan, diminishing his struggle. His violently surging blood energy, fueled by burning fat, began to rapidly decline. His overweight body shrank visibly, and blood and flesh rained down like droplets on the ground and tables around. In just a few breaths, the once ferocious Hu Wanshan was reduced to a scattered mess, completely blended into the courtyard. Only then did Mu Yang slowly exhale, shaking off the bits of flesh and blood on his hands. Standing on the bloodstained stone slabs, he turned to look at Hu Xian, who seemed stunned and frozen in place. Though his gaze was calm, Hu Xian felt a wave of ominous energy rushing towards her, making her feel as if she were submerged at the bottom of a winter lake, where even breathing became difficult. Thud! Hu Xian collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. She had completely lost the strength to escape, watching helplessly as the bloodied Mu Yang approached her step by step. She swore she had never been so afraid of anyone, or rather she had never seen a scene that terrified her to such an extent as this. Please, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Hu Xin's voice was tinged with a sob, her fair face full of pleading. I shouldn't have attacked you. I'm willing to give you all the Hu family's wealth. I can help you gather all the servants of the Hu family. As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything. I can be your concubine, your pet, I can be anything you want. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it, I beg you. Suddenly Mu Yang paused, standing in front of Hu Xian. He looked down at her, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Oh. You are truly willing to do anything." Hearing this, Hu Xen seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival. Her heart leaped with joy, and she immediately nodded eagerly. "I am willing, I am willing. I will do anything." She even began to eagerly tear at the red dress she wore, wanting to prove herself. However, at that moment, a bloodstained arm suddenly pierced through her chest, clutching her heart in its grip. Hu Xian stared blankly at Mu Yang, who grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. "Since that's the case, I will accept your body." With that, Mu Yang tightened his grip, crushing Hu Xin's heart as if it were a water balloon. Ding. The host has killed a 3-tier fox demon, and the equipment demon blood external law meets the permanent solidification conditions. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. The host has killed a 3-tier fox demon, and the 100-year ginseng meets the permanent solidification conditions. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding. The host has killed a 3-tier fox demon, and the equipment. Current available equipment, slot count 4. So only 2 lives, huh? You're not so impressive. Seeing the prompt from the panel, Mu Yang casually tossed Hu Xin's corpse to the ground, muttering. She thought Hu Xian would have 9 lives, or at least 7 or 8, but this was only the second time, and it was already over. After using his full strength, the end came too quickly. What a pity about this table full of fine food and wine. I didn't get to taste a single bite. Mu Yang looked at the shattered redwood round table and the mess around, shaking his head as he withdrew. He walked into the master bedroom, casually grabbed a clean piece of cloth, wiping the blood from his body, while focusing on the now shapeless, transformed corpse of Hu Xen. A semi-transparent panel with an ink-like hue slowly emerged. Equipable item: Fox Demon Corpse. Complete Tier 3 equipment effects: Strengthen the Divine Soul. The soul gains a slight enhancement. Spiritual power, resistance to mental abilities, and neural reaction speed are all improved. Vitality Surge Blue. Total vitality receives a significant increase. Malicious Intent Blue can impose mental suggestions on those with weak minds, causing them to gradually lose their mental faculties, becoming mindless puppets. Ineffective against those with strong souls and firm wills. Heart Substitute Purple. By consuming and using permanently solidified equipment of the same tier as Substitute Heart, can be condensed to withstand a single fatal blow and restore oneself to peak condition. After one's martial cultivation level has increased, it must be recondensed. The maximum number of simultaneously existing substitute hearts is equal to the current martial cultivation level, with a current limit of 3. Permanent solidification conditions: equip this item for 70 days, or during the period of equipping this item, slay any tier 3 or higher beast. 1 white, 2 blue, and 1 purple. The quality of the entries provided by Hu Xian exceeded Mu Yang's expectations. Even that white entry presented a new effect he had never seen before. An entry that can enhance the strength of the soul. Increasing the strength of the soul is far more difficult than enhancing physical strength. Like Hu Wanshan, if his soul's strength hadn't been so low, he wouldn't have fallen to become Hu Xin's puppet. Apart from the white entry that strengthens the divine soul, the effects of the other 2 blue entries are quite decent as well. The enhancement of vital energy needs no further explanation. Everyone who has used it speaks highly of it. The effect of the malevolent heart is not bad either, but it holds little value for Mu Yang. He has no need for stealth. What surprised him the most was the last purple entry, Heart-to-Heart Substitute. By consuming a permanent solidified equipment equivalent to one's own rank, one can gain an extra life, and also have a self-recovery effect. After reading the effect of Heart-to-Heart Substitute, Mu Yang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It wasn't that he couldn't stay calm, it was just that the effect of this entry was too overbearing. This meant that while others had only 1 life, he would possess 4. This is just at the 3rd rank. If he were to rise further, he would have even more lives. No wonder Hu Xian could still survive after losing her head. It turns out she relied on this ability. With such a powerful ability, why play as a mage? Isn't it better to hone his physical body? Hu Xian, do you think I wouldn't want to? After reviewing the entry effects, Mu Yang approached Hu Xin's corpse and silently murmured, "Equip the Fox Demon's Corpse." Ding. The Fox Demon's Corpse has been equipped. A surge of magnificent vital energy flowed into Mu Yang's body once more. He could distinctly feel that his muscles and bones were already connected to a large extent, and he was just a few high-grade martial arts manuals away from achieving perfection. He hoped that the Hu family's treasury would not disappoint him. "Master." Just as Mu Yang was about to leave the small courtyard, a startled voice rang out from the courtyard entrance. The one calling out was none other than Hu Lu, who had just heard the sounds of fighting in the courtyard and promptly called the family guards to protect the area. At this moment, he stood with several strong men wielding knives, and the leader among them was robust as an ox possessing a full 2nd rank cultivation. "Stop shouting. Your master colluded with bandits and attempted to harm me, and I have already dispersed them." Mu Yang expressionlessly pointed to the corner where he had torn Zhao Kuei in half. He had left half of the corpse as evidence. Although it wouldn't matter without evidence, having proof is always better. Now you can either go to the magistrate to surrender or end up like him. Mu Yang's voice reached everyone's ears. Many of the family guards were filled with trepidation upon witnessing the bloody scene in the courtyard and the blood-soaked Mu Yang, causing them to retreat in fear. A few taels of silver a month. What kind of life is that? Since Hu Wanshan is dead and most of the Hu family's direct line has been killed by that poisonous woman, Hu Xin, if they don't flee now then, crash. With this thought, many guards lost their nerve and began to flee. Only a few extremely loyal guards, including Hu Lu, remained with their weapons drawn, standing their ground. To think that while everyone else had run away, Hu Lu and a few others dared to stay, they truly are loyal individuals. Well, I should leave them with whole corpses. Thud. Just as Mu Yang was lamenting, Hu Lu and the others who had just been holding weapons suddenly knelt down. Lord Mu, please see reason. We were also forced by Hu Wanshan and Hu Xin to work for the Hu family. Now that the main culprit is dead, we implore you to spare us. We know the location of the Hu family treasury and are willing to lead you there. Mu Yang. He decided to retract his previous thoughts. It wasn't that Hu Lu and the others were disloyal. It was just that too many people had died in the Hu family over the past year since Hu Xin's arrival. Among them were many loyal and powerful individuals. Yet under Hu Xin's tyranny and Hu Wanshan's tacit approval, they all turned into a pile of white bones. The servants of the Hu family were all trembling with fear, struggling under constant pressure. Now that Hu Xin and Hu Wanshan were dead, they felt a sense of relief. Thus, under the guidance of Hu Lu and others from within, Mu Yang quickly arrived at the Hu family treasury. To his dismay, the richness of the Hu family's treasury was far inferior to that of the Wang family. Forget about precious medicines, there was barely any gold and silver left. All the precious medicines were taken by that poisonous woman, Hu Xin, as soon as she arrived, and Hu Wanshan used them to make. Hu Lu explained ordinary families would never commit all their resources to one person. But evidently Hu Xin had no intention of making a long-term investment, as she simply wanted to drain the swamp. Well, if there's nothing, then so be it. Send someone to the magistrate to find Lord Zhou, and have him bring people to confiscate the Hu family mansion. Mu Yang waved his hand, giving the order. Whether or not there were precious medicines didn't matter much to him. After all, Qingxi County was just a small county, and it had no high-grade precious. What he truly desired were martial arts manuals. Fortunately, perhaps, because Hu Xin had no use for them, those that remained were all in good condition. Apart from a few martial arts he had learned before, there were 5 high-grade martial arts manuals he had never seen before, more than he had obtained from the Wang family's treasury. Among them was the boar elephant art that Hu Wanshan had practiced. To be fair, boar elephant art is indeed a top-tier martial art. When its power explodes, the force reaches 30,000 pounds. Among them was the boar elephant art that Hu Wanshan had practiced. To be fair, boar elephant art is indeed a top-tier martial art. When its power explodes, it requires one to gain weight and cultivate flesh, and then there are downgrades and even damage to the roots. It's fine for training dead soldiers, but not for personal cultivation. Perhaps it could also be used as nourishment for heart-to-heart substitute. With this thought, Mu Yang tucked the 5 high-grade martial arts manuals into his clothes. He then looked towards the innermost corner of the Hu family. Unlike the stacks of shelves outside, there was only a display case made of solid ironwood here. Inside the case lay an extremely rare matte black weapon, a flail. It was approximately 4 feet 3 inches long, slightly shorter than the Imperial Feather Wide Blade. It resembled a short staff overall, but bore the murderous aura of a weapon. Though it had a handguard like a sword, it lacked any sharp edges. The flail was straight and upright with no blade or curve, entirely forged into a regular 4-sided shape, with the edges flat and thick. The tips were not sharp like typical blades, but resembled the solid point of a spear. Mu Yang stepped forward, picked it up, and weighed it. It was quite heavy, weighing a full 5,000 pounds. No wonder it was left in the corner gathering dust. Throughout the Hu family, besides Hu Wanshan, after his outburst, no one else could use this thing in combat. After all, even a perfected Blood Marrow Realm warrior can only exert about 10,000 pounds of strength with one arm. It's difficult to wield such a heavy weapon in battle. However, for Mu Yang, this was rather good. Equipable item: Black Gold Flail, rank 4th equipment, effect Heavy Flail. When using this weapon, if it is a heavy flail type weapon, the swinging force will receive a slight boost. Heavy Blue, when using this weapon, the weight of the weapon will receive a significant boost. Permanent solidification condition: equip this item for 100 days, or slay any 4th rank or higher monster while equipped with this item. So it's a 4th rank weapon, no wonder it feels so substantial. Mu Yang glanced at the information on the Black Gold Flail. A 4th rank weapon is of a higher grade than the Imperial Feather Wide Blade that he broke. It's likely sufficient for his use for a while. The setting sun at the horizon burned like fire, casting a crimson glow across the clouds. The rays of the evening sun fell upon the Hu family's mansion, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the silence of the mansion. Xueshi took the lead, entering the Hu family's mansion with Wu Kai and other heads, followed by Zhou Hong, who was sweating profusely and panting heavily along with the other constables. The shock of the Wang family's downfall from last night had not yet dissipated, and to think that just after the news had spread they were already hearing about the destruction of the Hu family. The ordinary constables felt that the events of the past few days were richer and more bizarre than their entire decade-long career as constables. "Brother Mu, we are here." Before they arrived, Wu Kai's voice reached them, first calling out from a distance with a tone full of concern. However, when they rushed into the courtyard of Huanshan, everyone froze as if under a spell. The sound of gasps filled the air. Blood stained the stone slabs, more glaring than the setting sun, with indistinguishable pieces of flesh and shattered bowls scattered everywhere. Among the gruesome sights was a male corpse split in half with jagged wounds that looked as if it had been torn apart by some immense force. It was truly terrifying. Mu Yang, however, paid no attention to their astonishment. He casually sat on a wooden chair holding the black four-edged mace he had just taken from the Hu family's treasury, sipping tea that had just been brewed. If it weren't for the dark red stains of dried blood all over his black attire, the scene would resemble that of a heroic figure enjoying the evening glow. Zhou Heng glanced around the courtyard and noticed the absence of any monster remains, or Hu Wanshan's corpse, only a strange male body. He immediately approached Mu Yang and whispered, "Brother Mu, what is going on here?" If he were not familiar with Mu Yang's character, he would genuinely suspect that Mu Yang had taken a disliking to the Hu family and exterminated them. The new concubine of Hu Wanshan is a third-tier fox demon. It seems she had the means to bewitch him, turning Hu Wanshan into a mindless puppet. Today they appeared to invite me to a feast, but in reality they intended to ambush me, only to be countered by my own hand. Mu Yang's tone remained nonchalant, as calm as if he were discussing what he had for. As he spoke, he pointed to the torn corpse, saying, "By the way, this warrior was also bewitched by that fox demon, and I killed him too." Zhou Heng glanced over, and She also approached the corpse, wiping the blood off its face. "This is Iron Hand Zhao Kuei." She seemed to recognize Zhao Kuei's identity, his eyes filled with astonishment. This person killed 36 members of the Zheng family, a drug dealer in the neighboring county 2 years ago, seizing countless riches and herbs. He is still on the wanted list. Who would have thought he was hiding in the Hu family? Zhao Kuei has perfected 2 high-grade martial arts techniques, and his eagle claw skill can even tear through solid iron. I can't believe he was turned into a puppet by a mere fox demon. She lamented. Zhao Kuei was a powerful martial artist at the Blood Marrow realm, and in an unknown situation, he could not guarantee a win. Such a master was unexpectedly subdued by a fox demon. What was more alarming was that this formidable fox demon had been easily dealt with by Mu Yang. No, looking at Mu Yang covered in blood, he probably didn't have it easy. Even his knife was shattered. No wonder I've been hearing about the sudden deaths of the Hu family's offspring and servants going missing for over a year. It turns out they were controlled by monsters. Zhou Heng murmured in astonishment and fear. It was fortunate that the fox demon targeted the Hu family. Had it been his Zhou family, he would probably be in a similar predicament. Listening to Shi and Zhou Heng, Wu Kai stood aside stunned. In such a short time from the moment of the alert until now, Brother Mu had single-handedly killed 2 Blood Marrow realm martial artists and a powerful third-tier fox demon capable of controlling them. No wonder Brother Mu is so powerful. The setting sun faded in an instant. Nightfall had arrived. Mu Yang changed into a clean outfit with a black four-edged mace sheathed in a hard bamboo scabbard at his waist, holding a bag of gold and silver in his hand. This was the share of wealth that belonged to Mu Yang after Zhou Heng and the others finished clearing out the Hu family. Accompanied by the cool night breeze, Mu Yang soon entered his small courtyard. Upon returning home, Mu Yang closed the door and casually placed the bag of gold and silver alongside the one Zhou Heng had given him that morning. Then he took out 5 bound books from his bosom and placed them on the books: the Pig Elephant Technique, 36 Mace Techniques, Eagle Claw Technique, Iron Body Technique, and Drifting Dragon Steps were all high-grade. He only needed 4 high-grade martial arts to connect all his muscles and bones, breaking through to the Blood Marrow realm's perfect level. Now the question arose. With the corpse of the fox demon equipped, he now had only 3 empty slots left for equipment, clearly insufficient to equip 4 martial arts. Mu Yang looked at the 5 martial arts, quickly calculating in his mind. Should he equip 3 martial arts at random and wait for a while to break through, or sacrifice 1 martial arts vitality and use the enhancement function to push through today? After pondering for a moment, Mu Yang made a decision. Ding! Detected that the host has chosen to enhance the main item, 36 Mace Techniques. Please select the materials required for enhancement. The path of cultivation is one that seizes the moment. High-grade martial arts are merely of some use now. There is no need to be stingy. The reason for choosing the mace techniques as the enhancement focus is, of course, because his current weapon is the black four-edged mace. As the enhancement function panel emerged, Mu Yang waved his hand and placed the Pig Elephant Technique, Eagle Claw Technique, and Drifting Dragon Steps into the material slots. Ding! Detected that the enhancement main item is Tier 3 and the minimum quality of any attribute is white. The material grades are Tier 3 and the minimum quality of any attribute is white, meeting the enhancement conditions. Any attribute quality of the main item will be improved. Light white particles floated from the three martial arts, gradually merging into 36 mace techniques. A hint of blue light suddenly appeared. Ding! Enhancement of the main item. 36 mace techniques completed and the attribute quality has been improved. Perfection breaking limits blue. Another reason Mu Yang chose to enhance 36 mace techniques is that this martial art has only one attribute. There will be no enhancement deviation that could lead to waste of martial arts. However, what does breaking limits mean? Mu Yang curiously looked at the name that changed along with the attribute grade. A keepable item 36 mace techniques, 1 high-grade martial arts grade tier 3 equipment effect breaking limits blue. The proficiency of 36 mace techniques reaches a breaking limits standard beyond perfection. When using mace-type weapons, movements are as fluid as fingers, and the power of techniques greatly increases. Permanent solidification conditions equip this item for 10 full days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any tier 3 or higher monster. Using mace-type weapons with fluidity of fingers and the power of techniques greatly increasing. It sounds quite impressive. With a thought, Mu Yang immediately placed the enhanced 36 mace techniques into the equipment slot. With a sudden chime, the 36 styles of the halberd 1 has been equipped. In an instant, a surge of vigorous blood energy surged within Mu Yang. He had long grown accustomed to such a tide of blood energy. But in the next moment, a massive wave of memories suddenly filled his mind. He closed his eyes, carefully delving into the understanding. In these memories, he seemed to be a born prodigy of martial arts, mastering the 36 styles of the halberd to perfection in just a few years. With the halberd techniques, he struck down foes effortlessly with no opponent able to withstand even a single blow. Even the most basic moves such as chopping, sweeping, smashing, stabbing, and swinging had reached the point of perfection, leaving nothing more to practice. Yet deep down he always felt that this was not the endpoint of the halberd techniques. More accurately, it was not his endpoint. Thus he wielded a four-sided halberd, beginning a daily and yearly cycle of training. In summer he watched monkeys dance with staffs in the mountains. In winter he observed snakes coiling in caves. The once exquisite techniques began to blur in his mind, yet an unprecedented inspiration gradually became clearer in his heart. He understood. Mu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively drew out the black gold four-sided halberd from his waist. The halberd in his hand danced like a monkey at times and slithered like a snake at others, powerful yet flexible. Vaguely he even perceived the routines of other martial arts, such as the dragon slaying and tiger subduing blade techniques, the coiling snake spear, and the gentle breeze sword. After a long while he set down the black gold halberd and let out a long breath. Is this what they call breaking limits? He now felt that with just this hand that reached the level of breaking limits in the 36 styles of the halberd, he could easily defeat himself, who wielded the feathered blade. It was not a transformation in strength, but rather a difference in control over that strength. Originally 1 unit of strength was just 1 unit, but now he could exert 2 units, or even more. Even though his own strength and realm had not changed, his combat power had significantly increased, and this was merely the blue quality breaking limits. He wondered what effects would come from the purple tier above breaking limits. Moments later, Mu Yang brought his thoughts back and focused on the remaining iron body technique before. Although the greatest gain from the 36 styles of the halberd 1 was the transformation of combat power, the total amount of blood energy it brought was also quite considerable. Now he was just 1/10 away from the perfection of the blood marrow realm. Equip the iron body technique. Ding! Iron body technique has been equipped. Although the greatest gain from the 36 styles of the halberd 1 was the transformation of combat power, the total amount of blood energy it brought was crack. With the last wisp of blood energy merging into his body, every muscle, every tendon, and every bone in Mu Yang's body resonated. At that moment, every part of him harmonized into a whole, a powerful force surging from Mu Yang's body. Perfection in the blood marrow realm achieved. His single-arm strength reached 14000 pounds, almost double that of the late stages of the blood marrow realm. Adding to this the 3000 pounds of strength enhancement from Hu Xian, Mu Yang's single-arm strength had now reached 8000 pounds. Just the blood marrow realm alone provided a massive strength of 3000 pounds. This meant that a martial artist who had broken through to the blood marrow realm after 3 rounds of tempering their muscles and bones would possess a total strength of 4000 pounds, surpassing the desperate Hu Wanshan. Indeed, a well-grounded martial artist need not rely on flashy techniques. Their foundational strength alone is enough to crush. Next, it was time to seek the techniques for condensing qi. The 4th-tier qi condensation realm was not like the first 3 realms of martial arts. In the first 3 realms, even without techniques, as long as the blood energy was sufficient, one could spend time and force their way through. However, in the qi condensation realm, without techniques, just finding the meridians to construct the dantian would be enough to stump a large number of people. At least Mu Yang, who considered his martial arts talent average, referring to not being able to enter the lower grade martial arts door after 3 months of cultivation, did not believe he could figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, in the grand residence of the Liu family, the last of the three great families, the hall was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. Sitting in the main seat, Liu Qingke was not enjoying tea with his usual calm demeanor like last night, but instead his brow was furrowed, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. To his left and right were several Liu family elders with graying hair. One hot-tempered elder spoke up first. Too arrogant. This child is simply too arrogant. Yesterday the Wang family fell, today the Hu family is gone. Is he going to wipe out our Liu family tomorrow? What collusion with demons? I see he is just using the name of slaying demons to swallow the wealth accumulated by our three families for generations. His ambitions are evident. Some elders nodded while others frowned and said, "What good is shouting here? Even if you shout until the heavens break, what use is it? The urgent matter is not to be angry, but to find a way to ensure the safety of our Liu family. Why don't we prepare a generous gift and send it to Mu Yang's house to test his intentions?" What gift? Our Liu family's century-old foundation cannot be handed over so easily. Then what should we do? Are you going to take down Mu Yang? Can you defeat Wang Rudong or Hu Wanshan? The crowd began to argue, with some wanting to make peace, some willing to concede, and others, without much thought, wanting to confront Mu Yang. Enough, everyone quiet down. Liu Qingke slammed the table, and the hall immediately fell silent. He glanced around and said in a deep voice, "What are you all arguing about? We are gathered here to find a solution, not to quarrel." "Then what shall we do, clan leader?" an elder asked anxiously. Liu Qingke pondered for a moment and said, "Tomorrow I will personally go to the county office to find Zhou Heng and gauge his intentions. If Mu Yang is really after some gold and silver, then I will risk my life to report him to the county city. But if the Hu family truly colluded with demons like the Wang family, then we will have nothing." The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. It may not be the best method, but it was the only option available at the moment. They couldn't possibly go to war with Mu Yang. They simply did not have the strength or the courage for that. The next morning at dawn, dressed in the official attire of the county, Liu Qingke arrived at the county office early, heading straight to Zhou Heng's office. "Lord Liu, what brings you here today?" Zhou Heng, upon seeing Liu Qingke, displayed a perfectly appropriate surprise. "Lord Zhou, we have worked together for many years, so I won't beat around the bush. He'll get straight to the point. About the incident with the Hu family yesterday, what exactly happened?" "The Hu family." Zhou Heng picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip, speaking slowly. "It's quite laughable, really. Hu Wanshan was blinded by desire, manipulated by that fox demon, Hu Xian, becoming a puppet, and even attempted to lay hands on Mu Yang, which forced Mu Yang to retaliate out of necessity. As for the Hu family's subordinates, most were frightened by Hu Xin's oppressive tactics and left on their own. Zhou Heng did not hold back, as Mu Yang acted openly and above board with clear evidence. Even if it reached the county office, it would still hold up. By the way, Lord Liu, your family shouldn't have any dealings with demons, right?" Zhou Heng suddenly looked at Liu Qingke, changing the subject with a hint. "What do you mean by that, Lord Zhou?" Liu Qing's expression darkened immediately, and he said sternly, "My Liu family has lived in Qingxi County for generations, living by farming and scholarship, abiding by the Moreover, humans and demons are on different paths. Colluding with demons is an act of betrayal, a disgrace to one's ancestors. My Liu family and its members would never engage in such vile deeds." "Please, Lord Liu, don't be too agitated. I was just asking casually," Zhou Heng said with a smile, calming him down. "I trust you, Lord Liu, and there's no need to worry too much. I know Mu Yang well. He is righteous and kind-hearted, able to distinguish right from wrong, and would never harm others without reason." "Kind-hearted?" Liu Qing's mouth twitched. "Are you saying that a person who single-handedly took down Huangfeng Mountain, annihilated the Wang family in one night, and wiped out the entire Hu family last night, is kind-hearted?" Of course, Liu Qingke only complained in his heart and did not voice it. After pondering for a moment, Liu Qingke, still somewhat uneasy, continued, "I certainly trust what you say, Lord Zhou, and I have a high regard for Mu Yang's character as well. To be honest, I came today mainly to ask Lord Zhou to act as a mediator, inviting this young talent Mu Yang to my residence for a discussion." Another feast invitation. After learning of Liu family's invitation, Mu Yang raised an eyebrow. Is this going to be yet another banquet with ulterior motives? If so, he could test out the black gold four-sided halberd in his hands. If not, then enjoying a free dinner wouldn't be a loss. Thus that afternoon, after finishing his duties, Mu Yang followed Zhou Heng and Xue Shi to the Liu family's grand residence. When he learned that Zhou Heng and Xue Shi were also on the guest list, Mu Yang felt a twinge of regret in his heart. After all, no matter how reckless the Liu family was, they wouldn't dare to eliminate Zhou Heng, the county lieutenant. A county lieutenant is not a mere constable, they are actual officials of the court. Just as Mu Yang had thought, Liu Qingke genuinely wished to host a banquet without any ulterior motives. As the head of the Liu family, he even brought along several elderly clan members with gray hair, personally waiting in front of the grand estate. Upon seeing Mu Yang and the others approaching, he hurriedly welcomed them, smiling and praising. He remarked that Mu Yang was not only exceptionally strong, but also remarkably handsome, truly a person of distinction. The words of praise were overflowing. At the banquet, various elderly members of the Liu family either offered compliments or raised their glasses in toasts, while dancers performed, creating an atmosphere of harmony throughout the feast. During the event, Mu Yang also activated his blood flow, enhancing his keen sense of smell. However, the air carried only a faint scent of rouge and the aroma of the dishes. The surrounding servants maintained their usual demeanor, behaving appropriately, without any hint of abnormality. It seemed that the Liu family was indeed unrelated to any demonic creatures. Mu Yang silently lamented this. Sitting opposite him, Lu Qingke, who was constantly observing Mu Yang, happened to catch a glimpse of the fleeting regret in Mu Yang's eyes, causing the corner of his eye to twitch. That gaze. Could it be that he regrets the absence of demonic creatures in our Liu family? Lu Qingke felt somewhat speechless. Just how much does Mu Yang love hunting demons? While feasting and drinking on one side, the other side was still contemplating the search and hunt for demons. As the banquet approached its midpoint, Lu Qingke set down his cup and exchanged a glance with his. Soon a magnificent wooden box wrapped in red satin was presented to him. Head Mu, it is a great honor to meet you today, and I have prepared a humble gift as a token. As he spoke, Lu Qingke opened the wooden box in his hands. Inside was not gold or silver jewels, but rather four neatly arranged thread-bound books, one of which had a slightly yellowed cover clearly showing its age. It was evident that he had done his homework before presenting the gift. These 3 books are exclusive high-quality martial arts from the Liu family, and this tracking technique is a special secret method that our Liu family has treasured for many years. Once mastered, it allows one to track a target by collecting even a trace of its aura with pinpoint accuracy over a distance of 1,000 miles. Lu Qingke explained. Special secret method. Tracking technique. Mu Yang curiously looked at the yellowed book, and a water ink panel immediately appeared. A keepable item tracking technique, special martial art, grade no fixed grade, equip effect aura collection blue, can collect the residual aura of any living being with the aura lasting up to 30 days. Tracking blue, using the collected aura as a guide, one can accurately reach the target's location with a maximum tracking range of 1,000 miles. Permanent solidification condition, equip this item for 7 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any grade of demonic beast. 30 days 1,000 miles, get truly is a practical secret technique. Although this tracking technique does not directly enhance combat power, it greatly aids in locating and tracking demons. In the future, when encountering a demon like the Yellow Wind that hides in the mountains, he would no longer need to explore painstakingly. Instead, he could directly collect a trace of aura and strike at the heart of the matter. You're too polite, Lord Liu. Mu Yang did not take the wooden box, but simply tucked the 4 martial arts books into his robe. Lu Qingke did not mind, as long as Mu Yang accepted them, it meant he had chosen well. The banquet continued, and the atmosphere remained amicable. Lu Qingke refrained from mentioning the Wang and Hu families. Instead, he continually praised Mu Yang for his talents and subtly inquired about Mu Yang's future plans. Upon learning that Mu Yang aimed to join the demon-slaying division in the county city, Lu Qingke's smile became even more sincere, repeatedly raising his glass in a toast to wish Mu Yang success. Soon the banquet was drawing to a close. Lu Qingke, accompanied by a group of clan elders, personally escorted Mu Yang and the others out of the grand estate. On the desolate street, there were hardly any figures left. The 3 of them discussed matters regarding the county city as they walked. Mainly, it was Xue Shi speaking while Mu Yang listened, discussing various points to pay attention to in the county city. Brother Mu, let's meet at the East City Gate early the day after tomorrow. After speaking, Xue Shi departed with Zhou Hong. Mu Yang then walked alone towards his small courtyard. Upon returning home, he closed the courtyard door behind him. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled shadows in the courtyard. He took out the 4 martial arts books he had brought back from the Liu family and looked toward the equipment panel. Equipped items 1. Fox Demon Corpse, 3rd grade 2. 36 styles of hammer technique 1-3. Iron body technique 4. None. Since there were no demons to slay today, there was currently only 1 vacancy in the equipment panel. After some thought, Mu Yang tucked the other 3 martial arts books back into his robe, leaving only the tracking technique. Equipped tracking technique. Mu Yang silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Tracking technique has been equipped. Instantly, countless techniques regarding aura differentiation, aura collection, and trajectory tracking surged in. At the same time, Mu Yang felt his mind clear, and the surrounding world seemed somewhat different. Within 100 meters, various auras that would have been overlooked previously became vividly clear in his perception. After a simple attempt at the effects of the tracking technique, Mu Yang leaned against the edge of the well, gazing vacantly at the sky. It was not that he was sobering up, rather he was simply puzzled by certain matters, overlapped with one another. He discerned them all with a unique perspective. Coupled with the keen sense of smell, it was truly a perfect combination where 11 exceeded 2. After a simple attempt at the effects of the tracking technique, Mu Yang leaned against the edge of the well, gazing vacantly at the sky. It was not that he was sobering up, rather he was simply puzzled by certain matters. For instance, among the three prominent families in Qingxi County, both the Wang and Hu families had issues, but the Lu family seemed completely unblemished. Were they truly clean, or was it because they hid too deeply? Should I go take another look? Whether it was due to the recent encounter with the marvelous tracking technique and wanting to find an opportunity to try it out, or just a simple desire to test his luck again. Mu Yang quickly stood up, returned to his room, and changed into a tight-fitting black outfit. With a light step, he vanished from the courtyard. Outside the Lu family estate. Even though it was already late at night, the walls of the Lu family estate still had flickering lights. That was the night watchman. In a corner unnoticed by the guards, a shadow flitted by, gracefully vaulting over the wall and into the estate. In just a short while, Mu Yang arrived at the back courtyard where Lu Qingke resided. Using his enhanced hearing from multiple upgrades, Mu Yang discerned that there was only a relatively weak but steady heartbeat within the room. Mu Yang raised an eyebrow, quietly infiltrating and discovering that there was indeed only one person inside, but it was not Lu Qingke, it was his wife. At this moment, Lady Lu was sleeping soundly. Why was she not sleeping in the middle of the night? Where could she have gone? Did something really happen? With a thought, Mu Yang circulated his blood flow to his fingertips and gently tugged at the bedding. A nearly invisible pale white aura drifted out from the room and into his fingertips. This was the residual aura left by Lu Qingke on the pillow. If Lu Qingke knew that he had just given away a secret technique in the afternoon only to have it used against him at night, I wonder what he would think. Mu Yang internally mocked, then activated the tracking technique. The pale white aura at his fingertips trembled slightly, then gradually became finer, directing him towards a specific direction. Mu Yang's gaze sharpened. Judging by the thickness, it seemed to be quite a distance away, most likely outside the city. Mu Yang's eyes brightened. Leaving the city in the middle of the night, could it be that he would indeed make a discovery? With that thought, Mu Yang immediately set off, swiftly exiting the city, following the guidance of the aura from his fingertips. After about half an hour, Mu Yang arrived at the foot of a mountain. This mountain was not large, and had no name, with dense woods and overgrown weeds making it look scarcely visited. Mu Yang continued deeper, and soon came across a narrow cave. The cave entrance was covered with thick vines, looking no different from an ordinary cave. Mu Yang glanced at the breath guiding his fingertips, confirming the direction was correct, and immediately adjusted the circulation of his internal blood and energy, activating the lightness technique to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. To his surprise, this cave seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary cavern. Although it was somewhat lengthy with several forks overall, it was quite safe aside from a bit of darkness, and lacked any unpleasant odors. It did not appear to be a location where monsters were hiding. With curiosity, Mu Yang continued deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared within the pitch-black cavern. Mu Yang hurried forward, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. What appeared was a shimmering lake illuminated by the moonlight. Surrounding the lake were towering peaks. A valley within the cave. Mu Yang glanced around. Although the foliage was lush and the scenery was beautiful, it was tightly enclosed by the mountains, clearly Mu Yang stepped out of the cave and gazed into the distance. To his surprise, he discovered that not far from the lake there were neatly arranged tile-roofed houses and extensive farmland. From the size of the earthen houses and the amount of farmland, it was evident that the population living here was considerable, perhaps even more than that of Huang family village and Li family village. However, such a large village was unknown to him. A constable patrolling outside the city. Are the Lu family hiding households? The Dynasty dynasty mandated that all citizens must be registered and taxed per capita. Yet some prominent families would secretly conceal their population as private property, avoiding taxation and corvée obligations. These people were referred to as hidden households. Although the Lu family's concealment of hidden households was illegal, it was not a major offense, at least not when compared to colluding with monsters. Mu Yang stealthily approached the village, activating his keen sense of smell while utilizing tracking techniques to discern the surrounding auras. The result left him greatly disappointed. There was absolutely no trace of monsters. However, following the scent led him to Lu Qingke, who was currently in what appeared to be a granary within the village, but at the innermost part of it. There were over 100 sets of armor and weapons, along with a middle-aged man who looked vigorous. The two were engaged in a serious candlelit conversation. For some reason, Mu Yang had a strong feeling that they were conspiring in the dead of night, preparing to rebel. In a typical ancient world, a place with over 100 sets of armor would indeed be quite powerful, but unfortunately this world had martial arts. Without sufficient martial strength to support it, any talk of rebellion would be nothing but a joke. Since it wasn't rebellion, what were they discussing? With curiosity, Mu Yang leaned in to listen for a moment. Soon he understood. This place was called Lu Family Valley, and as the name suggested, it was where the Lu family trained their own people. It was both a foundation and a retreat. Lu Qingke had come tonight simply to tell the Lu family member in charge to avoid going out for the time being, lest they inadvertently provoke Mu Yang and face slaughter. Mu Yang thought to himself, am I really such a bloodthirsty person? He felt speechless. In his silence, he also felt some regret. After all, aside from hiding households, the Lu family truly had no dealings with monsters. Forget it'll look around again, and if there's truly nothing he'll head back. Mu Yang took a step and left the granary. In no time an extremely tall building appeared in his sight. It was a structure with a gray-blue tiled roof and curved eaves resembling an ancestral hall. Mu Yang silently entered and looked inside. The ancestral hall was quite spacious with a long altar in the center adorned with an incense burner candlesticks and some fresh fruits and pastries as offerings. Above the altar stood not the ancestors of the Liu family, but a statue nearly 2 meters tall. It depicted a woman in white clothing with a diamond mark carved on her forehead, her hands forming a gesture, her expression gentle, yet imbued with a hint of compassion. The sculptor was clearly a master. The statue was lifelike, almost as if it were a real person. However, after staring for a long time, Mu Yang could not recognize the origins of this statue. He had heard the old constable mention figures like the Taoist with a cow's nose and the bald monk, but he was unclear about other beliefs. It was likely a faith similar to that of a local land god, a belief with a relatively small following. I didn't expect these noble families to also indulge in such ethereal beliefs. Mu Yang sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a water ink-colored panel suddenly appeared above the statue. Equipable item: Incense God Statue by Lin. Grade 6. Equipment effects: Accumulated incense purple. This statue, blessed by the power of incense, possesses the effect of storing incense power. Anchor point purple. This statue, blessed by the power of incense, can transmit the stored incense power to the deity's embodiment disregarding distance after consuming a certain amount of incense power. Blessing purple. This statue, blessed by the power of incense, when the accumulated incense power reaches a certain level, can ensure favorable weather for the surrounding area if a true believer prays sincerely. Permanent solidification conditions: Equip this item for 2 years, or during the period of equipping this item slay any 6th grade or above monster beast. 6th grade? Mu Yang steadied his mind and scrutinized the information several times before confirming he was not seeing things. Accumulated incense anchor point blessing. All 3 attributes were purple. This configuration was more extravagant than any equipment Mu Yang had seen before. However, the amount of information regarding this equipment was quite overwhelming. Statue's incense faith. In other words, does this world truly have so-called deity? Mu Yang was astonished. Yet upon reflection it did not seem difficult to accept. A 1st-grade martial artist could possess the strength of 1,000 pounds with a single arm. A 3rd-grade martial artist could even exceed 10,000 pounds with one arm. It seemed that this was not an ordinary low-level martial world, and the existence of deities appeared normal. What remained unknown was whether deities could be killed, and if they could be equipped after death. Mu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Coming from the 21st century, he was not only skeptical, but also unafraid of these so-called gods. With an equipment panel at his side, even a deity was merely his nourishment. Of course, those were matters for the future. For now, he planned to leave quietly without taking anything from the ancestral hall. It was not that he was cowardly. It was simply a tactical retreat, a measured and planned temporary withdrawal. It was easy to guess that a deity capable of creating a 6th-grade 3 purple attribute statue and spreading it to a small place, like Qingxi County, must possess formidable strength. Provoking them recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. Martial arts monsters, deities, this world is indeed fascinating. I must work hard. I hope there will be more monsters to aid my cultivation after joining the monster-slaying division. In the quiet, deep night, the moonlight fell like silver upon the earth. Everything felt so ordinary. When Mu Yang returned to his modest courtyard, the eastern sky had already lightened with the pale hue of dawn. After a brief wash and rinse, he glanced at the time. Only about 1 hour remained before roll call. He chose not to sleep, instead drawing water for a bath and donning a fresh set of sleek jet-black martial attire. Then, as was his custom, he fastened the black-gold 4-edged cudgel to his waist and strode confidently out the gate. Squad leader, good morning. As Mu Yang stepped through the main gate, Lao Feng, Li Chuang, and the others, who had long since completed roll call, immediately stepped forward to greet him. Even Yi Lao, who used to arrive late on occasion, now arrived punctually after witnessing Mu Yang's feats firsthand, never once tardy again. Good morning, Mu Yang replied with a slight nod. Then came the daily assignment of duties. Lin Xiaoqi and the others accompanied Lao Feng and Lao Yi on their patrol within the city walls, while Li Chuang joined Mu Yang on an outer circuit beyond the city. Throughout the day, Mu Yang and Li Chuang traversed 2 villages. Unlike Huangjia village, where tension hung thick in the air, or Lijia village, now half-ruined and undergoing reconstruction, these 2 settlements exuded quiet serenity. Farmers bent low over tilled earth in the fields, like children chased each other playfully along the roadside. By the time Mu Yang and Li Chuang returned to the county yamen, dismissal time had already arrived. Normally Mu Yang would depart alone at this hour, but today he invited every member of 5th Squad along with Wu Kai to join him at a local tavern. Wu Kai, who had long heard rumors of Mu Yang's impending departure, instantly grasped its meaning. Li Chuang and the others seemed to sense it too. The atmosphere along the way grew suddenly. Only when they entered the private banquet chamber and raised successive jars of fine wine did that heaviness gradually lift. At first light tomorrow I'll depart for Junxing alongside squad leader Shui. From then on 5th squad will be merged into 4th squad under Brother Wu. You must— Mu Yang raised his wine cup and spoke solemnly. His words fell upon a sudden hush. Lao Feng and Lao Yi exchanged glances. Those sorrows stirred deep within them. Years of experience had tempered their emotions well. They simply lifted their cups in quiet blessing. Lin Xiaoqi, the youngest among them, blinked back tears. Squad leader, will you ever return? If opportunity allows. Mu Yang replied. Squad leader. Li Chuang shot upright, seized his cup, eyes re-dimmed, voice thick with emotion, yet resolute. I will cultivate diligently, determined to reach Junxing and serve beside. With that he drained the wine in one swift motion. Very well. Mu Yang said, a rare smile softening the corner of his lips. That night they drank deeply and spoke freely. From initial restraint and reluctant parting, the mood shifted into unrestrained candor, warmth mingling with melancholy in the chamber. Not until deep into the night did they stagger out, flushed and unsteady, leaning on one another as they left the tavern. Mu Yang was the last to leave. His expression remained composed. His cultivation rendered ordinary wine no stronger than water, incapable of clouding his senses. Yet the weight of farewell softened his gaze, lending it a faint, wistful haze. Stepping beyond the tavern doors, he tilted his head upward. Moonlight spilled pure and luminous as snow. The street lay still and serene. The next morning at dawn's first blush, mist still clung low over the eastern city gate. Xueshi stood waiting there, reins in hand, flanked by two magnificent steeds. The one on the left bore gleaming amber fur and a crimson tuft between its brows. A loyal companion, Shui, she had ridden for years, a Tier 1 battle horse. Though lacking the combat prowess of a Tier 1 martial artist, its speed rivaled that of a Tier 3 demonic beast. The horse on the right was likewise a Tier 1 battle horse, jet black from muzzle to hoof, without a single stray hair. It had been seized as spoils from the Wang family manor after their downfall, and now belonged to Mu Yang. Brother Mu, good morning. Xueshi hadn't waited long before spotting Mu Yang emerge from the gate clad in his familiar jet black martial garb. He carried little, only the black gold four-edged cudgel and a modest travel satchel. Indeed, Mu Yang traveled light. Beyond coin and silver, he brought only a change of clothes and 3 superior martial manuals gifted by the Lu family. All else remained behind in his courtyard. With Wu Kai and Li Chuang guarding the place, theft posed no concern. Brother Shui, Mu Yang acknowledged with a nod, vaulted onto the saddle and settled firmly atop the black steed, whose muscles tensed briefly, hooves planted firm. Not a trace of resistance crossed its face. Xueshi blinked in surprise. Tiered battle horses were notoriously proud, especially those of higher rank. Even Xueshi, a Tier 3 martial artist, had spent nearly a month nurturing trust with his own mount. Yet this horse, riding Mu Yang for the very first time, submitted with uncanny docility. Xueshi watched envious. Had horses begun judging by appearance? The black steed thought, do you know where Wang Rudong met his end? In the stable. Is something amiss, Brother Shui? Nothing at all. Let's go. Xueshi shook his head, nudged his horse's flanks, and the two mounts surged forward like arrows loosed from bows, vanishing swiftly into the lingering dawn mist. Trees lining the imperial road blurred past in rapid retreat. Wind roared past their ears. As they rode, Xueshi recounted the landscape of Qinghe Commandery to Mu Yang. Qinghe Commandery is one of 13 under Anling Prefecture in Liangzhou, and ranks among the largest and most powerful in both territory and strength. The Great Jing Dynasty, Liangzhou, Anling Prefecture, Qinghe Commandery, Qingxi County. This was the land where Mu Yang had lived for 20 years. Qingxi County was but a small town. Its strongest cultivator stood at the peak of Tier 3, and even a single Tier 4 kick-and-jeeling martial manual proved elusive. Qinghe Commandery, however, sprawled vast and populous, teeming with formidable martial artists. How strong precisely? According to Xueshi, the two most renowned clans in Qinghe's capital, Lei Clan and Mei Clan, were each led by patriarchs ranked Tier 5 masters of meridian penetration. Beyond them, numerous factions jostled for influence. Pingwei Escort Agency along the roads, Chaobang Waterborne Guild along the rivers. Yet the most formidable forces in the capital remained the Demon-Slaying Bureau and the Prefectural Yamen. The former commanded renown across the entire Great Jing Dynasty, its battlefield records legendary and meticulously documented. The latter maintained a dedicated constabulary, the Patrol Division, whose chief constable also ranked Tier 5. Precisely because elite cultivators thronged the capital, reports of demonic beasts devouring humans were exceedingly rare there. In short, Qinghe Commandery bears no resemblance to our humble Qingxi County. It teems with hidden talents and unpredictable powers. Tread carefully, never act rashly. Mindful of Mu Yang's extraordinary record in Qingxi Shui, she added this warning deliberately. Mu Yang merely nodded silently. He had always acted with unwavering prudence. Time slipped like a white steed across a crevice. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. They traveled day and night, halting only for rest. Along the way, with ample time to permanently solidify martial techniques and free up equipment slots, Mu Yang re-equipped the 3 superior martial manuals acquired from the Liu family. Nothing else occurred. No demonic beasts appeared, no bandits ambushed the road, no midnight temple encounters with wandering heroines. Their journey proceeded with uncanny smoothness. Mu Yang privately felt a twinge of disappointment. He'd hoped perhaps to encounter a few demonic beasts to test his strength. Xueshi explained that demon-slaying bureau patrols frequently traversed the Imperial Road, leaving virtually no reckless beasts daring enough to waylay travelers. Those who lacked such discretion were already blind forever. Just then a clamorous argument erupted ahead on the road. Mu Yang's eyes brightened. Could it be an audacious demonic beast after all? What happened ahead? Xueshi furrowed his brow and pulled on the reins. We'll know once we go take a look, Mu Yang replied. The two rode forward and soon saw the source of the commotion. In the center of the official road stood a rather luxurious carriage. The carriage was drawn by 4 pure white first-grade steed horses, and the carriage body was crafted from fine rosewood. Crystal-clear glazed jade stone strings hung from the side door curtains, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. It was evident that the occupants were either wealthy or noble. Surrounding the carriage were 5 burly men on horseback. Each of them was robust, dressed in short jackets with open fronts carrying knives at their waists, and their clothing bore an embroidered yellow character representing Wei on the chest. Pingwei escort. Xueshi narrowed his eyes, then pulled at Mu Yang and whispered, "Did you see the Wei character on their chest? These are the escorts from the Liu Biao He gang, the Pingwei escort." The Pingwei escort is the largest and most renowned escort agency in Qinghai County. It is known that any job taken by the Pingwei escort will generally not encounter any mishaps. Whether from official circles or the underworld, anyone involved in Qinghai County would generally show them some respect. This is partly because the Pingwei escort has a large number of personnel and skilled escorts, and partly because the agency was founded by Bao Tian, a 5th-grade channeling realm martial artist. I wonder which young lad dares to block the Pingwei escort's people. Truly bold, Xueshi muttered as he glanced at the young man, standing alone in front of the carriage. Most likely someone the Pingwei escort doesn't want to provoke, Mu Yang analyzed silently as he looked at the young man. The young man was dressed in white, had a handsome appearance, and an amiable demeanor. He held an ancient compass in his hand, and wore a serious expression, clearly blocking the carriage from proceeding. Yet the members of the Pingwei escort did not draw their blades, only one who appeared to be the leader engaged in a conversation with visible impatience. "Young Master Lei, I have told you numerous times that there are only Miss Su and her attendants in the carriage. There are absolutely no monsters." The leading escort spoke with a hint of impatience. "That's not acceptable." The young man addressed as young Master Lei shook his head and said in a calm but firm tone, "This carriage must be hiding monsters. The book De Jing Lu states that monsters feast on humans, causing great harm. As martial artists, how can we allow such things to go unchecked? Moreover, I am not speaking nonsense." As he spoke, he raised the compass in his hand. This item, forged by the Monster Extermination Department's Tiangong Hall, is called the Monster Seeking Compass. It can determine the location of monsters within a radius of 1 mile and the direction indicated by the needle points directly to this carriage behind you. I implore you, escort leader Li, to step aside quickly and do not block me. With Lei Sei's insistence, escort leader Li clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with anger. He had long heard of young Master Lei's stubborn nature and his penchant for meddling in others' affairs. Now that he had seen it for himself, it truly was the case. Had it not been for the consideration of the Lei family's influence, he would have acted long ago. Taking a deep breath, escort leader Li suppressed the anger within him and said, "Young Master Lei, I will say this once more, our Pingwei escort only asks about the destination when escorting goods. As for what is being delivered, and why, we do not need to know, nor do we wish to know. I ask that you refrain from further entanglement in this matter for the sake of our boss Bao Dong." Escort leader Li issued his final ultimatum. If Lei Sai continued to be obstinate, they would have no choice but to incapacitate him and send him back to the city. I naturally know the rules of the Pingwei escort, so I ask escort leader Li to pull back the curtain. If I Lei have misjudged, I am willing to apologize to Miss Su and everyone here. Lei Sai's gaze was steadfast as he spoke loudly. "You..." Escort leader Li, seeing that Lei Sai was unyielding, was instantly enraged. The 4 escorts around were also filled with anger, with one burly man with a scar on his forehead directly venting his rage on the onlookers nearby. "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get lost. My blade does not discriminate." At his shout, many passers-by hurriedly left, fearing they would be implicated. Lei Sai frowned, but did not say much. It was fine to disperse the crowd, as it would prevent anyone from being accidentally harmed by a monster during a fight. "And you 2 officers, what are you standing around for?" The scar-faced escort drew his long knife, pointing it at Mu Yang and Xueshi, who were still lingering not far away, speaking threateningly. "If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes." Seeing himself implicated, Xueshi quickly grabbed the reins, preparing to lead Mu Yang away. However, just as he turned, he saw a shadow suddenly leap into the air and shoot away. The shadow was none other than Mu Yang, who had just been on horseback. Clanged. A sound of metal being drawn echoed explosively. The heavy black gold square mace was firmly grasped in Mu Yang's hand. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it swept through with a horrifying roar, striking directly at the scar-faced man's face. The scar-faced escort clearly did not expect this turn of events. He hastily raised his right hand, gripping the knife, attempting to intercept the incoming black gold square mace. Clang! In the incredulous gaze of Xueshi, Lei Sai, and escort leader Li, the black gold square mace smashed the scar-faced escort's long knife to smithereens, as if it were a hammer-crushing stone. After that, the mace continued its unrelenting momentum and swung towards the scar-faced escort's head. Bang! The scar-faced escort, who had just been cursing, was instantly smashed into pieces like a watermelon, struck by a heavy hammer, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The surrounding noise came to a sudden halt. Everyone was stunned. Only Xueshi shook his head helplessly. Why did you have to provoke Mu Yang, the god of death? You dare to kill someone from the Pingwei escort? The leading escort Li reacted, both shocked and furious, pointing at Mu Yang and shouting harshly. Mu Yang simply shook off the pieces of flesh from the black gold square mace and calmly replied, monsters should be killed, and those who harbor monsters should also be killed. Nonsense. The carriage is carrying Miss Su Wanqing, the daughter of the Chamber of Commerce of the Eight Directions. Where would any monsters come from? I think you're looking for death. Escort leader Li drew his long knife, his blood energy circulating on the surface of his body, reaching the peak of the third-grade blood essence realm. One could only say that the Pingwei escort was indeed the largest escort agency in Qinghe County. Even a random escort leader had strength surpassing that of Xueshi. Even the escort who had just been killed by Mu Yang's mace possessed strength at the initial stage of the third-grade blood essence realm. Whether there are or not, we'll find out if we... As soon as Mu Yang finished speaking, he suddenly executed light body method. His foot stepped down, and he darted to the top of the carriage. The 36 styles of mace technique, dragon tail sweep. Mu Yang bent his waist and twisted his body, swinging his right arm like an iron whip. The black gold square mace moved like lightning, carrying immense power, and struck fiercely at the top of the carriage. With a resounding bang, the top of the carriage was instantly shattered into pieces. The exquisite Zeton wooden roof of the carriage was shattered by a heavy blow. As wood splinters flew, the interior of the carriage was exposed to the eyes of the crowd. Inside the carriage lay a precious silk carpet adorned with exquisite tables and chairs along with tea sets. A youthful figure, strikingly handsome, yet with an otherworldly charm, stood with his clothing unbuttoned, embracing a beautifully dressed young lady. The girl blushed, leaning against the young man, her hands roaming freely, reveling in the moment. However, upon the roof being overturned, both of them froze. Before the enchanting young man could react, the girl suddenly stood up from his embrace, pulling her clothes to cover the young man's well-defined chest. Having done this, the girl, who was none other than Su Wanqing, the young lady of the Eight Directions Merchant Association, finally had the time to assess the situation. With just a glance, she fixed her gaze on the nearest figure, Mu Yang, whose bloodied weapon was still in hand. Furious, she pointed at Mu Yang and scolded, "You audacious rogue. Do you have any idea who I am, daring to smash my carriage?" The enchanting young man slowly rose, standing quietly behind Su Wanqing, his narrow eyes slightly narrowed as he scrutinized Mu Yang, who had attacked, and Lei Sai, who was blocking the way. "Apologies, Miss Su, it is my fault for our guard's negligence. Please quell your anger." Head guard Li quickly reacted, stepping forward between Mu Yang and the carriage, repeatedly apologizing. Although the Eight Directions Merchant Association was not on par with the Pingwei Escort Agency in the escorting profession, offending anyone was unacceptable, especially a patron. Once their reputation was tarnished, it would be impossible to accept another escort mission in this lifetime. They could only consider switching to robbery. "Young Master Lei, as you can see, there are no so-called monsters inside the carriage. Please step aside, we have matters to attend to." At this point, with the scene escalated, head guard Li no longer cared for Lei Sai, merely barking a cold command as he drew his blade and pointed it at Mu Yang. The other three guards did. Allowing the employer to be frightened is already a serious dereliction of duty. If we fail to subdue the attacker, this escort mission will be for naught. "No, head guard Li, the monster is that." Lei Sai opened his mouth, wanting to explain something to head guard Li. But before he could finish, he saw Mu Yang, who had just smashed the carriage roof, springing into action once more. Mu Yang leaped into the air, his form like lightning, as he swung the obsidian four-edged mace with tremendous force, directly targeting head guard Li, whose head guard Li seemed not to expect that facing their assault, Mu Yang would not retreat, but instead advance, even striking first. Caught off guard, he could only hastily raise his hand. He attempted to intercept Mu Yang's blow with a strength equivalent to 10,000 pounds in one arm. However, the next moment, boom, the long blade in head guard Li's hand exploded along with his head. Everyone was stunned, even Lei Sai showed a hint of surprise. With his initial cultivation at the 4th level of Qi condensation, he believed he could easily defeat a mere 3rd-level golden core head guard Li with the aid of true energy. But if he wasn't mistaken, that last strike from Mu Yang seemed to be purest brute force. This young guard possessed immense strength. While Lei Sai and the other guards were astonished, Mu Yang showed no signs of stopping. Killing head guard Li was like squashing an ant to him. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped over the headless corpse of head guard Li, heading straight for the wrecked carriage. Su Wanqing, who had just been furious, suddenly turned pale, her expression drastically changing. In contrast, the enchanting young man standing behind her with his fair complexion and handsome features remained calm and composed. Upon seeing Mu Yang charging forward, he evidently realized he could. He spread his hand, pressing against Su Wanqing's back and giving her a gentle push. Su Wanqing uncontrollably flew out, landing precisely in the path Mu Yang was charging towards. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lei Sai's expression changed, and he immediately sprang into action, wanting to save Su Wanqing. However, Mu Yang reacted even faster. The previously violent obsidian four-edged mace in his hands moved like the most agile of fish, merely shuddering slightly to dissipate most of its force. Slap! The obsidian four-edged mace struck Su Wanqing's waist, sending her flying to the side. Under the exquisite control of strength, apart from feeling nauseated, Su Wanqing landed with a swollen rear, unlike head guard Li, who had been shattered into pieces. Such excellent control of power. Lei Sai halted in his tracks, his eyes brightening. Just as he marveled, Mu Yang continued to exert force. Seemingly not expecting Mu Yang to possess such skill, the enchanting young man was momentarily taken aback before he reacted. He raised both arms shrouded in dark demonic energy, which quickly transformed into robust arms covered in dark fur. From the sides of his head, long and wide ears sprouted. He was unmistakably a third-level golden core donkey demon. Just as the donkey demon reverted to its true form, Mu Yang swung the obsidian four-edged mace. The donkey demon's proud muscular arms burst apart like soft tofu, along with its massive donkey head shattering into pieces. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a third-level donkey demon. Equipment: 36 paths of mace techniques. 1 meets permanent solidification conditions. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a third-level donkey demon. Equipment: floating on water meets permanent solidification conditions. This equipment has been permanently solidified. Ding! Detected that the host has slain a third-level donkey demon. Equipment. Current remaining equipment slots: 4. Mu Yang flicked his wrist, and blood and flesh splattered from the obsidian four-edged mace onto the ground. This. The 3 remaining guards looked at the headless, massive body of the donkey demon, then at the similarly headless head guard Li and his companion, instantly rendered speechless. No, how could there truly be monsters? Sitting on the ground, Su Wanqing, whose backside ached, stared blankly at the corpse of the donkey demon, her face alternating between shades of green and red. It wasn't fear but embarrassment. As the prize jewel of the 8 Directions Merchant Association's president, she had been humiliated and thrown to the ground, all the more so for being fooled. If this got out, how would she face the world? It's all his fault, this meddlesome guard. If it weren't for his interference, things would not have escalated to this point. Get him! Subdue this guard! Su Wanqing's face flushed with anger as she shouted. The guards, Lei Sai. Miss Su, why is that? This guard has just helped you slay the monster and saved you. Lei Sai was filled with questions. He genuinely couldn't understand what Su Wanqing was saying. Not just him, even the other 3 guards were bewildered. It wasn't merely shock at Su Wanqing's murderous intent toward Mu Yang, but rather a simple belief that Su Wanqing must have lost her mind. Even the fully realized head guard Li could not defeat this guard. They were merely at the initial stage of Blood Essence realm. How could they fight? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and act. You are guards, do you dare ignore my orders as your employer? Seeing the 3 guards standing still, Su Wanqing suddenly became hysterical. Her bloodshot eyes seemed as if they could devour a person. The 3 guards exchanged glances, feeling helpless, as if they were caught doing their work halfway, when the spouse of the other party unexpectedly returned home, leaving them contemplating whether they could cosplaying as Spider-Man. They had to listen to their employer, but Mu Yang was truly too powerful. What were they to do? Just then Lei Sai stepped forward. Wait a moment. He stood in front of the 3 guards facing Su Wanqing, and spoke loudly. Miss Su, I know it might be hard for you to accept right now, but this person beside you is indeed a monster you have seen. I don't care. Su Wanqing interrupted Lei Sai, continuing to shout frantically, act quickly, or I will make you regret it. Bang! Before Su Wanqing could finish her sentence, a sound like a watermelon bursting suddenly rang out, and the sharp noise abruptly ceased. Chattering away, truly giving you face. Mu Yang stood before the headless Su Wanqing, his expression calm and his voice cold. Guards, Lei Sai. The gentle breeze softly brushed across the quiet official road. The sudden death of Su Wanqing left everyone present in silence. Even Xue, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Mu Yang, however, seemed unfazed as he walked over to Su Wanqing's corpse, flicking his wrist to lift a brocade bag from her waist with his black four-sided mace. Equipable item: small sleeve bag. Grade 4th grade. Effect: storage, can hold non-living objects with a space of 5 feet square, approximately 4.6 cubic meters. Permanent solidification condition: equip this item for 8 days, or kill any 4th grade or higher demon beast while equipped with this item. It's actually a storage treasure. Mu Yang's eyes lit up as he stuffed the sleeve bag into his pocket. Although it had no more than 5 cubic meters of space, it was still enough for him to store many items. Moreover, this was only of white quality. If he had enough materials to enhance it to blue quality, the space would definitely be larger. He just wondered if having multiple sleeve bags equipped simultaneously would merge into a vast storage space, or remain as independent small spaces. He could try it when he found another sleeve bag. While Mu Yang was collecting the spoils, the silent bodyguards hesitated for a moment before one of them cautiously spoke. "Young Master Lei, and this catcher, we 3 brothers are just trying to earn a living. We really didn't know there were demons in the carriage. Can you let us go?" Lei Sai remained silent, still contemplating. Mu Yang also kept quiet, simply glancing at the 3 men and their positions, and then at Lei Sai's position, seemingly calculating something. Seeing that neither Mu Yang nor Lei Sai spoke, the 3 bodyguards did not dare to act recklessly, standing still as sweat trickled down their foreheads. After a while, Lei Sai finally looked at Mu Yang and asked, "This brother, I have a question to ask." "Ask away," Mu Yang said as he stepped forward. "Brother, after killing the demon, why did you have to act against Miss Su?" Lei Sai inquired. Mu Yang did not answer directly, but countered, "Then let me ask you, should demons be killed?" Lei Sai was taken aback, instinctively replying, "They should be killed." "Then what about those who collude with demons? Should they be killed?" "They should be killed." "And what about this woman? Did she collude with demons?" She did, but she seemed unaware. Just say whether she colluded or not." Mu Yang forcefully interrupted Lei Sai, standing in front of him, locking eyes. "She colluded." Under Mu Yang's intense gaze, Lei Sai felt his momentum weaken. "Those who collude with demons, should they be killed?" "They should be killed." "Then that's settled. Do you think I was wrong to kill her?" Mu Yang patted Lei Sai's shoulder. Lei Sai fell silent. He felt something was off, but his long-held belief told him that demons should be killed, and those who colluded with demons should be killed even. Well, it seemed like this catcher was indeed not in the wrong. "Catcher, what are you trying to do?" Just as Lei Sai's mind raced, a terrified voice from the bodyguard suddenly brought him back to reality. He instinctively turned his head to look in the direction of the bodyguard. Then, bang! A crisp sound echoed and blood and shattered bones splattered. Beside the carriage, yet another headless corpse appeared. Lei Sai seemed to be experiencing some cognitive overload. With his temperament, if it were usual, he would have rushed forward to stop it. But now he just stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly, as Mu Yang casually exploded the heads of the other 2 bodyguards. He then asked in a tone of utter confusion, "Brother, what was that for?" Mu Yang casually flicked the blood off the black 4-sided mace and walked towards the donkey demon's corpse without looking back, saying, "They wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to kill them?" Lei Sai pursed his lips, his face filled with hesitation, and after a while finally managed to squeeze out a word. "Can." "Then that's settled. Let's go." Mu Yang used the sleeve bag to collect the donkey demon's corpse, waved his hand casually, then mounted his horse, and left with Xueshi. Watching the 2 figures gradually recede, Lei Sai instinctively scratched his head. "I can't shake the feeling that something's off, or was I tricked?" "Clearly yes." A mocking voice suddenly came from the side of the road from the woods. A woman dressed in light purple attire with a neat ponytail at the back of her head, looking heroic and graceful, leaped out of the woods and stood in front of Lei Sai. "Sister, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than Lei Sai's elder sister, the renowned pride of the Lei family, Lei Jiao Jiao. "With your foolish appearance, if I hadn't followed you, who knows how many undergarments you would have lost to tricksters." Lei Jiao Jiao shot Lei Sai an exasperated look. "I'm not foolish, or I wasn't tricked." Lei Sai stubbornly retorted. "Then let me ask you, should that woman surnamed Su be killed?" Lei Jiao Jiao asked. Lei Sai paused, reflecting on their earlier conversation, and said, "She should be killed." "Wrong." Lei Jiao Jiao extended her finger and tapped Lei Sai's forehead. "That foolish woman clearly was just infatuated with the donkey demon's body. She had no idea of the demon's true form. She neither knew the truth nor harmed anyone. Even if guilty, she should not be sentenced to death." Lei Sai opened his mouth. It seemed there was some reason in what she said. "So let me ask you again, should that foolish woman be killed?" Lei Jiao Jiao did not give Lei Sai time to respond, repeating her previous question. "She shouldn't be killed." Lei Sai shook his head vigorously, answering immediately. Unexpectedly, Lei Jiao Jiao shook her head. "Wrong." Another wrong. Lei Sai was bewildered. Killing was wrong, not killing was also wrong, but what exactly was right? "Can't figure it out." "No. Then think more." Lei Jiao Jiao ignored Lei Sai's confusion and gazed far into the distance, watching the direction Mu Yang had left. Killing or not killing is merely a result. The key lies in why such a result occurs. A new catcher with both strength and a heavy killing intent. It seems things are going to get lively around here soon. Lei Jiao Jiao mused inwardly. "Sister, why exactly?" Lei Sai beside her was still utterly confused. "Think for yourself." "Brother Mu, once we enter the city, you must not act so impulsively as you did just now. If there weren't any demons in the carriage at that time, wouldn't it have been a disaster? On the road, Xue, she earnestly advised. Mu Yang understood Xuexi's concerns. After all, Xuexi neither had keen senses nor tracking skills. He was merely an ordinary blood marrow realm martial artist, naturally unable to detect anything unusual in the carriage. In fact, if Lei Sai hadn't blocked the way claiming there were demons in the carriage, Mu Yang wouldn't have noticed at all. It was only after hearing Lei Sai's words that he fully utilized his keen sense to confirm there was indeed a problem inside the carriage. Otherwise, no matter how righteous Lei Sai acted, he would have ignored him. In any case, during this period before you join the Demon Slayer division, it would be best for you to stay in the catcher's residence. Even the Eight Directions Merchant Association and the Pingwei Bodyguard Agency would not dare to cause trouble in the catcher's residence in the county. At noon, outside the city of Qinghe County, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the clear blue sky stretched endlessly. Mu Yang tightened the reins, gazing at the majestic county city before him. Unlike the crude city walls of Qingxi County, which barely stood 3 zhang high, the walls of Qinghe County soared to 10 zhang, constructed entirely of solid dark granite. Between the bricks, molten iron was poured, standing tall and imposing upon the earth. The city gate was astonishingly wide. Even a 4-horse carriage could easily pass through side by side. The guards on either side of the gate were all robust martial artists, each with at least the strength of 5 or 6 levels of physical refinement. The leader, clad in dark iron light armor and carrying a silver-white long sword, possessed strength at the 2nd level of muscle refinement. Such prowess would rank among the top 3 experts in the catching department of Qingxi County. Yet here he was merely the leader of a small team of 10 guards. Mu Yang and Xuexi dismounted, holding the reins as they joined the flow of people entering Qinghe County. Upon entering the city gate, they were immediately enveloped by the rich atmosphere of the marketplace. Along the wide bluestone streets, shops lined both sides, wine flags fluttered, and street performers displayed their tricks, creating a lively scene. This is the county city, crowded, lively, full of opportunities, but also fraught with dangers, Xuexi remarked with a sigh. After about 15 minutes, the two arrived in front of the county office. The scale of the county office far surpassed that of Qingxi County's, with its crimson doors wide open, flanked by 2 stone lions over a person tall, exuding a majestic presence. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance were indeed martial artists of the 2nd level of muscle refinement. Xuege, long time no see. Perhaps due to Xuexi's frequent visits to the county office, even the gatekeepers recognized him. After a brief greeting, Xuexi led Mu Yang through the office with familiarity, passing through the front courtyard's assembly hall and arriving at the back courtyard's catching department. The back courtyard of the county office housed a spacious catching department divided into a training ground in the front yard and an office and accommodation area in the backyard. At that moment, dozens of catchers were practicing on the training ground, their swords flashing and shouts echoing. Mu Yang scanned the area, noting that most were martial artists who had entered the ranks. A few others were spirited, wielding their weapons with great vigor, likely not far from entering the ranks themselves. The catchers in the county city require a minimum of 2nd-level muscle refinement. Those at the 1st level can only serve as reserves, assisting during missions at best, Xuexi whispered. Mu Yang nodded. In Qingxi County, having some strength was enough to become a catcher, and after muddling through for a decade or so among the ranks, one could even aspire to become a team leader. But in Qinghe County, only those at the 2nd level can become official catchers, and to become a team leader, a minimum of 3rd-level strength is required. Even some of the top-ranking team leaders possess solid 4th-level condensation strength. As for the chief catcher, it goes without saying. With 5th-level channeling strength, they are among the elite few at the pinnacle of the entire county city. Old Xue, you're back so soon. At that moment, a hearty voice rang out. The two turned to see a middle-aged man in a blue outfit with a resolute face striding towards them. He was tall and sturdy, with broad shoulders and a thick back. His hands had large knuckles and calloused palms, clearly a person accustomed to wielding weapons. Senior brother Dai. Xuexi smiled, quickly approaching and giving him a hearty hug. Dai Wang, the leader of the 7th team, was Xuexi's contemporary senior brother. They had joined the office together in their youth, and had both been part of the same. They had fought side by side for over a decade. Had it not been for Xuexi moving to Qingxi County after his marriage, he would probably be a team leader in Qinghe County by now. Brother, let me tell you, this is Mu Yang, the genius I mentioned to you before. Xuexi introduced him to Dai Wang. Indeed, broad-shouldered and long-armed, with a strong and rich vitality. He looks like a Dai Wang praised with a smile. Since he's brought by old Xue, I'll be informal. Just call me Brother Dai. By the way, you just arrived, right? Have you eaten lunch yet? It's just around mealtime. Let's grab a drink together, Dai Wang said, pulling Xuexi's arm with enthusiasm. Seeing this, Xuexi did not refuse and led Mu Yang out of the office. In a private room of a tavern, Dai Wang ordered a table full of food and drinks, and the 3 of them ate and chatted. Of course, most of the conversation was between Dai Wang and Xuexi, while Mu Yang quietly enjoyed the dishes they had served. In the midst of the meal, Xuexi mentioned that he would bring Mu Yang to stay temporarily at the catching department. Oh, that's no problem. My yard is quite large, you both can stay as you like. Dai Wang, his face slightly flushed, spoke. As one of the team leaders in the county's catching department, and a rare 4th-level condensation strength leader, he had a sizable, independent courtyard in the back. Not to mention accommodating just Xue Shi and Mu Yang. Even if 2 more came, it would be more than enough. Then I'll trouble you, senior brother. Xue Shi raised his cup and drank it all. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Mu Yang spoke up. Brother Dai, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Feel free to ask, Dai Wang mumbled, taking a bite of chicken leg. I was wondering if we could exchange for condensation martial arts in our county office. If so, what would be the procedure? Mu Yang inquired. This was currently his greatest concern. He had come to the county city not only to join the Demon Slayer department for convenience in hunting demons, but also to seek condensation martial arts and break through to the 4th level. Upon hearing this, Dai Wang wiped his mouth and said, there are indeed quite a few condensation martial arts in the county office's arsenal, but the exchange conditions are rather stringent. First, you have to be employed at the county office and officially become a catcher in the county city. Secondly, you must diligently cultivate to the 3rd level blood marrow state and hold a team leader position. Finally, you need to complete enough missions to accumulate merit points for the exchange. I see, Mu Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. After hearing Dai Wang's explanation, he extinguished the thought of exchanging martial arts at the county office. In the Dying Dynasty, the Demon Slayer department and the county office were 2 entirely different official systems. If he joined the county office, he would not be able to join the Demon Slayer. As for his identity as a catcher from Muyang County, that hardly counted as entering the system. There's no need to rush regarding the condensation martial arts. With your talent for reaching muscle refinement, at just 20, applying to join the Demon Slayer department as a reserve should not be difficult. Once you cultivate step by step to the complete blood marrow state, the Demon Slayer department generally offers subsequent martial arts. Dai Wang explained. Brother, what are you talking about? Step by step. Mu Yang has already reached the blood marrow state. He has almost killed a number of 3rd level demons. Xueshi blushed and retorted. Huh. Dai Wang was taken aback. What 3rd level? Last week when you left, didn't you say Mu Yang was at the 2nd level of muscle refinement? He looked at Mu Yang's surprisingly young face and uncertainly asked, have you really reached the blood marrow state? Mu Yang nodded, indeed. Hiss. Dai Wang inhaled, sharply smacking Xueshi on the back of the head. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? What do you mean? Xueshi was taken aback. A 20-year-old blood marrow state who has emerged from the county city. You should send him to the Demon Slayer department. If you had told me earlier, I would have directly applied to the chief to let Brother Mu join our county office. Isn't it safer than the Demon Slayer department? Dai Wang said, somewhat speechless. How about it, Brother Mu? Do you want to join our county office? Just say the word, and I'll find the chief right now to get you special approval for a condensation martial arts book. Dai Wang looked at Mu Yang, his tone filled with anticipation. Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Dai, but my goal is to exterminate demons. I hope you understand. Mu Yang declined Dai Wang's goodwill. The constable's office, while stable, was primarily responsible for maintaining law and order within the city. Given the scale of the county city, there are evidently few opportunities to directly engage with demons, and he mostly dealt with various factions within the city. This was quite detrimental to his ability to utilize his extraordinary skills. Good lad, you have guts. Dai Wang, undeterred by the rejection, only admired Mu Yang even more. If it were a naive youth who had never encountered a demon speaking like this, Dai Wang might have laughed at his overestimation of himself. However, Mu Yang had emerged from the lower echelons of the county town, had seen and slain demons, and was still willing to join the more dangerous demon-slaying division, clearly showing his concern for the common people and a sense of chivalry. Dai Wang questioned whether he could reach such a level, yet he greatly respected such individuals. If you encounter any problems in Qinghe County in the future, feel free to come find me. I can't guarantee anything else, but in this little corner of Qinghe County, I still have some influence. Dai Wang took a large gulp of wine, speaking with a hearty demeanor. After dinner, a flushed Dai Wang led Mu Yang and Xueshi to a small courtyard at the back of the constable's office. Dai Wang had his own living quarters in the city, so this place was primarily for him to rest temporarily. It was not very large. Yet though small as a sparrow, it was fully equipped. It was quite easy to arrange a room for both Mu Yang and Xueshi. Have a good rest. If anything comes up, feel free to find me. Old Xuen knows where my home is. After giving this instruction, Dai Wang finally left. Once Dai Wang was gone, Mu Yang assisted the somewhat dazed Xueshi into one of the rooms. Ordinary drinks were hard to intoxicate a martial artist, let alone a third-tier warrior. However, Dai Wang and Xueshi had been drinking something special, and with a bit of indulgence, Xueshi climbed into bed and fell asleep immediately. After settling, Xueshi, Mu Yang returned to his own room. He took out the sleeve pouch he had scavenged from Su Wanqing earlier in the day. The sleeve pouch was a very magical piece of equipment. It could be used freely even without being equipped. The method of use was simple, just open the mouth of the pouch and stuff items inside. As long as the remaining space in the pouch was sufficient, items could be stuffed in all at once. It was quite remarkable. Additionally, this sleeve pouch could also be equipped. Even better effects would be achieved when equipped. Before equipping Mu Yang could only reach in and feel the items inside the pouch without seeing what was within. But after equipping, a unique perspective would appear in his mind. In this perspective, there was a special space measuring 5 feet on each side, the edges of which appeared chaotic and indistinct, but the objects within the space were crystal clear. There was a thick stack of silver notes, a small pile of loose silver, and a few shiny gold ingots. The rest were various miscellaneous women's items. Silk dresses of various colors, embroidered pouches with mandarin ducks, fragrant cosmetics, exquisite, inexpensive incense candles, and even a pure black leather eye mask, and a shiny little whip. Did people in ancient times also have a taste for these things? Mu Yang's mouth twitched. Besides the gold and silver, he had no intention of keeping the other items, and planned to find a place to dispose of them tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Mu Yang focused his attention on a corner of the pouch's space. There lay a headless donkey demon's corpse. As Mu Yang concentrated, a semi-transparent, ink-colored panel quietly emerged. Equipable item: Donkey Demon Corpse, complete rank 3rd tier, equipping effects: strong constitution blue, significantly enhances physical constitution, overall improvement in physical strength, stamina, and reaction speed. Vitality Surge blue, significantly increases total vitality. Dragon's Essence and Tiger's Might blue fortifies the foundation and nourishes Yang, significantly enhancing energy and recovery speed from fatigue. Permanent solidification conditions: equip this item for 10 full days, or slay any 3rd tier or above demon beast while equipped with this item. It's actually a 3 blue attribute. The effects of the Donkey Demon's attributes exceeded Mu Yang's expectations. However, the effect of the 3rd attribute left him speechless. For martial artists, the focus is on physical constitution and vitality. Not to mention they are all robust, they at least possess abundant stamina. Why would they need such an attribute? Nevertheless, considering that the other party was a donkey demon, having such an attribute was reasonable. Equip Donkey Demon Corpse. Ding. Donkey Demon Corpse has been equipped. In an instant, a familiar warm current surged throughout his body. The blue quality strong constitution attribute suddenly activated, and Mu Yang's single-arm strength instantly skyrocketed by 10,000 pounds. It reached an astonishing 90,000 pounds. Some small bonuses from dried meat and such I won't elaborate here. I can't keep saying the strength is 90,720 pounds. That feels odd to have some with digits and some without. Immediately afterward, the blue quality vitality surge attribute also activated simultaneously. The immense vitality surged within him like a roaring river. Unfortunately, without a foundational chi cultivation method, Mu Yang couldn't effectively utilize this vitality at the moment. He could only control it to circulate within his body before gradually merging it into the golden blood marrow within his bones. This made the already shimmering golden blood marrow even denser and more brilliant. Although there was no substantial increase in power, Mu Yang could clearly feel a slight enhancement in the quality of his vitality. Apart from these, what delighted Mu Yang the most was the effect of the Dragon's Essence and Tiger's Might attribute. A warm sensation with a hint of coolness emanated from both sides of his waist, gliding through his kidneys like the softest silk, incredibly smooth. In an instant, his face, which had been slightly flushed from drinking, returned to normal. Even his eyes sparkled a little more. It felt as if he had a solid sleep after a night of revelry filled with a sense of fulfillment and rejuvenation. Indeed, I was too narrow-minded. The kidneys are revered as the root of innate energy and the organ of essence storage, which not only relates to matters of intimacy, but also exerts a significant influence on the entire body. Mu Yang felt his body brimming with vigorous energy, eager to find a dozen or so demons to thrash. Unfortunately, it was late at night, and in the county office, how could any foolhardy demons dare to come? If they really did, they probably wouldn't be something he could handle. As night fell, the lights began to twinkle. Compared to the desolation of Qingxi County after dark, the bustling Qinghe County became even livelier at night. Within the city, brothels were filled with clinking cups and singing a scene of prosperity. Outside the city, by the riverbank, the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, lingering and melodious. Yet the joys and sorrows of people have always been different. At the headquarters of the 8 Directions Merchant Association, however, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. At the top floor, in a brightly lit study, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe with an affable face was listening to his subordinates report with a gloomy expression. He was the president of the 8 Directions Merchant Association, Su Wangqing's father, Su Hai. President, the young lady, and all the bodyguards escorting her are dead, just killed on the official road outside the city 10 miles away. Have you found out who did it? Su Hai's voice was not loud, but the elder who knew him well understood that Su Hai was very angry. The assailant is a constable from the county named Mu Yang, and he was accompanied by another constable from the same place named Xue, she who is Dai Wang's junior brother. Mu Yang was the one who killed the young lady and the bodyguards of the Pingwei Escort Bureau. At that time, the young master of the Lei family, Lei Sai, was also present. He first blocked the young lattice carriage, and then Mu Yang struck. The elder explained one by one. Lei Sai, the Lei family. Su Hai's expression darkened further, continuing to ask, Where did that shape-shifting donkey demon come from? It was from the third madam. That donkey demon known as the Hay was a gift given to the young lady 3 months ago by the third madam. Go find out the details. If there is collusion with demons, it will greatly affect the reputation of our 8 Directions Merchant Association if not investigated thoroughly. Suhai said, no matter the cost, I want this clarified. As for Chinga, you don't have to worry, I have my arrangements. After saying this, Suhai waved his hand. The elder left discreetly. Suhai stared out at the bustling night scene, lost in thought for a long time. The next day, in the early morning, as dawn broke, Mu Yang rose from his dwelling. After exchanging greetings with Shui, she followed the address provided by Dai Wang to the branch of the Demon Slayer Division. Unlike the constable's office located within the city, the Demon Slayer Division was situated in the outskirts approximately a dozen miles from the county town. Mu Yang rode on his fine horse. A vast black building complex resembling a military camp soon came into view. This complex did not have towering city walls. All the buildings, including the surrounding walls, were constructed from deep black iron stone. There were even indelible dark brown blood. A thick, acrid smell of blood assaulted his senses. Even from a distance, Mu Yang could smell it clearly. It was not just due to his keen sense of smell, but rather because the place was steeped in a heavy scent of blood. As he approached the buildings, a large sign with golden characters on a black background caught Mu Yang's eye. It was inscribed with 3 powerful characters, Demon Slayer Division. The strokes of the characters were sharp and carried an overwhelming murderous aura, as if he could see countless demons being slain beneath those words. Below the sign was a heavy black iron gate flanked by 2 guards dressed in dark black uniforms of the Demon Slayer Division. Mu Yang took out his recommendation letter. One of the guards took it, glanced at it briefly, then sized up Mu Yang before stepping aside and saying, "You may enter. The assessment location is at the training ground. Turn left upon entering, and you will see it." Upon entering the gate, Mu Yang quickly arrived outside the training ground. At that moment, quite a number of people had already gathered there, most of them young martial artists in their 20s or 30s, along with a few middle-aged men in their 40s. The Demon Slayer Division does not consider age, only strength. Regardless of whether one is 16 or 60, as long as their strength is sufficient, they can join the Demon Slayer Division. Another one has come. There are quite a few people here for the assessment today. Looking at his attire, he seems to be a constable, probably a genius from the county town. Groups of people gathered together. Some whispered among themselves after seeing Mu Yang. There were no scenes of contempt to be found. After all, this was the Demon Slayer Division. Unless one was tired of living, no one dared to be arrogant here. Mu Yang casually found a corner to stand. Before long, an elderly man dressed in gray martial attire approached slowly. The old man's hair was gray and his face was lined with wrinkles, but what stood out most was his left sleeve tightly fastened at his waist, which was empty. His intact right arm was not particularly muscular either. However, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, akin to that of a hawk. When he scanned the entire area, everyone instinctively fell silent. "I am Fan Duan, responsible for today's assessment." Fan Duan's voice was hoarse. The assessment rules of the Demon Slayer Division are simple. Martial artists at the 4th stage of the Chi Gathering realm are exempt from the strength test and may directly enter the final combat assessment. Others must first undergo a strength test. Only those who can lift over 10,000 pounds with one arm can proceed to the combat assessment. As for the content of the combat assessment, you must withstand 10 moves from me. If you succeed, you may join the Demon Slayer Division as a reserve member. Indeed, whether one is at the 3rd or 4th stage after the assessment, they can only be considered reserve members of the Demon Slayer Division. Only those who reach the 4th stage and complete a mission can be promoted to full members of the Demon Slayer Division. Now everyone, please collect your assessment number plates and come forward in order. After speaking, everyone orderly approached and collected their number plates from an assessment official. There were a total of 17 people, but only 4 had reached the Chi Gathering realm assigned numbers 1 to 4 and were asked to wait aside. The rest, including Mu Yang, needed to undergo the strength test. The first to step up was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s. He walked to the massive stone lock in the center of the training ground, took a deep breath, and suddenly grasped the handle of the stone lock, lifting it over his head. Clearly, he was just an ordinary blood marrow realm martial artist. After another 10 breaths, the man set down the stone lock. Clearly, he was just an ordinary blood marrow realm martial artist. After another 10 breaths, the man set down the stone lock, then switched hands and lifted it again. Lifting the stone lock over his head with one hand for 10 breaths, which took about half a minute, constituted the most basic strength test. This meant that if one did not have the strength of a perfected blood marrow realm, they would not even pass the first hurdle. After the middle-aged man, a few others stepped up. Most of their performances were similar to that of the middle-aged man, while the few younger individuals seemed to handle it with ease. One of them even wore a smile, as if he were not lifting a heavy stone lock, but some light pottery. Soon it was Mu Yang's turn. He strode forward, and upon hearing the word "start," casually hooked the stone lock with his foot, exerting a slight force to toss it into the air. He reached out with his left hand and easily caught it midair. The entire process was fluid and his arm holding the stone lock remained as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. Wow, this guy is really showing off. I should have done the same. What are you talking about? That stone lock weighs 10,000 pounds. Do you think it's a feather ball? One misstep, and you'll break your bones. I wonder where he came from. He looks young, yet is quite strong. Mu Yang's display instantly sparked discussions among the previously quiet crowd. Even Fan Duan, who had maintained a calm demeanor, turned slightly to observe Mu Yang carefully. There is no true energy within him, and his movements show no signs of any unloading techniques. Could it be some special martial art? Fan Duan analyzed silently. As for whether Mu Yang had strength enough to disregard the weight of the stone lock, he didn't even consider it. A stone lock weighing 10,000 pounds tossed and caught with such ease with an unwavering arm was simply impossible without a force of at least 30 to 50,000 pounds. In the blood marrow realm, one could only reach 20,000 pounds of strength after 2 rounds of muscle refinement. It would take at least 3 rounds of refinement to reach 40,000 pounds. Judging by Mu Yang's attire, he was a constable. His presence at the assessment indicated that he was not a constable from the county town, but rather from a small county. A young man working as a constable in a county town clearly had an average background. He likely could not even gather the medicinal herbs needed for 2 rounds of muscle refinement, let alone 3 rounds. He speculated that Mu Yang must be employing some unloading technique he had never seen before. Regardless, this display left a deep impression on him. Mu Yang, it's good to leave a deep impression. Indeed, this was intentional. The reason was simple. He had killed Su Wanxing and the people from the Pingwei escort agency. While there was no significant danger in the city, he ultimately needed to leave the city to slay demons. Therefore, at this moment, he urgently needed to put up a facade to fend off great troubles and buy himself some time to develop. As for regret, Mu Yang could only say that he never regretted his actions. If he were to hesitate due to fear and refrain from killing or fighting, he would probably still be stuck in the county, instead of allowing the Wang and Hu families to finish their mourning period. Feigning weakness to survive in chaotic times is certainly a viable strategy. But if he disapproves, he will kill. This is Mu Yang's way. Before obtaining his golden finger, he had no strength, so he endured. Now that the golden finger has arrived, if he still endures, then what was the point of the golden finger's arrival? The strength test has concluded. How everyone prepare for the practical test immediately. With the last person setting down the stone lock, Fan Duan stood up to announce. All 13 participants passed the strength test. Those who did not even attempt this most basic selection would not come here to humiliate themselves. For the practical test, the practitioners of the Qi condensation realm will come first in the same order as before. Fan Duan leaped into the center of the training arena. He gently pushed the stone lock with his remaining right arm, and it soared into the air, flying out of the arena. With a deafening boom, dust was sent flying. This display immediately stunned everyone present. Even the 4 practitioners of the Qi condensation realm showed expressions of surprise. Seeing this, Fan Duan merely smirked. Don't worry, I will hold back my strength when I fight you. The members surrounding the training arena of the demon-slaying department smiled, as if ready to watch a good show. The demon-slaying department is the strongest division of the Dejing dynasty, gathering the most talented and fiercest individuals of the dynasty. With good treatment comes high pressure and danger. During their work, they could only occasionally observe such assessments while on guard duty at the training arena to unwind. More importantly, watching their juniors make fools of themselves is a great source of amusement. The first to take the stage was the eldest among the 4 practitioners of the Qi condensation realm. Of course, he was only older compared to Mu Yang and the others. In reality, he was around 40, still in his prime. This man wielded a steel-long sword and jumped into the training arena, without any hesitation, attacking immediately. In the face of the assault, Fan Duan remained calm and collected, who despite having lost an arm, his movements were as nimble as a fish. With a simple sidestep, he easily avoided the blade of the sword-wielding man. Then, just like he had sent the stone lock flying earlier, he lightly struck the man's abdomen. Bang! The man's expression changed as he was sent flying. Fan Duan did not pursue, he merely stood still waiting. After all, this was an assessment, not merely a test of strength, but also of their mastery of martial arts, their specific strengths, and their experience in combat. From that last blow, Fan Duan easily determined that the man excelled in straightforward attacks. His strength was formidable, yet he lacked agility, and had an average combat mindset, making him suitable as a vanguard in battle, needing teammates who were agile or skilled in movement. After landing, although his abdomen throbbed with pain, the deliberate restraint of Fan Duan kept him from losing his combat effectiveness. Being a 4th-tier Qi condensation practitioner, he circulated his internal energy to alleviate the pain and continued his assault. Then, bang, he was sent flying again. Thus until Fan Duan struck him 10 times, and the man had been knocked down 10 times, trembling all over from the pain. The assessment concluded. Assessment successful, go register. Fan Duan announced. Upon hearing this, the man, who had been holding his breath, could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The crowd fell silent. No one expected that even a 4th-tier Qi condensation practitioner would struggle so much against Fan Duan. Muyang also furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't fear, he simply couldn't assess Fan Duan's strength. Indeed, the practitioners of the Qi condensation realm were fundamentally different from the previous three realms. The physical strength no longer dominated. He needed to be cautious. Next, after the man was carried away, Fan Duan continued. Another practitioner of the Qi condensation realm jumped into the training arena. This time it was a rather young man, estimated to be under 30. At this age with such cultivation, he was clearly either wealthy or noble. In terms of strength, it was evident that he surpassed the previous man, having completed a second round of tempering his muscles and bones. Unfortunately, his performance was even worse than that of the previous man. After the first strike, he could barely keep up. By the fourth strike, tears began to well up in the corners of his eyes. Had he started crying from the pain? Muyang was somewhat surprised. Even the first-tier practitioners from Qingxi County would never cry from being hit. A fourth-tier practitioner actually had tears in his eyes. It was quite absurd. Fortunately, the young man seemed to still care about his pride, despite the unbearable pain, he gritted his teeth and endured. Only after receiving the announcement of passing the assessment did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. While pretending to wipe sweat with his sleeve, he discreetly wiped the corners of his eyes. Next, Fan Duan continued. Soon the other two practitioners of the Qi condensation realm also completed though their performances varied without exception, they all gritted their teeth and held on. However, when it came to the practitioners of the blood marrow realm, the pass rate plummeted. The first three without exception all failed. That man, only 40 years old, couldn't even withstand 2 strikes before fainting, marking his failure. Are they deliberately eliminating candidates? Muyang squinted slightly. He noticed that the 3 eliminated were all older and had struggled during the first round of strength testing. Age implies inferior talent, and less strength means a weak foundation. In the demon-slaying department, where even the frontline combatants are 4th year, it would be hard to survive. Clearly Fan Duan, despite his lost arm, was kinder at heart than he appeared. The demon-slaying department does accept all, but sometimes accepting all means survival is difficult. After all, if they weren't short on personnel, why would they keep recruiting? Muyang inexplicably recalled the civil engineers from his previous life, who loved to flee with a bucket. Next, just as Muyang's thoughts wandered, several more people fainted in the training arena. Except for those who were older or weak, the rest mostly endured Fan Duan's 10 strikes and successfully became reserve candidates. Before long, it was Muyang's turn. He was the third last to take the stage. Besides him, only 2 candidates remained, both pale-faced and nervous. Only Muyang remained calm and composed, walking to the center of the training arena. I am the junior Muyang, and I greet my senior. Muyang slightly cupped his hands in salute. Fan Duan smiled and said, even with courtesy, I won't hold back. As he spoke, Fan Duan did not wait defensively like before. Instead, he sprang forward towards Muyang. He was curious whether this young man, who had performed remarkably in the first round and remained composed in the second, truly had strength, or was merely pretending to be calm. His true energy flowed from his vast dantian. He was a peak practitioner of the Qi condensation realm. His dantian had undergone 3 expansions, and he possessed 1,000 threads of true energy. Even though he had consumed some energy earlier, he still retained over 500 threads of true energy. Furthermore, having completed 2 rounds of tempering muscles and bones, his foundational strength was a staggering 20,000 pounds. If he were to unleash all the remaining true energy, without holding back, his single-arm strength could reach 70,000 pounds. Coupled with his perfected technique capable of striking through mountains, even facing a peak practitioner of the Qi condensation realm, he would not be at a disadvantage. Of course, facing Muyang, who had yet to enter the Qi condensation realm, Fan Duan would naturally not exert his full strength. He did not even mobilize much true energy. Instead, he relied solely on his physical power to strike at Muyang. He hoped Muyang's performance would not disappoint him. Fan Duan's palm struck the gust of wind enveloped in thick true energy. The wind howled the force contained within. What appeared to be a light and airy palm carried a palpable sense of danger. Fan Duan's soft-boned, pliable palm seemed powerless on the surface, yet concealed deadly intent. It once struck, the force would surge into the body like a tidal wave, shaking the internal organs. This is why those who appeared unscathed were actually in immense pain, to the point of dropping little pearls. Faced with Fan Duan's attack, Muyang dared not show any carelessness. He reached for his waist with his right hand, fingers gripping the handle of the black gold 4-sided mace. Clang! The black gold 4-sided mace suddenly unsheathed. He poured all of his colossal power, equivalent to 90,000 pounds, into the mace. The 36 styles of mace technique. The dragon emerges from the sea. The mace shot forth like a dragon, its momentum akin to a thunderbolt. A deafening sonic boom rang through the air. Visible shockwaves erupted from around the mace. Fan Duan's pupils constricted as a wave of intense unease surged in his heart. Not good, there is danger. Almost instinctively, he immediately mobilized the remaining true energy within him, flooding into his right arm like a bursting dam. Layers upon layers of protection enveloped the surface of his arm. At the same time, he secretly operated his martial arts practice, the refined steel bone technique, which he had cultivated for many years. A metallic sheen flickered on his arm, his skin tightened, instantly flesh hardening like refined iron. Almost as if on instinct, he completed all of this in a split second. The long mace like a dragon howled as it approached. Clang. The collision sound erupted like thunder on flat ground. Fan Duan felt a terrifying force akin to that of a savage beast transmit from the mace, overwhelming and unyielding. In the next moment, amid the incredulous gazes of everyone around, Fan Duan flew through the air like a stone hurled from a catapult, arcing through the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Debris flew, dust rose. Inside and outside the training ground, there was a dead silence. The only two untested martial artists widened their eyes, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg inside. Even the few official members of the Demon Slayer division who had come to watch were dumbstruck, disbelief written all over their faces. How is this possible? Someone murmured in the crowd. What did he just witness? A third-tier Blood Marrow realm martial artist sent flying a fourth-tier Chi condensation realm perfected Fan Duan with a single strike. Is this really the martial arts he knew? Fan Lao. A few members responsible for medical care from the Demon Slayer division were the first to react, rushing forward with Fan Duan gasped for breath as he slowly stood up from the ground. His right arm hung down naturally, and the entire upper half of his robe had been shredded by the shockwave from that last blow, revealing muscles that twitched slightly beneath the bulging veins. What was more alarming was that his arm's wrist had already cracked open, blood dripping from his fingertips. Cough, cough. Fan Duan coughed twice, his internal energy surging, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He forcefully circulated his energy to suppress it, his heart filled with shock. If he hadn't reacted promptly, just now channeling all his true energy into his right arm at the last moment, while simultaneously operating the refined steel bone technique to enhance his defense, he would have surely been left bedridden for months, even if he survived. Despite his timely reaction, his right arm now felt heavy and numb, and it would be difficult to continue fighting for a while. Indeed, the youth is formidable. Fan Lao, are you alright? A member of the Demon Slayer division pulled a porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out a light green pill, and handed it to Fan Duan. This is a healing pill, a third-tier treasure with remarkable efficacy for internal injuries. Originally prepared for the candidates who would have thought it would one day be used on an examiner. It seems that after working for so long, one can encounter all sorts of strange occurrences. No worries. Fan Duan accepted the pill, placed it in his mouth, and closed his eyes for a moment to regulate his breath, finally feeling his surging energy calm down. He moved his right arm slightly. Although it was still uncomfortable, it was no longer a major issue. Good lad. Fan Duan raised his head to look at Mu Yang, who held the black gold four-sided mace. In his gaze there was admiration, appreciation, and an unmistakable hint of complexity. I have lived for decades and seen countless geniuses, but one like you, I must say, is truly a first. Fan Duan walked back to the training ground, looking at Mu Yang with a smile at the corners of his mouth. You have passed the assessment, go register. Thank you, Fan Lao. Mu Yang retracted the black gold four-sided mace and slightly cupped his hands. In truth, after seeing Fan Duan fly out just now, there was a moment when he genuinely felt a bit worried. He thought this old man would strike with great might, exuding an air of superiority, and his strength must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that with just one swing of his mace he nearly knocked him out? Why does it feel like the strength of a Chi condensation realm martial artist isn't that formidable? Mu Yang pondered in his heart. Fan Duan, I apologize for not letting you go all out. After Fan Duan announced the results, the Demon Slayer division personnel responsible for registration looked at Mu Yang as if he were a monster. After a while he finally composed himself, picked up a pen, and began recording Mu Yang's information. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. From today onwards you are a reserve member of our Qinghe County Demon Slayer division branch. As he spoke, he took out a black iron token from underneath the table and handed it to Mu Yang. The token bore no exquisite patterns, only the characters Slay and Demon engraved on either side. This is a temporary identity badge. Once you become a full member, it will be replaced with an official bronze token. By the way, reserve members can claim their uniforms and equipment with this token at the logistics department. In addition, all reserve members have one opportunity to receive a Chi condensation martial art for free, which can be claimed at any time with this token. Free to receive a Chi condensation martial art. Mu Yang's eyes lit up. He had thought he would first need to complete a few tasks and accumulate merit points to exchange for it. One could only say as expected of the Ace Department of the Dying Dynasty. Truly generous. No wonder our Demon Slayer division can grow strong. Thank you for the reminder. Mu Yang expressed his gratitude and turned to head towards the armory. The Demon Slayer division's armory was located in the central area of the building complex. It was heavily guarded with two guards exuding a faint aura of menace standing at the entrance, their gazes sharp as blades. After Mu Yang presented his token, the interior of the armory was vast, at least much larger than the one in Qingxi County. However, compared to the Qingxi County armory, where everything was laid out in one space, the Demon Slayer division's armory was sparsely populated. There was only a front desk-like area and an elderly man with graying hair. He was lounging in a wicker chair, leisurely swaying. Hearing Mu Yang's footsteps, he slightly raised his left eye, casually glanced over, and then indifferently said, "Uniforms and equipment are in room 3 on the left. The Chi Techniques directory is in the book on the table. Once you've chosen, write a note and get it stamped in room 1 on the right." "Thank you for the information, senior. I understand." Mu Yang nodded, approached the table, and opened the book. The general categories were similar to the directory in the county, but the contents were worlds apart. Weapons, armor, martial arts, secret techniques, medicinal pills, elixirs. Various redeemable items appeared before Mu Yang. It was dazzling. Besides the rich variety, what caught Mu Yang's attention was the redemption prices of the items. No longer were they measured in merit points as in the official departments, but rather in a new system called contribution. Merit is divided into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each with upper and lower tiers. How to obtain it? Quite simply by slaying monsters. Successfully leading the eradication of a 4th-tier monster grants 1 upper-tier Xian merit. If one successfully leads the eradication of a 5th-tier monster, it grants lower-tier Earth merit. Following this pattern, a 1st-tier monster corresponds to lower-tier Huang, while an 8th-tier monster corresponds to upper-tier Tian. A martial art ranked at the 4th tier may require between 1 to 3 upper-tier Xian merits for exchange, depending on its power and effects. The prices are not considered expensive. In contrast, weapons, armor, precious herbs, and pills are all quite pricey. However, this is reasonable. Acquiring a martial art is relatively easy, but forging weapons and armor is considerably more challenging. Not to mention the precious herbs, which require a long time to grow, and the pills refined from these herbs. Let's pick a martial art first. After a brief glance through the catalog, Mu Yang focused on the section for Qi condensation martial arts. There are many Qi condensation martial arts collected by the Demon Slayer. Generally, they can be divided into 2 main types. One type is the most ordinary, lacking any special effects in Qi condensation martial arts. For instance, a martial art named Hunyuan Ichi Dantian construction method. By using this method to construct the Dantian, one can condense blood energy into attributeless true Qi. This method is balanced and stable, possessing neither advantages nor disadvantages, making it the most suitable Qi condensation martial art for the general warrior. It is also very affordable, requiring only 1 upper-tier Xian merit. Another example is a martial art called Zhodian Yunqi Dantian construction method. This martial art, like Hunyuan Ichi Dantian construction method, can only condense attributeless true Qi. However, it is easy to grasp with a rapid and stable Dantian construction speed, requiring a low total amount of blood energy. Its only drawback is that the efficiency of converting blood energy to true Qi is relatively low. In combat, if true Qi is exhausted, it becomes difficult to quickly convert blood energy back into true Qi, resulting in weak sustained combat ability. In addition to martial arts that condense attributeless true Qi, there are also some that possess the ability to condense true Qi of the 5 elemental attributes. For instance, a martial art that requires 3 upper-tier Xian merits for exchange. Shitu Shenyuan Dantian construction method. The earth attribute true Qi condensed by this method is heavy and solid, greatly enhancing both defense and strength once attached to the body, making it best suited for powerful attacks and cross-training. Looking at the colorful array of martial arts, Mu Yang really wanted to acquire them all. Unfortunately, he only had 1 opportunity for a free exchange. Thus, he could only look and choose the best among them. Suddenly, a line of red small text caught his eye. The difficulty of cultivating this martial art is extremely high. Be cautious in selection. Extremely high difficulty of... Curious, Mu Yang looked closer. It was a martial art named Haohan de Dantian construction method. There was also a small note attached. I have studied 18,672 Qi condensation martial arts, and after reviewing all of them, I found that they all fall short of my expectations. Thus, I secluded myself for 10 years to create this divine skill. This skill has neither the effects of the 5 elements nor ease of learning. The constructed Dantian condenses at a moderate speed, and the true Qi refined is balanced and harmonious, indistinguishable from ordinary attributeless true Qi. However, the advantage of this divine skill surpasses all others, which is that the Dantian is sufficiently large. Ordinary Dantians can only accommodate 100 strands of true Qi upon entry, with 200 in the early stage and a mere 400 in mid-stage. Even when cultivated to perfection, it only allows for 1,000 strands. In contrast, my Haohan de Dantian construction method allows for 500 strands of Qi right from the start, enabling one to compare with ordinary Qi condensation realm perfected warriors in the early stage, and once fully cultivated, the Dantian can hold 5,000 strands, alleviating any worries about insufficient true Qi. Junior bow before my astonishing wisdom, ha 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 ha. Of course, as a wise person, I must remind you, unless you have abundant resources and extraordinary talent, it is best not to cultivate this martial art, or else you will waste your time and the consequences will be on you. As for the effectiveness of Haohan de Dantian construction method, Mu Yang refrained from judgment, but its creator was indeed quite narcissistic. However, it must be said that a Dantian 5 times larger than average is rather exaggerated. Regarding that warning, Mu Yang paid it no mind. He never considered the difficulty of martial arts when selecting. He only focused on the effectiveness. If there are difficulties, let them speak to my equipment. Just as Mu Yang made his decision and prepared to choose this, the old man on the nearby recliner suddenly spoke. The Hao Han de Dantian construction method requires a vast amount of resources with high demands on physical strength, meridian routes, etc. Young one, given your youth and lack of valuable possessions, it is best to act within your means. Mu Yang was taken aback, then turned to the old man. Thank you, senior, for your reminder. I understand. After saying this, Mu Yang tore off a slip of paper, wrote down his choice, stamped it, and completed the process. Seeing this, the old man said no more, simply closing his eyes and leisurely rocking in the recliner. If it were his younger days, he might have offered more advice clarifying the pros and cons, but at his current age he understood that everyone has their own fate and cannot be forced. After taking the slip, Mu Yang turned to the right, preparing to first acquire the martial arts, then select clothing and standard weapons. Although he already possessed the black gold 4-edged mace, he didn't need any extra weapons. However, he could easily place it in his equipment column, how every little bit counts. About a few minutes after Mu Yang turned to leave, a figure with only one arm hurriedly arrived. It was Fan Duan, who had just completed the assessment with the remaining 2 individuals. Old Zhao, you really are quite leisurely every day. Upon seeing Zhao Mingli lounging in the recliner, Fan Duan joked. With half my body in the ground, if I don't relax now, there won't be another chance. Zhao Mingli replied, not even opening his eyes, speaking slowly. Alright, I want to talk about that. By the way, have you seen a rather handsome young lad come by, the one with a long mace hanging at his waist? Fan Duan asked. I saw him. Why? Nothing much, just thought he was a good candidate, and couldn't help but want to give him some pointers. Saying this, Fan Duan opened up like a floodgate, recounting everything that had just happened. Especially when he mentioned being sent flying by Mu Yang's mace, he was beaming, his tone excited. One would not know and think he had displayed great prowess. Oh really? Then you truly are quite pathetic, Zhao Mingli smirked, teasing him. Fan Duan's face darkened. Is that what I'm talking about? Forget it, there's no point in discussing this with you. Since he hasn't arrived yet, I'll wait here for him. I can't let him waste this free opportunity to select martial arts. Zhao Mingli replied. You came late, he has already finished choosing, and he picked that Hao Han method. Fan Duan was stunned. It can't be that method, which requires 10 times the blood energy consumption, just to gain 5 times the Dantian capacity, can it? Why didn't you stop him? Fan Duan was both angry and anxious. That martial art, although it allows for a large Dantian long combat endurance and high explosive limits, the problem is that it is genuinely difficult. Firstly, during the 3rd tier blood essence realm, one must possess a physical strength not weaker than a 4th tier chi condensation realm warrior. Secondly, each time expanding the Dantian requires consuming a vast amount of blood energy. The way warriors increase their blood energy is simply through consumption. Eating monster meat, consuming precious herbs, and taking pills. This step is manageable as long as one is willing to spend money. It can be achieved. The real difficulty, however, lies in successfully constructing the Hao Han de Dantian. From that point onward, one must cultivate multiple cross-training martial arts to enhance bodily strength sufficiently to withstand the pressure caused by an excessively large Dantian, thus continuing to expand it and achieve breakthroughs. It can be said that this stage is the true challenge. Countless talents have wasted years in this stage, squandering their youth. Even if one succeeds, a mere 5,000 strands of true chi would only result in an increase of 500,000 pounds of strength. With that effort, it would be better to strive for a breakthrough to the 5th tier. In the 5th tier, the meridian realm consists of 12 main meridians. Each one opened increases strength by 5,000 pounds. If all 12 main meridians are open, the strength increase can reach 60,000 pounds. Not only is the strength greater, but the endurance far exceeds that of the chi condensation realm. Most importantly, while the chi condensation realm can only attach true chi to the body surface, the meridian realm can release true chi externally. Attaching true chi to the surface and externally releasing it may seem like a mere difference in the distance of true chi release, but in reality, it signifies the capacity to mobilize a greater total amount of true chi at once. The total amount of true chi that can be mobilized at once by a meridian realm martial art far exceeds that of chi condensation martial arts. For instance, the chi condensation martial art he practiced, soft bone transformation palm, can at most contain 500 strands of true chi, increasing strength by 50,000 pounds. In contrast, meridian realm martial arts can draw upon at least 1,000 strands of true chi, with each move yielding at least 100,000 pounds of immense strength. The difference in power is in. Do not worry, from his appearance, he looks to be only 20. At this age, encountering problems isn't a hassle, understanding where the problems lie is the key. Once he realizes the difficulty of that martial art, he will understand that human effort has its limits, and there are skies beyond the sky. At that point, he can work hard, accumulate some merit, and switch to other martial. Cultivating one's character is the key, Zhao Mingli said leisurely. Fan Duan sighed helplessly. I hope so. Meanwhile, in the right corridor of the Demon Slayer's armory, Mu Yang arrived at the martial arts exchange area, holding the approved form he had received. The person in charge of managing the distribution of martial arts was an unremarkable middle-aged man. Upon seeing that Mu Yang's form was for the vast Great Dantian construction method, he glanced at Mu Yang's overly youthful face and immediately understood. Another Ironhead kid who believes he has extraordinary talent. Despite his inner sigh, he did not show any unusual expression on his face. Having been an administrator for over a decade, he had seen many such Ironhead kids and had long since become accustomed to it. He turned around and entered the martial arts storage area, returning after about a quarter of an hour with a thick book. Your martial art, the vast Great Dantian construction method, has a free training room provided by the Demon Slayer. Just walk to the end. Before your first training session, it's best to read through it carefully to avoid any mistakes, the middle-aged man kindly reminded. These are all free benefits provided by the Demon Slayer. There are training locations, medical practitioners responsible for treatment, and if you have merits you can also exchange for monster meat, precious medicines, and even pills. It is precisely because of these abundant resources that countless people are willing to join the highly dangerous Demon Slayer, all in pursuit of a future. Thank you for the reminder, Mu Yang said, then hurried towards the training room. The so-called training room was actually a soundproof space. Inside the space was small, only about 20 square meters, with walls made of iron and stone. The only source of light was a luminous stone embedded in the ceiling. A keepable item, luminous stone, grade tier 3, equip effect luminous, can steadily emit a soft light, illuminating an area with a radius of about 10 feet. Permanent solidification condition, equip this item for a full 10 hours, or during the period of equipping this item slay any tier 3 or higher monster. This little stone is actually a tier 3 item. Mu Yang glanced at the luminous stone's panel, astonished. As expected of the Demon Slayer, even a lighting tool ranks at tier 3. I wonder if there are any tier 4 items to enhance my sleeve pouch. With that thought, Mu Yang sat down cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the room and took out the vast Great Dantian construction method. A water ink-colored panel suddenly appeared. A keepable item, vast Great Dantian construction method, chi cultivation, martial art, grade tier 4, equip effect perfection, proficiency in the vast Great Dantian construction method reaches perfection. Vast Dantian blue, the size of the constructed Dantian is 5 times that of warriors of the same level. After constructing the Dantian, it greatly enhances the speed of true chi condensation and significantly reduces the pressure on the meridians caused by an oversized Dantian. Meridian expansion, the width of the meridians in the body slightly increases and the flexibility slightly improves. Permanent solidification condition, equip this item for a full 100 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any tier 4 or higher monster. Equip the vast Great Dantian construction method. Mu Yang retracted his gaze and silently recited in his heart. Ding. The vast Great Dantian construction method has been equipped. Instantly a flood of complex knowledge regarding Dantian construction surged into his mind. The flow of meridians, the transformation of chi and blood, the excavation of the Dantian, and the expansion of the Dantian. All the techniques were etched in his bones as if he had personally practiced for over a decade, turning into instinct. At the same time, a wave of chi and blood more powerful than the enhanced blue chi surged. Mu Yang closed his eyes and began to guide the flow of chi and blood. Although it was his first attempt, he felt as if he was quite familiar with it without any awkwardness. The chi and blood surged like a river following specific meridians, gathering at the location of the Dantian construction. Originally a chaotic area, under the continuous washing of chi and blood, a vague outline of space gradually emerged. This was the embryonic form of the Dantian. As the chi and blood continuously poured in, the Dantian space began to solidify. 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. Almost with every breath, the solidity of the Dantian increased by a point. Until 10 breaths passed, a complete Dantian suddenly took shape. But it wasn't over yet. The chi and blood within Mu Yang continued to surge like a raging river, incessantly washing over the newly birthed Dantian. The expansion phenomenon that typically occurred only after the Dantian solidified and the true chi filled the entire Dantian appeared. The Dantian began to expand like a balloon. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, until it expanded to 5 times the size of an ordinary warrior's Dantian. It finally came to a halt. The tier 4 chi cultivation realm established. Boom. At the moment the Dantian was completely formed, the surging chi and blood seemed to have found an outlet and rushed in frantically. Upon entering the Dantian, the chi and blood underwent some marvelous transformation, gradually losing its original color and turning into a translucent mist like ether. That was true chi. Normally a warrior breaking through would condense about 10 strands of true chi, within which would be the standard for entering the chi cultivation realm. Afterwards they could gradually fill the true chi by continuously consuming replenishing food. Until the quantity of true chi reached the Dantian's limit, which was 100 strands, they could merge all the true chi into the Dantian for the first expansion and break through to the initial stage of the chi cultivation realm. After that it would be a matter of time and methodically continuing to fill and expand. Until the true qi in the dantian reached 1,000 strands, one would reach the perfect state of the qi cultivation. However, the path that took others several years, even a decade, or more, Mu Yang had already begun to sprint at this moment. Strands of true qi were hastily condensing within Mu Yang's vast dantian. In just a few breaths, 500 strands of true qi had formed, completely filling the vast dantian. Just as Mu Yang was preparing to make a breakthrough from the initial qi cultivation realm to the early stage, an unexpected change occurred. He saw that the strands of true qi, misty like fog, did not merge into the dantian's barrier, but slowly circulated within the dantian. What is happening here? Mu Yang frowned slightly. He noticed that the originally clear and nearly transparent true qi began to gradually thicken. It grew dense like the white mist lingering in a secluded valley. Although it remained light and ethereal, it became increasingly visible. Once all 500 strands of true qi within the vast dantian had completely transformed, all the special true qi suddenly merged into the dantian. The already 5 times larger than normal qi cultivation realm dantian expanded once more, doubling in size. Initial qi cultivation realm established. Strands of special true qi began to condense again, until the qi and blood within his body were exhausted. 500 strands of special true qi occupied half the space of the vast dantian. Half the true qi still remained before breaking through to the mid-qi cultivation realm. Mu Yang opened his eyes and channeled a strand of true qi into his... The white mist flowed in his palm, feeling warm to the touch, clearly heavier than ordinary true qi. Mu Yang tried exerting force, and his eyes immediately lit up. 200 Jin. The enhancement of this strand of true qi actually reached 200 Jin. In the qi cultivation realm, a strand of true qi could only enhance 100 Jin of strength. However, this strand could enhance 200 Jin. It was double the enhancement of ordinary true qi. Is it because the vast great dantian construction method is special, or is it because I completed 3 rounds of bone tempering? Mu Yang analyzed silently in his heart. However, regardless of the reason, he had gained immensely this time. An ordinary qi cultivation realm warrior, even when reaching perfection, could only store 1,000 strands of true qi, and when fully unleashed they would only have a strength of 100,000 Jin. But he was still only at the initial qi cultivation realm, with only half the dantian filled, yet he already had 500 strands of special true qi. When fully unleashed, it would enhance to a terrifying 10,000 Jin. Once he reached the perfect qi cultivation realm and condensed 5,000 strands of special true qi, the enhancement effect would reach a horrifying giant strength of 1,000,000 Jin. That power, when facing Fan Duan, could probably knock him down with a mere gesture. Fan Duan, are you being polite? After testing the effects of the true qi, Mu Yang redirected his attention to the equipment bar. Donkey Demon Corpse 2. Small Pouch 3. 9 Heavens Mystic Art 4. Dried Pork 1-5. None current empty equipment bar slots. 1. The realm has broken through to the qi condensation stage, and the number of equipment slots increased once again. I wonder if the enhancement function has improved after the realm breakthrough. With this thought, Mu Yang took out a small stack of dried pork strips from the pouch. He had bought this in the morning, planning to equip it when there was a vacancy in the equipment bar. Mu Yang casually picked up 3 pieces of dried pork and stored them in the enhancement slot. In no time, 3 strips of blue quality 1 dried pork appeared in Mu Yang's view. As usual, he dragged them into the enhancement main slot and enhancement material slot. Ding! Detected that the host has selected dried pork 1 dried pork 1 dried pork 1 as enhancement materials. Do you want to use them to enhance the main item dried pork 1? It can actually be done. Mu Yang's eyes lit up. It seems that the limit of the enhancement function is likely related to his own martial arts realm. After feeling delighted, he immediately mentally confirmed it. Ding! Detected that the enhancement main item is at the low tier. The lowest quality of the material is blue, meeting the enhancement conditions. Any quality of the main item will be improved. As the prompt sound rang out on the semi-transparent, ink-colored panel, the 3 strips of dried pork 1 gradually disintegrated into small blue particles, merging into the dried pork. As all the light blue particles merged, a faint violet glow quietly emerged. Ding! The enhancement of the main item dried pork 1 is complete, and the quality has been improved. Muscle growth blue, muscle growth purple. Item dried pork 2 grade low tier equipment effect, muscle growth purple, strength is significantly increased. Permanent solidification condition, equip this item for 1 hour, or during the period of equipping this item slay any low tier wild beast or low tier demon beast. Mu Yang glanced at the effect of the dried pork 2 and immediately placed it in the equipment bar. A faint warm current flashed by. Mu Yang clenched his fist and carefully sensed it. 150 pounds. The low-tier dried pork after 2 enhancements provides a strength boost that surpasses a first-tier flesh realm warrior's completion of a minor flesh refinement. Mu Yang sighed inwardly. Indeed, the enhancement was substantial and the effect was undeniably impressive. However, the costs were also considerable. A total of 16 strips of dried pork, if used separately, could yield a strength increase of almost 250 pounds. Even if each were enhanced once, resulting in 4 strips, the strength increase would still be around 200 pounds. However, after the next enhancement, the strength increase dropped to only 150 pounds. It seems that there is some loss each time. Yet conversely, the effectiveness of the strength enhancement has significant. A 2 enhanced dried pork and a regular dried pork can both achieve permanent solidification in just 1 hour, yet the strength difference is tenfold. It's as if the efficiency has increased tenfold. It seems that equipment with high-quality attributes is indeed more beneficial. With this in mind, Mu Yang enhanced the remaining dried pork to 2 quality. He then placed the 4 dried pork pieces into the enhancement panel. Ding! The quality of the current enhancement main item has reached the limit and cannot be further enhanced. Indeed, it has reached the limit. Mu Yang understood in his heart. Unfortunately, I don't have any 4th tier items on hand, otherwise I could enhance the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. I wonder how the enhancement of the 9 Heavens Mystic Art would turn out. After enjoying the moment, Mu Yang withdrew his thoughts and placed the dried pork 2 into the last empty equipment slot. Equipped items 1. Donkey Demon Corpse 2. Small Pouch 3. 9 Heavens Mystic Art 4. Dried Pork 2 5. Dried Pork 2 current empty equipment bar slot 0. After doing all this, he stored the remaining dried pork in the pouch and got up to walking through the corridor. He returned to the front hall. Fan Duan, who was casually chatting with Zhao Mingli, brightened up upon seeing Mu Yang and immediately stood up. However, in the next second, he froze in place. Not only him, but even Zhao Mingli, who usually appeared calm and composed as if nothing could disturb his peace, abruptly sat up from the rattan chair. His half-closed eyes fully opened, as if he had spotted a rare creature, surveying Mu Yang up and down. You broke through. Zhao Mingli couldn't help but ask. Just moments ago, he had been discussing with Fan Duan about there are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies, and martial arts are hard to cultivate, so one must know when to retreat. Who would have thought that in such a short while Mu Yang had already made a breakthrough? Excluding the time spent walking back and forth, has it even been a quarter of an hour? Just luck. Mu Yang looked at the astonished duo, a slight smile on his lips. At this moment, who wouldn't want to say a line from the lucky brother? You brat really full of surprises. Fan Duan exclaimed. It was one thing to have innate strength, but he didn't expect his understanding to be so extraordinary. Back then it took him nearly a week just to memorize and comprehend the Qi condensation martial arts. It took another half a month to explore the location for the Dantian construction. Then he spent nearly another week preparing before finally breaking through to the Qi condensation stage. And Mu Yang, probably not even an hour. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than the gap between humans and demons. Since your understanding is remarkable, I shall impart a few more words of... Zhao Mingli stood up from the rattan chair, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of an otherworldly expert. Mu Yang looked on curiously. However, unexpectedly, Fan Duan directly slapped Zhao Mingli on the back of his neck, breaking his pose. Old Fan, what are you doing? Zhao Mingli huffed, glaring. Nothing much, I just didn't want to see you putting on airs here. Fan Duan chuckled, then turned serious, and looked at Mu Yang. Though you've successfully entered the 9 Heavens Mystic Art, you must not let your guard down. Your success now is likely due to your strong innate physique and sufficient vital energy, allowing for a smooth progression. But future training will not be as easy as today. I recommend you also practice a horizontal martial art suitable for the Qi condensation stage to further strengthen your physique, to prevent the Dantian from growing too large, causing the body's meridians to bear excessive strain, resulting in difficulties in future breakthroughs. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Mu Yang expressed his gratitude. He already knew this after all. He had comprehended this martial art to a perfect level, and for each breakthrough he already had a clear understanding of the physical strength required. However, there was one thing he did not understand: why his true Qi seemed somewhat special. Was it an anomaly, or a characteristic of a realm similar to the bone and Upon hearing this, Fan Duan couldn't help but exchange a glance with Zhao Mingli. Having just broken through to the Qi condensation stage, he was already aware of the transformative qualities of true Qi. This kid's comprehension is truly remarkable. Mu Yang, you know as well as I do. Ahem. Fan Duan cleared his throat, striving to maintain a calm tone. Indeed, there are similar situations concerning true Qi. True Qi is born from a warrior's vitality, yet it differs from it. The warrior's vitality is ethereal and elusive, although it can be felt within the body, it is formless and invisible to the naked. True Qi, on the other hand, although transparent and intangible, truly exists. As long as one focuses and concentrates, it can be perceived with the naked eye. Hence it is called true Qi, signifying a real force that exists. Since it truly exists, it naturally has distinctions in quality. Saying this, Fan Duan raised his right hand, a wisp of true Qi swirling around his fingertips. The true Qi was very faint, almost imperceptible. When an ordinary warrior breaks through to the Qi condensation stage, the true Qi is like a thin mist in a clear sky, transparent and scattered. If one does not concentrate, it is nearly unnoticeable. Most warriors in the Qi condensation stage are like this. This true chi, a single wisp, can enhance strength by 100 pounds, yet it is merely the most common inferior true chi. As he spoke, Fan Duan cast a somewhat frustrated glance at Zhao Mingli. Zhao Mingli immediately smiled, adjusted his robe, stepped forward, and raised his hand. A strand of true chi appeared from Zhao Mingli's fingertips. Its color was evidently clearer than the true chi at Fan Duan's fingertips. Inferior true chi is nothing remarkable. Only someone like me with true chi as dense as mountain mist flowing distinctly and not easily dissipated can be considered true chi in the Zhao Mingli spoke with a hint of pride. Mu Yang glanced at the true chi at Zhao Mingli's fingertips and compared it with the true chi in his own dantian. He discovered that the true chi he had just condensed was surprisingly comparable in quality. Fan Duan, unable to tolerate Zhao Mingli's smugness, immediately retorted, "What you call true chi is merely mid-grade true chi. In the face of high-grade true chi, you are still a nobody." Such a bold claim. If one didn't know better, they might think you're not using inferior true chi. Zhao Mingli shot back, unwilling to back down. The two old men, both over 100 years old, began to argue inexplicably. Mu Yang, as entertaining as this is, why are you two still arguing? Fortunately, their banter was routine, and soon they returned to the main topic. In summary, there are indeed distinctions in the quality of true chi. Inferior true chi enhances strength by 100 pounds, mid-grade true chi by 200 pounds, and high-grade true chi enhances strength by 400 pounds. Fan Duan stated, enhancing strength by 400 pounds. Mu Yang was pleasantly surprised. If he were to reach complete mastery of the chi condensation stage, and his true chi were to elevate to high grade, wouldn't that mean he could enhance his strength by 200,000 pounds? No wonder the creator of the vast Dan field construction method was so proud. The quantity of true chi was indeed quite useful. As for how to enhance the quality of true chi, Fan Duan also provided an explanation. This was still related to the cultivation of the bone refinement stage. A warrior who undergoes bone refinement can remain at the chi condensation stage after achieving full mastery, continuously refining their dantian and accumulating true chi. Eventually, there is a very small probability that some inferior true chi within the dantian can be transformed into mid-grade true chi. Correct, only those who break through with bone refinement twice can convert all their internal true chi into mid-grade true chi at this stage. As for undergoing bone refinement 3 times, that is quite rare. Zhao Mingli heard that warriors in the chi condensation stage who have undergone bone refinement 3 times seem to be able to convert their internal true chi into mid-grade true chi earlier and have the opportunity to elevate their true chi to high grade upon reaching full mastery of the chi condensation stage. Why is it just an opportunity? Because the enhancement of true chi theoretically involves turning the dantian into a furnace and forging true chi as if it were iron. Factors such as the size of the dantian, the strength of the body, and the resilience of the meridians are all critical constraints on the enhancement of true chi quality. It's not something that can be improved at will. In summary, the special true chi within Mu Yang aligns quite well with Fan Duan's description of mid-grade true chi. However, having just entered the chi condensation stage, his true chi had somehow automatically elevated to mid-grade for some unknown reason. The process was entirely different from what Fan Duan had described. It seemed almost effortless. Mu Yang fell into deep thought. Seeing Mu Yang lost in silence, Fan Duan comforted him, but don't be disheartened. Talents with high-grade true chi are found only in the capital or even the imperial city. In places like ours, achieving mid-grade true chi is already quite exceptional. That's true. Zhao Mingli chimed in, looking quite pleased with himself. You barely have any strength, you can't even execute a single move. What are you so proud of? Fan Duan replied without holding back. Then why haven't you? Fan Duan didn't want to engage in further discussion and turned to Mu Yang. Since you've already broken through, you can skip the waiting period and officially start participating in tasks. The sooner you begin, the sooner you'll be recognized. Oh, I almost forgot to mention our Demon Slayer division has a perk. Anyone who joins and breaks through to the 4th tier can receive a combat martial art of the chi condensation stage for free. Only by mastering combat martial arts of the chi condensation stage can one truly be considered a chi condensation warrior. Otherwise, relying solely on those martial arts activated by vitality will ultimately yield diminished returns. Although the weapon you use is a rare one, our Demon Slayer division has compiled various martial arts from all over, including techniques for using cudgels. Of course, you can choose what you want to exchange for. Saying this, Fan Duan handed Mu Yang the selection directory. Mu Yang took the directory and immediately flipped to the section on combat. Combat martial arts, also known as martial techniques, are completely different from dantian construction methods. The latter is a cultivation method, the foundation upon which a warrior seeks to ascend. The former, however, is merely a special application method of true chi, a combat skill that warriors use to protect themselves and ensure their safe ascent. In Taoist terms, dantian construction methods represent the Tao, while martial techniques are merely skills. In a sense, the two are complementary and indispensable. This one will do. Soon Mu Yang made his decision. Extreme Force, subduing the Flood Dragon cudgel, a 4th-tier martial technique, said to be inspired by the tail whip of a true Flood Dragon. Its characteristic is immense power, fierce and unparalleled, treating the solid cudgel body as a dragon's tail and the agile arms as a spine. A single swing of the cudgel can subdue a Flood Dragon. Most importantly, the upper limit of true chi this martial art can accommodate at one time primarily depends on the quality of the weapon and the physical strength of the user. The better the weapon quality, the more true chi it can hold. The stronger the user's physique, the more true chi can be released at once. This martial art is very suitable for Mu Yang, who has great strength and abundant true chi. Extreme Force, subduing the Flood Dragon cudgel. That suits you well. Fan Duan recalled how he had just been knocked away. Had Mu Yang used this move, he would probably be covered in bruises right now, struggling to walk. Remember to report to the training ground tomorrow morning at dawn. You will be informed of your specific team arrangements then. Thank you, Senior, for the information. Mu Yang thanked him again. Fan Duan waved his hand, signaling Mu Yang to go collect his uniform and weapon. Mu Yang turned and walked towards the left corridor, where he faintly heard the sounds of argument between Fan Duan and Zhao Mingli once more. One could only say, as expected of warriors, though they are old, their energy remains vigorous. The area for collecting martial arts is in room No. 1 on the left. The staff managing it was an unremarkable middle-aged man. He took the slip and without a word turned to enter the room. A short while later, he handed the martial arts over to Mu Yang. A keepable item: Extreme Force, subduing the Flood Dragon cudgel, chi condensation, martial art grade 4th tier, equip, effect, perfection, mastery of Extreme Force, subduing the Flood Dragon cudgel reaches perfection level. Cudgel affinity slightly increases affinity for cudgel martial arts and accelerates the speed of cudgel martial arts training. Permanent fixation conditions: equip this item for a full 8 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any 4th tier or higher grade monster. The effects of the Extreme Force, subduing the Flood Dragon cudgel, are quite ordinary. However, Mu Yang paid it no mind. For him, ordinary martial arts are merely an embellishment. His true advantage has always been his powerful physique, honed through absorbing the corpses of countless monsters. After cultivating several 4th-tier martial arts, he would probably have fingers harder than the black metal cudgel at his waist. After collecting the martial arts, Mu Yang went to room No. 3 next door to receive his uniform and weapon. The uniform of the Demon Slayer division is similar in color configuration to that of the constabulary, featuring a dark black base with red trim on the sleeves. The difference is that a vermilion character for Jean is embroidered on the left chest, bold and powerful, resembling a sharp blade. The overall style is more grim and austere, sharp and capable. Additionally, the Demon Slayer division also issues a standard leather belt embedded with a red agate in the center. This is a 2nd-tier item with a temperature-regulating effect. It is a very practical piece of equipment. As for the standard weapon allocation, Mu Yang chose a 4th-tier Wolf Fang Club. Not because he wanted to change his style, but purely because there were no 4th-tier long cudgels available, and this weapon has good effect on its attributes. A keepable item: Wolf Fang Heavy Club grade 4th tier, equip, effect, Blunt Strike Blue. Using blunt weapons significantly enhances penetrating power. Armor break: when using the weapon, the destructive effect against heavy armor and shells is slightly enhanced. Permanent fixation conditions: equip this item for a full 100 days, or during the period of equipping this item slay any 4th tier or higher grade monster. After obtaining this weapon, Mu Yang immediately took out a piece of dried pork and placed it inside. Both the blunt strike and armor break effects are excellent, perfectly enhancing his black metal cudgel. The only downside is the time required for fixation is a bit long, needing 100 days, just like the vast Dan field construction method. I hope to encounter a 4th tier monster during tomorrow's mission. In Xinghe County within the city lies the headquarters of the Pingwei Escort Agency, occupying a significant portion of the Eastern Street. The Crimson Gate is tall and wide, guarded by 4 burly escorts at the entrance, their eyes fierce. Passers-by quickly lower their heads and hasten away, not daring to make eye contact. At that moment, a lavishly decorated carriage turned the corner and stopped in front of the gate. A corpulent man named Su Hai descended from the carriage, followed by a frail-looking old man. President Su. A steward approached with a smile. Is boss Bao in? Su Hai asked. Well, the steward showed a troubled expression. The boss announced a retreat for seclusion some time ago, and I don't know when he will come out. Seclusion? Su Hai was somewhat surprised. Bao Tian is already a 5th-stage martial artist, and now he is in seclusion again. It seems he has made further progress. Truly impressive. If President Su has any matters, you may find our young master. The steward said. Before the boss went into seclusion, he entrusted all matters to the young master. That's fine. Su Hai nodded. The steward led him into the inner courtyard of the escort agency, into a spacious and bright hall. A young man appearing to be around 30 sat at the main seat, frowning, impatiently flipping through the accounts on the table. Beside him was an impeccably groomed old steward discussing various matters of the agency. Uncle Su. Seeing Su Hai enter, Bao, paying like a drowning man seeing a life raft, immediately put down the account book and stood up to greet him. Uncle Su, long time no see. What brings you here? Nephew Bao. Su-hai clasped his hands and sat down on a chair beside him. Noticing Su-hai's serious demeanor, Bao Ping waved off others, leaving only the old steward Su-hai and the old man. Uncle Su, is there something urgent? Bao Ping asked directly. Su-hai did not beat around the bush and said solemnly, you should have heard that my daughter Su Wanqing was unfortunately murdered outside the city a few... Bao Ping nodded. He had heard his subordinates mention this. Not only Su Wanqing had died, but 5 escorts from their agency had also been killed. In Qinghe County, few would dare to kill someone from the Pingwei escort agency. To investigate the perpetrator, he had sent someone to look into the matter. However, once the person entered the city, they headed straight to the constable's residence, and nothing had been uncovered yet. Su-hai said, the perpetrator's surname is Mu, given name Yang. He is a small constable from Qingxi County. I hope you can capture him alive and send him to Su family village. Uncle Su, that person is currently staying in the courtyard of Constable Dai Wang from the 7th Squad. It may be difficult to act immediately. Bao Ping pondered for a moment and replied. To capture someone from his home would be a slap in the face to the authorities. Rest assured, nephew, I won't make it difficult for you. As for capturing Mu Yang, you can choose the time. To capture someone from his home would be a slap in the face to the authorities. Rest assured, nephew, I won't make it difficult for you. As for capturing Mu Yang, you can choose the time that suits you. Oh, I can wait. I came today not only for Mu Yang, but also for another matter. Su-hai said. Uncle Su, please speak freely. Though my daughter was killed by that small constable, the root cause lies with my lewd maid. She not only conspired with a 4th stage monster using the resources of the Merchant Association, but also placed the offspring of that monster beside my daughter, leading to her demise. I hope you can help me capture that 4th stage donkey demon alive, and send it to Su family village to relieve my hatred. As he spoke, a killing intent flashed in Su-hai. While Mu Yang was detestable, the 3rd wife, who sent the donkey demon to his daughter, infuriated him even more. If not for his lack of strength, he would have loved to capture that 4th stage donkey demon himself. That's easy to say. Bao Ping smiled in agreement. It's just a 4th stage monster, I don't take it seriously at all. I, Bao Ping, am a well-known young talent in Qinghe County. Now only in my 30s I have already reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm. More importantly, I have refined my essence twice, and now, all my true energy has transformed into mid-grade quality. Common 4th stage monsters would be easily crushed with a wave of my hand. Then I will trouble you, nephew. As he spoke, Su-hai exchanged a glance with the old man behind him. The old man understood, and took out a small wooden box from his waist pocket. 4th grade precious medicine, red blood Lingji. Bao Ping's eyes brightened. Although the red blood Lingji is ranked as a 4th grade item, its effects are extremely rare. Consuming it provides a large amount of vitality, while also protecting the meridian. In simple terms, it is a rare medicine that helps 4th stage Qi condensation realm martial artists break through to the 5th stage meridian opening realm. With this, he only needs to seclude himself for half a month to break through to the meridian opening realm, rivaling the talented young woman of the Lei family. Uncle Su, you are too polite. You and my father have been close friends for many years. How can I accept such a small favor? Bao Ping said, but his hands were quite honest, pulling the wooden box. However, I cannot refuse a gift from an elder. Since it is Uncle Su's heartfelt intention, I will gladly accept it. Su-hai. Then I will trouble you with this matter, nephew. No problem. On the other side, Mu Yang, who was being watched by Su-hai and Bao Ping, had just dismounted and walked into the backyard of the constable's residence. Xueshi was sitting at a stone table in the yard with Dai Wang, sipping tea and chatting. Upon seeing Mu Yang push the door in, Xueshi immediately stood up, his face filled with anticipation. So did it work? It worked. Mu Yang nodded and took out the black iron token from his bosom. I knew it. Xueshi slapped his thigh, his face beaming with joy. With your strength, the assessment for the Demon Slayer division is a piece of cake. Who would have thought that one day a genius from Qingxi County would emerge in the Demon Slayer division? Good lad. Dai Wang also stood up, sizing up Mu Yang with eyes full of admiration. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of surprise. Mu, my brother, you have broken through. The moment these words were spoken, Xueshi, who was about to step forward for a broken through, Mu Yang was already at the 3rd stage blood marrow realm, and if he breaks through again, wouldn't that be the Qi condensation realm? How old is Mu? He seems to be only 20. Moreover, he has only been cultivating for a little over 3 months. This speed. Xueshi suddenly felt a bit parched. He suddenly recalled that night in Qingxi County, when he and Zhou Heng lamented about how powerful the geniuses in the county city were, saying how much resources Mu Yang would need to catch up, and how much effort it would take. And what's the result? He just arrived in the county city for barely 2 days, and directly broke through. Xueshi's gaze became somewhat complex. There was admiration, relief, and a hint of indescribable bitterness. The goal he had spent half his life trying to achieve, Mu Yang completed so effortlessly. The gap between people is truly astounding. Quite remarkable. It was just luck. Mu Yang smiled, casually tossing out the saying of just lucky. Luck? Dai Wang's mouth twitched. In all his years, he had never seen anyone break through to the Qi condensation realm through luck. But the next moment, as if he thought of something, a smile also appeared on his face. You just broke through and are entering the highly dangerous Demon Slayer division, so you must accumulate combat experience. How about we practice together? It would also help you understand the battles between Chi Condensation Realm martial artists better. What do you think? What do you think? Daiwang glanced at Mu Yang as She had been boasting about Mu Yang's achievements in Qingxi County since morning. He claimed that Mu Yang had single-handedly challenged Huang Feng Mountain, annihilated the Wang family overnight, and wiped out the entire Hu family, almost turning him into a once-in-a-century combat genius. This made Daiwang curious. Previously Mu Yang was only at the 3rd stage, so he couldn't challenge him, but now that Mu Yang had broken through, he could finally witness it with his own eyes. Then please guide me, Brother Dai, Mu Yang said. Sure. Daiwang strode to the center of the courtyard, turned to face Mu Yang, and said, I am at the late stage of Chi Condensation, proficient in both blade and leg techniques. However, since you have just broken through, I want to take advantage of you. I want use any weapons you can, go all out. Alright. Hearing this, Mu Yang glanced at the black 4-edged mace hanging at his waist, thought for a moment, and did not draw it. Be careful, I'm coming. Before the words could leave his mouth, Daiwang's figure shot up. His speed was incredible. With a light push of his foot, he transformed into a shadow, closing the distance in an instant. At the same time, his right leg suddenly lifted, accompanied by a whistling sound, fiercely sweeping towards Mu Yang's waist. This kick did not use any true chi, relying solely on pure physical strength. Although he had only recently broken through to the Chi Condensation stage after becoming the team leader and having ample resources, he spent a fortune on precious medicines and also practiced a horizontal training martial art. Given that he excelled in leg techniques, the force behind this kick was at least over 20,000 pounds. For an ordinary warrior who had just broken through to the Chi Condensation stage, facing it hastily would likely result in a small loss. However, in the face of this fierce kick, Mu Yang merely raised his hand slightly. Bang! The collision of palm and ankle produced a dull sound. Mu Yang's expression remained calm. Yet Daiwang's face suddenly changed. He felt as if he had kicked a mountain of iron, his calves tingling from the impact. Xueshi, watching from the side, was equally startled. If he had received that kick from Daiwang, he would have been kicked away 9 times out of 10. In contrast, Mu Yang stood completely still. Daiwang was likewise astonished. Not only was he surprised that Mu Yang could withstand his kick, but he was also astonished that Mu Yang's palm showed no fluctuation of true chi. In other words, Mu Yang had taken his kick purely with physical strength. Just how much power did he possess? Brother Dai, be careful. Just as Daiwang was in a daze, Mu Yang's voice suddenly reached his ears. Immediately after, he saw Mu Yang transform his other hand from a palm into a fist, striking fiercely towards his. The speed wasn't fast, and there wasn't a trace of true chi attached, but inexplicably he felt a chill down his spine. He dared not be careless, and instinctively circulated his true chi to his chest. Bang! Puff! In Xueshi's astonished gaze, Daiwang flew back like a broken sack. Cough, cough. After landing, Daiwang coughed a few times to catch his breath. Good kid, you have such great strength. Daiwang rubbed his chest, which was both sore and numb, and looked at Mu Yang with a more serious expression. That punch just now had at least 30,000 pounds of force, even greater than that of an ordinary warrior who had undergone the second muscle and bone tempering breakthrough. No wonder he had killed so many 3rd-stage monsters, even while still in the blood marrow stage. He truly had strength. I need to take back what I just said. If I don't use weapons, I really can't match you. Daiwang reached for the hilt at his waist, his fingers gripping it firmly. Clanged. The long knife was drawn, revealing a glint of cold light. It was a 4-foot-long blade with a sharp edge glinting coldly, and a finely detailed water wave pattern on the blade. This is my old companion that has accompanied me for over a decade, the water-cold knife, a 4th-grade weapon. I have average talent in martial arts aside from my leg techniques. In a horizontal training martial art, the only thing I can truly showcase is my blade skills. Daiwang held the knife with one hand, looking at Mu Yang with eager eyes. Let's see how our weapon skills compare. Alright. Mu Yang responded, also drawing his weapon and gripping the black 4-edged mace. The matte black mace glimmered with a cold sheen in the light of the setting sun. Come on. Daiwang took a deep breath, his true chi surged within, and in a breath it spread to the blade. The water-cold knife suddenly rippled like a stone cast into water. Water-cold slash. Daiwang's figure swayed, resembling a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and charged towards Mu Yang once again. His blade technique was like a torrential storm, fast and fierce, striking one after another without pause. Xueshi, watching the battle, suddenly felt his heart in his throat. The speed of the blade technique had reached a level that he could not keep up with at all. However, facing the impenetrable blade light, Mu Yang's expression remained calm as he swung the mace in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing exploded in the courtyard. Sparks flew and waves of energy surged. At this moment, Xueshi was even more astonished. Daiwang's strength was something he knew all too well. Among the entire Qinghe County's constabulary, he was certainly one of the top figures. In terms of realm experience and combat knowledge, he far surpassed Mu Yang. But what was the result? Mu Yang had actually withstood all of Dai Wang's attacks, and even appeared to have some strength left. It should be known that Dai Wang was using true power, and with the enhancement of true chi and martial arts, each of his strikes had at least 50 to 60,000 pounds of force. Yet when they struck against Mu Yang's mace, it felt like hitting a mountain, unable to shake it even slightly. Just as Xueshi was in shock, Dai Wang suddenly withdrew his blade. "Something's off," Dai Wang murmured, looking at Mu Yang. Not only was Mu Yang's forehead sweat-free, but even his grip on the mace remained steady. After that brief period of high-intensity collision, even he felt some numbness in his hands, and his forearm muscles trembled slightly. How was Mu Yang completely unaffected? Could it be that he was holding back? The thought startled Dai Wang himself. A young lad who had just broken through to the chi condensation stage, holding back against him who had been at it for years. Though he was skeptical, the reality was undeniable. "So, Mu Yang, did you not use your full strength?" Dai Wang, being straightforward, immediately asked the question that had arisen in his mind. Mu Yang paused for a moment. Oh no, he had been found out. Indeed, Mu Yang had not used his full strength. Since the first time Dai Wang kicked, Mu Yang had roughly assessed Dai Wang's strength. He was slightly weaker than Fan Duan. With this judgment, Mu Yang naturally held back his strength. After all the other party had been so welcoming upon meeting him, and he was staying at their home, how could he truly strike with full force? Indeed. Seeing Mu Yang's reaction, Dai Wang was both shocked and somewhat unconvinced. He was not one to take a loss easily, but being held back by a junior more than 20 years younger than him was indeed somewhat hard to bear. One might think he was in his 70s or 80s, unable to take a single blow. Dai Wang took a deep breath, looking at Mu Yang, and said earnestly, "Mu Yang, don't worry, just use your full strength. I can handle it. I am not someone who cannot take a loss." "Alright." Seeing Dai Wang's resolute attitude, Mu Yang nodded and didn't hesitate any longer. "Then be careful, brother Dai." Mu Yang tightened his grip on the black gold four-sided mace, and the true chi in his dantian surged suddenly. The amount of true chi used was minimal, only 100 strands. That's about 20,000 pounds of force enhancement. Extreme subduing dragon mace. The dragon lies low. Mu Yang stepped forward. The long mace shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying a terrifying force towards Dai Wang. The mace sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Perceiving the fluctuation of true chi, Dai Wang knew that Mu Yang had exerted his strength. He immediately restrained his emotions and poured all the true chi in his dantian into the blade. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted again. It jolted Dai Wang's eardrums. But at this moment he couldn't care less. All his attention was captivated by the long mace before him. In his eyes, the long mace seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and an almost overwhelming force surged from the long knife. The impact made his hands numb. With a slip, the long knife flew out of his grip, flipping several times in the air before embedding itself into the wall with a clang. He was also knocked back repeatedly by this force, causing deep cracks to form in the bluestone slabs beneath his feet. It wasn't until he stumbled back over 10 steps, leaning against an old tree in the courtyard, causing its branches and leaves to sway violently and leaves to scatter, that he finally managed to stabilize himself. A warm liquid suddenly appeared under his touch. He looked down. Fortunately, his pants were fine. It was just that the tiger's mouth of his right hand holding the knife was bleeding. He let out a sigh of relief, but his heart was still filled with shock. One strike, just one strike, and if it weren't for Mu Yang's clever maneuver at the last moment, flicking the water-cold blade away and timely retracting his strength, his situation would have been even worse. He might have to rest for a long time afterward. His truly a hero emerges from youth. Dai Wang gasped, looking up at Mu Yang. Mu Yang had already sheathed the mace, his expression calm and breathing, even as if that strike just now was merely a casual swing. It was as easy as playing with a child. Dai Wang opened his mouth, and after a while managed to squeeze out 2 words. "Monster." For a moment, he felt that his long-standing ambition for martial arts had truly been shattered. A junior who had just entered the chi condensation stage for less than a day defeated him, a latest-stage chi condensation practitioner, in one move. Who would believe that? Regret not bringing him into the constabulary earlier. Dai Wang shook his head, sighing. "You're overpraising me, brother Dai." Mu Yang smiled slightly. Regret not bringing him into the constabulary earlier. Dai Wang shook his head, sighing. "You're overpraising me, brother Dai." Mu Yang smiled slightly, walked over, and pulled the water-cold blade from the wall, handing it to Dai Wang. Dai Wang took the blade, looking at the cracks on its surface, feeling a pang in his heart. "You brat, your strikes are really ruthless, bullying an old man like me who has no—" "Mu Yang, you complain about my light grip, yet you also complain about my heavy grip." "Ha ha, just kidding." Seeing Mu Yang's expression as if he had just bitten a sour fruit, Dai Wang laughed heartily. "But seriously, that strike of yours I truly admire." He patted Mu Yang on the shoulder, smiling. "I don't know what you ate to grow up, but your strength is indeed impressive. Work hard in the demon-slaying division. Who knows, in a few years you might be the one to take over as the executioner of the Qinghe County Demon-Slaying Division." The executioner is the highest leader of the Qinghe County branch of the Demon-Slaying Division, holding a 5th-rank official position equivalent to the county magistrate of Qinghe. Then thank you for your kind words, Brother Dai, Mu Yang said with a smile. Great. Then I'll be relying on you in the future. Let's go, we must have a good drink tonight to celebrate my little brother Mu's successful entry into the demon-slaying division. Dai Wang waved his hand broadly and pulled Xue, she who was still reminiscing about the battle, just now cheerfully. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow spilled into the courtyard, stretching the shadows of the three men long. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Ping Wei escort agency, Bao Ping put down the account book that had been giving him a headache and looked towards the evening glow in the sky. Young master. A steward pushed the door and entered bowing and saying there is news about Mu Yang. Speak. Bao Ping retracted his gaze. Mu Yang left the city early this morning to participate in the assessment at the Demon-Slaying Division, and he is now a reserve member of the Demon-Slaying Division, said the steward. Demon-Slaying Division. Bao Ping raised an eyebrow. He thought this kid came to the county city to join the constabulary, but unexpectedly, it was to join the Demon-Slaying Division. This has become a bit tricky. Although Mu Yang is just a reserve member, he is ultimately part of the Demon-Slaying Division. In Qinghe County, who doesn't know that the toughest and most ruthless are those madmen from the Demon-Slaying Division? Looks like when the time comes to act, it needs to be more discreet. Bao Ping murmured. As an escort, he had always had his life on the line, so he wouldn't be scared by just a layer of skin. Moreover, he was only a reserve member. At most, he just needed to be more cautious when acting and try not to be discovered. He had experience in this matter. Bao Ping spoke, continue to send people to keep watch, no need to follow closely, just know his general movements. Yes, young master. The next day in the morning, as dawn broke, Mu Yang got up to wash up. He changed into the Demon-Slaying Division's uniform, entirely deep black, with dark red cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar. The fitted attire made Mu Yang's figure appear tall and robust, exuding an air of valor. After donning the outfit and storing all necessary items in his sleeve pocket, Mu Yang turned his attention to his equipment inventory. Equipped items 1. Donkey Demon Corpse 2. Small sleeve pocket 3. Vast Great Dantian construction method 4. Extreme Subduing Dragon Mace 5. Wolf Fong Heavy Stick. Current available equipment slots 0. Due to the short time, no equipment had yet been fully solidified. Mu Yang withdrew his gaze and pushed the door out. In the courtyard, Xue, she was yawning, holding a bowl of hot porridge, sitting by the stone table. On a nearby stone bench, there was a neatly packed travel bag. Seeing Mu Yang come out, he paused for a moment, looking him up and down, then exclaimed, "Wow, this outfit makes you look like a completely different person. No wonder it's the uniform of the Demon-Slaying Division. It's really impressive." "You flatter me, Brother Xue." Mu Yang smiled, sitting down at the stone table, pouring himself a bowl of porridge and finishing it in a few quick bites. "I've been out for a while now. I plan to head back this afternoon, so be careful while you're here. If you have any problems, consult Brother Dai." "I know, Brother Xue." Mu Yang nodded firmly. Under Xue's watchful gaze, he stood up and left the courtyard. After Mu Yang left Xue, she picked up his neatly organized travel bag and led the white horse out of the courtyard. This farewell, who knows when they will meet again. The Demon-Slaying Bureau's branch office, Martial Training Ground. Morning mist still clung to the air, mingling with the faint metallic tang of rust. Mu Yang tethered his sleek black steed before stepping onto the training ground. The Bureau's recruitment cycle occurred every 10 days. Yesterday's selection had just concluded, so today's training ground remained sparsely populated. Aside from Mu Yang, only 4 others stood waiting. They were the same 4 fourth-rank Qi condensation cultivators who had taken yesterday's examination. Upon seeing Mu Yang enter, astonishment flickered across their eyes. They had witnessed firsthand yesterday how he had kicked aside a stone lock with his foot, and how a single strike from his mace sent Fan Duan flying backward. A 3rd-rank blood marrow cultivator had forcibly driven a 4th-rank Qi condensation expert, already at peak refinement, reeling through the air. Such a feat was utterly unprecedented. They had not expected his martial aptitude to be equally extraordinary, not merely impressive during the trial, but genuinely prodigious. Had he truly broken through to the 4th rank in just one day? The 4 exchanged glances, each finding awe mirrored in the other's eyes. Yet they quickly settled into quiet acceptance. One who could hurl Fan Duan skyward with a single mace strike, while still at 3rd rank, defied conventional measure. Perhaps he had deliberately held back his cultivation level, waiting until after joining the Demon-Slaying Bureau to ascend. That way he would gain both a Dantian formation manual and a Qi condensation martial technique at no cost. Who would have thought even a genius weighed such practical advantages? Mu Yang paid no heed to their stares, calmly selecting an unoccupied corner of the grounds. Soon afterwards, several more figures entered from beyond the training ground. 2 men and 1 woman. Only one face was familiar: Fan Duan, yesterday's chief exec. He strode forward confidently, flanked on either side by a man and a woman. The man stood tall and broad-shouldered, his features sharp and resolute, a massive horse-slaying saber slung across his back, nearly as tall as he was. The woman possessed modest beauty but striking height, only half a head shorter than her male counterpart. Her sleeves were rolled high, revealing forearms sculpted with taut, defined muscle, clear evidence of formidable strength. All present Fan Duan swept his gaze across the 5 figures assembled in the training ground, lingering a moment longer upon Mu Yang. No formalities. I trust you all know why we are gathered here today. These two beside me will serve as your team leaders for the foreseeable future, Qin Yuan and Li Xiulian, both second-class demon hunting lieutenants of the Demon Slaying Bureau. Qin Yuan, the middle-aged man, gave a solemn nod. Li Xiulian merely regarded the group with impassive detachment. Demon hunting lieutenant was a formal rank within the Bureau's hierarchy. It comprised 3 tiers: third class, second class, and first class, ascending in seniority. Third class lieutenants represented the lowest official rank among full Bureau members, the very status attained upon graduating from probationary service. Promotion to second class required completing sufficient missions and accumulating substantial merit. First class, however, demanded not only exemplary merit, but also personal cultivation advancement to the 5th rank. Across the entire Qinghe Prefecture branch, first-class lieutenants numbered fewer than a handful, already regarded as mid-level leadership. Based on your performance yesterday, you will each be assigned to one of these 2 second-class lieutenants, and accompany active members on field assignments. Now I shall announce the team allocations. Under Fan Duan's steady call, the 5 candidates were swiftly divided into teams, 3 assigned to Li Xiulian's command. Mu Yang and a man named Ma Xian were placed under Qin Yuan's squad. All mission-related details, you'll receive those directly from your team leader. With that, Fan Duan turned and departed without further word. Follow me. Li Xiulian spoke coolly, offering no acknowledgement to the 3 stunned recruits as she strode ahead. The trio hastened after her. We'll take our leave as well. Qin Yuan's tone, by contrast, was warm and affable, like a kindly neighbor, disarmingly approachable. Yes, Captain. Moments later, Mu Yang and Ma Xian followed Qin Yuan into a smaller courtyard, where a man and a woman sat opposite each other, locked in a... One of them Mu Yang recognized instantly: Lei Sai, the young master of the Lei family who had intercepted his carriage on the Imperial Road 2 days prior. Today, however, he wore not his signature white robes, but the Bureau's somber black uniform. At the sound of the gate creaking open, the woman seated across from Lei Sai, her delicate brows knotted in concentration, suddenly relaxed, surged forward, and swept the go board from her chest with a careless flourish. Ah, why did you overturn the board? Lei Sai gripped his black stones, exasperated. Don't be absurd. I was simply eager to greet our captain. Slip, that's all. She chuckled, then turned her gaze toward Qin Yuan and the 2 newcomers. Captain, Qin Yuan smiled warmly and replied, gesturing toward empty stone seats scattered across the courtyard. Please be seated. Just as Mu Yang moved to sit, Lei Sai let out a startled exclamation. You know each other? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing curiously at Lei Sai. To be acquainted with the Lei family scion, was Mu Yang himself noble-born? How had he missed this? A passing acquaintance, Mu Yang replied, settling onto a stone bench. Lei Sai seemed about to speak, but catching the formality of the moment, he pressed his lips shut and simply nodded. I see. Qin Yuan asked no further questions, instead waiting until all were seated before continuing. Though Captain Fan introduced me earlier, we'll be working closely together from now on. Best we grow better acquainted. I am Qin Yuan, second-class demon hunting lieutenant of the Demon Slaying Bureau, serving under first-class Lieutenant Han Tie's 2nd Division. My cultivation stands at peak chi condensation, and my primary art is swordsmanship, specializing in direct, overwhelming assault. Having spoken, Qin Yuan turned expectantly toward Lei Sai and the woman. Though her features were unremarkable, her presence commanded attention. She sprang upright, with a bright, clear voice. I'm Zhou Yao, 3rd class demon hunting lieutenant, mid-tier chi condensation cultivator, specializing in swordsmanship and flank support. I also study herbal medicine, minor ailments. Come see me. Discounted rates apply. Oh please, Sister Yao. Your herbal medicine barely qualifies as first aid, Lei Sai interjected dryly. Zhou Yao shot him a withering look. Of course. The illustrious young master Lei is far too refined to deign interest in such humble arts. Lei Sai ignored her barb, rising smoothly instead to adjust his collar. I am Lei Sai, 3rd class demon hunting lieutenant, early stage chi condensation cultivator. My core disciplines are body movement arts and longbow archery. Terrain studies supplement my demon hunting expertise. At the word demon hunting, Mu Yang's thoughts drifted to the demon locating compass Lei Sai had wielded that day, a device he'd seen yesterday in the Logistics Armory's exchange catalog. Listed under specialized martial equipment, its function mirrored his own tracking art, yet its price was steep: 3 superior tier profound merit points, equal in value to the vast ocean Dantian formation manual. As Mu Yang pondered this, Ma Xian, seated beside him, rose promptly after Lei Sai finished speaking, grinning broadly. Name's Ma Xian, early stage chi condensation cultivator. I specialize in heavy hammers and body hardening arts. Like Captain, I favor frontal assault. Qin Yuan nodded slowly, understanding Fan Duan's intent. He was meant to mentor Ma Xian. Finally, all 4 pairs of eyes settled upon Mu Yang. Mu Yang rose unhurriedly, calm and deliberate. Mu Yang, early stage chi condensation cultivator. I practice body hardening, body movement arts, and mace techniques. though if pressed to name my greatest strength. He paused, then grinned. It's slaying demons. All four stared speechless. What did he mean by that? Skilled in slaying demons. The four turned to look at him. Can this really be considered a specialty? However, it seems he has dabbled in various martial arts, including horizontal training body techniques, and staff tech. However, in the path of martial arts, what is most detested is being a jack of all trades, but a master of none. Being overly eclectic often signifies mediocrity in each aspect. Especially since Muyang appears to be only in his 20s, can he truly master so many martial arts? Zhou Yao crossed her arms and made a judgment in her heart. He seems to be a mixed bag, lacking in depth, a younger brother who needs taking care of. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, did not underestimate Muyang. Before coming here, Fan Duan specifically mentioned to him that Muyang is very talented and possesses considerable strength and should undergo more training. Being acknowledged by Elder Fan, he likely has some real skills. Lei Sai pursed his lips and suddenly recalled the scene of their first meeting. That impulsive act of attacking without warning, whether skilled in slaying demons or not, he certainly was reckless and fierce. Ahem. Qin Yuan lightly coughed, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Since we are all acquainted, let's discuss serious matters. Although the Demon Slayer division has many responsibilities, the most important is still the elimination of demons. Therefore, your first task upon joining the Demon Slayer division is this. Qin Yuan took out a piece of paper from his bosom, unfolded it, and laid it flat on the stone table. The paper depicted a simple map marking the locations of several villages and towns. Qin Yuan pointed to a corner of the map and said, the task location is Wujia village, located about 700 miles outside Qinga County, a large village with a considerable permanent population. Yesterday, a woman named Yu Miao came to report, claiming to be the daughter-in-law of the village chief of Wujia village. During a midnight outing, she accidentally discovered that the village chief was secretly colluding to support demons, and thus came to report to the Demon Slayer division. Colluding to support demons. Lei Sai murmured softly, his face suddenly showing indignation. Having read the De Jing record, and knowing the dangers of demons, he always regarded slaying demons as his duty and hated the traitors who collude with them the most. Zhou Yao and Ma Xian's expressions also changed slightly. The pure threat from demons harming people is one thing, the collusion between humans and demons is entirely different. The former, while highly destructive at the time, is easily discovered and dealt with by the Demon Slayer division in the end. The latter is relatively more secretive. If the demons can restrain their killing and greed, it may go unnoticed for many years. Muyang, however, showed no change in expression. The collusion with demons is not a rare occurrence. Just kill them all. He only cares about where the demons are, what their strength is, whether he can kill them, and who gets them. As for the rest, that is the government's responsibility. He is just an ordinary martial artist, uninformed of political matters, and cannot save the world. The informant has been settled in the guest house of the division. If there are no issues, everyone should gather at the south gate in 15 minutes. We will discuss the specifics on the way. Qin Yuan put away the map. The guest house of the Demon Slayer division, located in the southeast corner of the division, consists of a row of similarly tall 3-story buildings made of blue bricks and tiles. This place is specifically used to accommodate informants, witnesses, and some individuals needing temporary lodging. After leaving the courtyard, Lei Sai, who had nothing to prepare, was sent by Qin Yuan to fetch the Muyang, having nothing to do either, was also assigned to come. On the way to the guest house, Brother Mu, Lei Sai suddenly spoke. Muyang glanced at him. What's wrong? I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not. Lei Sai hesitated. Muyang was speechless. With you saying that, what else can I say? Not appropriate. Lei Sai's expression stiffened. Something is off. The following dialogue shouldn't be something like, go ahead, or feel free. What does not appropriate even mean? But since Muyang said so, he didn't dare to continue speaking. Just joking. Seeing that Lei Sai was really not saying anything, Muyang became a bit curious. What do you want to ask? Lei Sai breathed a sigh of relief and asked, about that day when you attacked Miss Su, I want to ask, do you think Miss Su should be killed or not? That day, the 2 rounds of questioning with Lei Jiao left him tangled in his mind for a long time. Now encountering the main character Muyang, who took action, he was very curious about Muyang's thoughts. Miss Su? Ah, you mean that woman with the poor brain? Muyang was taken aback for a moment before recalling who he was referring to. Yes. Lei Sai nodded, looking curiously at Muyang. Having killed the person naturally, she should be killed, Muyang said casually. He thought it would just be a normal conversation, but Lei Sai acted as if he had discovered a new toy, suddenly invigorated, and exclaimed with full energy. Wrong. Muyang paused, looking at Lei Sai in surprise. He saw Lei Sai's face flushed, and his gaze burning as he seriously said, that's silly. Cough cough, that Miss Su was merely infatuated with the donkey demon's body, having no idea of its true form. She knew neither true love nor committed harm. Even if guilty, it should not. As soon as he spoke, Lei Sai felt a sudden clarity, and the gloom that had been bottled up in his heart for days was swept away. Then, without giving Muyang time to react, Lei Sai looked at him again and loudly asked, so Brother Mu, I asked you, should that silly? Should Miss Su be killed or not? Muyang. Not you. Are you possessed by a demon? Should be killed. Wrong. Lei Sai immediately shouted, but after shouting he realized that what Mu Yang just said seemed to be, "This isn't right. Shouldn't it be should not be killed." Lei Sai was stunned. "Where's the mistake?" Mu Yang glanced at Lei Sai, whose expression was fluctuating, and asked. Lei Sai was at a loss for words. "I don't know, the older sister didn't say that day. So are you still tangled about whether that woman should be killed or not?" Mu Yang looked at Lei Sai as if he were some rare species. "People are already prepared for the 7th day of mourning, and you are still tangled about whether she should be killed. What a waste of time. I just don't understand a living human life. Why can Brother Mu instantly make a judgment on whether they should live or die?" Lei Sai shook his head, looking at Mu Yang. He sincerely asked, "Is it because Brother Mu has thoroughly studied the laws of De Jing?" Mu Yang. Now Mu Yang was truly at a loss for words. Where did this divine person come from? Such an odd way of thinking. However, considering his demeanor that day, preferring to negotiate rather than act, it seemed to be a valid question for him to ask. "Brother Lei just joined the Demon Slayer division." Mu Yang did not answer directly but asked, "Indeed, I just joined last month. This is my second task." Lei Sai nodded. Mu Yang understood and did not say anything further. "Lei Sai, so could you please help me clarify?" Mu Yang, "No, think for yourself." Lei Sai. Ignoring Lei Sai's resentful gaze, Mu Yang quickly arrived in front of the guest house room where Yu Miao was located. He knocked on the door, and the two pushed the door open. The room was simply furnished with a wooden bed, a square table, and 2 chairs. A young woman dressed in a plain dress sat by the bed, her hands folded on her knees, her posture rigid. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, with a pure face and delicate features. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly red, as if she hadn't rested well. Her skin was fair, and her figure slender, exuding a pitiable aura. Mu Yang roughly sensed her vitality. Her cultivation was not high, merely at the 2nd stage of the bone refinement realm. "Yu Miao?" Mu Yang asked. Seeing Yu Miao appear apprehensive, Lu Sai smoothed his robes and stepped forward. "Miss, you need not fear. I am Lu Sai, a 3rd-rank demon hunting officer of the Demon Slaying Bureau, dispatched by Captain Qin to escort you back to Wujia village for investigation into the demonic entity." He gestured toward Mu Yang. "This is Mu Yang. He too serves in the Demon Slaying Bureau." This humble, maiden Yu Miao greets both esteemed sirs. She bowed deeply. Then, as if recalling something painful, her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. Lu Sai spoke, gently, exuding the refined grace of a cultivated gentleman. Mu Yang cast a sidelong glance at him. Unexpectedly, this scion of a prestigious clan proved himself a considerate and warm-hearted man. Yet she was already wed. Mu Yang silently cautioned himself. Lu Sai protests. "Brother Mu, you slander me." This humble maiden understands. "Many thanks, Lord Lu Sai, for your kind instruction." "Lord is too formal. Please call me Lu Sai." Soon after, Yu Miao, her luggage packed and cheeks faintly flushed, followed Mu Yang and Lu Sai to the south gate. There Zhou Yao and Ma Xian awaited them, holding 6 horses by the reins. "Is this the complainant? She's remarkably beautiful." Zhou Yao studied Yu Miao, delicate as a white lily timidly trailing behind Lu Sai, and murmured in admiration. "Esteemed madam flatters me. This humble maiden possesses only ordinary looks, unworthy of comparison with you." Yu Miao remained modest. Zhou Yao straightened her posture and smiled broadly. No woman ever tires of praise, even when her beauty is merely passable. Scarcely had the 5 assembled when Qin Yuan arrived in haste from his reporting duty. Once all 6 were present, they mounted their steeds. Mu Yang astride the sleek black stallion stabled at the Demon Slaying Bureau. Having ridden it for days, he'd grown fond of the horse, so Zhou Yao had fetched it for him. "Let us depart, we'll speak as we ride." Qin Yuan rode a fiery red 2nd-rank steed, half a head taller than Mu Yang's black mount. Though a 2nd-rank steed far outstripped a 1st-rank in speed, Qin Yuan restrained his mount to accommodate the others. "Miss Yue, please recount the situation in Wujia village." Qin Yuan spoke. Seated upright on her horse, Yu Miao tightened her grip on the reins, drew a deep breath, and began. "I am the daughter-in-law of Wu Dihao village, head of Wujia village. 3 years ago, I married." Though a 2nd-rank steed far outstripped a 1st-rank in speed, Qin Yuan restrained his mount to accommodate the others. "Miss Yue, alas, my husband and I bore no child these years. Believing my constitution flawed, I feared my in-laws' disapproval, so secretly consulted a physician and obtained herbal prescriptions. One night, rising to brew the medicine in secret, I chanced upon my father-in-law Wu Dihao conversing with a spider demon deep in the woods." At this, Yu Miao's face paled, as if recoiling from some unspeakable memory. Yet that pallor born of sheer terror lent her features an ethereal, heart-wrenching sorrow. Ma Xian stared spellbound. "Miss, you need not fret. We demon-slaying officers exist solely to protect the people and eradicate such evils." Lu Sai offered soothing words beside her. Zhou Yao joined in with gentle reassurance. Humanity instinctively extends greater compassion and patience to beauty. Mu Yang remained silent, riding last on his black steed, glancing occasionally at Yu Miao. He could not verify the truth of her tale. Yet something about her unsettled him. Be it her clandestine visit to the physician or her solitary journey across hundreds of miles to file a report at the demon-slaying bureau in the prefectural capital. Neither act seemed plausible for a woman who appeared so frail and delicate, though Mu Yang voiced no suspicion. After all, quiet strength concealed beneath softness was hardly rare. Moreover, the imperial highway to the capital teemed with demon-slaying officers, so unless bandits waylaid them, the journey posed little danger. Besides, Yu Miao herself possessed martial cultivation, second-rank bony and muscle realm. Beyond these matters, has anything else in Wujia village struck you as unusual? Qin Yuan's tone remained calm, his expression unchanged. Yu Miao paused, uncertain. Does sleeping longer count? Sleeping longer? A flicker of curiosity lit Qin Yuan's eyes. Yes, she nodded. Since marrying into Wujia village 3 years ago, I've noticed its villagers are unusually inclined to slumber. Absent exceptional circumstances, all nap precisely at noon 11 a.m. 1 p.m. By the latest, they retire each night at the hour of high 9:11 p.m., awakening only at dawn's hour of Chun 79 a.m., rarely sleeping fewer than 5 shurchen per day. Even the village elders advanced in years are profoundly drowsy. And since my marriage, I too sleep far longer, seldom rising before the hour of Mao 57 a.m. Oh, Zhou Yao frowned. Having studied herbalism, she was well versed in medicine, and knew certain ailments induced excessive somnolence. Most commonly deficiency of spleen and kidney yang, where kidney yang wanes and spleen earth grows cold, leaves the body starved of vital warmth, causing cold limbs, fatigue, lethargy, and or deficiency of qi and blood, where weak spleen and stomach fail to generate sufficient essence, leaving blood vessels depleted and the head unnourished, resulting in dizziness, shortness of breath, and profound exhaustion after minimal exertion. In sum, most causes of pathological drowsiness stem from constitutional weakness, i.e., poor health. Yet Yu Miao was clearly robust and vigorous. Her second-rank bony and muscle cultivation, though modest, rendered her immune to ailments afflicting ordinary, and when nearly every villager exhibited identical symptoms, illness was ruled out. This was the work of a demonic entity. Zhou Yao shared her deduction with Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded, then questioned Yu Miao further. Had Wu Dihao shown any odd behavior? Had villagers vanished without trace? Were there strange odors in homes? Yu Miao answered each query. No abnormalities stood out, as she knew nothing of disappearances. Rarely venturing outside, she'd heard no rumors of missing neighbors. As for odors, perhaps, though she couldn't be certain. In truth, beyond witnessing Wu Dihao's meeting with the spider demon, she knew little else. Still, this was unsurprising. Her second-rank cultivation limited her perception. Thus they rode and conversed all the way. Mostly Qin Yuan questioned, and Yu Miao replied. Zhou Yao interjected occasionally, while Lu Sai offered quiet comfort. Mu Yang and Ma Xian rode in silence. Mu Yang saw no need to ask. The essential questions had already been posed. What remained was to reach Wujia village and investigate firsthand. Ma Xian simply lacked questions to pose, especially when met with Yu Miao's tear-bright, pitiful gaze. His dark complexion flushed crimson. Though over 30, he blushed like an innocent youth. At last, after a day and night's travel, the silhouette of Wujia village emerged upon the horizon. Wujia village is nestled between 2 low hills with a clear stream winding its way in front of the village. From a distance, the cottages are scattered, harmoniously adorned with white walls and black tiles with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. It appears peaceful and harmonious, reminiscent of the idyllic atmosphere found in the Lu family valley. Qin Yuan and the others reined in their horses, observing their surroundings. Mu Yang secretly activated his keen sense of smell. The fragrance of the earth mingled with the fresh scent of nature. There was no trace of demonic energy. Mu Yang frowned slightly. If what Yu Miao said is true, that the village chief of Wujia village has long been colluding with demons, then the village would to some extent be tainted with demonic presence. Yet at this moment it is clean and devoid of any strange odors. Either Yu Miao is lying, or the demon is naturally cautious, never entering the village, or rarely coming close, only meeting in the wilderness. However, if it were far from the village, how did Yu Miao discover it? Not only was Mu Yang puzzled, but Qin Yuan also furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze over the... From his years of experience in hunting demons and solving cases, he believed that wherever demons reside, there must be unusual phenomena. For example, the scarcity of birds and beasts, faint sounds of insects, or withering vegetation. But Wujia village at this moment looks like an ordinary village. It is even more peaceful than many villages that are free from demonic threats. Zhou Yao, as per our usual practice, you take Lei Sai for independent action, be careful not to be discovered, and well, gather at night, Qin Yuan instructed. Those who dare to collude with demons have mostly prepared means of concealment, so naturally not everyone can be exposed. Yes, Captain Qin. Zhou Yao and Lei Sai replied, tying their 2 steeds to a tree trunk, leaving some rations behind before slipping into the forest. Both of them are 4th stage Qi condensation warriors, light as a swallow, and fell silently among the trees. In no time they vanished from sight. Monsieur, remember, only the 3 of us came with you. Qin Yuan reminded. I understand, sir. Yu Miao nodded obediently. Under Yu Miao's guidance, the three of them quickly reached the entrance of Wujia village. An old woman holding a child glanced at Yu Miao and Mu Yang as they led their horses, a complex expression flashing in her murky eyes. She slightly lowered her head and whispered a few words into her grandson's ear. The child then dashed into the village. Both Qin Yuan and Mu Yang noticed this scene. The two exchanged a glance without speaking, simply leading their horses and walking leisurely. As for Ma Xian, he followed closely beside Yu Miao, like a guard, completely unaware of the child who had run off. After about half a tea time, a robust, ruddy-faced, middle-aged man strode overconfidently. Behind him was a slightly thinner young man who bore a resemblance to him. It was the village chief of Wujia village, Wu Dihao, along with his only son Wu Yu. Miaoer, you have finally returned. The village chief Wu Dihao arrived before he was seen, his hearty laugh echoing with concern in his tone. You child suddenly leaving without a word has worried your grandmother, and you are to death. He then turned to Qin Yuan with a smile. Who are these gentlemen? Zhang Yaosis, second-rank demon hunting officer Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan extended his hand and shook Wu Dihao's coarse palm. He possessed cultivation, but it was not high, merely at the third stage of the blood essence realm. So it is an esteemed person from Zhang Yaosi. Our distinguished guest has arrived. Forgive my lack of hospitality. Wu Dihao warmly pulled Qin Yuan, while also inviting Mu Yang and Ma Xian over. Wu Dihao's face was blooming with smiles, while Wu Yu behind him wore an expression as if he had lost his wife. He cast a dark glance at Yu Miao and Ma Xian, who was standing very close to her. You, or what are you dawdling for? Quickly greet the gentleman. Wu Dihao urged. Wu Yu withdrew his gaze, forcing a strained smile. Wu Yu greets the gentleman. My son is concerned for his wife. That's why he is a bit slow to respond, please. Wu Dihao said with a smile. Qin Yuan nodded and did not say much. Ma Xian, however, kept staring at Wu Yu with a hostile gaze. Mu Yang secretly activated his keen sense of smell, finding nothing unusual, then employed his tracking technique to observe the Wu father and son. The result remained the same, with no abnormality. You gentlemen have come from afar. I presume you haven't eaten yet. Come, let's head to my home and sit for a while. The simple fare is not worthy of your presence. Wu Dihao warmly invited Qin Yuan and the others inside. Qin Yuan did not refuse and stepped forward, following Wu Dihao into the village. Mu Yang and Ma Xian also led their horses into the village. However, Yu Miao did not speak throughout, merely keeping her head down and following closely beside Ma Xian. Wu Dihao's home is located in the center of the village, a large courtyard made of blue bricks and gray tiles. The yard is planted with a few pomegranate trees, with a stone table and stone benches placed cleanly underneath. Wu Dihao's wife, a middle-aged woman with a kind expression, saw Qin Yuan and the others and hurriedly started preparing food. Wu Dihao led Qin Yuan and the others to the hall while pouring tea and making small talk. Wu Dihao's home is located in the center of the village, a large courtyard made of blue bricks and gray tiles. The yard is planted with a few pomegranate. Only Mu Yang, after receiving a teacup, merely held it in his hand without taking a sip. Before long, the table in the hall was filled with dishes. There were various meat dishes like stir-fried garlic shoots with cured meat, chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised Crucian carp, as well as a few seasonal side dishes and a jug of warmed rice wine. The presentation wasn't exquisite, but the aroma was quite pleasant. In the countryside, there's nothing fancy to offer. Please make do with it, gentlemen. Wu Dihao smiled as he poured wine for the guests. Qin Yuan lifted his wine cup, took a small sip, and did not swallow. Instead, he held it in his mouth briefly before discreetly spitting it into his sleeve. Mu Yang did not touch the wine cup at all, merely picking up a few chopsticks of dishes that Wu Yu had previously eaten. Village chief, well, I'm not one to beat around the bush. Qin Yuan placed down his wine cup and stated straightforwardly. Your daughter-in-law Yu Miao reported to the Zhang Yaosi the other day, claiming that there are demons lurking in Wujia village. Do you know anything about the specifics? As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the hall instantly froze. Ma Xian and Wu Yu set down their chopsticks. Yu Miao sat still in her chair. Mu Yang casually placed his hand on the hilt of his weapon, casually surveying the distances between the people. Wu Dihao set down his wine cup, his face devoid of anger from being questioned, and not a trace of panic in his eyes. He simply smiled helplessly and shook his head. Sir Qin, you jest. My Wujia village has been farming in this area for generations. Although we can't say we are wealthy, we have been living in peace and stability for decades. Where would any demons come from? Perhaps it's because Miaoer has been unable to conceive, leading to excessive mental stress, which caused her hysteria, thus alarming you gentlemen. On behalf of my daughter-in-law, I sincerely apologize to you That may indeed be a misunderstanding. Qin Yuan said noncommittally. Could you trouble village chief Wu to arrange a place for us to stay? We might have to impose for a few more days. Of course, no problem. You gentlemen can just stay here in this small place. We have plenty of empty rooms. Wu Dihao nodded repeatedly. Saying this, Wu Dihao rose to lead Qin Yuan and the others to the vacant guest rooms. Yu Miao also silently stood up, but was abruptly stopped by Wu Yu, who stepped forward. My dear, please do not disturb the gentleman. Let us return to our room. Yu Miao's body trembled as she lowered her head and shrank behind Ma Xian. Her appearance resembled a little white flower battered by wind and rain, pitiful and delicate. Wu Yu's expression darkened as he reached out to pull her. Seeing Wu Yu about to make a move, Ma Xian instinctively stepped forward to block him. Mu Yang stood aside observing the scene. The woman was quite clever, knowing that Qin Yuan and she were unlikely to help her, so she used the seemingly easygoing Ma Xian as a shield. In fact, Ma Xian's body reacted faster than his mind. After blocking, he suddenly felt a bit guilty and secretly glanced at Qin Yuan. Seeing Qin Yuan nod slightly, Ma Xian then he straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "This brother, let's discuss matters properly and refrain from physical confrontation." Wu was taken aback. He did not expect an outsider to interfere in his... Just as he was about to get angry, Wu Dihao beside him pulled him back, signaling him not to act recklessly. At this moment, Qin Yuan spoke up. "Yu Miao is the informant for our demon-slaying department. During the investigation, we have an obligation to protect her. Please, Village Chief Wu, arrange an empty room for Miss Yu, as well preferably next to ours. Lord Qin is very considerate, it was my oversight." Wu Dihao patted Wu Yu on the shoulder and said, "Miao is assisting the gentleman with the investigation. Once the truth is revealed, she will naturally return. No need to be anxious. Gentlemen, please follow me." Night fell, and the moon shone brightly among the sparse stars. Under Wu Dihao's arrangement, Qin Yuan and Mu Yang stayed in a courtyard not far from the village chief's home. This courtyard was specially cleaned up by Wu Dihao. Although not large, it was clean and tidy with freshly changed bedding. "Thank you very much, gentlemen." Upon entering the courtyard, Yu Miao bowed in gratitude. "It's part of our duty, no need for formality." Qin Yuan waved his hand. Hearing this, Yu Miao said nothing more as she just smiled at Ma Xian and then entered one of the guest rooms. Only after Yu Miao's slender figure disappeared did Ma Xian reluctantly withdraw his gaze. "Stop staring, let's go inside and talk for a while," Qin Yuan said with some helplessness. He had thought that the younger Mu Yang would lack composure, but unexpectedly, it was Ma Xian who appeared honest and simple, who had the most thoughts. Knowing she was a married woman, yet still being so infatuated, his future was concerning. "Yes, Captain Qin." Ma Xian quickly snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed. The three entered the main house, and Qin Yuan took out a glowstone from his sleeve bag. In an instant, the entire room brightened. "Captain Qin, where did this come from?" Mu Yang asked curiously. He was quite interested in where such a high-grade stone like the glowstone could be obtained, and whether there were even higher-grade ones. Although its effects were quite ordinary as a strengthening material, it was more than sufficient. "You mean this glowstone? This is a standard item for our demon-slaying department. You will receive it once you are formally..." Qin Yuan explained. "As for where this comes from, I'm not too clear either. I only know it's produced by the Tiangong Hall. If you're interested, you can visit Tiangong Hall." Tiangong Hall, huh? Tiangong Hall is one of the 5 major halls of the demon-slaying department. Within the Qinghe County Demon-Slaying Department, there are a total of 5 major halls, each with different functions. Among them, the one with the most members, the strongest power, and the most well-known to the world, is the Demon-Slaying Hall. Almost all members who join the Demon-Slaying Department initially come from this hall. In addition, there are the Tiangong Hall responsible for equipment forging, the Liya Hall responsible for treating the injured, the Niwatang responsible for logistics and finances, and the Chuangong Hall responsible for martial arts. For example, the armory of the Demon-Slaying Department is managed by the Chuangong Hall. Among these, except for the Demon-Slaying Hall, which only looks at strength, the other halls have additional requirements. For instance, the Tiangong Hall requires knowledge of forging, the Liya Hall requires mastery of medicine, the Niwatang requires connections, and the Chuangong Hall requires qualifications. Once you join one of these 4 halls, you can be considered to have initially escaped the extremely high mortality rate of the front lines and can live a peaceful life. Let's not talk about this for now, but what do you think about the situation in Wu Family Village? Qin Yuan looked at Mu Yang and Ma Xian. When leading newcomers, besides observing their combat performance against demons, it is also essential to assess their observational skills, intellect, judgment, and demons are not mere plants and trees. They do not quietly wait to be killed. Many times, judging the reliability of information and finding specific traces of demons is far more challenging than... For example, from the moment they entered the village until now, there hasn't been a single trace of demons or even signs of their presence. "Ma Xian, you go first." Qin Yuan pointed at Ma Xian as if he were a teacher. Ma Xian instinctively straightened his back and said, "I feel that the Wu father and son are acting suspiciously. What Miss Yu said should be true." And then, oi. Then, Ma Xian opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't articulate his thoughts. Observing this, Qin Yuan did not press further. It was evident that Ma Xian was not the type suited for leading a team alone. He would only be suitable as a deputy in the future. After making this judgment, Qin Yuan turned to Mu Yang. "Mu Yang, what do you think?" Creak. At that moment, the window of the room was suddenly pushed open. In came Zhou Yao and Lei Sai, both dressed in black. Has it already reached the meeting stage? After entering the room, Zhou Yao immediately looked at Ma Xian, who was slightly bowing his head, and Mu Yang, who had yet to speak. "It has just begun. Oh, please take a seat." Qin Yuan gestured for the two to sit down. He did not first inquire about Lei Sai and Zhou Yao's investigation results, but looked at Mu Yang, signaling him to continue. The Wu father and son have issues. Mu Yang voiced the same judgment as Ma Xian. Qin Yuan frowned, not because he thought Mu Yang's judgment was mistaken, but simply felt a little disappointed. He had thought that the seemingly calm Mu Yang would display something different. However, it seemed that apart from being slightly cautious, he wasn't particularly outstanding in other areas. Mu Yang did not notice the change in Qin Yuan's expression and continued. Yu Miao also has issues. As soon as this was said, Qin Yuan, who had just frowned, suddenly brightened. Oh, please elaborate. Ma Xian looked at Mu Yang with a puzzled expression. What problems could Miss Yu possibly have? There are many doubts regarding Yu Miao. Mu Yang said. Firstly, the Wu family village is not a completely ordinary village that does not practice martial arts. Both Wu Dahou and Wu Yu possess martial skills. From my observations, Wu Yu is already a second-tier bone refinement warrior on par with Yu Miao, while Wu Dahou has even reached the third tier with a robust vitality. Given that Yu Miao has merely entered the second tier, how could she escape unnoticed if the two were on guard? How could she sneak away from the village without being detected? People can be careless at times. Besides, didn't Miss Yu mention that the villagers of Wu family village are all heavy sleepers? Leaving at night shouldn't be too difficult, right? Ma Xian interjected. Mu Yang did not refute, but nodded. Although warriors have keen senses, it is indeed not difficult to leave while they are asleep provided there is no hostility. Ma Xian smirked, but the next moment he could not smile anymore. Mu Yang continued. But do you remember what Yu Miao said on her way here? She said that in the middle of the night, while secretly concocting medicine, she encountered Wu Dahou conversing with the spider demon. Leaving aside why she would pass through the woods to brew medicine, I will assume she chose a remote place to avoid alerting the Wu father and son to the smell of the medicine. I will say this: a third-tier warrior in collusion with a demon, would Wu Dahou really be oblivious to a second-tier Yu Miao quietly spying on them? Even if Wu Dahou has poor eyesight, what about the demon? Those beasts have noses sharper than a dog's. Upon hearing Mu Yang's words, Qin Yuan nodded silently. Lei Sai and Zhou Yao wore expressions that seemed to suggest it does seem that way. Ma Xian frowned, wanting to refute, but unsure how, he asked somewhat confusedly, so is Miss Yu lying? If Yu Miao lacks the strength, then she couldn't have detected the demon. But why would she do such a thing? It must be understood that in the Daijing dynasty, reporting fake cases to the Demon Slayer department is not as simple as saying one misjudged or offering an apology. The Demon Slayer department consists of those who lick blood at the knife's edge, and daring to play tricks on them could result in being pressed into service or imprisoned or even subjected to severe punishment. If the situation is particularly severe, death is not out of the question. Qin Yuan also looked at Mu Yang. He too sensed that Yu Miao had issues, but the specifics remained unclear due to the lack of clues. It doesn't necessarily mean she is lying. Mu Yang shook his head. From my observations along the way, Yu Miao, though seemingly delicate, is actually bold and meticulous, even daring to leverage strength against. Such a person is unlikely to tell a lie that is easily broken with a poke. Therefore, it is highly probable that demons truly exist, and Wu Dahou is likely involved. However, the person who was seen might not be her. In other words, Yu Miao may have accomplices in this village. As Mu Yang expressed his speculation, Lei Sai looked at him with wide eyes, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Zhou Yao couldn't help but curiously ask, Mu Yang, how does your mind work? Following the captain around for meals and drinks, yet you deduced there is a second person. Did you find the second person? Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, Mu Yang turned to her. Yes. Zhou Yao nodded. In the afternoon, we saw a doctor in the courtyard at the edge of the eastern village brewing medicine. I sniffed and detected angelica, cinnamon, and mugwort, all of which are materials for warming the uterus, dispelling cold, replenishing blood, and regulating the body. He should be the doctor Yu Miao was looking for, barring any accidents. I am not sure if he is the second person, but I find him somewhat suspicious. Lei Sai nodded alongside her, adding some information about the doctor. A male living alone, about 35 or 36, appearing quite cultured with a robust vitality, likely at the mid to late stage of the third tier, or fully realized, though due to distance precise judgment is not possible. Qin Yuan spoke. Is there any sign of demonic energy? Lei Sai shook his head. The demon-seeking compass has not reacted at all. Hearing this, the room fell silent again. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate the direction of the next investigation. Lei Sai wore a similar expression, pondering deeply. Mu Yang simply lowered his gaze, quietly observing the changes in the air at his fingertips. Zhou Yao scanned the faces of Mu Yang, Qin Yuan, and Lei Sai back and forth. Asking her to investigate clues and differentiate medicinal materials was no problem, but thinking about matters was truly challenging for her. As for Ma Xian, he was still immersed in the gloom of Yu Miao's sudden shattered image of a delicate flower. He had finally felt a stirring in his heart, only for it to end. Everyone, I have a suggestion. At that moment, Mu Yang's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Yuan and the others instinctively looked at him. Mu Yang leaned back in his chair and said in a calm tone, since they have issues, why not just capture them and ask? Qin Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. He had thought Mu Yang had come up with some brilliant idea. Instead it turned out to be such a simple and crude method. Lei Sai slapped his forehead, muttering to himself, "Here we go again." After listening to Mu Yang's logical analysis, he had thought Mu Yang would become more restrained and follow the rules now that he had joined the Demon Slayer department. Little did he expect he still couldn't hide his reckless nature. Zhou Yao widened her eyes and advised, "Mu Yang, we are the Demon Slayer department, not bandits. Without evidence we cannot randomly arrest people. In the Dajing dynasty, although the Demon Slayer department carries a significant reputation, there are also many eyes watching in the shadows. If we act without following the rules and arrest people at will, it could lead to punishment." Qin Yuan knew well that prying open Yu Miao's mouth would be the quickest method. However, firstly, the other party was the one who reported the case, making it inappropriate to act against her. Secondly, apart from Qin Yuan knew well that prying open Yu Miao's mouth would be the quickest method. However, firstly, the other party was the one who reported the case, making it inappropriate to act against her. Secondly, apart from verbal inconsistencies, there were no other issues. Acting rashly could lead to startling the snake, and if something goes wrong, not only would it alert the enemy, but they would also be blamed. As for the Wu father and son, they had even fewer flaws. If it weren't for Yu Miao reporting the case, he wouldn't have suspected anything even while passing through Wu family village. "Rest assured I understand the rules," Mu Yang said leisurely. When he was weak, adhering to the rules was a form of self-protection. This point was clear to Mu Yang. His suggestion to capture and ask was not made impulsively. Rather, it was because he had discovered an issue. On the way here, he had secretly employed the tracking technique to obtain a trace of Yu Miao's aura. At the dinner table just now, he had casually taken a trace of the Wu father and son's aura as well. While everyone was silent earlier, Mu Yang was not contemplating, but quietly observing the changes in the air at his fingertips. The Wu Daho father and son were fine, their auras had slight variations, but not much change, only slightly closer to the center of the village where the ancestral hall is established. However, the change in Yu Miao's aura was significant. It flew directly from the adjacent western courtyard to the eastern edge of the village. In the dead of night, instead of staying inside the house, she sneaked out. What was she planning to do? Could it be that she was going to drink medicinal concoctions to help Wu Yu conceive? Given her nervous behavior at the dinner table and her request for Ma Xian's help, it was evidently impossible. Therefore, that doctor is highly likely to be Yu Miao's contact. If he sneaks over, he might just find the evidence. With evidence, interrogation would naturally follow. At that time, everything would become clear. In that case, Mu Yang, you take Lei Sai and Zhou Yao to the east side of the village, while Ma Xian, you come with me to Wu Dihao's house. After hearing Mu Yang's explanation, Qin Yuan made a decisive decision. Mu Yang, Lei Sai, and Zhou Yao would go to investigate Yu Miao's situation, while he would take Ma Xian to keep an eye on Wu Dihao to see if there were any unexpected gains. Yes, Captain Qin. The night was dark as ink and the moon was hidden behind the clouds. At the east side of Wujia village, a secluded courtyard illuminated by several large lanterns radiated a warm glow. In the courtyard, a man dressed simply yet with a refined appearance and a short beard sat in front of an earthen stove, gently fanning the flames with a palm fan. Inside the earthen stove, a thick, dark brown medicinal brew was boiling, filling the air with a bitter herbal aroma. Not far from the man, a woman in plain clothes was lazily reclining on a bamboo lounge chair. It was none other than Yu Miao. At this moment, she completely lacked the pitiful and delicate demeanor she had shown in front of Mu Yang and the others. Her brows were relaxed, lips slightly curled, and her apricot-shaped eyes were filled with the satisfaction of having successfully plotted. "Wu Yang, how is the plan progressing?" Yu Miao asked languidly from her lounge chair, swinging gently. "I brought the people to you, but if something goes wrong, we'll both spend our next lives in the jail of the Demon Slayer." Though she spoke words of concern, there was not a trace of tension in her tone. After 2 days of contact, she felt that the people of the Demon Slayer division were not as terrifying as rumored. They were just two eyes and a mouth possessing emotions like anyone else. Their only difference was slightly stronger abilities. With just a few words and some acting, she had distanced herself from the situation and directed their attention to the Wu family father and son. Wu Yang did not turn around. He merely stirred the medicinal liquid with a wooden spoon and confidently said, "Rest assured, I have already located the lair of the spider demon, and the bloodlust powder has been prepared. If all goes well, in half an hour it will awaken and go berserk. With its fourth stage perfection realm combined with the frenzy effect of the bloodlust powder, even if those from the Demon Slayer division can win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, whether it is the spider demon's essence blood or the relics of those from the Demon Slayer division, they will all belong to us." He paused for a moment, glancing at the moon obscured by clouds, a smirk forming on his lips. "With the gains from this venture, and my secret method of fifth stage breakthrough is promising." Looking at Wu Yang's confident demeanor, Yu Miao's eyes sparkled with affection and her cheeks flushed slightly. This was the kind of man Yu Miao should seek. Confident, powerful, clever, brave, and resourceful, one who was not afraid even of the Demon Slayer division that made monsters tremble. Unlike Wu Yu, who was ordinary, arrogant, short, immature, and boring, only knowing to talk about his father, he was nothing but a waste. But was that secret method really Yu Miao recalled the black booklet Wu Yang had pulled from his sleeve after their conversation. The book gave her a chilling feeling, scarier than a forest where demons roamed at night. Wu Yang, are you sure that demon blood method is really safe? Yu Miao's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Why don't we wait until the Wu family father and son and the people from the Demon Slayer division are all dead, then we can just take the property and flee far away. Isn't that better than practicing some heretical method? What do you know? Wu Yang turned around and glanced at Yu Miao. Gold and silver are merely external possessions. Once spent they are gone. Only strength belongs to oneself. He placed his hand on his chest where his dantian was located. But upon introspection his dantian was filled with cracks on the verge of collapse. He had once been a genius, breaking through to the Chi-gathering realm by the age of 30, but during an attempt to ambush a severely injured member of the Demon Slayer division, he was mortally countered by the opponent, injuring his dantian irreparably. If it weren't for the unique martial arts he practiced, which allowed him to suppress his true chi while locking it tightly to prevent his dantian from dispersing, he would have likely fallen back to the blood refinement realm long. In his situation, ordinary martial arts could not repair his dantian. Thus he had no choice but to take the risk of practicing the unexpectedly obtained demon blood external method. He looked down on the essence blood of ordinary demons. Therefore he set his sights on the guardian spirit of his own village. Since it was willing to protect them, perhaps it could help safeguard his dantian as well. Alright then. Seeing Wu Yang's persistence, Yu Miao, who didn't quite understand, lay back down on her chair. Meanwhile, outside Wu Yang's courtyard, in a tree with dense foliage, 3 figures concealed themselves in the thick canopy, their black clothing almost blending with the night. It was Mu Yang and his companions who had been pursuing Yu Miao. Though they were at a considerable distance, all 3 were Chi-gathering realm martial artists, and with their true Chi amplified, they could hear Wu Yang and Yu Miao's conversation clearly. This woman is truly a scheming bitch. Zhou Yao hissed, angrily lowering her voice. She betrays her husband and deceives the Demon Slayer division. She's utterly audacious. Lei Sei's expression shifted from seriousness to anger, furious at Yu Miao's treachery, Wu Yang's ruthlessness, and even more so at the fact that he had come earlier that afternoon. If it weren't for Brother Mu's recklessness, Brother Mu's vigilance, he would have truly fallen into their trap. Brother Mu, you keep watch here. They'll notify Captain Qin. A 4th stage perfect demon is not easy to deal with. We must. Lei Sei whispered his plan. But before he could finish his words, Mu Yang interrupted. No need. Oh, let's go together. As soon as he finished speaking, before Lei Sei could react, Mu Yang dashed past like a gale, scattering leaves in his wake. By the time Lei Sei came to his senses, Mu Yang had already leapt over the high wall and into the courtyard. Who? Wu Yang reacted swiftly. Almost the moment Mu Yang appeared, he spun around, his right hand reaching for his waist, and 4 short knives shot from between his fingers. Under the moonlight, the cold glint flashed. However, he was fast, but Mu Yang was faster. Mu Yang didn't even draw the ebony square mace from his waist. He merely thrust his palm forward, and the 4 short knives were gripped in his hand, as if they were iron shavings attracted to a magnet. The sharp blades barely grazed his fingertips, seeming as harmless as paper against his skin. Then, employing the 100 Shadows flying needle technique, Mu Yang did not mobilize any blood chi, he simply relied on raw strength to throw the 4 short knives, which flew back at a speed faster than before, piercing through Wu Yang's wrists and ankles. The short knives continued their momentum, embedding themselves into the ground, vanishing from sight. Only when the knives disappeared did Wu Yang, who was slow to react, let out a cry of pain and crumple to the ground. He attempted to unleash the true chi within his shattered dantian, but at some point Mu Yang had approached and struck his chest with a palm. With a loud smack, his already cracked dantian shattered completely. What was said in haste was done in a flash. From the moment Mu Yang landed to Wu Yang's limbs being pierced and blood flowing everywhere, it was merely the span of a breath. Only when Wu Yang's dantian was shattered by Mu Yang did Yu Miao finally react. She did not attack, but immediately, with tears in her eyes, cried to Mu Yang like a weeping willow, "My lord, you have finally come. I don't know how it happened, but when I woke up from a nap, I was taken here. Woo woo woo." Yu Miao was unsure of when Mu Yang had arrived, but seeing his strength, she naturally knew she could not fight him heathen and could only take a gamble. She hoped that the fool named Ma was also present and could intervene. Unfortunately, Ma Xian was not there, and Mu Yang was not a newcomer. Mu Yang stepped forward, placing a large hand directly on Yu Miao's shoulder. Bone-cracking hand. A powerful force surged through Yu Miao's body like a raging bull. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones dislocating was particularly jarring in the still night. In an instant, her muscles and bones were dislocated, leaving her unable to move. Why? How could the Demon Suppression Bureau arrive so swiftly? Wu Yang lay sprawled on the ground, his heart brimming with bewilderment and bitter resentment. Was it not customary for the Bureau to proceed with meticulous caution, deliberate, methodical, never hurried? Why this time so abrupt? Wu Yang could not comprehend. Mu Yang offered no explanation, nor did he intend to. Having dislocated Yu Miao's joints with chilling precision, he seized each man by the collar and hurled them unceremoniously beside the roaring furnace. Flickering flames cast pallid light upon their ashen faces. Only then did Lei Sai and Zhou Yao finally vault over the courtyard wall, late breathless and wide-eyed. They surveyed Wu Yang, and Yu Miao instantly subdued, then turned to Mu Yang, effortless, unruffled master of the moment. A sudden disquieting thought struck them: perhaps they were utterly useless. After all, they were the senior agents of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yet here they stood trailing behind like aimless novices. "Brother Mu, what now?" Lei Sai instinctively asked. Zhou Yao too stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon Mu Yang, not as an equal, but as a novice awaiting command. Unwittingly, the two had already surrendered their authority, fully irrevocably, to him. "First we extract the truth." Mu Yang hoisted Wu Yang aloft with one hand, his voice calm and absolute. "You too will interrogate Yu Miao. Cross-verify your findings afterward." Separate interrogation, denying them any chance to collude, remained among the most effective methods of extraction. "Understood." Lei Sai and Zhou Yao. Moments later, Mu Yang returned, dragging Wu Yang, barely breathing, by the nape. He compared and synthesized intelligence with Lei Sai and Zhou Yao, unveiling Wu family village's hidden truth. At the root of it all lay Wu Yang's instinct to heal his wounds and ascend further. He secretly dosed Wu Yu with a potent concoction, exploiting his mastery of pharmacology and stealth. The poison withered Wu Yu's nascent chi core, crippling his cultivation. Later, Yu Miao, growing increasingly contemptuous of Wu Yu, aligned herself with Wu Yang without hesitation. Their conspiracy culminated in Yu Miao's fabricated report to the Bureau. As for the spider demon, it had arrived in Wu family village only 3 years prior. Yu Miao had never laid eyes upon it. Wu Yang, however, had glimpsed it several times, though he knew nothing of its nature. He only knew it treated villagers with kindness, bearing no hostility. Indeed, under its silent watch, Wu family village had remained untouched by demonic incursions for decades. A demon protecting humans, truly. Lei Sai's worldview trembled, shattered by the revelation. In his understanding, demons devoured humans, humans slew demons. It was the immutable law of heaven and earth. A demon shielding mortals. This was his first encounter, utterly unprecedented. Why? If demons abstained from blood meat, if they consumed no life essence, how then did they cultivate? Surely not by absorbing ambient spiritual energy alone. Then it could not be a demon at all, but a spirit beast. Yet legend held that spirit beasts were born extraordinary. Even in infancy their power dwarfed that of ordinary beings. He recalled, the sole recorded spirit beast hunt in the Grand Jing annals had required the personal leadership of the Demon Suppression Bureau's pacification envoy of the Grand Jing dynasty, supported by numerous demon-subduing generals. The pacification envoy ranked as the Bureau's supreme authority across each of the dynasty's 7 provinces. Only 7 such posts existed. Demon-subduing generals governed entire prefectures, high-ranking, formidable, revered. Their strength eclipsed that of Qinghe Commandery's execution wardens by leagues. Zhou Yao too harbored unanswered questions. The villager's chronic lethargy. She had dismissed Yu Miao's claim as fabrication, until Wu Yang's and Yu Miao's confessions confirmed it. The villagers truly slept more than others. "Perhaps the spider demon is the cause," Mu Yang murmured, stroking his chin. A demon's unique aura intensified with each life consumed, deepening alongside its cultivation. Conversely, did its scent fade when it abstained from blood meat, or when its cultivation remained low? If so, his earlier inability to detect it became perfectly logical, and the demon's protection of Wu family village, no longer inexplicable, but profoundly coherent. "Brother Mu, shall we proceed?" SSSSS. Before Lei Sai could finish, a piercing shriek detonated in their ears. Zhou Yao and Lei Sai recoiled violently, instinctively clamping hands over their ears, yet the assault bypassed flesh and bone entirely, striking directly at their souls. Agony contorted their features, veins bulged across their foreheads, their knees buckled. Yu Miao, the weakest cultivator, suffered most. Blood seeped from his nostrils, ears, and eyes. His pupils rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Even Mu Yang flinched, his brow furrowing. The shriek did not enter through the ears. It materialized hammer-like deep within the mind, pounding relentlessly upon his soul. Fortunate, then, that his soul had been fortified by the soul amplification trait, far sturdier than any mortal's. This onslaught barely stirred him, a wave lapping against a ship's hull, a gentle sway no more. Ha ha ha! Wu Yang, blood trickling from his lips, burst into manic laughter. The bloodthirst powder has taken effect. The spider demon has gone berserk. Such devastating soul-strike power. Ha ha! Glorious! His voice cracked with lunacy. Mu Yang had shattered his limbs and pulverized his dantian, reducing him to a broken husk. Every laugh tore at his wounds, igniting fresh waves of torment. Yet he welcomed the pain. He craved only one thing: Mu Yang's death, his own death, every villager's death, the death of the entire Demon Suppression Bureau. All would perish with him. Damn it! Zhou Yao, her face pale, slapped her temples sharply and spoke rapidly. Bloodthirst powder is a 4th-rank elixir. It shatters reason, insights frenzy, and unlocks power far beyond one's peak, though the aftermath leaves the user utterly debilitated. We must alert Captain Sheen immediately. Evacuate Wu family village. Otherwise catastrophe is inevitable. Exactly. Wu Yang's laughter swelled, his head lifting, eyes bloodshot and rabid, fixing upon Mu Yang like a dying hound delivering its final venomous bite. A fourth-rank perfected demon, already superior to human cultivators of equal rank, and this one wields a rare soul strike technique. Even Madden stripped of reason, it remains beyond the reach of one or two fourth-rank cultivators. 5 of you together might stand a chance, but now. He dragged out the pause, ignoring agony, stretching his mouth grotesquely wide. You'll soon be gathering your comrades. Crack. Before Wu Yang could utter another syllable, the sound of splintering bone erupted, sharp final. His skull burst apart like a brittle walnut. Annoying. Mu Yang withdrew his palm from Wu Yang's crown. After sealing the headless corpse into his sleeve pouch, he seized Yu Miao, limp and unconscious, as she slumped to the ground. His fingers, iron strong, locked around her throat. Snap. Clean. Swift. Utterly merciless. Thus perished the treacherous pair who had conspired against Wu family village and the Demon Suppression Bureau. Lei Sai and Zhou Yao watched Mu Yang's fluid, decisive movements, lips parting then closing again, speech abandoned. Their faces remained pale, the shriek's aftershocks still coiling in their minds, yet their eyes held no doubt, no dissent. Had this occurred earlier, Lei Sai might have wrestled with moral hesitation. Should we kill? But now only one conviction burned bright. Brother Mu acted rightly. Had his condition permitted, he would have slain them himself, without mercy. Go to Wu Dihao and rendezvous with Captain Sheen. Mu Yang slipped Yu Miao's body into his sleeve pouch and spoke coolly, I'll confront the spider demon. Alone. Zhou Yao blurted out, forgetting the lingering throb in her skull, and pleaded, it's a fourth-rank perfected demon, master of soul strike. Even Captain Sheen may falter before it. Lei Sai grew frantic. Indeed, Brother Mu, we know your strength. But this is no moment for pride. Let us regroup with Captain Sheen and Ma Xian, 5 strong cultivators united. No time. Mu Yang cut him off, his gaze sweeping past the courtyard wall, toward the village gate nearest the mountain forest. The scent of blood, sharp metallic, had just bloomed in the air. The spider demon had breached Wu family village. At the entrance of Wujia village. During the day, the harmonious Wujia village resembled an otherworldly paradise, yet at this moment it had transformed into a blood-red hell on earth. The moonlight penetrated the clouds, enveloping the entire entrance in a faint blood-red mist. Houses lay in ruins, walls crumbled. Amidst the rubble, a colossal beast was rampaging. It was a giant spider, its size exceeding 3 zhang. Its towering body was covered in dense grayish-white fur. 8 eyes gleaming like black jewels shimmered with a frenzied crimson. 8 stout spider legs resembled iron-forged spears, each radiating a chilling gleam. Boom! One of the legs swept across. The walls of the earthen house shattered like paper tiles, and mud flying everywhere. The villagers who had been peacefully sleeping inside were caught off guard by the piercing shrieks and dizzying chaos crushed beneath the collapsing beams. The spider demon's mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of teeth as sharp as ice. One by one, villagers pierced by its legs were lifted like candy and delivered into its maw. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed was particularly jarring in the quiet night, sending chills down one's spine. With each villager devoured, the spider demon's aura grew stronger. The once nearly transparent light red demonic aura deepened at a visible rate, becoming thicker and more horrifying. Great Lord, why? In front of the ruins of a collapsed house, an old woman cradling a lifeless child in her arms, blood at the corner of her eye, muttered to herself. In past days, the great deity who had protected Wujia village for decades, why had it suddenly turned into this? She did not understand. She could only stare blankly as the sharp spider legs drew closer. Puff! The old woman and the child in her arms were pierced through. The vitality in her eyes rapidly faded. Great Lord! The last fragment of speech floated from the old woman's lips. The spider demon, however, seemed oblivious. The frenzied bloodlust raging within it burned away all its reason. At this moment, it was left with only the purest instinct for slaughter, and a thirst for human blood and flesh inherent in demonic beings. In the center of Wujia village, in front of the ancestral hall, Wu Dihao stood at the entrance, his face as pale as paper, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The spider demon's shrieks caused him, whose strength was not particularly high, to suffer from a splitting headache. The distant screams and the collapse of houses hammered against his heart like a heavy hand. Why had Lord Ji Meng gone mad? Wu Dihao could not comprehend why the deity who had protected their village for decades and was older than his father had suddenly invaded the village, slaughtering the very villagers it once sheltered. Village Chief Wu. 2 shadows darted out from the darkness, landing in front of the ancestral hall. It was Qin Yuan and Ma Xian who had been following Wu Dihao. At this moment, both of their faces were far from good. Ma Xian looked pale, while Qin Yuan appeared somewhat better, but still wore a grave expression. He looked at Wu Dihao, and asked word by word, "Village Chief Wu, what is that shriek about?" Ma Xian rubbed his temples with one hand, while gripping a heavy hammer in the other, his gaze warily fixed on Wu Dihao. Seeing the two men exuding killing intent, Wu Dihao shuddered, his lips trembling slightly, and he slowly began, It is Lord Ji Meng. Lord Ji Meng. Qin Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. Explain clearly. Wu Dihao lowered his head, afraid to meet Qin Yuan's gaze. 70 years ago, my grandmother found a completely snow-white egg in the mountains. When it hatched, it was a small spider, which is Lord Ji Meng. Over the years, Lord Ji Meng has been secretly protecting our Wujia village. In exchange, all we needed to do was sleep well. Wu Dihao quickly recounted the origins of Lord Ji Meng and the situation over the years. Listening to Wu Dihao's account, Qin Yuan's frown deepened, and his voice grew heavy. You actually worship a demon. Hearing this, Wu Dihao for some reason mustered the courage to raise his head and earnestly look at Qin Yuan. Lord Ji Meng is different. She is a good demon. Unlike other demons, she never eats people. For 70 years, she has never harmed any villager, and even helped us drive away other demons. Lord Ji Meng must have been wronged by evildoers. I implore Lord Qin to see the truth. Spare Lord Ji Meng's life. Wu Dihao lowered his body, pressing his forehead to the ground, his expression earnest. Qin Yuan fell silent. As a veteran of the Demon Slayer division, he had seen countless demons, and had slain many. In his understanding, demons were demons, and eating humans was their nature. There was no such thing as good demons or bad demons. However, the expression on Wu Dihao's face while he spoke and the peaceful demeanor of the villagers during the day did not seem fabricated. Damn it, why did an otherwise simple new task suddenly become so complicated? Boom. Just then another sound of collapsing houses echoed from afar, pulling Qin Yuan's thoughts back. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions within him, and said in a deep voice, no matter what it was like before, it has gone mad now. Demons eat humans, they must be killed. With that, Qin Yuan disregarded Wu Dihao's pleas, and immediately led Ma Xian toward the source of the sound. Lord Ji Meng. Lord Ji Meng. What? Wu Dihao knelt on the ground. His bewildered voice echoed in the empty ancestral hall. Wujia village was not large, and the ancestral hall was not far from the village entrance. In just a minute or two, Qin Yuan and Ma Xian arrived at the scene of the spider demon, Ji Meng rampaging. Collapsed houses, shattered tiles, and blood-stained dirt roads. Every scene weighed heavily on Qin Yuan's heart. Upon arrival, he witnessed the spider demon piercing the chest of a young man, with its leg lifting him high into the air, delivering him into its maw. Crunch. The sound of bones shattering was crisp and cold, akin to stepping on winter ice shards. Qin Yuan had seen too many scenes of demons devouring humans, yet each time a surge of uncontrollable rage would rise within him. He reached into his sleeve pocket and grasped a horse-slaying knife nearly his height. The blade gleamed with a heavy dark luster under the moonlight. Ma Xian, cover me. After speaking, Qin Yuan's inner chi surged. The earth attribute true chi refined from the Shitu, Xinyuan Dantian construction method, spread from his arm's meridians to the blade, making the already heavy horse-slaying knife feel even weight. Qin Yuan stepped forward, his entire being like a cannonball shot from a cannon hurtling toward the spider demon Ji Meng. Hiya! The horse-slaying knife was raised overhead, whistling through the air, and struck down fiercely at the spider demon's head. Thick, earth-heavy knife, mountain opening style. The horse-slaying knife struck one of the spider demon's legs, producing a dull clang of metal. Sparks flew. Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically. That powerful blow only left a shallow white mark on the spider leg's surface. At that moment, the spider demon's compound eyes glowed with a crimson light. Cry! The piercing shriek echoed once again. This time the piercing shock no longer enveloped the entire village, but rather coalesced into a visible transparent ripple heading straight for Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's expression changed, and he suddenly pushed off the ground, retreating swiftly. A faint yellow membrane of earth attribute true chi formed around his body, attempting to resist the shock of the piercing sound. But how could a soul attack from a perfected fourth-tier monster be easily defended against? The transparent ripple pierced through the true chi protection, directly striking at Qin Yuan's mind. He felt as if his head had been mercilessly struck by an iron hammer, darkness clouding his vision, and a warm liquid surged from his nose. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, trying to steady himself. Yet the spider monster's attack did not cease. It opened its grotesque mouth, shooting forth a bundle of snow-white silk like an arrow, which exploded midair into a massive web, descending upon Qin Yuan. Damn it! Without time to think, Qin Yuan brought his broadsword horizontally in front of him, his true chi pouring into the blade in a frenzy, attempting to cleave through the web. But the web was even more resilient than he had imagined. The broadsword struck the web as if cutting through thick glue, the blade getting stuck and difficult to move. As Qin Yuan struggled desperately, the massive body of the spider monster charged up to him. One of its legs like a spear drove towards his chest with a whooshing sound. Qin Yuan's pupils constricted wanting to dodge, but he found the stickiness from the web far exceeded his expectations. Captain Qin. Fortunately Ma Xian, watching closely from the side, rushed in with his heavy hammer. He activated his true qi, his arm muscles bulging, as the heavy hammer infused with immense force smashed down on the spider leg, targeting Qin Yuan. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Ma Xian felt as if that slender spider leg was as heavy as a mountain, causing his arms to numb and his palms to split open. At that moment another spider leg suddenly... Fortunately Ma Xian's hammer strike had delayed the spider's attack, just enough for Qin Yuan to escape the web. He gripped his broadsword blocking the spider leg, and then used the momentum to pull Ma Xian away to... Cough cough. Although Qin Yuan blocked the spider leg this time, he clearly suffered from the shock of immense force. Not just him, but Ma Xian, who had taken a direct hit from the perfected fourth-tier spider monster, was also in bad shape. Ma Xian looked at the spider monster, not far away, a flicker of fear flashing through his heart. If they couldn't handle it together, how would they fight? The spider monster's compound eyes glimmered with a crimson light, emitting a hissing sound as it moved its 8 legs, slowly closing in on the two. Retreat. Without hesitation Qin Yuan said in a deep voice. We need to regroup with Mu Yang. This beast cannot be dealt with by just the two of us. Understood, Captain Qin. Ma Xian responded, preparing to withdraw. Screech. Just then the spider monster let out another piercing shriek, freezing the two in place. It's over. Ma Xian's heart tightened as he watched the spider leg draw closer. At that moment, bang! A shadow fell from the sky, landing between the spider monster and the two. Sand and gravel shattered, dust billowing. Qin Yuan and Ma Xian focused their gaze, and the newcomer was none other than Mu Yang, whom they had just mentioned. He stood with his back to them, the dark black uniform of the Demon Slayer division glinting coldly under the moonlight. Mu Yang fell back. Qin Yuan couldn't hold back his astonishment, shouting immediately, "This spider monster is very strong. We are no match for it. We must retreat." Before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat. He saw Mu Yang grip his ebony four-sided hammer tightly and swing it towards the oncoming spider monster. Extreme force, subduing hammer. The dragon lies low. The hammer sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. With true chi enhancement, over 100,000 pounds of power was unleashed upon the spider monster's foremost leg. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated through the night. That leg, which had only left a white mark under Qin Yuan's broadsword, now bore cracks. Dark green blood oozed from the cracks, pooling on the ground. The spider monster let out a painful screech, and its massive body was actually pushed back by the force of this hammer strike, carving deep furrows in the ground. Qin Yuan's pupils constricted. Ma Xian's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a goose egg. The spider monster which they had just struggled against was actually repelled by Mu Yang with a single blow. What kind of monster is this? The spider monster seemed to be enraged by this hammer strike, its crimson compound eyes fixating on Mu Yang, its 8 legs scraping against the ground with a screeching sound. In the next second it opened its grotesque mouth. Screech. The piercing shriek returned. Following that was a massive web exploding in the air. The spider monster repeated its previous tactic, preparing to use the same method against Mu Yang that it had against Qin Yuan. However, in the face of the spider monster's shriek, Mu Yang seemed unfazed, merely narrowing his eyes slightly before firmly stepping down, evading the incoming web. Then, taking advantage of the spider monster's brief moment of rigidity after it spat, Silk Mu Yang charged to its front. One hammer swing. Bang! The ebony four-sided hammer struck the spider monster's head, dark green blood splattering everywhere. Nearly half of the spider monster's 8 compound eyes shattered under this blow, erupting with dark green demon blood. The spider monster staggered back, letting out a wretched howl. At the same time, a blood-red demonic aura surged from its body, a nearly visible transparent ripple, suddenly rushing towards Mu Yang. Demon blood spell, soul howl. If the previous soul attack was merely a standard attack, then this was the spider monster's ultimate move. In its fury, it nearly summoned all the demonic power within. This strike would cause even a 5th-tier martial artist to suffer a splitting headache. Even Mu Yang, with his formidable soul, stiffened after taking this attack. At close range, his gaze momentarily dazed. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining eyes of the spider monster shone bright crimson. It waved the spider leg that Mu Yang had just cracked and directly lunged at Mu Yang's chest. "Be careful, brother Mu." Lei Sai, who had just arrived with Zhou Yao, turned pale at this sight. He instinctively drew an arrow and nocked it. The arrow struck the spider leg, only creating a few sparks, slightly slowing its speed. "Brother Mu." Mu Yang, Lei Sai, Zhou Yao, Ma Xian, and Qin Yuan all cried out simultaneously, wanting to rush forward, but it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as the sharp spider leg pierced Mu Yang's chest. However, just as despair and fury filled their hearts, a clang of metal suddenly erupted. Clang. To everyone's surprise, the scene they had anticipated, Mu Yang being pierced by the spider spear, did not occur. That spider leg capable of withstanding a fourth-tier weapon after piercing through Mu Yang's Demon Slayer Division uniform seemed to strike against unmovable adamantine, producing a crisp clanging sound. The tip of the spider leg merely pierced Mu Yang's skin slightly, drawing out a trace of blood. After that it could not advance any further. The four were dumbfounded. What did they just witness? A martial artist in the early stage of chi condensation, without using any true chi defense, merely relying on his physical body, actually withstood a full-force strike from a perfected fourth-tier monster. Is this even reasonable? Crying, looking at the spider leg that couldn't penetrate no matter how much force was applied, the spider demon seemed stunned, the crimson hue in its eyes momentarily frozen. But while it was dazed, Mu Yang was not. Coming back to his senses after a brief mental shock, he glanced down at the shallow wound on his chest. A robust physique, indeed a testament to the enhancement of the body in all aspects. Even without practicing any fourth-tier martial arts, he could withstand the attacks of fourth-tier beasts. Truly impressive. In that case, Mu Yang's mouth suddenly curved into a grin. Amidst the astonished and confused gazes of Qin Yuan and the others, he released the black gold four-sided mace, allowing it to fall to the ground. Then, bang! Mu Yang's hands reached out, fingers clamping down like iron pincers on the spider leg, piercing his chest. The true energy surged within his dantian. 500 strands of mid-grade true energy flowed into his hands. Huh. With a low shout, Mu Yang's arms suddenly exerted force, releasing a terrifying power of nearly 200,000 pounds upon the spider leg. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds of breaking echoed. That spider leg, harder than a fourth-tier weapon, was forcibly snapped in two. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering Mu Yang all over. Oblivious to this, he glanced at the spider demon, which was howling in pain, and with a forceful tug he removed the spider leg lodged in his chest. Then, twisting his wrist, he grasped the two broken spider legs in his palm, resembling two sharp spears. Upon witnessing this, even the already enraged spider demon seemed to sense a suffocating fear. Its remaining 6 spider legs frantically clawed at the ground, trying to retreat and create distance. But how could Mu Yang give it that opportunity? He gripped the spider spear and stepped forward, using its spear to attack its shield. In Mu Yang's hands, the spider leg transformed at times into a spear piercing its abdomen, at times into a mace sweeping its legs, at times into a sword slashing at its joints, and at times into a knife striking at its head. Dragon subduing and tiger suppressing blade technique, snake coiling spear, gentle breeze sword, 36 styles of mace technique. Various martial arts techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands, as if they were a natural part of him. He struck the spider demon, causing its blood to splatter and its wails to ring out. Qin Yuan and the others not far away watched in astonishment. Especially, having practiced martial arts for decades, he had never seen anyone able to integrate so many martial arts, switching seamlessly in battle, with each move reaching a level of perfection. Even he had never witnessed such a thing, let alone Lei Saizhou Yao and Ma Xian. In that moment they realized what Mu Yang had meant by having diverse knowledge. Looking at his fighting style, which was even more frenzied than the spider demons, they finally understood what he meant by being skilled at slaying demons. He truly excelled. However, Lei Sai felt that when it came to killing Mu Yang, might not be lacking either. Indeed, Brother Mu was still too modest. While everyone trembled, the battle on Mu Yang's side was nearing its conclusion. The remaining spider legs of the spider demon were all broken under Mu Yang's relentless attacks. Dark green blood stained the entire ground. The massive body of the spider demon began to tremble uncontrollably, its breath visibly weakening. Without the support of its spider legs, it couldn't even run away, only allowing Mu Yang to attack, until its breath became weak, teetering on the brink of death. Crying, suddenly the spider demon let out a very weak whimper. At some point, the crimson hue in its eyes had abruptly faded, revealing the originally translucent hue akin to black jade. However, at this moment its eyes had already dimmed, as if the gem had gathered dust, losing its luster. Mu Yang stopped swinging the spider leg, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He looked at the few remaining eyes of the spider demon, and found that there was no longer any rage or killing intent, only profound sorrow left. "Thank you. Stop me." A ethereal voice suddenly echoed in Mu Yang's mind. The voice was like a flowing stream in a valley, clear and serene, entirely devoid of the previous piercing and violent tone, instead bringing tranquility. Mu Yang was taken aback and instinctively looked into the spider demon's eyes. She was also looking at him. "I ate people. Please. Kill me." The ethereal voice rang out again, carrying a hint of pleading, a trace of sadness, and a semblance of relief. Before Mu Yang could respond, a faint glow suddenly appeared in the spider demon's eyes. In a daze, a scene emerged before Mu Yang. It was decades ago in Wujia village, where an elderly woman with gray hair picked up a pure white egg from the mountains. She carefully cradled the egg in her hands. Under the elderly woman's careful nurturing, the egg soon hatched, revealing a small, exquisite white spider that crawled out of the shell, its 8 slender spider legs waving in the air. She was born with the ability to induce dreams and could regulate both sweet dreams and nightmares. Furthermore, she could absorb the dissipated vital energy from people's dreams to grow. As long as she controlled it well, it posed no harm, and could instead grant people a good night's sleep. The elderly woman placed her in her palm, gently stroking her back, murmuring, "Dream Weaver, from now on your name shall be Dream Weaver." With the name, Dream Weaver was very happy. The scene shifted. The little spider Dream Weaver grew day by day beside the elderly woman. Dream Weaver began to help the elderly woman drive away mosquitoes from the house, water the vegetables in the garden, keep an eye on her mischievous grandson, and even once helped the village chase away a wolf demon that tried to eat a person. Dream Weaver thought life would be just like this, ordinary and joyful. But human lifespans are short. The elderly woman passed away. On a sunny afternoon with no clouds, no storms, and no special signs, it was just an utterly ordinary day. Dream Weaver was very sad, but she decided to fulfill the elderly woman's wishes and protect the village that she had dedicated her life to building. And so day after day, year after year, Dream Weaver watched the children of the village grow up, saw the young people settle down, and watched the elderly pass away. Generation after generation. 70 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. She thought she would protect it all until the day she grew old too. So she could proudly go find the elderly woman. "Thank you, young one." The ethereal voice grew fainter, like a wisp of smoke about to disperse. Dream Weaver's gaze began to lose focus, and in a daze a kind, smiling face seemed to appear before her. "Grandma, I failed to keep my promise. I didn't protect the village well. Grandma, Dream Weaver feels so cold. I miss you so much." The voice faded away. The glow in the spider demon's eyes also dissipated. Just then dark clouds floated away, and the cool moonlight fell upon Dream Weaver, casting a layer of ethereal glow. Muyang stood in place, looking at the lifeless Dream Weaver, remaining silent for a long time. The paths of humans and demons were inherently different. The tragedy was already destined. All of this was merely the fleeting light of the dark night, a dream of Dream Weaver. Furthermore, had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have killed Wu Yang and Yu Miao so quickly. They died too easily. Ding. Detection: the host has slain a 4th-rank spider demon. The technique Howen Dantian structuring method has met the requirements for permanent solidification and is now permanently stabilized. Ding. Detection: the host has slain a 4th-rank spider demon. The weapon Jili Fujiao mace has met the requirements for permanent solidification and is now permanently stabilized. Ding. Detection: the host has slain a 4th-rank spider demon. The small sleeve pouch has met the requirements for permanent solidification and is now permanently stabilized. The panel chimed 5 equipment slots are currently free. The sound eased some of Mu Yang's irritation. Setting aside Ziming's past, Mu Yang still recognized her as a 4th-rank force to be reckoned with. Its razor-sharp spider spear, clingy webs, and uncanny wailing soul marked it as perhaps the most troublesome fiend Mu Yang had yet encountered. More importantly, Ziming had helped him permanently stabilize 5 pieces of equipment, at once clearing his inventory. He hoped she and the old woman might reunite in the afterlife. "Brother Mu, are you all right?" Lei Sai, bow in hand, approached with a worried look as he regarded the motionless Ziming. Mu Yang drew back his thoughts and turned to look. Qin Yuan, Zhou Yao, and Ma Xian gathered around as well. Zhou Yao stepped forward and produced a medicine vial from her sleeve, intending to treat Mu Yang's wound. They discovered that aside from torn clothing and a few dried stains of blood, there were no wounds on Mu Yang's chest. Mu Yang, those little cuts healed long ago. Zhou Yao could not help herself and poked at the place on Mu Yang's chest that had been pierced. The sensation beneath her fingertip was not soft flesh, but a taut iron. Zhou Yao inhaled sharply and withdrew her hand, staring at Mu Yang as if he were a monster wearing human skin. "Is your body made of iron?" "About that," Mu Yang answered, lightly bent to pick up the jet-black, 4-sided mace from the ground and sheathed it. "By the way, Captain Qin, what shall we do with the corpse of this demon?" If it were up to him alone, he would have slipped it into his sleeve pouch and later placed it into his equipment inventory in a quiet spot. But this was a group operation, so he asked. Qin Yuan glanced at the dead spider demon, then at Mu Yang. According to Zhang Yao C regulations, the final distribution of a demon depends on how much each person contributed. If not for you today, Ma Xian, and I might well have been finished, so we won't take it. Having said that, Qin Yuan looked toward Lei Sai and Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao immediately shook her head. "Captain Qin, don't look at me. I was only aiding you, I wouldn't dare take it." Lei Sai likewise declined. "Very well, then you keep this demon. When we return to Zhang Yao C, you can exchange it for a Xiangrade superior merit," Qin Yuan said. A Xiangrade superior merit requires personally leading the slaying of a 4th-rank demon. Mu Yang clearly met the conditions. Qin Yuan and the others, having served as auxiliaries, would receive only 1/5 of such a merit. In other words, even without the solo strength to kill a demon, one can accumulate a Xiangrade superior merit by following a good team 5 times. This policy takes into account the vast disparity between cultivators and demons. Aside from geniuses, ordinary practitioners simply lack the strength to face demons on their own. I never expected Brother Mu to earn a Xian grade superior merit while still in reserve. Well deserved. Lei Sai remarked admiringly at the side. By the way, Captain Qin, with Brother Mu's strength, could he apply for a foodie quota? Lei Sai asked. Foodie. Mu Yang felt a stir of curiosity. The last time he had heard that term was when Xueshi had mentioned it, saying the issue of foodie meant Zhang Yaoxi could not spare people to recruit in every county and had to go to the Jun City itself. Yes, he can. Qin Yuan pondered, and then said, since Lei Sai brought up foodie, let me explain. A foodie denotes a place where heaven and earth's spiritual energy is exceedingly abundant. Though at our current realms we cannot fully absorb that energy, the local flora, and even stones and rivers can gather spiritual energy chi. Under such concentrated blessing there is a high chance that treasures will be born. Perhaps a high-grade medicinal treasure, perhaps a high-level demon, or even a peculiar landscape of wonder. Places that give rise to such extraordinary phenomena are called foodie. Our Zhan Yaoxi branch in Qinghejun governs a foodie reserved for the younger generation under 25. However, the quotas to enter a foodie are limited, and besides our Qinghejun, there are Zhan Yaoxi branches from neighboring Jun and other forces all competing. Therefore, the competition each year is fierce. First, there is an internal selection within our Zhan Yaoxi, then those chosen must duel against Qinghejun's promising youths and representatives from surrounding Jun to decide who ultimately enters the foodie. After Qin Yuan's explanation, Mu Yang understood it all came down to who had the deepest backing and the strongest fists. He had Zhan Yaoxi behind him and the right to enter the selection, the rest depended on strength. On that front he had some confidence. In theory, everyone except Ma Xian can sign up, but whether you secure a quota depends on your strength, Qin Yuan said. Ma Xian was already 30 and past the age line. Count me out. I can't even beat Xiao Lazy, how could I stand against those monsters? Zhou Yao kept shaking her head. Lei Sai thought, Sister Yao, what do you mean by that? Although Zhou Yao considered herself weaker than him, he felt as if she were covertly implying he was no good. What about you, Mu Yang? Qin Yuan asked. Captain Qin, I'd like to try, Mu Yang replied. All right, Qin Yuan nodded. They'll register you later, they'll tell you the selection time afterward. Thank you, Captain Qin. After the exchange, Mu Yang stepped forward to place Ximeng's corpse into his sleeve pouch. With so many eyes around, he would not equip anything immediately that would. Footsteps came hastily from the village center, just as Mu Yang prepared to stow Ximeng away. Two figures stumbled toward them. Wu Dihao, head of the Wu family village, and his son Wu Yu. Their faces were ashen and their clothes in disarray, clearly having run hard to get there. On arrival, Wu Dihao caught sight of Ximeng, her body covered in blood, her spider legs broken, already lifeless. He seemed to be drained of all strength, his knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Ximeng, milady. Wu Dihao's eyes reddened, and his voice turned hoarse as if sand had worn his throat. Old tears blurred and fell. Wu Yu stood behind his father, pale and trembling, unable to speak. Seeing the two of them, fury rose in Qin Yuan's chest. Wu Dihao. Qin Yuan stepped forward and barked. You and your son devoted yourselves to a demon bringing ruin and death to the village. Your crimes are monstrous. By law you should be executed. Wait, Captain Qin. Lei Sai suddenly spoke up, stepped forward, and quietly told Qin Yuan how Wu Yang had been drugged, and how Wu Yang and Yu Miao had come to die. Qin Yuan frowned. Even so, that only proved Wu Yang was the instigator of the unrest. Wu Dihao and his son still bore the guilt of harboring and offering. At that moment, Mu Yang suddenly said, Captain Qin, wait. Qin Yuan paused, and Lei Sai could not help but look toward Mu Yang. Of the five in the team who harbored the deepest thirst for slaughter, to call Mu Yang second would be generous. No one would dare claim first lightly. He had once dispatched without hesitation the escorts who merely drew their blades against him. So why would he now refrain from killing a Wu family truly in league with demon? Mu Yang offered no explanation. He slipped Ximeng's corpse into his sleeve pouch, then crouched before Wu Dihao. Before she died, Ximeng asked me to tell you. His voice was low but clear to everyone present. She said, I'm sorry I could not hold the village. Wu Dihao shuddered, lifted his head, tears blurred his vision. He bowed his forehead to the cold earth, his shoulders trembling violently. Thank you for telling us, sir. Mu Yang ignored the reply and returned to stand behind Qin Yuan in silence. He had said what needed to be said. If Qin Yuan insisted on executing the Wu family, he would not stand in the way. Just as he had once without hesitation killed Su Wanqing and those 5 escorts, every person made their own judgment. Qin Yuan fell silent for a moment and did not press the matter. He sheathed his battlefield saber and said, do as you will. Then he turned and strode toward the courtyard where they were staying in the village. Mu Yang and the others immediately followed. Under the moonlight, the 5 shadows stretched long. Wu Dihao turned and kowtowed deeply toward their retreat. Wu Yu sank to his knees as well, his voice choked with sobs. After returning to the courtyard, everyone gathered around the wooden table in the room, the gentle glow of the fluorescence illuminating each person's face. Muyang began to narrate the story of Dream, starting from the moment when Wu Dihao's grandmother, the old woman who found Dreamweaver's egg, until Dreamweaver hatched, accompanying the old woman through her remaining years, and then after the old woman's passing, Dreamweaver alone guarded the village for 70 years. Until Wu Yang and Yu Miao set a trap using bloodthirst powder to drive it mad, slaughtering the villagers, and ultimately being slain by Mu Yang. After the story concluded, Qin Yuan and the others fell into silence. The courtyard was so quiet that one could hear the night wind passing through the treetops. The most sensitive Zhou Yao had red eyes. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, her voice slightly muffled. Although Dreamweaver is a monster, it resembles a human more than some people do. She was referring to the despicable Wu Yang and Yu Miao. For their selfish desires, they actually harmed Dreamweaver, who had protected the village for decades. They were truly worse than beasts. They really should be rescued to be cut into 1,000 pieces. After a long time, Qin Yuan sighed and slowly spoke. Dreamweaver is indeed different from the man-eating monsters we encountered before. One could even say it is a rare. However, a monster is still a monster. He paused, shifting his tone. Its instinct is to feed on humans. The reason Dreamweaver does not harm people is that it possesses the innate ability to absorb the essence of dreams to sustain its life. How many monsters in this world possess such an ability? Monsters eat humans and humans kill monsters. This is the natural order. You can sympathize with Dreamweaver, but never let this lead you to pity other monsters. Qin Yuan looked at the few people present, especially Mu Yang, and Lei Sai. His tone, heavy. A moment of softness can easily lead to the loss of companions, or even your own life. Mu Yang nodded. He understood Qin Yuan's meaning. Dreamweaver was just one of the very few exceptions. The instinct of monsters is to eat humans. Even Dreamweaver, once it loses its sanity and goes mad, the first thing it does is to hunt for flesh. This is its nature, etched in its bones, unchangeable. Enough. After a night of turmoil, everyone has worked hard, let's rest early. Qin Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Tomorrow morning, we set off back to the county city. Yes, Captain Qin. The crowd dispersed. This small courtyard has a total of 3 side rooms. Zhou Yao, who was supposed to share a room with Yu Miao, naturally slept alone. The remaining 4, Qin Yuan and Ma Xian, shared a room, while Mu Yang was with Lei Sai. Lei Sai lay fully dressed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. When he saw Mu Yang come in after changing his clothes, he sat up and looked at Mu Yang with piercing eyes. That gaze was brighter than the moonlight in the sky. Is something wrong? Mu Yang asked. Lei Sai nodded. Brother Mu, can I ask you a question? Another question? Are you full of questions? Why do you always have queries? After silently complaining in his heart, Mu Yang nodded. Ask away. Lei Sai looked seriously at Mu Yang, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a thin layer of silver glow around Mu Yang. If Dreamweaver had not gone mad and had not eaten people, would you kill him? The room fell silent for a moment. Mu Yang tilted his head to look at him, the moonlight also shining on Lei Sai's face. After a pause, Mu Yang spoke. Humans raise sheep, do not eat them, only shear their wool. Humans raise cows, do not eat them, only milk them. Humans raise horses, do not eat them, only ride them. Is that good for the cows, horses, and sheep? Lei Sai was confused. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Aren't I the one asking you questions? Why has it turned into me being questioned? Despite being somewhat dazed, Lei Sai instinctively began to ponder Mu Yang's words. Then he replied seriously, it seems fine. After all, humans just make them work without eating them, and even take care of them and protect them. What do you think, Brother Mu? Mu Yang shrugged his tone, quite casual. Who knows? I'm not a cow, horse, or sheep. How would I know what they think? Lei Sai was confused. What do you mean by that? Mu Yang casually grabbed a thin blanket and covered his abdomen, lying on the bed, saying it means exactly that. Lei Sai was speechless. Brother Mu, why are you like my sister, always speaking in riddles? Can't you just say what you mean directly? Mu Yang ignored Lei Sai's complaints, simply turning over, facing away from him. If I explain everything clearly to you, it will be hard for you to grow. Think about it slowly. I'm going to sleep now. Lei Sai, but what about me? What should I do? Yet he did not dare to disturb Mu Yang. Lei Sai could only helplessly gaze out the window. The night wind blew through the window, carrying a hint of barely perceptible chill. The moonlight fell into the courtyard, casting a cool silver hue over everything. Lei Sai stared wide-eyed, too preoccupied to appreciate the night scenery before him, repeatedly asking himself in his mind, what does literal meaning mean? A night without conversation. Mu Yang slept soundly, waking up feeling refreshed. But Lei Sai clearly had not rested well, looking weak and tired with dark circles under his eyes. Little Lei, what did you do last night? Why do you have such heavy dark circles? Zhou Yao looked at Lei Sai, who seemed to have overindulged, her gaze sweeping over him, and Mu Yang filled with curiosity. No way could it be that she missed some good drama last night? Although I don't know what you're thinking, I'm sure it's definitely not what you think. Lei Sai rubbed his temples, feeling quite helpless. His mind had been in a whirlwind the whole night, and he had no mood to joke around with Zhou Yao. Seeing that Lei Sai was really tired, Zhou Yao pouted, then took out a serrated leaf from her sleeve pocket. Here, hold this under your tongue, it will invigorate you. Thanks. Lei Sai held it in his mouth, and immediately felt much more energetic. Mu Yang glanced at the leaf. Awakening Mint Leaf, a second-tier item with only a white text description. It stimulates the spirit and can provide a brief boost. It seems Zhou Yao is quite the little wealthy girl casually handing out second-tier items. Speaking of which, that ointment she had last night seemed to be of high quality too. While Mu Yang was thinking, Qin Yuan and Ma Xian also came out of their rooms. Both were in good spirits, clearly having rested well. After a simple breakfast, the five of them left Wu family village heading toward. Because they left early, they returned to Qinghe County by late evening. As usual, 3 days off time to be arranged by yourselves. 3 days later we gather at the same small courtyard. Qin Yuan said, by the way, Mu Yang, come with me. They'll take you to exchange for contributions. Okay, Captain Qin. In the sub-branch of the demon slaying office, the front office area resembles a spacious building complex akin to an arsenal. It is also the office of the Internal Affairs Hall, one of the 5 major divisions of the demon slaying office. This is where important tasks such as receiving, registering, approving assignments, and calculating merits are handled. Even though it is already evening, the corridor of the front office remains brightly lit. The layout of the front office is not as empty as the arsenal. Instead, it resembles an office hall within a government office. Large redwood desks are placed side by side, piled high with thick books and papers. Several individuals dressed in uniforms of the demon slaying office, characterized by a black base with red patterns, are bent over their desks, the sound of their pens scratching across the paper filling the air. From time to time, there are people like Mu Yang and Qin Yuan who have completed their tasks and come here to submit their reports. Don't think that the Internal Affairs Hall is just about paperwork. It is the busiest place in our demon slaying office, with someone on duty for all 12 hours of the day. Qin Yuan lowered his voice to explain to Mu Yang, then led him to the innermost room. He lightly knocked on the door, and once a voice from inside said, "Come in." Qin Yuan pushed the door open with what greeted them was a large luminous firefly stone embedded in the ceiling, a spacious and tall redwood square table with several stacks of books and a gigantic bronze mirror nearly a meter in diameter placed on it. Seated by the red table was an elderly man who, bathed in the glow of the firefly stone, was flipping through the books. His hair was gray, his face wrinkled, and he wore a pair of copper-framed glasses perched on his nose. Upon seeing Mu Yang and Qin Yuan enter, he quickly turned the book he was holding face down on the table. "Old Liang." Qin Yuan greeted him, his tone tinged with respect. Old Liang raised his head calmly, removing his glasses. "Ah, it's little Qin. Here to submit a task." "Yes, I just returned from Wu family village." Qin Yuan stepped aside, indicating Mu Yang to come forward. "This is the newcomer in my team, Mu Yang. He led the effort to defeat a 4th-tier spider demon this time." "Oh." Old Liang raised his eyebrows, looking Mu Yang up and down. Young, handsome, with a slim waist and broad shoulders, his fair skin made him appear quite extraordinary, exuding the aura of a youthful general. Mu Yang said little. Meeting Old Liang's gaze, he waved his hand to reveal the corpse of the dream-weaving demon. The massive body nearly filled the entire. Looking at the enormous demon corpse, Old Liang did not show any signs of surprise. He simply reached into the drawer of the table and pulled out a palm-sized object. The object was circular with an ancient design, its edges framed in bronze, covered with intricate tiny engravings, and in the center was a smooth bronze mirror that could clearly reflect human figures. The Demon Identification Mirror, one of the items produced by the Heavencraft Hall, is a standard device used at the Internal Affairs Hall for task registration. It is specifically used to identify the level of demons. Of course, it is only applicable to deceased demons. Living demons can autonomously suppress their demonic aura, making it difficult to measure most of the time. Old Liang held the Demon Identification Mirror and aimed it at the corpse of the spider demon. The surface of the bronze mirror rippled with faint waves like a pebble thrown into water. After the ripples subsided, 2 clear characters appeared on the mirror. "4th." Once the level was confirmed, Old Liang put away the Demon Identification Mirror. He opened a book on the table and found the registration information for Qin Yuan's task, running his finger down one name after another. A 4th-tier demon is worth a superior grade of Xian level merit. His voice was steady, as if reading a ledger. There were a total of 4 auxiliary personnel, each entitled to 1 share of inferior grade Xian level merit. "According to what you said, the superior grade of Xian level merit will be registered to Mu Yang, correct?" Old Liang inquired. Qin Yuan nodded. Old Liang lightly tapped the large bronze mirror on the table. Moments later, a bronze token nearly identical in color to the bronze mirror slowly emerged from the massive mirror. It fell into Old Liang's hand. The bronze token was about the size of a palm, similar in style to the iron temporary identity badge in Mu Yang's hand. It had no overly fancy decorations. The front was engraved with the character Zhan Slay, while the back bore the words 3rd tier. This is the official identity badge of the Demon Slaying Office. From today onward, you are a 3rd-tier demon-seeking officer. Old Liang tossed the token lightly to Mu Yang. "Your merits are also recorded in this. Keep it safe, losing it will incur additional costs for replacement. All supplies issued upon your formal appointment can be collected from the arsenal by presenting this token." He added, "By the way, one more thing. Are we selling the demon corpse? If sold, the Internal Affairs Hall can purchase it at the price of a superior grade Xian level merit. Demon corpses are valuable currency wherever they are placed." The blood and flesh of high-tier demons contain abundant life force, making them highly nutritious, whether consumed directly or refined into pills. Muyang took the token and shook his head, not selling. He intended to keep the demon corpse for equipment. Hearing this, old Liang didn't mind. It was merely a symbolic question. Generally speaking, only those like Qin Yuan who had reached the limits of their martial path would sell demon corpses for some extra income. Young people like Muyang would most likely keep them for personal use. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. Old Liang put his glasses back on and picked up the book again. Thank you, old Liang. We'll take our leave now. Qin Yuan cupped his hands and signaled Mu Yang to exit. Before leaving, perhaps because Mu Yang had been staring at old Liang for a while, two panels suddenly appeared from the bronze eyes and the book. Equipable item revealing bronze glasses, grade 4th tier. Equip effect revealing blue can project a special material shadow skin book into a dynamic image. Permanent solidification conditions. Equip this item for 100 days or slay any 4th tier or higher demon beast while equipped with this item. Equipable item floating meditation cushion, grade 4th tier. Equip effect viewing blue, a special material shadow skin book depicting unique secret scenes. When paired with special tools, this effect can be activated. Self-cleaning, the cleaning effect inherent to the special material shadow skin paper. Permanent solidification conditions. Muyang, what is this thing? Upon seeing the information on the panel, Muyang was greatly shocked. Revealing bronze glasses, floating meditation cushion. Holographic image. I didn't expect such advanced technology existed in this world, or rather it should be termed as crafting skill. I wonder where this thing came from and whether it is expensive. It's not that Muyang wanted to see it, he simply intended to use it as reinforcement material. After all, items with blue attributes are hard to come by. Captain Qin, what's that bronze glasses that old Liang had? On the way to the arsenal, Muyang pretended to be curious and asked. I heard it's a new gadget developed by the Heavencraft Hall not long ago, still in the testing phase. However, I've heard that it has no practical value, yet it can only block strong light and enhance night vision, slightly purely a useless trinket. Qin Yuan explained. The reason Qin Yuan said this is that with each improvement in martial arts, there is an all-around enhancement of the body. Even those who have not specifically trained in martial arts related to eyesight and vision will generally not suffer from night blindness once they break through to the 4th tier. Not to mention seeing as clearly at night as during the day, or at least it's definitely not a problem in battle. I'm telling you, these quirky techniques are all side paths. Hard work and training is the Qin Yuan advised. Muyang nodded, indicating he understood, but still curiously inquired about the price. Then he fell silent. That broken glasses actually cost 9 superior grades of Xian level merit. That's enough for Muyang to exchange for 3 copies of the vast Great Pill Field construction method. Captain Qin is right, this thing is indeed useless.